The Lord's Empire Chapter 2573 to Chapter 2656. Book 1, Chapter 335. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Maudlals 123. Hearing their words, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. Elemental orbs were quite useful to them, which meant that they could mass-produce them and use them to create elemental cavalry corps. That way, the elemental cavalry corps would be quite powerful. This would solve the problem of having too many people in a cavalry corps. After all, the people in a cavalry corps had to be the most outstanding out of all soldiers, not just in terms of talent, but also in terms of strength and battle experience. Now that there were many battles going on, the veterans would definitely have a lot of battle experience. What they lacked were talented and powerful soldiers. In terms of talent, Zhao Fu could not help them. Even though there were grade pills that could increase one's grade, they were people from the card world and could not use grade pills from the Heaven Awaken world. The matter of talent could be solved in the future. Right now, elemental orbs could give soldiers great power, which made it possible for countless soldiers to form a cavalry corps. After solving the problem of people in the cavalry corps, the next problem was equipment. Cavalry corps needed top-tier materials to create artifacts, which would allow them to unleash terrifying attacks. Moreover, they also needed specialized horses. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "Help me prepare a few sets of cavalry equipment and horses." Eileen smiled as she said, wait a moment." Now, they all understood that Zhao Fu was solving the various problems of a cavalry corps. If they could form an elemental cavalry corps, they would naturally be the happiest people. After all, they were the ones in charge of the elemental cavalry corps and had the most authority. Following this, Eileen brought a few sets of artifacts and a few horses. These artifacts and horses all had different attributes, and the auras they gave off were quite powerful. They were not things that ordinary equipment and horses could compare to. Elemental orbs had all sorts of effects. Not only could they be fused into a person's body to increase their strength, but they could also be socketed into equipment and fused into horses, simultaneously increasing the strength of the equipment and horses. People, equipment, and horses all had elemental orbs, which could increase the compatibility between the two sides and increase the cavalry corps' strength. However, these were all just Zhao Fu's guesses, and he was going to give them a try. Zhao Fu first condensed elemental orbs with different attributes. There was a white orb that gave off light, a black orb that gave off a dark light, a fire orb that gave off flames, and an azure orb that gave off an azure orb that floated above Zhao Fu's palm. There were 4 sets of artifacts in front: helmet, armor, gloves, boots, spear, short sword, 3 rings, a pendant, and a medallion, all of which gave off faint lights. Every relic was a whole, and there was a connection between them. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the 4 elemental orbs flew above the relic before slowly descending and fusing into the armor. The 4 sets of relic gave off different intense lights. Fu, editor, and Li, and Fu, Zhao, editor, the, Li, Zhao, 1, Fu, Chen, 4, and orbs 4L, Z, translator, editor, Fu Zhao, editor. Zhao Fu smiled as he condensed a few more elemental orbs and fused them into the horses. As expected, after the horses obtained the elemental orbs, they became much more powerful. Zhao Fu then asked Eileen and the others to put on the artifacts and ride the horses to see how it felt. Eileen and the others obeyed and put on the artifacts. They rode the horses and started to gallop around the field, and they also unleashed a few attacks. They then came before Zhao Fu with smiles on their faces. "Your Majesty, the feeling now is completely different from before. It feels like we, the artifacts, and the horses, have fused into one. The artifacts are more comfortable, and the horses are more obedient. Most importantly, with the 3 of them, our strength has increased." Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. "Now that you have elemental orbs, you can form an elemental cavalry corps in a short period of time." Eileen smiled as she said, "This is all thanks to your Majesty. Without your Majesty, we wouldn't have been able to do this." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Later, I'll build a magic formation platform to create elemental orbs. Also, force out the low-grade elemental orbs from your bodies, and I'll personally condense high-grade elemental orbs for you." The women said delightedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Before, Zhao Fu could condense low-grade elemental orbs in a short period of time. If he used a bit more time, the elemental orbs he condensed would be even better, and the highest he could condense would be high-grade elemental orbs. As for elemental orbs like the Holy Spirit Orb, even with the Spirit Race's Emperor Star, Xiaofu would not be able to create them. Holy Spirit orbs of that level had to be nurtured by the heavens and earth. Xiaofu ordered people to start building a magic formation platform in the palace. Tina Pendragon, Hilary, and the other women came to Xiaofu's side. Building the magic formation platform would take a long time, so Xiaofu stayed with them for a day. Xiaofu looked at Hilary in his arms and asked about the Emperor Cavalry Corps. Before, Xiaofu had asked Eileen to form an Elemental Cavalry Corps and Hilary to form an Emperor Cavalry Corps. This Emperor Cavalry Corps was not an ordinary cavalry corps, nor was it an Elemental Cavalry Corps. It was a cavalry corps created from Xiaofu's Night King seal. Xiaofu was the owner of this cavalry corps, but Xiaofu did not have time to manage it, so he left it all to Hilary. Hilary sighed, "There's been no progress at all. The requirements for the Emperor Cavalry Corps are too high, and there are only a few hundred people in the entire faction who meet the requirements. There's no way to form a cavalry corps. Not only do we lack people, but we also don't have treasures or suitable horses." Xiaofu thought about how the Emperor Cavalry Corps was the top cavalry corps in the card world and had the power to destroy the world, so the requirements would definitely be very high. The Emperor Cavalry Corps required a person with a pure sovereign bloodline to form a Night King seal. Xiaofu's bloodline was the Origin bloodline, so he should be able to form an Origin Cavalry Corps. This would be even stronger than the legendary Saint Cavalry Corps in the card world. Xiaofu could not be anxious about forming such a terrifying cavalry corps. Xiaofu suddenly thought about the Emperor Demon Horse Stones that he had obtained in the spirit realm. These Emperor Demon Horse Stones could produce many Emperor Demon Horses. These Emperor Demon Horses all had Emperor power and were top-tier horses. Xiaofu could use these horses here. Qin did not lack horses, so he would be able to solve the problem of horses for the Emperor Cavalry Corps. Thinking to there, Xiaofu prepared to use the Emperor Demon Horse Stones. At that moment, a handsome-looking young man led an army to take down a city. This army belonged to the kingdom of Locke that Xiaofu was in. While Xiaofu had not been around, Tina Pendragon had been commanding the army to fight everywhere, causing the kingdom of Locke to become stronger and stronger. The fate that they had from the card world had also become stronger and stronger. This handsome-looking young man had taken down a city, causing the kingdom of Locke's territory to become as big as a world. Scroll 1, Chapter 36, Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as all of the Locke Kingdom's fate flooded towards Xiaofu within the palace, continuously entering Xiaofu's body. A powerful aura spread out from Xiaofu's body, causing the women around Xiaofu's expressions to fall. They quickly left Xiaofu's side and looked at the scene in confusion, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, countless traces of black light shot out from between Xiaofu's eyebrows, and a black mark that looked like a black dragon crown appeared. Hilary and the other women felt a massive pressure, and their bodies uncontrollably half-knelt on the ground. That was the Night King seal that Xiaofu had condensed. Xiaofu felt quite surprised and did not know that the Night King seal would suddenly change like this. All of the fate that flowed into Xiaofu's body was absorbed by the Night King seal, which became more and more powerful and gave off countless rays of intense black light. After a while, the fate that flowed into Xiaofu's body disappeared, and the Night King seal's power disappeared as well. The seal returned to Xiaofu's forehead. The women let out a sigh of relief and went up to ask what had happened. Xiaofu examined the Night King seal and said, "The Night King seal has leveled up. Looks like it needs to conquer more territory to become more powerful." Hilary smiled as she said, "Congratulations. The more powerful the Night King seal is, the more power you will have. As your knights, we will also become more powerful." Xiaofu smiled and nodded. The reincarnation disc was still missing a card Dao, and he could use the Night King seal as a foundation to create a card Dao. The Night King seal was one of the most powerful cards in the card world, so it should have this ability. However, it was still too weak, and the reincarnation disc did not have much of a reaction to it. Xiaofu needed to level up its power before he could use it to create a card Dao. That way, the card world's Dao would be solved. In the future, if he could devour more territory in the card world, the card world's residents would be able to reincarnate in the Heaven Awaken world. Putting this matter aside, Zhao Fu went to an empty area and took out a red, jade-like orb. This was the Emperor Demon Horse Stone. It could not be used in the card world yet, as it was an item from the Heaven Awaken world. However, this was not a problem for Zhao Fu. After awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star, Zhao Fu had a new understanding of the laws, and his control over laws had become much more powerful. Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into the Emperor Demon Horse Stone, and the red orb flew into the air. The Tai Chi pupil in his right eye suddenly widened, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared below the red orb. Zhao Fu's Qi Dao. A massive explosion sounded out as the Tai Chi diagram started to spin. The surrounding elemental energy flooded into the Tai Chi diagram, and the Tai Chi diagram gave off powerful elemental energy, forming a massive might that covered the surroundings. Qi Chen Zhao Qi, Fu's Qi Li Chen Chen, Y1, Fu repeat, the Dao Zhao Zhao Fu Fu of the Tuli demon. The Tai Chi diagram in the sky gave off an even more powerful aura, and threads stretched out from the Tai Chi diagram, slowly stabbing into the red orb. The red orb gave off an intense red light and its aura quickly changed. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to change the Emperor Demon Horse Stone's laws and fuse them into the card world's laws. That way, the Emperor Demon Horse Stone would not only be able to be used in the Heaven Awaken world, but it could also be used in the card world. The threads that stretched out from the Tai Chi diagram continuously poured into the red sphere, and the intense light that the red sphere gave off started to slowly change. Its color became a little fainter, and a mark that looked like a horse slowly appeared in the middle. Zhao Fu retracted his power and the Tai Chi diagram in the sky dissipated. The Emperor Demon Horse Stone slowly returned to Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu held the Emperor Demon Horse Stone and pressed it against the ground. Waves of red light spread out and the red stone slowly fused into the ground. At the same time, Zhao Fu also poured his origin energy into it. Boom! Countless rays of light shot out from the ground, and Zhao Fu retreated a few steps. He saw a platform made of red jade slowly rise up from the ground. It was 10 meters wide and round, and there was a red stone floating at the center of the platform. Whiz! A neigh sounded out as a tall and powerful horse appeared in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful saint-level aura. The horse's body was snow white, and it had 2 long horns on its head. It had a pair of eyes, and its mane and tail were red. Its hoofs gave off traces of red aura, and it looked quite beautiful and devilish. It was the Emperor Demon Horse King. Ordinary young Emperor Demon horses had stage 5 strength, and adult Emperor Demon horses could reach stage 9 strength. As a horse king, it was even more powerful, reaching saint grade. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this. In the past, if Qin's wyverns did not have any power, they would only have stage 5 strength. Now that the young Emperor Demon Horse was already so powerful, if it fused with other powers in the future, it would become even more powerful. Zhao Fu planned to use this Emperor Devil Horse as his mount. After all, he was a man with a Night King's seal, and it was impossible for him to not have a mount. In the future, he might have to personally lead the Emperor's cavalry into battle. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu returned to the palace and started to set up a magic formation to condense the elemental beads. This required Zhao Fu's origin energy as the foundation, as the elemental beads relied on Zhao Fu's power to condense. Without Zhao Fu's power, it would be useless. Zhao Fu cut his wrist and let his blood flow out. He controlled the blood and condensed it into a blood stone, which would be the center of the magic formation. After setting up the magic formation, Zhao Fu started to activate it. Countless rays of light shot out from the stage and countless elemental essences quickly gathered, forming an orb that gave off a powerful aura. Seeing that it could be condensed, Zhao Fu set up another magic formation. He needed equipment, people, and horses, and he needed a large number of elemental beads. The elemental beads condensed from a single magic formation were not enough, so he needed many more magic formations. After setting up the magic formations, Zhao Fu sent many soldiers to stand guard. This was now the most important place in the Lock Kingdom. After taking care of the matters in the card world, Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven Awaken world. After personally looking at the developments of the various factions, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Zhao Fu felt that it was time to attack the Aeolian Empire. Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates and started to discuss, but the opinions of the subordinates were not unanimous. Some said that they could attack, while others said that they could not. They were mainly worried about the various royal kingdoms in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. They had warned Qin that if they attacked the Aeolian Empire, they would definitely interfere. Qin felt great pressure from facing so many royal kingdoms, so some of the subordinates tried to persuade Zhao Fu not to attack and to develop in the card world and alchemy world first. Those two worlds were doing quite well. If you like Lord's Armament Conquers the Heavens, please collect. Lord's Armament Conquers the Heavens is the most popular right, the fastest updates. Book 1, Chapter 37 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu didn't let his guard down. The kingdoms in the inner area were indeed a great threat. These kingdoms were the biggest obstacle to Qin destroying the Aeolian Empire. Without them, Qin would have destroyed the Aeolian Empire long ago. Should he listen to the suggestions of the ministers and focus on the development of the alchemy world and the card world? Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to attack the Aeolian Empire. With Qin's current strength, he should be able to catch them off guard. The most important thing was to break the stalemate between Qin and the Aeolian Empire. In addition, Zhao Fu had wanted to destroy the Aeolian Empire a long time ago, so Zhao Fu decided to attack the Aeolian Empire. Seeing that Zhao Fu had made up his mind, the ministers no longer tried to dissuade him. They started to discuss how to attack the Aeolian Empire. This time, Qin had to do his best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take down the Aeolian Empire. The Pantheon, Yellow Springs, the Card World, the Chaos World, and the Alchemy World were all gathering their forces quickly. These were the hidden forces of Qin, which others didn't know yet. Boom, 3 days later, Great Qin's army was completely gathered, and they gave off a massive aura that seemed to be able to conquer the world as they flooded towards the Wind God Empire. Everyone was shocked. The face of Xianxia, the ruler of the Aeolian Empire, was very ugly. Although she was very strong now, she still felt a lot of pressure when facing the Qin Empire. Xianxia immediately sent messengers to contact the alliance, the kingdoms in the inner area, and most importantly, the First Aeolian Empire. As a kingdom in the middle area, the Aeolian Empire's basic forces had already reached grade 3. If it weren't for the other forces holding them back, they would have destroyed the Qin Empire long ago and made the Aeolian Empire the most powerful existence. In fact, there was no need for Xianxia to inform. All the forces had received the news immediately. They were paying close attention to Qin. The alliance was the most panicked. Qin finally couldn't hold back his wild ambition and wanted to destroy the Aeolian Empire. If the Aeolian Empire was destroyed, only the alliance and Qin would be left to resist. Although the alliance had many people, they weren't a match for Qin. Hurry up and tell us. What to do? What to do? We must stop Qin this time. We can't do the same thing as the Devil Horn Empire. It was all your fault last time. If we could unite, how could we not stop the ambition of the Qin Empire with so many troops? Think about the destroyed Devil Horn Empire. Its fate will be our fate. I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. Since Qin decided to attack the Aeolian Empire, he definitely has full confidence. We won't be able to stop Qin. Back then, when the Devil Horn Empire, Qin, and Wind God were at odds with each other, we should have allied together to destroy Qin. That way, things wouldn't be like this. That's true. Back then, Qin was already quite terrifying. It's a pity that everyone thought that the Devil Horn Empire and Wind God would be able to tie him down, and they even thought that Qin would be destroyed by the two of them. Now that I think about it, it's quite laughable. Let's not talk about such nonsense and gather our forces. No matter what, we must stop Qin this time, or else we'll be next. Because the Tao Cultivation sect had gone into seclusion, the Ancient Sword sect had madly grown over the past few years. Its strength now surpassed the Tao Cultivation sect and it had become the most powerful faction in the ancient stem domain. After his battle with Zhao Fu, the Ancient Sword sect's sect master had greatly improved. He had broken through the world realm and had become an extreme divine realm expert. In the outer domains, this cultivation was quite high, as ordinary experts were only at the world realm. Now, the Ancient Sword sect's sect master was known as the #1 person in the ancient stem domain. No one dared to offend him, and they all feared his existence. It was a pity that countless people did not know about Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's cultivation had long since reached the Emperor Heaven Realm, and he was one level higher than the ancient sword sects. Sect Master. Adding on his various powers, Zhao Fu was invincible within the Emperor Heaven Realm, and even Void Realm experts would not be able to suppress Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could even insta-kill an extreme Divine Realm expert like the Ancient Sword Sect's Sect Master in a single move, but that was if the Ancient Sword Sect's Sect Master did not use his sect armament, the Eastern Flow Ancient Sword. As the #1 faction and expert in the Ancient Stem domain, after hearing about Qin attacking the Wind God domain, the Ancient Sword Sect's Sect Master arrogantly and coldly said, "Send down my orders, tell that Qin to stop attacking, or else he will have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, a disciple immediately turned and left to pass down the order to Qin. As the current legacy disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect's Sect Master, Jianin gave a trace of a cold smile. He had long since disliked Qin and even loathed Qin. This time, it was best to take this opportunity to destroy Qin. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's Xianxia also greatly disliked Qin. At the start, he had chosen to help the Devil Horn Empire destroy Qin, but the Devil Horn Empire disappointed him and was destroyed by Qin in the end. Xianxia gave off a killing intent as he said, "Father, I believe that Qin definitely cannot be left alive. We've all seen how terrifying he is, and this is a good opportunity to destroy him." The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king thought about it and did not hesitate. This Qin definitely cannot be left alive. I will immediately send troops over." Xianxia smiled as he said, "Father, leave it to me this time. I will bring back Emperor Qin's head and countless peerless beauties in his harem to give to you." The king smiled as he said, "It's enough that you have such filial piety, I don't need any of that. Be careful and don't be careless." Xianxia nodded, "I understand." After hearing about this, the 8-Sun Dragon Sect's Long Yang immediately went to find his father and said, "Father, this Qin has been disrespectful to me many times, it's time for him to understand the consequences of offending our 8-Sun Dragon Sect." The sect master looked at his son and did not object. This Qin's rate of growth was simply terrifying, and if they did not deal with this sort of faction, there would be endless troubles in the future. He smiled as he said, "I'll immediately send troops over to destroy Qin." A well-built man next to him evilly smiled and said, "Young sect master, when you go to destroy Great Qin, you must keep the women in Great Qin's harem. I've long since heard that there are many beauties in Great Qin's harem, and all of them are rare beauties. We can't waste them, our 8-Suns Dragon Sect needs them to cultivate." Another wretched old man also said with a smile, "I've been eyeing Qin's harem for a long time. My heart blossomed when I saw one from afar. If I could get one of them, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Unfortunately, Qin's palace is heavily guarded, and I have no way to sneak in." The handsome young man also exclaimed, "Although I have many women, few of them can be compared with the concubines in Qin's harem. I'm curious why there are so many beautiful women in Qin's harem." The wretched old man agreed and said, "I'm also curious about this. Why does Qin have so many beautiful women? How did Qin collect them? He seems to have captured all the beauties in the world." Book 1, Chapter 38 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike Year. They did not know that as Zhao Fu's power and fate continuously increased, they were affected by Zhao Fu, causing their power and fate to greatly change. Adding on the Emperor Phoenix statue, which was a powerful divine item, all of the women in Qin's harem were nourished by Phoenix Qi, and there were also the effects of the flower domain and beauty spring. Even an ugly woman, with so much power, would become a beauty. Long Yang lightly laughed, "No problem, as long as we can break through the Qin Empire, I'll capture countless women for the sect's people to cultivate." The sect master understood and gave a trace of a smile. He was also quite interested in Qin's women. The 8 beautiful women next to him glared at the sect master and said, "If you dare to find women apart from us, we'll ignore you in the future." The 8-Sun Dragon Sect's legacy art required 8 princesses, and Long Yang had found 7 before. It was a pity that they had been taken by Zhao Fu. These 8 beautiful women were the sect master's 8 wives, and the big madam was Long Yang's mother. Seeing how angry the 8 wives looked, the sect master gave a brilliant smile as he said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't touch other women." Even though he said this, the sect master already planned to personally go to Qin to pick a few. After hearing about this, the Dao Cultivation sect decided to remain hidden. Unless Qin came to their doorstep, they would not interfere in anything. Now, they felt even more fear because they knew about that legendary emperor. Those 8 terrifying emperor stars had been summoned by him, and he had heavily injured the entire spirit domain, causing countless experts to fear him. In the eyes of the Tao Cultivation sect, the matters in the ancient stem domain were all small matters. When that terrifying person returned to the ancient stem domain, there would be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. As such, they were not interested in anything else, nor did they want to compete with the ancient sword sect for first place. After all, there was no point. In the past, the Ice Origin Kingdom's Bing Qixue and Zhao Fu had some relations, but he found out that he was not willing to accept something, which was that the Ice Origin Kingdom had decided to attack Qin. This was because Great Qin's growth speed made them feel threatened. If Great Qin destroyed the Wind God Empire, the alliance would not be able to defend at all and would be destroyed. In the future, Great Qin would be able to fearlessly develop, and no one would be able to stop it in the future. After getting the news that Qin had destroyed the other scattered forces, he would definitely start to destroy the kingdom-level existences. There was no doubt about this. Although they didn't want to, they were destined to be enemies. Bing Qixue tried his best to dissuade them, but it was useless. The Ice Origin Kingdom's factions were already determined to destroy Great Qin, and they would not listen to Bing Qixue. In the end, Bing Qixue sighed and did not interfere in this matter. As for the Winecloud Kingdom and Greenwood Kingdom, they had 2 princesses who had become Qin's concubines, and this was a sort of alliance. Not only did they know that Qin was going to attack the Aeolian Empire, but they also knew that the ancient stem domain's royal kingdoms were also planning to attack Qin. Facing such a massive faction, Qin would be doomed. After all, the 2 of them would not be able to defeat so many factions. In the end, they decided not to help Qin, nor did they send soldiers to attack Qin. Instead, they sent out a few experts to wait for Qin to be broken through before rescuing the 2 princesses. Within the heavenly music sect, Inruoshi looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman beside her and asked softly, "Master, what should we do? Should we help Qin or destroy Qin together?" The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled as she said, "What do you think we should do?" Inruoshi thought about it and said, "I've seen the ruler of Qin before, and he's an extremely terrifying person. It's best not to offend such a person, and if you offend him, you must kill him, or else there will be endless troubles in the future. Now, all sides are attacking Qin, and it's possible that Qin will not be able to defend against them. It's best if we don't act, we won't help or send soldiers." The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at her and said, "You're right, but we can't just do nothing. Qin has countless secrets and powerful methods, and if we can obtain those, it will be of great help to our sect. As such, I'm sending you to obtain those things." Imuroshi said with a troubled expression, "Master, I might not be able to do it by myself. That ruler of Qin gives me a very dangerous feeling." The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled as she said, "I'll have a few of your junior apprentice sisters go with you. You don't have to directly fight with that ruler of Qin. After the various experts attack Qin, the first thing they'll do is to kill the ruler of Qin. Your goal is to take advantage of the chaos to obtain benefits. If anything goes wrong, immediately retreat and don't take risks." Imuroshi nodded, "I understand." Following this, a few women came over with smiles on their faces and excitement. One of them had a seductive figure and held a small drum, and she was called Li Huiying. One had a sweet appearance and held a pipa, and she was called Shui Ning. One had a flirtatious appearance and held a zither, and she was called Zhang Dongmei. One had a tall figure and a gentle and beautiful appearance and held a flute, and she was called Julina. Li Huiying smiled as she said, "That ruler of Qin is going to suffer retribution. Who told him to harm so many women and lock them up in his harem? Those women are so pitiful. This time, we have to do justice on behalf of the heavens." Zhang Dongmei lightly nodded as she said, "If it's possible, we have to bring them out as well. It's best if we can bring them back to the heavenly music sect so that they won't be bullied by other stinky men. Senior apprentice sister. We heard that Qin has many treasures and things that can make people beautiful. This time, we have to obtain them," Shui Ning said happily. Imuroshi looked at them and did not say anything, but she felt a trace of worry in her heart. Finally, there was the Fiery Kingdom. Zhao Fu's old rival, Su Yank, had been paying attention to news about Qin. After hearing that all of the kingdoms were going to attack Qin, he understood that this was a great opportunity, so he directly told this to Zhao Fu's little brother, Li Baiqing. Li Baiqing had long since given up his identity as Great Tang's legatee and had become a member of the Fiery Kingdom's royal family. Hearing this, Li Baiqing's face was filled with hatred. He could only blame Zhao Fu for his current situation. He hated Zhao Fu to the bone, and his greatest wish was to kill Zhao Fu. As expected, Li Baiqing also told this news to the Fiery Kingdom's king and asked him to send him some troops. The Fiery Kingdom already had a great enmity with Qin, and this time, all of the kingdoms were going to attack Qin. Could a border kingdom resist so many kingdoms? The Fiery King thought for a moment before agreeing and sending some troops to Li Baiqing. However, the Fiery King was not careless. Although he only sent some troops, he sent a lot of experts. His goal was to kill Zhao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 39 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. It could be said that Qin's actions affected the entire ancient STEM domain. Various factions sent soldiers to Qin, and soldiers could be seen gathering everywhere. The peaceful ancient STEM domain became quite lively as everyone discussed this matter. Most people felt that Qin was doomed this time. Facing the various royal kingdoms and the local alliances, the Aeolian Empire's army was simply too massive. How could Qin defend against such a massive army? Qin also heard that the various factions had sent soldiers to attack Qin. No one was surprised, as they had long since expected this. However, facing such a massive army, Qin felt great pressure. However, even if Qin did not attack the Aeolian Empire, the various faction soldiers would not retreat. Qin could only fight with all his strength and let the world see Qin's strength. Right now, Qin still had a slight advantage, which was that he was quite close to the Aeolian Empire while the other royal kingdoms were quite far away. Even though they had hurried over, it would take them some time. Right now, they were mainly facing the Aeolian Empire and the allied forces. Qin's army moved quite quickly and split into two paths. One was to attack the Aeolian Empire while the other was to stop the allied forces. The Aeolian Empire received news that the various royal kingdoms had sent out their armies, and they strengthened their defenses with all of their strength. They understood that as long as they could defend the Aeolian Empire, they would win. The alliance held a meeting to unite all of their forces. This time, they did not send 20 billion soldiers but 80 billion soldiers, which was even more than Great Qin's current forces. Right now, Qin only had 70 billion soldiers, and this did not include the other world soldiers. The Aeolian Empire had 50 billion soldiers. Qin only sent 10 billion soldiers to stop the allied forces' 80 billion soldiers, which in the eyes of others was simply seeking death. Even though Qin's equipment was quite good and his strength was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to defend against such a massive army. As for the remaining 60 billion soldiers, Qin chose to attack the Aeolian Empire. Qin's main force was personally led by Zhao Fu, and they had already reached the border of the Aeolian Empire. The Aeolian Empire was currently protected by a massive green barrier, and there were many soldiers standing on the city walls with serious expressions but resolute gazes. They understood that this might be their final battle against Qin. Xianxia stood on the city walls and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "How about you submit and become my concubine? I won't mistreat you." With Xianxia's personality of treating men like pets and slaves, this was a massive insult to her. She said mockingly, "You still have the guts to say such things even when you're about to die?" She said, "Zhao Zhao Zhao, Qin, Qin, and Qin, is, and Qin, 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 1, AE3." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's see who will win this battle." Xianxia's expression became even more serious. She could not understand how Qin could face the attacks of the various royal kingdoms so easily. The royal kingdoms all had stage 2 soldiers, and facing such a massive force, even if the Aeolian Empire died, they could not underestimate them. Zhao Fu did not waste any words and called out, "Attack!" Roar! Roar, roar! Countless devil beasts gave off massive roars as countless traces of devil chi rose up from their bodies, condensing into massive balls of devil chi in front of them. They gave off shocking power and shot towards the Aeolian Empire. Boom, boom. Boom, massive insect nest dragons flapped their wings in the sky and terrifying light gathered in their mouths. They stretched out their heads and shot out countless beams of light, giving off an unstoppable aura as they shot towards the Aeolian Empire. Swish, 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 massive god beasts aimed their cannons at the Aeolian Empire and massive beams of light shot out, bringing with them shockwaves. The beams of light filled the sky, creating a shocking scene. Bang! Bang! Deafening explosions sounded out as countless attacks landed on the green barrier, causing light to shoot out in all directions and powerful gales to blow. The barrier gave off countless rays of green light to defend against the attacks. Even though the attacks were blocked, the light was much dimmer and would most likely shatter before the next attack. Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly as she hurriedly had people activate the Wind Spirit God Magic Formation. A massive green magic formation appeared behind the Aeolian Empire, giving off massive wind. Ordinary people felt as if they were facing a typhoon. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of green light shot out from the magic formation. The green light covered everything, making the Aeolian Empire seem to be covered in green light, and the dim barrier became brighter. Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he once again ordered people to attack. Boom, boom. Boom! Countless devil chi bullets and beams of light containing terrifying power slammed against the barrier, but the green barrier seemed to fuse with the green light. The countless attacks slammed against it but did not deal much damage, and the barrier became abnormally tough. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile. In order to defend against Qin's attack, she had gone all out. It had been difficult for her to gather the wind spirit stones needed to maintain the magic formation. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned. Xianxia ordered, activate the magic formation's second state. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive magic formation started to spin and a destructive gale blew out from the Aeolian Empire. Trees were uprooted and countless boulders were sent flying. The ground was also ripped open, creating a terrifying scene. Facing this terrifying gale, Zhao Fu said, activate the defenses. The black-armored soldiers formed a massive formation and countless rays of black light shined out, forming a massive black energy barrier that protected the entire army and blocked the terrifying hurricane. Xianxia inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Her goal was not to attack Qin but to delay Qin and the other royal kingdom's forces. Facing such a terrifying gale, Qin could not attack and could only defend. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Qi's 10 billion soldiers and the Alliance's 80 billion soldiers met on a wasteland. Both sides gave off massive auras, causing the air in the surrounding thousands of kilometers to become heavy. The surroundings were incredibly silent, and not a single creature dared to make a sound. Because the Alliance had more people, the auras they gave off were even greater, and they felt more confident and pleased as they faced Qin's soldiers. A big man with a beard called out angrily, "Isn't Qin too arrogant? You dare to block us with so few people? Today, we'll show Qin how powerful the Alliance is." Another handsome-looking young man loudly laughed as he said, "It's good that they have so few people, we can kill them all without paying too many casualties." Apex Book 1, Chapter 40. A skinny young man shouted, "Brothers, we'll definitely win this time. After killing them all, we'll directly attack Qin. The beauties and treasures will belong to whoever can take them." A beautiful woman smiled as she said, "Now, I feel at ease. Qin will definitely perish this time, and we won't have to worry about Qin in the future. If we can also get rid of the Aeolian Empire, that would be even better." Bai Qi coldly looked at the experts in front of him and said, "Just a bunch of useless people, don't waste time and attack." Hearing this, the Alliance experts felt quite startled. They had never thought that Bai Qi would dare to say such a thing, and some of the Alliance experts immediately gave the order to attack. Some of the experts felt quite startled. They had fought with Qin before, and Qin was not an idiot. Even if there was, it would not be this general in front of him. Since he was not an idiot and had said such words, Qin definitely had some terrifying methods. As such, they did not give the order to attack, and they chose to have others rush up to see what terrifying abilities Qin had. Kill! The Alliance soldiers wearing different colored armor roared as they gave off a massive aura and flooded towards Qin, seeming as if they could destroy everything. Seeing the army rushing over, Bai Qi's expression did not change as he coldly said, "Get into formation and activate the alchemy orbs." As he gave the order, Qin's soldiers raised their shields and came to the front, forming a shield wall. The spearmen held their spears and stood at the back, while the archers came to the back and drew their bows, forming a massive defensive formation. Many people wearing long robes appeared in the army. They raised their hands, and all of them emitted various kinds of metallic light. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as waves of alchemy power flowed out of their hands. The massive amounts of alchemy power gathered in the sky, forming massive metal orbs that gave off terrifying auras. Looking at the metal orbs, some people disdainfully rushed forwards, while others felt that the situation was quite bad. Bai Qi ignored their reactions and said coldly, "Alchemy light." Boom! Boom! A series of loud booms rang out as the metal balls flew even higher into the sky, giving off countless rays of light that enveloped the surroundings. Under this light, some of the Alliance soldiers did not sense anything strange and gave off powerful auras as they continued to charge at Qin. However, some of the soldiers looked terrified. They found that their bodies were being metallized, and they felt immense pain. They hurriedly used their body's power to resist this metallization. It wasn't just them. The bodies of the Alliance soldiers who didn't rush over and even some experts started to turn into metal. What happened? At that moment, the Allied army started to panic. Suddenly, someone discovered that the metal power was coming from the alchemy stones in their bodies, and he angrily cursed, "Despicable Qin, trash Qin, Qin is a villain, and Qin is a bastard." The others who were not metallized immediately understood what was going on. An ordinary-looking woman angrily said, "Are you a bunch of pigs or a bunch of idiots? You dared to use Qin's Philosopher's Stone, now you know your wrongs, right?" A fair-skinned young man said angrily, "I'm going to be angered to death by you. Back then, I warned you not to use the Philosopher's Stone, but you still used it because you coveted its power." The ugly-looking young man said angrily, "We knew that there might be hidden dangers, but we only used it after checking that there were no problems. I don't know what despicable methods Qin used to prevent us from discovering these problems." The chubby middle-aged man also said angrily, "Trash Qin, your elder definitely won't trust him in the future and won't use anything from him. I'm so angry." An elderly man said with an unsightly expression, "No wonder Qin was so confident and dared to use such a small force to defend against us. So he had long since planned this. Now that our advantage is gone, what should we do?" The Philosopher's Stone had been set up before Zhao Fu had gone to the spirit domain, and he had not even used it when destroying the Devil Horn Empire. This caused the Alliance's people to let down their guard and use the Philosopher's Stone in large numbers. Now that Qin had suddenly used the Philosopher's Stone, the Alliance had not expected it at all. Some of the metal-bodied soldiers used their own power to defend against the alchemy power, while others could not and fell to the ground, howling in pain. The army, which had been charging forward ferociously, fell into chaos because of this. Swish, 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 Bai Qi once again gave the order to attack, and arrows shot out from behind Qin, drawing out arcs in the sky and raining down on the Alliance's army. They pierced through the bodies of the Alliance's soldiers, causing blood to fly everywhere. This caused the expressions of the Alliance's experts to become quite unsightly. Seeing that their soldiers could not even retaliate, let alone attack Qin, they did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Their orders caused the other Alliance leaders who had not used the Philosopher's Stone to become even more furious, and they hurriedly called out, "Don't retreat, if you retreat, the entire army will be finished. We still have half of our soldiers who have not used the Philosopher's Stone, we still have a chance of winning." However, the metal-bodied Alliance leaders immediately refused, saying, "If we stay here, we'll die. If you want to go, you can go. Who knows what terrifying methods Qin has?" The metal-bodied Alliance leaders continued to order their soldiers to retreat, and the soldiers at the front happily retreated. They understood the current situation and did not want to die here for nothing. Deserters in an army greatly affected the morale of the army, and now, it was not just one or two soldiers who had escaped but more than half of the army. Apart from the metal-bodied soldiers, some of the non-metal-bodied soldiers saw so many people run away and did not think about running away as well. Even though the non-metal-bodied Alliance leaders ordered their soldiers to quickly gather, they could not stop the army from collapsing. Swish, 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 another wave of arrows descended from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the Alliance soldiers. Blood flew everywhere, and pitiful cries continuously sounded out. This greatly hurt the Alliance soldiers' nerves, causing them to run away even more in fear. More and more people started to run away. Seeing this, the non-metal-bodied alliance leaders furiously cursed and could only give the order to retreat. They did not have the ability to change this situation, and if they did not retreat, they would only die. After all, the situation was simply too chaotic. Bai Qi looked at the countless retreating alliance soldiers and remained expressionless as he gave the order to chase after the escaping soldiers. Apex Book 1, Chapter 41, Chapter 41 St. The various factions quickly received news of the alliance's defeat. The normal people were shocked. The alliance had 80 billion soldiers while Qin had 10 billion. How had the alliance been defeated so quickly? They were just too weak, the kingdom factions that were rushing over cursed out. What a bunch of trash. They didn't expect the alliance to be so strong and just wanted them to delay Qin for a bit. But the alliance couldn't even do such a simple thing, so they were furious. After Feng Xianxia heard this news, her good mood became quite ugly. She thought to herself, this alliance is so useless, they're even worse than trash. In actuality, Qin didn't expect to deal with them so quickly. If he knew that the alliance was so weak, Qin would have only needed to send 5 billion soldiers to deal with them. Now, pretty much everyone was cursing the alliance. The alliance had fled back with their faces covered in dirt and felt like they had no face to see anyone. After Qin dealt with the threat of the alliance, he could now focus on dealing with the Aeolian Empire. The various kingdoms understood the urgency of the situation and hurried over to Qin's side. Feng Xianxia also felt a huge pressure. Although the hurricane was blowing at Qin, causing Qin to be on the defensive, she didn't have much confidence. As expected, in just a few seconds, Zhao Fu gave another order. The soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and sent waves of alchemy power into them. An extremely sharp aura spread out, seeming as if it could cut open one's skin. Countless sharp auras continuously condensed in the sky, forming a massive saber that gave off an incredibly sharp aura. Even from far away, one could feel its sharpness, and it could easily cut through steel. The heavens and earth seemed to become austere and desolate. Hong, the massive saber was raised and slashed down, giving off a massive sound. A massive saber light slashed towards the Aeolian Empire with the power to split open the heavens and earth. It was like a bolt of lightning that no one could block. The terrifying hurricane was slashed apart by the saber, turning into chaotic currents that spread to the sides. A ravine was also formed on the ground. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the terrifying blade light slashed onto the defensive barrier of the Aeolian Empire. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and many cracks instantly appeared on the sturdy defensive barrier. Feng Xianxia's expression was serious as she immediately called out, "Activate the magic formation's third form." The huge cyan magic formation suddenly stopped operating, and the countless rays of light it emitted also retracted. The countless rays of light condensed above the magic formation. It had no facial features and only had a pair of sapphire-like eyes. It held an azure scimitar in one hand and gave off an extremely terrifying aura. This was the wind spirit god that was formed by the formation. It could control the power of heaven and earth, and its strength was extremely shocking. Swish swish swish, the wind spirit god waved the scimitar in his hand, and countless wind forces gathered in an instant, forming countless cyan wind blades. They shot toward the Qin's soldiers in an overwhelming manner, as if they could cut everything into pieces. The scene was extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhao Fu also ordered countless soldiers to condense alchemy power. A huge amount of alchemy power condensed in front of the army and quickly formed a huge metal shield. Bang! Bang! The terrifying wind blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collided with the metal shield, producing loud sounds. Countless gales blew out, the sound was deafening. However, even though the sounds were quite shocking, they did not harm Qin's soldiers. Zhao Fu immediately ordered the alchemy saint beasts and devil beasts to attack. Boom, boom. Boom, beams of demonic light containing immense power shot towards the wind god defensive barrier. As they struck the defensive barrier, light shined everywhere, and many cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Feng Xianxia immediately called out, "Activate the city wall's defenses." Cyan runes floated out of the city walls, forming gusts of wind. More accurately speaking, they were like streams of water that continuously flowed around the city walls. A powerful wind spread out, and not only did the defensive barrier become stronger, but the city walls also became incredibly firm. Chi, 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 countless large cyan birds flew out from behind the Aeolian Empire. Each of them was 1,000 meters long and had green feathers. There was a crown on their heads and their gazes were incredibly sharp. These were large creatures that the Aeolian Empire had nurtured, and they were called bright winged birds. After the countless bright winged birds appeared, they flapped their wings and created a massive cyan gale that blew towards Qin's devil beasts. This cyan gale was not simple at all and was as sharp as a blade. As it hit the ground, a layer of the ground was shaved off. Facing this sharp cyan gale, the devil beasts released their devil chi barriers and the alchemy saint beasts gave off boundless holy light, easily blocking this gale. The bright wind birds only dared to attack from afar because they did not have as many people as Qin's side. If they all charged over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Seeing that the bright wind birds were not of much use, Xianxia immediately had the soldiers gather the wind attribute energy within their bodies. Countless traces of cyan aura gathered around the Aeolian Empire and continuously condensed, forming 1,000-meter tall soldiers wearing armor and holding spears. Kill! These soldiers loudly shouted and brought with them waves of cyan gale as they rushed towards Qin's soldiers. They were incredibly fast and in the next moment, they arrived in front of the shield that Qin had condensed and vigorously attacked it, causing massive sounds to ring out. The soldiers' power was quite shocking, and as the soldiers attacked, some cracks appeared on the metal shield. The bright wind birds continued to flap their wings, creating wild gales to attack Qin's devil beasts. The wind spirit god once again attacked. It swung its cyan scimitar, bringing with it countless cyan wind blades as it slashed towards Qin's soldiers. At this moment, the situation seemed to be reversed. It was as if Qin's side was defending while the Aeolian Empire was attacking. Xianxia had no choice but to do this. She knew that she was not a match for Qin's soldiers, so she could only furiously attack to stall for time. As long as the various royal kingdom soldiers arrived, they would be saved. Facing the Aeolian Empire's ferocious attacks, more and more cracks appeared on the metal shield, and it seemed like it would shatter in a few hits. Zhao Fu understood Xianxia's goal, so he did not hesitate to counterattack. Archers walked out from behind Qin's army and took out talisman arrows and knocked them on their bows. They drew their bows to their limits and aimed at the countless wind god soldiers. Swish, 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 the arrows turned into rays of light as they shot out, bringing with them terrifying power. They drew arcs in the air, seeming to be able to pierce through everything as they shot towards the massive wind god soldiers. The wind god soldiers swung their spears, bringing with them strong gales, wanting to stop the talisman arrows from descending. Book 1, Chapter 42, Seal, Chi, 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 talisman arrows descended and easily pierced through the massive soldiers. The wind god soldiers' bodies collapsed and turned into traces of green aura before dissipating. The soldiers who had condensed countless wind god soldiers were also affected, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths. However, their situation was not serious. At the same time, massive ballistae appeared behind Qin. Boom, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as massive arrows shot out, giving off immense power and speed as they shot towards the wind god birds. This caused the countless wind god birds to stop attacking and hide within the defensive barrier. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised a hand and the countless soldiers' bodies gave off waves of black aura and flooded towards Zhao Fu. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon's roar sounded out as the countless traces of black aura condensed into an enormous black dragon that gave off a domineering and noble aura and an extremely terrifying might. Zhao Fu's hand descended and the massive black dragon gave off a massive aura as it ferociously rushed towards the Aeolian Empire. Boom! The wind spirit god vigorously swung its scimitar, giving off an even greater wind that formed even more green wind blades. They gave off sharp auras as they flooded towards the black dragon. Facing so many incoming wind blades, the black dragon did not feel any fear at all. Its body gave off a black light and gave off a powerful aura as it charged forwards. Bang, 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 the black dragon's power was extremely terrifying. It knocked away the wind blades that were shooting over like a tide, and the wind blades that were knocked away immediately turned into countless specks of light. The black dragon's speed was also extremely fast, and it charged towards the wind god empire like a hot knife through butter. Bang! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive black dragon smashed into the defensive barrier with terrifying power, causing a massive shockwave to ripple out. Crack, a clear sound rang out as the firm green defensive barrier shattered, and the black dragon turned into traces of black aura and dissipated. Now that the defensive barrier had been destroyed, it was time to launch an all-out attack. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to give the order to attack, Xianxia also gave the order to activate the final defense. The massive wind spirit god turned into countless azure streams of air and flowed towards the city walls. The countless azure runes absorbed this power and gave off boundless light, forming azure energy blocks in front of the city walls. One by one, the soldiers stepped forward and cut open their palms, injecting their blood into them. After absorbing the blood, the countless energy blocks seemed to have a life of their own, casually forming a defensive wall in midair. This was the last defense of the Aeolian Empire. If it was broken by Qin again, the Aeolian Empire could only confront Qin head-on. However, in a direct confrontation, she did not have much of an advantage at all. Qin had far more large creatures than Wind God. In terms of soldiers, Qin was also much stronger. Moreover, Qin had various types of soldiers. Now, her only advantage was the defense of the city wall. Why haven't the people from the various kingdoms arrived yet? At this moment of life and death, Xianxia was no longer as domineering and powerful as she usually was, and she felt incredibly anxious. Looking at the defensive wall that had appeared, Zhao Fu immediately ordered the god refinement beasts and devil beasts to attack the defensive wall and destroy it as soon as possible. Whoosh, 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 just as the god refinement beasts and devil beasts were about to attack, countless wind birds flew out, stirring up wild gales as they attacked Qin's devil beasts. Moreover, they did not have any intention of retreating, and they directly charged at Qin's devil beasts. It seemed that Xianxia was going all out in order to defend and planned to sacrifice some wind birds to stall Qin's attacks. Zhao Fu did not hesitate. A direct confrontation was advantageous to Qin, so he ordered all of the devil beasts and god refinement beasts to attack the wind birds. Bang, 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 the devil beasts and devil beasts started to fight intensely with the wind birds in the sky, causing powerful gales to blow out. A demonic beast opened its mouth and bit down on the bright wind bird's body, tearing off a piece of flesh from its body. Blood splattered everywhere, and a bright wind bird shot out a wind cone, piercing through a demonic beast's body. Another devil beast savagely sent a wind bird flying. The wind bird used its sharp claws to claw open a few wounds on a devil beast's body, and a devil beast shot out a devil race pillar, sending another wind bird flying. Because there were many devil beasts on Qin's side, some devil beasts bullied a wind bird, and the god refinement beasts on the ground could help. Even though it was difficult for them to attack because they were mixed together, they could aim their cannons at the wind birds and attack when they had the chance. In just a short period of time, many wind birds had died. However, Xianxia was not stupid enough to send all of her wind birds to their deaths. After seeing the wind bird stall Qin's devil beast, she had the wind bird stop fighting with Qin's devil beast and choose to hide. At that moment, Zhao Fu ordered people to aim massive ballistae at the Aeolian Empire's final defensive wall. The ballistae were filled with disaster pearls and talisman stones, and they contained massive destructive power. They would most likely be able to break through the Aeolian Empire's defenses. Seeing the massive ballistae aimed at her, Xianxia felt a chill in her heart and hurriedly said, "Wait, I have something to tell you." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and had his people stop attacking before calling out, "What is it?" "If you surrender, I'll immediately stop attacking the Aeolian Empire." Xianxia anxiously thought to herself. In actuality, she did not have anything to talk to Zhao Fu about. She had just said that in a moment of desperation, wanting Zhao Fu to temporarily stop attacking. Soon, Xianxia said, "My Aeolian Empire can give half of its territory and half of its residents to Qin's devil beast. Also, don't you like women? You can choose any woman in my Aeolian Empire as long as you let off the Aeolian Empire this once." Right now, Xianxia could only endure the discomfort and beg for mercy. However, she only said it and did not intend to do it. Her goal was to stall for time. Zhao Fu was not stupid and coldly laughed, "Since you're not surrendering, there's nothing else to say. Fire!" Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out in all directions as the ballistae turned into massive rays of light that contained terrifying power as they shot towards the Aeolian Empire, seeming to cause the air to explode. Feng Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly and she quickly ordered her people to desperately defend. Bang! Bang! Massive explosions sounded out as the beams of light slammed into the defensive wall. The massive power pierced through the defensive wall and shattered it, but the beams of light also dissipated. It could be seen that the defensive wall was incredibly sturdy. Now that the Aeolian Empire did not have any defensive methods, it was time to launch an all-out attack. Book 1, Chapter 43. At this time, the other kingdoms had also arrived at the border, only 3 worlds away from Qin. There were 11 royal kingdom-level factions, including the number 1 sect in the ancient stem domain, the ancient sword sect, and their disciples were led by Jianin. At that time, the head of the ancient sword sect sent someone to tell Qin to behave himself and not to attack the Aeolian Empire. However, Qin completely ignored the people sent by the ancient sword sect and continued to attack the Aeolian Empire, not placing the number 1 faction in the ancient stem domain in his eyes at all. The ancient sword sect master was furious and ordered Jianin to lead an army to attack Qin and take the head of Qin's ruler. Now, the various armies were mainly following Sword Cry. After all, he was the top-ranked faction, so they naturally had to give him face. The Bear Mountain Kingdom, the 8 Sons Dragon sect, the Netherine dynasty, and many other factions were among them. Apart from them, Li Baiqing and Su Yan also brought some people to join them. They did not bring many soldiers with them, only around 2 billion or so. Of course, they would not foolishly charge up, so they chose to merge with the armies of the various kingdoms. The other factions did not have many soldiers either, only having 1/8 of their forces, which was 5 billion soldiers. However, in total, they had 50 billion soldiers. Most importantly, these 50 billion soldiers were Stage 2 soldiers, which was equivalent to 200 billion Stage 1 soldiers. As a border kingdom, the Qin kingdom mainly had Stage 1 soldiers. Even though it had 60 billion soldiers, most of them were Stage 1 soldiers and could not defend against the other kingdoms. As such, many people felt that the Qin kingdom would be destroyed, as the disparity in strength was too great. At this time, Jianin also received the news that the Aeolian Empire could not resist, so he immediately shouted, "Speed up the march. We must arrive before Qin breaks through the Aeolian Empire." Jianin was very interested in Feng Xianxia and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain her. Long Yang said with a smile, "After we conquer Qin state, we can give up everything else, but all the women in Qin's harem will belong to us." A bald big man, Emoli, who had been on good terms with the Devil Horn Empire, called out unhappily, "What do you mean it's all yours?" "I'm here for that woman, Qin." Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "I can give you ordinary women, but I want those famous women in Qin." Yu Yueqian of the Netherine dynasty said calmly, "Women, you can go there. We only want Qin's treasures and resources." Gu Qingyue snorted, "We haven't conquered Qin city yet. Why are you quarreling?" Xianxia said with a confident smile, "This time, the various kingdoms have joined forces. Wouldn't it be easy to destroy a border country? This Qin is a bit out of place in the border region, but it's a pity that they are facing us." Emoli shouted angrily, "I've wanted to beat this Qin for a long time. He killed my good friend Yao Ming. This time, I'll definitely make him die an ugly death and take all of his women to enjoy." Li Baiqing, who had fought with Zhao Fu many times and was very familiar with Zhao Fu, said, "Qin city is not as simple as you think. Even though we have the advantage, it's best to be careful." Jianin said with a trace of condescension, "It's just a border faction that can only bully the surrounding factions. Facing us, no matter how many tricks he has, it's useless. You might be afraid of him, but we're not afraid at all." Hearing this, Li Baiqing felt quite angry. He definitely was not afraid of Zhao Fu. From his understanding of Zhao Fu, Qin city's strength was unfathomable and far more terrifying than these people could imagine. These people had not fought with Qin city before, so they did not know. Bing Qixue did not say anything. He felt that Qin city was not simple, so he had tried to persuade his kingdom not to attack Qin city. However, the Ice Origin Kingdom had still decided to attack and had asked him to lead. As such, Bing Qixue could only agree and hope that they would be able to successfully destroy Qin city. At that moment, a valiant-looking young man wearing black armor and giving off a powerful aura led a group of people over. He was Great Qin's general Meng Tian. Meng Tian looked at the armies in front of him with a serious expression. The soldiers behind him were all dressed in black armor and held spears covered with runes. Attack! Meng Tian coldly shouted. Qin City's soldiers obeyed and immediately threw out their spears. The spears gave off immense power as they shot towards the armies of the various royal kingdoms, leaving behind traces in the air. Seeing tens of thousands of spears shoot over, the armies of the various royal kingdoms stopped. To the billions of soldiers, these tens of thousands of spears were like tens of thousands of pieces of cotton. They did not pose any threat at all. Jianin and the others felt quite disdainful. However, what was surprising was that the spears did not attack them and instead landed on the ground, causing magic formations to appear. Li Baiqing's expression fell as he called out, "Those are Qin City's teleportation spears. Hurry and use sealing power to lock down this region." Just as he spoke, a ferocious, savage, bloodthirsty, desolate, and massive aura erupted out like a volcano. Sensing this terrifying aura, the army's expressions fell. Rumble, a massive sound rang out as countless insect beasts surged out from the teleportation formations. Some looked like ants, but they were 3 meters long. Some looked like cockroaches, but they had black fur. Some looked like centipedes, but they had 4 horns. Some looked like scorpions, but they had a ghost face on their backs. Seeing these insects, countless people felt quite confused. How could insects from the outer world appear in the heaven-awakened world? He turned his gaze towards the chaos world. Ericina led the god emissaries and flew in the sky, giving off a powerful aura. On the ground, countless insects flooded forwards, chasing after Ericina and the others in the sky. In the sky, Ericina and the others did not feel afraid or nervous at all as they had attracted the countless insect beasts. The countless insectoids sensed something and gave up on chasing Ericina and the others. However, they continued to charge forward with great momentum. This was because there was a massive and firm building ahead that gave off an even greater aura. Sensing this aura, countless insects madly rushed over. This building was quite strange. 3 massive doors were already open, allowing the insects to enter. After the countless insects entered, they followed a massive passageway and continued onwards, and they became even more berserk because they sensed an even greater and purer heaven-awakened world aura. Their hatred towards the heaven-awakened world was already engraved in their bloodlines, and madly killing and destroying everything related to the heaven-awakened world had become their instincts. Book 1, Chapter 44 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. There were firm city walls beside the massive passageway, and there were some who did not follow the rules and climbed up. However, the city walls immediately gave off a light as a massive gravitational force weighed down on them, causing countless insects to fall off. The gravitational force did not harm the insects, so they did not panic or become agitated, and they continued to charge forwards. The flood of insects flowed through the passageway into a large hole, which gave off a heaven-awakened world aura. This caused the insects to become even more excited as they rushed in, wanting to destroy everything. However, before they could react, their bodies were pulled in another direction by a massive force. Following this, the insects arrived in a massive space. Sensing the countless heaven-awakened world creatures around them, the insects felt as if they were going to go crazy and destroy everything. However, they were once again pulled away by a massive force and appeared on a grassy plain. Sensing the countless heaven-awakened world creatures in front of them, the countless insects did not hesitate or fear and madly charged at those people. Great Qin had long since prepared this method to deal with the insect beasts in the outer world and had only started to use it today. Seeing the countless insects ferociously charge over, the soldiers of the various royal kingdoms immediately formed a shield wall. Because they were too close, they could not use any of their abilities and could only quickly defend. Bang, 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 the countless insects ferociously smashed against the shield wall, and the soldiers of the various royal kingdoms vigorously pressed against the shield wall. As soldiers of the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, they were not weak, and they were able to forcibly stop the oncoming insects. The spearmen and bladed soldiers in the back vigorously swung their weapons, bringing out cold lights as they killed the incoming insects. The insects' blood splattered everywhere as their painful cries continuously sounded out. Their corpses quickly covered the ground, and the ground was dyed with different colors of blood. This did not make the insects feel afraid, and they instead became even more berserk. They madly charged at the soldiers of the various royal kingdoms, and some of them vigorously leapt over the shield wall and landed amongst the soldiers, attacking them. A mantis-like insect beast swung its pincers, slashing apart 3 or 4 soldiers' bodies, causing blood to spurt out. An ant-like insect beast jumped in and bit one of the soldiers, causing the soldier to howl in pain. A scorpion-like insect beast ferociously stabbed forwards with its stinger, piercing through a soldier's chest. The scorpion swung its tail, flinging the soldier's corpse away. An earthworm-like insect beast sprayed out acid, which landed on a few soldiers' bodies. The intense corrosion caused the soldiers to howl as they died. The various kingdoms hurriedly retreated and pulled away from the insect beasts. The soldiers all gave off their powers and defensive barriers appeared, covering the armies and keeping the insect beasts outside. Xiao xiao xiao, sharp arrows shot out from the back of the army, falling down like rain, piercing through countless insect beasts' bodies. Countless cries of pain sounded out as countless insect beasts were killed, and many more insect beasts' corpses littered the ground. Countless insect beasts attacked the barrier ferociously, causing many cracks to appear on the barrier. The soldiers within the barrier attacked the insect beasts in an orderly manner. Arrows and cold lights shot towards the insect beasts, killing them in large numbers. Sword Cry and the others' expressions became serious and no longer dared to underestimate Qin. They had never thought that Qin would have so many insect beasts, and they had just lost many soldiers. Everyone understood that those magic formations were teleportation channels, and they naturally understood why Li Bai Qing had told them to unleash sealing power. After unleashing sealing power, these teleportation channels would not be able to be used. The various royal kingdoms brought a large number of soldiers and experts. They immediately flew into the sky and massive power spread out, locking down the surrounding space. The surrounding space was locked down, and the teleportation channels lost their power. The countless insect beasts that had flooded out from the teleportation channels also disappeared. Without the insect beasts coming out to fill up the gaps, the remaining insect beasts were quickly killed by the various armies. Meng Tian quickly led her people and retreated. Li Baiqing looked at the countless insect corpses and said seriously, "Do you understand now? Qin is not as simple as you think. If you want to destroy Qin, you have to be careful." Sword Cry and the others fell silent. Before, they had mocked the alliance for being too weak and the Devil Horn Empire for being useless. Now that they had personally fought with Qin, they understood that it was not that the alliance was too weak and the Devil Horn Empire was useless but that Qin was truly terrifying. Sword Cry called out, "Let's continue onwards. Everyone, be careful." Following this, the armies gave off massive auras as they continued onwards. If nothing happened, they would be able to reach the Aeolian Empire soon and face Qin head-on. However, they did not go very far before an even larger horde of insect beasts was waiting for them. Just then, Meng Tian had only teleported a portion of the insect beasts here to stall the armies for a while before teleporting a large number of insect beasts together. Sword Cry and the others looked quite shocked as they looked at the boundless ocean of insect beasts. How did Qin have such terrifying abilities? He had too many insect beasts. Rumble, the ocean-like horde of insect beasts gave off world-destroying auras as they charged towards the armies, seeming as if nothing could stop them. This power caused the heavens and earth to change colors, and winds blew and clouds swirled as the sun and moon dimmed. The armies had long since gotten into defensive formations, and massive energy barriers gave off immense power as they covered the armies. Two extremely terrifying auras filled this place, causing the temperature to plummet. The countless creatures living here felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled as their souls were greatly shaken. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the countless insect beasts smashed against the defensive barriers and madly attacked them. The armies also started to counterattack. They did not plan to hold back and focused on attacking the massive insect beasts, or else they might die at their hands. Within the ancient sword sect, the disciples pointed their swords at the insect beasts and gave off countless traces of sword chi. The countless disciples' sword chi formed a lake of sword chi, giving off an incredibly sharp aura that seemed to be able to cut apart rocks. Swish, 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 countless traces of sword chi shot out from the terrifying lake of sword chi incredibly quickly and incredibly sharp. They instantly cut apart insect beasts' bodies, causing blood to spurt out. 8 Suns Dragon Sect. The disciples gave off waves of orange aura, which gathered above them and formed orbs of light that gave off massive amounts of masculine power. Apex. Volume 1, Chapter 45, Seal, Bang. Bang, the orange orb of light quickly shot into the insect horde and caused massive explosions, sending many insect beasts flying. Some of their bodies were blasted apart and their corpses flew everywhere. The Netherine dynasty's soldiers gave off countless traces of grey ghostly chi, which gathered in front of them and continuously changed, and a massive cold and eerie power spread out. Arg, countless howls sounded out from within the ghostly chi as terrifying ghostly creatures rushed out and quickly rushed at the insect beasts. They started to fight with the insect beasts, killing them one by one. Icy Origin Kingdom. The soldiers dressed in icy armor continuously gave off cold chi, which gathered around them. An icy power spread out, causing the temperature to fall and the ground to start to freeze. Whoosh, the terrifying cold air surged towards the insect beasts like a tidal wave, instantly submerging them one by one. The insect beasts were quickly frozen to death, their bodies covered in a layer of white frost. The various factions' powers were quite terrifying, and they unleashed all sorts of powerful methods. Soon, they had killed a large number of insect beasts, causing the ferocious aura that the insect beasts gave off to quickly fall. The insect beasts madly attacked the defensive barriers, causing some cracks to appear on them. However, it would take some time to break through them. Roar, roar, roar. Massive dragon roars sounded out as insect den wyverns flapped their wings and appeared in the sky, giving off massive power. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, the countless insect den wyverns shot out massive beams of light that contained destructive power. They were incredibly fast, seeming to be able to pierce through everything as they shot towards the defensive barriers, causing the air to tremble. Bang, 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 the beams of light hit the defensive barriers, resulting in massive sounds, and the light that the defensive barriers gave off dimmed. The countless insect beasts attacked the defensive barriers even more ferociously. Bang, a shattering sound rang out as the first defensive barrier was destroyed. Countless insect beasts madly rushed in and started to ferociously and furiously fight with those people. Powerful ripples spread out as blood flew everywhere and the sounds of fighting continuously sounded out. Bang, 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 the other defensive barriers were also destroyed, and the various armies started to fight with the insect beasts. The battlefield fell into chaos, and the ground was littered with dead soldiers and insect beasts. Boom, 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 boom. The various factions did not hesitate and released the large creatures that they had nurtured, causing terrifying auras to spread out like a tidal wave. The ancient sword sex large creature was a white cow with sword stuck in its head. The 8 Suns dragon sex large creature had a dragon's head, a lizard's body, and golden scales. The Netherine dynasty's large creatures were massive ghosts, and the Ice Origin Kingdom's large creatures were white foxes. All sorts of gigantic creatures joined the battle, ferociously attacking the countless insect beasts. The sword oxen charged at the insect beasts with formidable force, sending the insect beasts flying like gravel. The Netherine dynasty's massive monster vigorously stomped on the ground, and a massive force descended, causing many insect beasts to be trampled to death. The Ice Origin Kingdom's fox also spat out countless traces of cold air, freezing a large portion of the insect beasts. The countless insect beasts did not show any fear and flooded towards the large creatures. They bit at the large creatures' bodies and tore off large pieces of flesh, causing the large creatures to howl. The insect den wyverns also started to attack the large creatures in the sky, shooting terrifying rays of light towards them. Because there were so many insect beasts, Jiaofu could not control them. If Qin's people were here, they would also be attacked. The insect den wyverns had insect beasts' power, and countless insect beasts acknowledged them, so they would not be attacked by the insect beasts. Qin had sent 90% of the insect den wyverns here to help the insect beasts attack the armies. However, the advantage of the countless insect den wyverns and the insect den wyverns was not very great. The royal kingdom's soldiers and large creatures were all quite powerful, and countless insect beasts were killed while the insect den wyverns were not injured at all. In the outer world, Ericina and the god emissaries continued to attract large numbers of insect beasts into the passageway. This time, the teleportation channel used top-grade spatial stones, and ordinary sealing power would not be able to seal it. They needed even more powerful sealing power to seal the space and make the teleportation channel lose its effectiveness. Only by continuously adding in insect beasts could they make up for the loss of insect beasts. The two sides continuously fought, and the number of insect beasts and people dying continuously increased. Blood dyed the ground red, and there were corpses everywhere. The battlefield was incredibly intense. By now, the number of insect beasts was slowly decreasing because Ericina had lured all of the nearby insect beasts into the passageway and had them enter the heaven-awakened world to fight with the royal kingdoms. There were not many insect beasts nearby, and if they wanted to attract more insect beasts, they would have to go further away. However, this would take up a lot of time, and even if they lured more insect beasts over, the battle would most likely be over. As such, Ericina could only stop attracting more insect beasts. As the insect beasts stopped flowing in, the number of insect beasts naturally decreased. However, they helped Qin deal a heavy blow to the royal kingdom's armies. The battle continued, and without any more insect beasts joining in, the insect beasts became smaller and smaller. The army's advantage became greater and greater, and the armies all let out sighs of relief. At that moment, dozens of insect beasts stealthily snuck into the crowd of insect beasts and arrived in front of the armies. 3-meter-wide metal orbs appeared from their bodies, giving off intense light. Alchemy runes also appeared, giving off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Bang, bang. Bang, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as blinding white light spread out, and a world-destroying power spread out. The ground, rocks, grass, and trees were instantly destroyed, and countless soldiers and insect beasts were covered by the light. The ground violently trembled as a shockwave ferociously spread out. A destructive aura flooded out, and countless sand and dust were blown into the sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. After the shockwaves dissipated, there were 40 or so massive craters in the ground, and there were countless rocks and wood fragments, as well as the corpses of countless soldiers and insect beasts. Those dozens of insect beasts had been nurtured by Qin, and they had exploded because Zhao Fu had used the taboo orbs that he had obtained from the alchemist. The Hua family had used all of the taboo orbs that they had worked so hard to create. The effects were incredibly shocking, and it was mainly because they caught the royal kingdoms by surprise. They had caused nearly 2 billion casualties to the armies of the royal kingdoms. Book 1, Chapter 46, Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Facing the armies, countless insects had been killed, and the remaining insects were terrified and escaped. The people from the various kingdoms looked at the scene of devastation and corpses. The various kingdoms had brought 50 billion soldiers, but after the insects' attacks and explosions, there were only 27 billion soldiers left, and almost half of them had died. The remaining people were more or less injured and had used up a lot of their strength. Their bodies were covered with blood of various colors, and they looked quite wretched. They hadn't even fought with Qin, and they had already suffered so many casualties. Qin's strength was simply terrifying, and the people from the various kingdoms felt a trace of fear towards Qin. Everyone turned to look at Jianin. Should they continue to advance in this situation? There could be countless dangers waiting for them ahead. Some people planned to retreat because they had suffered too many losses and did not want to lose all of their forces here. 1/8 of their forces was incredibly important to a kingdom, and if they lost all of their forces, it would be a great loss to the kingdom. Li Baiqing could tell what they were thinking and said, "With my understanding of Qin, I think that Qin has no other methods. This is Qin's most powerful method. If he had, he would have destroyed all of the surrounding factions long ago and would not have waited until now to attack the Aeolian Empire. Right now, the Qin Empire's main forces are fighting with the Aeolian Empire, and they don't have many soldiers to stop us. This is a good opportunity to destroy Qin. If we miss it, we won't have another chance in the future." Jianin said, "I think so too. Qin no longer has any soldiers to stop us, which is why he released countless insects. Now is a good opportunity to destroy Qin, so let's continue onwards." Baldi Moli yelled, "That trash Qin killed so many of our soldiers, how can you endure this? I won't retreat, I'll destroy Qin, kill all of Qin's men, and take all of Qin's treasures and women." Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment before nodding and continuing onwards. Rumble, a powerful aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, ferociously attacked them, causing the expressions of countless people to change greatly as they hurriedly looked forward. An army appeared in front of them. This time, the army was very strange. Some of them were emitting ghost chi, some seemed to be from the gold refiner race, some looked like soldiers from the celestial world, and some looked like people from the card world. What was going on? Why were there so many people from different worlds gathered together? Everyone had a strange look on their faces, but they looked at the flag they were holding. It was Qin's Black Dragon Blood flag. These people all belonged to Qin. Moreover, their auras were not weak, and many of them were stage 2 soldiers. More importantly, there were more than 20 billion of them. Everyone felt quite startled. When had Great Qin hidden such a powerful army? They didn't know anything about this. They really underestimated Qin. Bing Qixue directly said, "My Ice Origin Kingdom will no longer advance. All soldiers, listen to me and prepare to retreat." Before, everyone had thought that Great Qin did not have much of an army and would be able to easily destroy Great Qin. However, now that Great Qin had suddenly sent out such a powerful army, they were all injured and had used up a lot of their strength, while the other side was still in peak condition. If the two sides fought, their side did not have much of an advantage. Even if they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. They did not know how many soldiers would die, so there was no need to advance. Gu Qingyue also called out, "The ancient god sect will no longer advance and prepare to retreat." Everyone else also said that they would no longer advance and retreat. They were not stupid and knew that advancing would not have a good outcome. They would not go in and die. Jianin felt quite angry. Even though he wanted to destroy Qin, he could not allow his army to charge over. If that happened, they would definitely lose. Long Yang understood that they could no longer advance, and he felt quite furious. Li Baiqing coldly looked at the army in front of him. He understood that their attack on Qin had failed and that they could not kill Zhao Fu. Li Baiqing felt even more hatred. Seeing that everyone wanted to retreat, Jianin did not insist and said, "Everyone, let's retreat." Hearing that they were retreating, the various armies let out a sigh of relief. They understood the current situation and felt that Great Qin was truly terrifying. The various armies started to retreat in an orderly manner. Qin's soldiers let out sighs of relief. If they had fought with the various royal kingdoms, they would have lost countless soldiers and the various factions would have been heavily injured. Their goal was to stop the various royal kingdoms' armies from advancing. Now that they had achieved their goal, they did not continue to chase after the various royal kingdoms' armies. The news of the alliance retreating was already surprising, and now that the various royal kingdoms' armies were also retreating, countless people looked quite confused. Once this news spread, it caused a massive uproar. Finally, back to the Aeolian Empire. Right now, Qin was fully attacking the Aeolian Empire. Countless Qin soldiers and demon beasts flooded towards the Aeolian Empire. The Aeolian Empire shot out countless arrows, which rained down on Qin's soldiers. Unfortunately, many of the arrows were blocked by Qin's soldiers and did not cause much damage. The Aeolian Empire then released countless wind blades, bringing with them powerful storms towards Qin's soldiers. Many Qin's soldiers used Qin's power and alchemy power to condense shields, resisting the countless storms and continuing to rush forward. The Aeolian Empire no longer had any means of defense. After resisting the countless storms, Qin's soldiers finally came to the city wall and started to attack it. At that moment, the Aeolian Empire still did not know that the other kingdoms had retreated. They still had some hope, and they thought that as long as they stalled Qin's soldiers until the other kingdoms arrived, they would win. Countless heavy objects were thrown down from the sky, smashing down the Qin's soldiers who had climbed up the city wall. Arrows shot out and pierced through the bodies of Qin's soldiers, and many cold lights continuously attacked Qin's soldiers, causing many casualties to Qin's soldiers. At that moment, Qin's soldiers started to counterattack. Massive crossbow bolts containing great power broke through the storms and landed on the city wall. A wave of power spread out, causing the azure runes on the city wall to dim and disappear, and the storm created by the wind blades disappeared. Swish, 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 the countless archers behind Qin's soldiers also shot out arrows, which drew arcs in the air and shot towards the wind god soldiers. The arrows pierced through their bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Many flying demon beasts swooped down from the sky, sending the Aeolian Empire soldiers flying. Some used their claws to tear apart the wind god soldiers' bodies, and some used their mouths to bite the wind god soldiers before throwing them away. Book 1, Chapter 47. Qin's attack was incredibly ferocious, and he was about to reach the city walls. Boom! An azure army gave off a massive gust of wind as it charged out from the side, charging into Great Qin's army like a hot knife through butter. The bodies of Great Qin's soldiers in front of them were instantly sliced apart, and their corpses and blood flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. These were 3 billion Stage 3 Aeolian Empire soldiers from the First Aeolian Empire, and they were Xianxia's greatest help in establishing the Aeolian Empire. When Stage 3 soldiers gathered together, their strength was incredibly terrifying, and they could suppress all other soldiers. The Wind God Army continued to attack Great Qin's soldiers with a sharp and powerful aura. Boom! A blood-red army gave off an evil, twisted, and berserk power as it charged out from the side, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to kill everything. It was like a berserk beast as it charged towards the Green Army. This caused the expressions of the Aeolian Empire's army to fall. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the two armies fiercely collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to spread out. This blood-red army was mostly Stage 3, and some were even stronger than ordinary Stage 3 soldiers. They all looked savage and gave off a blood-red aura. Their appearances had greatly changed as well. Some had 3 eyes, some had 4 hands, some had a bull's head, some had fangs, some had wings, and some were covered in black scales. More than 1 billion of them were the Stage 3 Wind God soldiers that Qin had captured in the past. They had long since been turned into devils by Qin, and their strength was even more terrifying than before. They only listened to Zhao Fu's orders. There were also some powerful devils. The two sides clashed and began an intense battle. Even though the Aeolian Empire had more people, Qin's side was more ferocious. Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly. She had thought that this Stage 3 Wind God army would be of great use, even if it could only slow down Qin's advance. She had never thought that Qin would be able to stop them. On the other side, Qin's main force continued to attack the Aeolian Empire. Many Qin soldiers had already attacked the city wall. The two sides had officially started fighting. A Qin soldier wielded a long saber and chopped a Wind God soldier's head open. Another Wind God soldier thrust his spear and pierced through a Qin soldier's chest. An arrow suddenly shot out from below and pierced through the Wind God soldier's throat. A Wind God soldier swung his sword, sending out a green sword light that cut off the head of a Qin soldier. Blood spurted out from the neck, and a Qin soldier held a short axe and vigorously hacked into the back of a Wind God soldier. The battle was very fierce, and the number of people dying was increasing. However, it was obvious that Qin's soldiers, who were strengthened by various powers, were stronger. If this went on, the Aeolian Empire would definitely lose. Xianxia flew into the sky and raised her hand. A green feather appeared above her palm. This was the Aeolian Empire's nation armament, the Wind Spirit Divine Feather. Boom! Countless traces of fate flowed out from various parts of the Aeolian Empire and flooded into that feather. The feather gave off boundless green light, dyeing the sky azure, and a massive wave of Wind God power spread out. After receiving this power, the Wind God soldiers' bodies gave off faint green light, and they became stronger than before. This caused the Wind God army, whose morale had fallen, to feel invigorated, and they ferociously counterattacked the Qin soldiers. Boom, boom. Boom! Before the Wind God army could rejoice for too long, massive explosions sounded out as massive bronze soldier statues appeared in the sky, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to conquer the world and a massive might. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the bronze statues and coldly looked at Xianxia as he said, "All resistance is useless." Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed down, and the 12 bronze statues gave off boundless killing power that pressed down on the Aeolian Empire's nation armament. The Aeolian Empire's nation armament gave off a mournful hum, and the green light it gave off dimmed. Xianxia's body trembled and her face became pale as a trace of blood leaked out of her lips. The sky gradually became blood-red. Qin's soldiers received power, and they attacked the Wind God army even more ferociously, killing countless people. The Aeolian Empire's nation armament was naturally not as powerful as Qin's, and it was directly suppressed by Qin's nation armament. Now, Xianxia did not have any way to defend against Qin's attacks. Her only hope was that the various armies would arrive soon. However, she immediately received a piece of news, causing her face to become even paler. She felt a sense of despair because the news was that the various royal kingdoms had retreated. How was this possible? How could such powerful armies suddenly retreat? Just what was Qin doing? By now, Zhao Fu had heard that Qin had successfully stopped the various royal kingdoms' armies, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The Aeolian Empire was destined to perish today. Xianxia understood that the Aeolian Empire was doomed today. Seeing the empire that she had worked so hard to establish be destroyed, she felt incredibly pained. However, it was not as if she did not have a chance to take revenge. That chance was to return to the First Aeolian Empire. The First Aeolian Empire was a royal kingdom in the central region, and its basic forces were all at stage 3. By relying on the First Aeolian Empire, she could still take revenge. Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately turned and ran towards the Aeolian Empire's capital. Zhao Fu coldly laughed, still trying to run? Zhao Fu immediately chased after Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and grabbed at the air, causing countless traces of green wind to form a wind whip. Xianxia vigorously swung, and the wind whip lashed towards Zhao Fu with immense power, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. However, Zhao Fu slashed out with a finger, sending out a black arc of light that instantly slashed apart the wind whip, causing it to turn into countless streams of air and dissipate. Xianxia looked quite confused and cried out, "Emperor Heaven Realm!" From what Xianxia remembered, Zhao Fu's cultivation was about the same as hers, and she might even be a bit stronger. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would instantly reach the Emperor Heaven Realm, and the Emperor Heaven Realm was the most powerful existence in the central region. Xianxia wanted to use her nation armament, or else she would not be a match for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu directly used his nation armament's power, forming a massive blood-red hand that grabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's nation armament was suppressed within her body, and she was unable to resist. She was caught by the blood-red hand, and she looked at Zhao Fu in fury and unwillingness. Below, after hearing about the retreating armies, the Aeolian Empire's army almost collapsed. Seeing that the ruler of the Aeolian Empire had escaped, the Wind God army also collapsed and madly ran for their lives. Qin easily took down the city walls, and the army flooded into the Aeolian Empire and quickly took down region after region. The Aeolian Empire's residents ran in terror, and the scene was incredibly chaotic. Book 1, Chapter 48, War. Soon, news of the Aeolian Empire's destruction spread, and everyone was no longer surprised. After all, the armies of the various kingdoms had been forced into retreat by Qin, so how could the Aeolian Empire defend against Qin's ferocious attacks? This battle shook the entire ancient stem domain, and even the surrounding domains heard about it. A tiny border kingdom had not only resisted the allied armies of a region, but it had also forced back the large kingdoms of the inner regions and destroyed an empire of the same level. How could they not be shocked by such terrifying power? The people from the other domains quickly gathered all information about Qin, wanting to know what kind of faction Qin was. The ancient stem domain's royal kingdoms and factions all fell silent. Back then, they had been able to casually destroy a small kingdom, but now, it had grown into such a terrifying existence. This caused them to feel a trace of fear. Was this still the small kingdom from back then? It had developed too quickly. Within the Ancient Sword Sect, Jianyin told the Ancient Sword Sect's sect master everything that had happened. After hearing Jianyin's words, the Ancient Sword Sect's sect master was not as furious as before and instead became serious. He admitted that he had underestimated Qin before. He had never thought that a border kingdom would have such terrifying strength. Before, he had not been able to tell at all. If he had known, he would have destroyed it from the start. Now, it would be difficult to destroy it. Moreover, he had never thought that Zhao Fu was that legendary disciple who had killed countless disciples and taken away the sect master's wife. Regardless of whether the Ancient Sword Sect's sect master knew about this or not, after this matter, the Ancient Sword Sect had become mortal enemies with the Qin Empire. The Ancient Sword Sect's sect master was determined to destroy the Qin Empire. Heavenly Music Sect. The beautiful middle-aged woman looked quite confused. Hearing Inruoshi's words, she had thought that Qin was finished. With Qin's strength, he would not be able to defend against the armies of the various kingdoms. However, what she had never thought was that the various armies had been forced back before they had even fought with Qin. Imuroshi had stealthily followed the various armies to go to the Qin Empire and take advantage of the chaos to obtain some of Qin's legacies and treasures. However, before the armies had reached the Qin Empire, they had retreated, causing their plans to fail. The beautiful woman said softly, "Fortunately, we didn't send troops to attack Qin. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for us to become enemies with such a terrifying faction. In the past, we truly underestimated him and thought that a small border kingdom was not a threat." Imuroshi said, "Actually, when I first saw that Imperial Prince Qin, my intuition told me that he was a very terrifying person. This time, when the various countries attacked Qin, I actually thought that Master could save him, as he might be of great use to the Heavenly Music sect. I didn't expect that Qin had hidden himself so deeply. The sea of insects and beasts released by Qin is enough to destroy a kingdom in the inner area. Fortunately, they were destroyed by the armies of other countries. I don't know how Qin did it." The beautiful woman also nodded seriously. "This Qin is unfathomable. 8 Sons Dragon Sect." After hearing about this, the sect master's expression became serious as he said, "That tiny Qin Empire has such power, the ancient stem domain will not be peaceful in the future." The mature woman next to her said worriedly, "That Imperial Prince Qin has many grievances with my son, and I'm worried that he will act against my son. My son might not be a match for such a person." Long Yang said dissatisfiedly, "Mother, I'm the 4th-ranked genius in the ancient stem domain, while he's just a small king from a border kingdom. How could I be inferior to him? If I fought him one-on-one, I would be able to kill him with a single hand." A cold-looking woman said seriously, "Long Air, don't be unconvinced, you're indeed inferior to him. If you became the ruler of a new world, would you be able to make your kingdom into such a terrifying faction in just 10 or so years?" Hearing this, Long Yang knew that he would not be able to do such a thing, but he still said, "Second mother, I won't compete with him in terms of leadership, I'll compete with him in terms of talent and power. That Imperial Prince Qin definitely isn't a match for me." The cold-looking woman sighed, "Long Air, even though you're the 4th-ranked genius in the ancient stem domain, don't be too arrogant. There are many people more powerful than you, and that Imperial Prince Qin is a genius who single-handedly created such a powerful empire. Do you think he's a simple person?" Long Yang fell silent. He had seen Zhao Fu before, but he had never fought with Zhao Fu before, so he did not know how strong Zhao Fu was. A beautiful woman with a gentle aura smiled as she said, "In the future, it's best that you don't get involved in this matter and leave it to your father to handle. Just focus on cultivating." Long Yang shook his head, "Third mother, our sect and the Qin Empire have become enemies, and one side will definitely be destroyed. I don't want to retreat, I want to face Qin head-on, and I'll even personally destroy Qin." The sect master loudly laughed as he said, "That's more like my son. Don't worry, Dad will fully support you." Ice Origin Kingdom. Everyone in the palace fell silent. They now regretted not listening to Bing Qishua's words. Not only had they not destroyed Qin, but they had also gained such a terrifying enemy. Bing Qishua's expression was also quite serious. Even though the Ice Origin Kingdom had not listened to him and attacked Qin, he was still the prince of the Ice Origin Kingdom and the future ruler of the Ice Origin Kingdom. Offending Qin made him feel quite bad and gave him a headache. Was there anything that could be salvaged? There was nothing that could be salvaged. When they had decided to attack Qin, they had become enemies, and there was nothing that could be done to change this. An extremely beautiful woman with long, icy hair, she was Bing Qishua's big sister. She looked at everyone and gave off a proud aura as she said, "Our Ice Origin Kingdom is a powerful kingdom with over 1,000 years of foundation. How could we be afraid of a small border kingdom?" The middle-aged man sitting at the top said coldly, "Since things have turned out like this, there's nothing more to say between us and Qin. In the future, the Ice Origin Kingdom will use its full strength to destroy Qin." Everyone thought about it and nodded. Since both sides had become enemies, they could only use their full strength to destroy Qin, or else Qin would destroy them. Bing Qishue agreed with this decision because he could not resolve the current situation. He still did not know that Zhao Fu was that legendary disciple. If he knew about Zhao Fu's identity, he would have resolutely opposed it and even brought all sorts of gifts to Qin to apologize. Li Baiqing and Su Yan felt quite lonely as they returned to the Fire Origin Kingdom. They had held on to some hope that they would be able to destroy Qin and get rid of this mortal enemy of theirs, but they had still failed. This was a huge blow to them, and the current Qin was not the Qin they had known in the past. They reported this matter to the Fire Origin Kingdom's king. They had failed again and would most likely be punished by the Fire Origin Kingdom's higher-ups. However, this time, the Fire Origin Kingdom's experts spoke for them. Book 1, Divine Inscriptions. Indeed, we can't blame them for this, and we can't even blame them for what happened last time. Now that we've personally seen the Great Qin Empire, we know that it's more than 10 times more terrifying than we thought. Hearing this, everyone became serious. They could choose not to believe Li Baiqing's words, but they could not believe the Fire Kingdom's experts. Hearing the experts' words, everyone understood that the Qin Empire was truly terrifying. Another expert said, "Now, we can confirm that even if the Fire Kingdom sends all of its power, it will not be able to destroy the Qin Empire. In the future, we should be more careful with regards to Qin." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more serious. The Fire Kingdom had most likely offended a faction that could destroy them. It was incredibly rare for a border kingdom to have such terrifying power. In the future, they could not underestimate the Qin Empire. Back at the Aeolian Empire, the Qin Empire's soldiers split into tens of groups and attacked regions. Because the Aeolian Empire's territory was incredibly large, Qin did not have the ability to swallow up the entire Aeolian Empire. The kingdoms around the Aeolian Empire did not dare to fight with Qin over the Aeolian Empire's territory. Right now, the Aeolian Empire was like a piece of fat meat in their mouths, and they could easily eat it without paying any price. However, they were too afraid of Qin. If they dared to fight with Qin over the Aeolian Empire's territory, Qin would directly attack their territory and destroy them. The Aeolian Empire's capital city was immediately conquered. Only after this place was conquered would an empire be officially destroyed. Moreover, the capital city contained countless resources and treasures, so it had to be conquered as soon as possible. The once incredibly powerful and domineering Aeolian Empire, which caused countless people to fear, had been destroyed and had become history. Now, only the Qin Empire was left, and the final owner of this land was the Qin Empire. The two empires that had been able to stop Qin, the Devil Horn Empire and the Phoenix God Empire, had been destroyed by Qin. Facing Qin's annexation, this region seemed quite powerless. No one could be a match for Qin. Even though there was a very powerful alliance, in everyone's eyes, this alliance was too weak. It was impossible for them to stop Qin and would be destroyed by Qin sooner or later. The imperial palace of the Aeolian Empire was also under Qin's control. Zhao Fu came to the main hall and looked at the handsome men squatting on the ground with iron chains tied around their necks. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You are really a pervert. Do you want to make me like you?" On the side, Feng Shenche's hands were bound by a chain from Zhao Fu, and she coldly harumphed, "You won't be any better." "That's right, I want to turn you into a male slave, and I enjoy this process. Seeing you crawl on the ground like a dog is the most pleasurable thing in the world." Zhao Fu did not become angry and smiled as he said, "You're still so arrogant, aren't you afraid of what I'll do to you?" Feng Shenxia glared at Zhao Fu and said, "I know you won't kill me, you bastard, and you'll definitely use all sorts of methods to deal with me. However, there's nothing to fear about me. I advise you to kill me, or else I'll make you regret it in the future." Zhao Fu smiled as he lifted her chin and said, "Is that so?" Feng Shenxia angrily cried out, "Let go of your filthy hands." However, Zhao Fu did not let go. A few hours later, Zhao Fu called over the women from the mermaid world. Back then, Zhao Fu had agreed to come and help save their men. Now, Zhao Fu had fulfilled his promise. Seeing their men become like this, the women from the mermaid world felt immense heartache and started to cry. Zhao Fu looked at the crying women and said, "I'll send people to take care of them. As for whether or not they can return to normal, it'll be up to them." The women thanked Zhao Fu in gratitude. By the side, Feng Shenche's face was red as she said disdainfully, "Aren't you just as perverted? I turned their men into pets, but you turned them into your playthings. Now, you want them to thank you? You're even more disgusting than me." Now, Zhao Fu did not use chains to bind her and instead used his 6 desires demonic qi to control her. A beautiful woman furiously looked at Feng Shenxia and said, "You crazy woman, it's all your fault. You turned our men into this. Moreover, we all volunteered to become His Majesty's women, and His Majesty treats us very well." Hearing that someone was speaking up for Zhao Fu, Feng Xianxia felt even more angry. She had just been bullied by this bastard, and she said with killing intent, "If it was in the past, you wouldn't even know how you died." The beautiful woman was not afraid at all and said, "That was in the past. Now that the Aeolian Empire has been destroyed by His Majesty and you're in His Majesty's hands, you should worry about yourself." Feng Xianxia angrily glared at the beautiful woman. It was a pity that she did not have any power, or else she would have directly attacked. The beautiful woman looked at Feng Xianxia and gave a provocative smile as she said, "You've already received His Majesty's favor, right? Don't you like His Majesty?" Feng Xianxia's face became red and she did not say anything. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said to the women, "You can all leave, I still have some things to do." Hearing this, the beautiful woman and the others nodded and left the palace. Zhao Fu sat on Feng Xianxia's throne and waited for the soldiers to send news about conquering the Aeolian Empire's territory. Even though the Aeolian Empire had been destroyed, there were still some people desperately resisting. This was quite normal. Zhao Fu looked at Feng Xianxia and said, "I don't want to kill too much, they're your people. You should give the order to all of them to surrender, or else they'll all die miserably." Feng Xianxia lightly harumphed and ignored Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again said, "Don't blame me for what I do to them." Feng Xianxia hurriedly said, "I understand." She did not want her loyal people to die miserably. Now that the Aeolian Empire had been destroyed by that fellow and she had been possessed by that bastard, she did not know what to do in the future. After Feng Xianxia gave the order to surrender, Qin faced much less resistance, and the people no longer desperately tried to escape. Qin's speed of annexing the Aeolian Empire became faster and faster. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and listened to the reports with satisfaction. At the same time, he thought about the future. No one in this region could stop Qin, and he just needed to develop steadily. Qin's focus should be on the alchemy world and the card world, especially the card world, which was the weakest and had to face a king-level faction. When the card world and the alchemy world developed better, he could prepare to awaken the Aqua Imperial Star. Lord Soldiers Conquers the World Chapter. Lord Soldiers Conquers the World. Full text reading address /28810 Lord Soldiers Conquers the World. Download address /Lord Soldiers Conquers the World. Mobile reading address /28810 For convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 2601. Great Qin Empire, unsealed. Read the record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Lord Soldiers Conquers the World, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Book 1, 50. Half a month later, Qin had completely taken control of the Aeolian Empire. He had obtained 10 or so worlds and hundreds of billions of people, and his strength had greatly increased. It was a slight pity that the Aeolian Empire's Stage 3 Wind God army had escaped quite quickly, and Qin had not been able to catch them. They had most likely escaped back to the First Aeolian Empire and reported what had happened here to the First Aeolian Empire's people. The First Aeolian Empire was most likely quite furious. Putting aside the fact that it had suffered losses at Qin's hands a few times, the Second Aeolian Empire had been destroyed at Qin's hands, so their hatred towards him was immense. Nothing much happened during this period of time, and some factions that had not fought with Qin sent gifts to congratulate Qin. Now, Qin's strength was unfathomable, and no one knew just how powerful he was. He was not any weaker than any faction in the ancient STEM domain, so of course everyone wanted to be on good terms with him. After Qin took control of the Aeolian Empire, Zhao Fu returned to Qin. In attacking the Aeolian Empire, Qin had gone all out and used all sorts of hidden cards. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to destroy the Aeolian Empire. The teleportation channel had been the most useful, sending countless insects to the heaven-awakened world. Qin had used the insects to defend against the terrifying armies of the various kingdoms without losing a single soldier. It was a pity that there were not many insects near the outer world base, so he could not send countless insects over. The various kingdoms were worried that Qin would once again release an ocean of insects, so they did not attack for now. Otherwise, they might once again gather their forces to attack Qin. In order to be able to send countless insects the next time Qin faced danger, Xiaofu did not go to the alchemy world or the card world and instead went to the outer world. As for Xianxia, she was by his side. Xianxia was extremely curious about this mysterious Qin, and she wanted to know how strong Qin was. When she had been forced to become Xiaofu's subordinate and came to Qin, she had been shocked. Xianxia would never have thought that the Qin Empire's strength would be so terrifying and that it had become a terrifying faction that swept through many worlds. All sorts of powerful methods and terrifying power had dealt a massive blow to her heart, and she now understood that it was not wrong for her to lose to the Qin Empire. What shocked Xianxia the most was that she now knew who Xiaofu was. He was the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world that the entire world was searching for. After knowing who Xiaofu was, Xianxia did not even have any thoughts of resisting Xiaofu, and she felt incredibly powerless. Even though she was in the boundary region, she knew how terrifying the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world was. This time, he followed Xiaofu to the chaotic world to see Qin's development on this side. After arriving at the chaos world, Xiaofu saw Aracina and the other women. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "It's been hard on all of you." The insect beasts had been extremely useful in this battle, and it was Aracina and the others who had welcomed countless insect beasts. They had contributed greatly as well. Aracina lightly smiled as she said, "It's nothing." After saying this, Aracina looked at Xianxia beside Xiaofu and said, "This is the ruler of the Aeolian Empire, right? It's no surprise that she has become yours." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, Aracina was already used to how promiscuous Xiaofu was and did not mind. She flirtatiously went up and pulled Xiaofu's hand as they walked to a room. One day later, Xiaofu brought Aracina and Xianxia out of the base. Aracina had a better understanding of the chaotic world now, and Xiaofu told her about his plans. They were going to find a large number of insect beasts to use in the future. Aracina was not of much help because she had already lured all of the insect beasts she knew into the Heaven Awakened world. Apart from some insect beasts that could fly, those insect beasts could easily go out of control, so they were not targets. If they wanted to find more insect beasts, they would have to go deeper into the chaotic world. After searching for a long time, Xiaofu and the others did not find many insect beast lairs, but they did find an alliance city. There were very few chaos races in the chaotic world, and they existed in an alliance city. There were all sorts of intelligence reports in the alliance city, and they should be able to find powerful insect beast lairs here. In order to prevent others from finding out that they were from the Heaven Awakened world, Xiaofu used the 8 forbidden blood technique to take some insect blood and fuse it into Xianxia and Aracina's bodies. The aura they gave off was the aura of the chaos race, and they could control some insect beasts. After coming to a place where they could buy information, Xiaofu easily found 7 or 8 places with large numbers of insect beasts, which was much easier than searching by himself. Out of the 7 or 8 places, Xiaofu was most interested in one of the danger zones. After all, the insect beasts that had been sent to the Heaven Awakened world would be fighting against Qin's enemies, and if they were more powerful, they would be able to deal more damage to Qin's enemies. Of course, the more powerful they were, the better. After all, once the insect beasts were powerful to a certain extent, they would go out of control, and if they went out of control, anyone would attack them. When that time came, Qin would be heavily injured. Following this, Xiaofu brought the other 2 people to that danger zone. This was a yellow desert that was incredibly big, and one could not see the end of it. It was not that there were no plants here, as there were many black brambles. 8 suns gave off a piercing light in the sky, causing the weather here to be abnormally hot. Entering a place like this, even if there were no beasts, it would still be quite dangerous, and it would be easy to die from the heat. Xiaofu walked in, and soon, he was attacked by an insect beast. This insect beast looked like a sandworm, and it was 4 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was black and had a mouth that was filled with teeth. They only had stage 2 strength, and 10 or so of them suddenly sprang up from the ground and quickly shot towards Xiaofu and the others. With Xiaofu's immense power, facing such weak creatures, he only needed to glance at them, and a formless and powerful energy locked the 10 or so insect beasts in the air. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and walked towards the insect beast, wanting to get a better understanding of it. Bang, bang. Bang, the 10 or so insect beasts' bodies exploded, turning into countless grains of sand that shot out in all directions. The grains of sand that shot out were incredibly powerful and seemed to be able to pierce through rocks. Xiaofu still did not act, and his gaze became serious as the countless grains of sand were blocked by a formless energy. Even though the grains of sand did not harm Xiaofu at all and did not even force Xiaofu to act, these insect beasts were still quite powerful. If one of these insect beasts exploded amongst a group of Stage 1 soldiers, many of them would die. If Stage 2 soldiers did not react quickly enough, they would also die on the spot. Just thinking about the feeling of having their bodies pierced by countless grains of sand was quite terrifying. Book 1, Chapter 51. Xiaofu's goal here was not to obtain any treasures, but to see if there were any powerful insect beasts. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with this type of insect beast. In such a large forbidden area, there would most likely be many of these insect beasts. If a large number of these insect beasts exploded, even the Stage 3 soldiers would have to retreat, or else their bodies would be pierced through. Xiaofu confirmed that this place could be used by Qin, so he recorded the address first. Xiaofu was curious about the bug beasts. The bug beasts' bodies didn't just explode. Their bodies turned into sand at the beginning. Then, they gathered all their energy in one spot before exploding. That was how they had such power. An ordinary bug beast's explosion wouldn't have such power. To Xiaofu, it was actually very simple to understand the reason for this in the primal chaos world. All he needed to do was obtain this ability. Obtaining this ability was also very simple. All he needed to do was to use the 8 forbidden blood art. Very quickly, Xiaofu caught a bug beast and restrained it. At the same time, he restrained the power within its body to prevent it from self-destructing. Xiaofu stretched out a hand, and a blood-red rune appeared on Xiaofu's palm. It gave off a faint light and an evil and twisted aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Xiaofu pressed his hand forward and the blood-red rune fused into the insect's head. Xiaofu pulled out a yellow liquid, and the insect started to dry up. When the yellow liquid fused into Xiaofu's palm, Xiaofu immediately gained the power of the sandstorm. At the same time, he understood its principles. Now, as long as Xiaofu wanted to, he could immediately turn his body into sand and then explode. Of course, Xiaofu did not want to kill himself. This kind of self-destruction ability was quite good. If possible, Qin should occupy this ominous land and make it produce this kind of insect beast continuously. However, this place was too far away from Qin, so it was unlikely that they could occupy this place. Even if they forcibly occupied this place, they would be destroyed by other forces. He could first set up many teleportation formations here, and when needed, he could activate these teleportation formations and attract countless insect beasts into the teleportation formations. Now they were very far away from Qin City, so they could only use the teleportation circle. If they relied on their own speed, it would take 3 or 4 days to reach Qin City. If they rushed to Qin City at this speed, Qin City might have been long dead. If many teleportation arrays were set up here, although they could be hidden, if there were too many of them, it would be easy for others to notice, and the teleportation arrays would be destroyed. Xiaofu thought to himself that he needed an ability to set up invisibility spirit formations, or perhaps he could form some teleportation formation teams and have them check on these spirit formations at all times to prevent them from being destroyed. If they were destroyed, they could also repair them. Now that Xiaofu had a plan to deal with the insect beasts, he gave a trace of a smile and prepared to release the yellow liquid. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. His body had absorbed the yellow liquid, leaving nothing behind. What was going on? Xiaofu felt quite startled and felt quite confused. He had not wanted to absorb the yellow liquid, as it was formed from the insect beast's blood and essence. It could be used as a material to create all sorts of things, and other creatures could absorb it to increase their power. However, Xiaofu did not need it, as the yellow liquid was too low-grade. Xiaofu had an origin bloodline, and fusing with such a low-grade thing would not only bring him no benefits, but it would also affect his body. Xiaofu started to examine his body and found what was absorbing the yellow liquid. Xiaofu had fused the insect beast blood into Xianxia and Xiaofu's bodies, causing them to give off pure chaos aura. They could also control some insect beasts. However, Xiaofu did not need it, as Xiaofu had the Chaos World bloodline, which was the number 1 evil celestial's bloodline. The thing absorbing the yellow liquid was the number 1 evil celestial's bloodline. A long time ago, Zhao Fu had obtained a terrifying inheritance in the Chaos World, which shocked the entire Chaos World. This inheritance was the inheritance of the number one evil celestial. Although Zhao Fu was not very clear, he could guess how terrifying the number one evil celestial was, who had caused a catastrophe in the Chaos World. Otherwise, he would not have been called the number one evil celestial. Originally, the number one evil celestial was just a very ordinary person, without a strong background, excellent aptitude, and great opportunities. He relied on the 8 forbidden blood technique that he created to become the most powerful person in the world, step by step. The number one evil celestial's experience was really admirable and inspiring. Countless ordinary people, no matter how hard they worked, were just ordinary people, and could never become powerful because of the aptitude. In fact, Zhao Fu was not as good as the number one evil celestial, because Zhao Fu had the Qin royal bloodline from the beginning, which meant that Zhao Fu would not be the same as ordinary people. However, Zhao Fu made a small person with the royal bloodline grow into a person with the original bloodline, which was also shocking and admirable. The number one evil celestial's bloodline was also an ultimate bloodline in the Chaos World, and it also inherited the number one forbidden blood technique in the Chaos World, the 8 forbidden blood technique. If ordinary people of the Chaos World relied on the evil celestial's bloodline and the 8 forbidden blood technique, they would have already become peerless powerful people known to the world. There was no doubt about this. The number one evil celestial's bloodline and the 8 forbidden blood technique definitely had this ability. It was a pity that the ultimate bloodline and the number one forbidden blood technique were not very useful in the hands of Zhao Fu, and he could only use them occasionally. If people in the Chaos World knew about this, they would definitely scold him for being stupid and not using such heaven-defying things. It was a reckless waste of God's gift. If people in the Chaos World knew that Zhao Fu had the number one evil celestial's legacy, countless experts would fight over it, as they all knew how terrifying the 8 forbidden blood technique was. Back when they had heard that the number one forbidden blood technique had appeared, they had sent countless people to investigate, but there had been no news. No one would have thought that the number one evil celestial's legacy would choose someone from the heaven-awakened world as its legatee. The number one evil celestial's legacy had its own consciousness and would choose its master. Even though Zhao Fu did not place much importance on it and only occasionally used it, sometimes he did not even remember it existed. However, it did not regret choosing Zhao Fu because even though Zhao Fu had not used it, he had not disappointed it. Not only had he awakened 8 Supreme Emperor stars, but he had also obtained an original bloodline. Back then, the number one evil celestial's bloodline had only been at the peak of the divine bloodline, and it had only been a trace away from becoming an original bloodline. What the number one evil celestial had not been able to do, Zhao Fu had done. Even though Zhao Fu had ignored it and forgotten about it, it believed that Zhao Fu would one day return to the Chaos World and use its power to become an existence even more terrifying than the number one evil celestial, causing the entire Chaos World to feel terror. Book 1, Chapter 52. Zhao Fu sensed the first evil immortal bloodline within his body and found that some changes had occurred, causing Zhao Fu to possess this insect beast bloodline. To Zhao Fu's surprise, the power of this bloodline could allow Zhao Fu to become an insect beast. There was nothing misleading about this. It could turn Zhao Fu into a bug beast that was exactly the same as before. Zhao Fu was surprised and curious about this ability. Therefore, Zhao Fu decided to give it a try. Zhao Fu's body emitted a faint blood-red light, and his skin turned black. His body continued to grow, and his hands, feet, and head disappeared. After his feet disappeared, they continued to grow. The insect's tail first grew out, and then a large insect head with suction cups grew out as well. Finally, there was a 6 or 7 meter long insect beast that was as thick as a water bucket. It was completely black and had a large mouth with many sharp teeth. It was wearing human clothes and gave off a terrifying aura as it appeared before Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Arsina were also shocked as they watched Zhao Fu turn into a bug in front of them. After turning into an insect, Zhao Fu felt quite strange, and it was quite different from being a human. However, it was quite interesting, and he smiled. Arsina said in a disgusted tone, "Zhao Fu, hurry up and change back. You look disgusting like this. If you keep this up, I won't let you touch me." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Wait, let me try out how it feels to be an insect beast." Aracena snorted and did not speak. Zhao Fu first crawled on the ground like the other bugs. This was simple, but Zhao Fu's movements were still a bit clumsy, because it was his first time as a bug. Then, Zhao Fu used the insect beast's ability and his body emitted a yellow light. His head drilled into the sand, and his body easily disappeared into the sand. Swimming in the sand was almost the same as swimming in water. After drilling into the sand, Zhao Fu encountered many similar bugs. When they saw Zhao Fu, they did not attack Zhao Fu and instead treated Zhao Fu as one of them. However, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was quite powerful, and the surrounding bugs did not dare to get close to Zhao Fu. These bugs did not have very high intelligence, but they could communicate. After turning into an insect beast, Zhao Fu automatically grasped this type of communication and lightly roared, causing the surrounding bugs to gather in fear. Just then, Zhao Fu roared for them to come over, and because the bugs were all afraid of Zhao Fu, they obeyed. Zhao Fu once again roared for the bugs to leave, and they immediately ran away. Sensing the escaping bugs, Zhao Fu felt that it was quite funny. He drilled out from the sand and his body quickly shrunk until he returned to his original appearance. Because his clothes could not change with him, Zhao Fu was not wearing any clothes. Aracena rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "You've had enough, right?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu curiously and asked, "How do you have this kind of ability?" Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, "In the past, I obtained a legacy in the outer world called the number 1 evil celestial legacy. It has the ability to refine countless bloodlines, but I don't usually stay in the outer world and rarely use this power." Just from the name, Xianxia could tell that this legacy was incredibly powerful, and she could not help but feel admiration for Zhao Fu. Not only could he obtain powerful legacies and powers in the Heaven Awakened world, but he could also obtain powerful legacies and powers in other worlds. The Aeolian Empire also had a base in the outer world, but it was not as developed as Qin City. Moreover, the locations of the two bases were different, and it was impossible to connect them together. Now, everyone in the Wind God base had been evacuated because the Aeolian Empire had been destroyed. After Zhao Fu returned to his original appearance, he felt that the 8 Forbidden Blood art had gone through some changes. He had obtained the ability to summon a sandworm, but the prerequisite was that there was a sandworm nearby. Moreover, he could use his power to create a sandworm. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and used the 8 Forbidden Blood art. A black aura flowed out and condensed, forming a sandworm that looked like the sandworm from before. Apart from being lifeless, it had all of the abilities of a sandworm, such as burrowing into the sand, using sandblasts, and hiding in the sand to attack. Zhao Fu could also fuse his consciousness into the sandworm, turning it into a clone. After fusing with a sandworm's bloodline, the bloodline and forbidden blood art had all changed, and its power had slightly increased. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt that the first evil celestial bloodline within his body had become incredibly hungry and excited, wanting to devour even more bloodlines. Right now, the first evil celestial bloodline was in its initial state, and it was almost the same as an ordinary person's bloodline. This was because the first evil celestial bloodline needed to refine other races' bloodlines in order to become stronger, and the more it refined, the more powerful it would become. Back then, the first evil celestial bloodline had been an ordinary person, and he had relied on the 8 Forbidden Blood art to raise his ordinary bloodline to a peak stage divine bloodline. When one source bloodline could not be found, a peak stage divine bloodline could be said to be the most powerful bloodline in the world. Even a holy empire would find it difficult to obtain a peak stage divine bloodline, which showed just how difficult it was to raise it. It was a pity that the first evil celestial bloodline had only raised it to the peak stage divine bloodline and had not reached an origin bloodline. After all, an origin bloodline was not that easy to raise. Zhao Fu had fused with the 7 emperor stars to obtain source energy, which was why he had obtained an origin bloodline. The 8 Forbidden Blood art could raise ordinary bloodlines to an origin bloodline, and back then, the first evil celestial bloodline had only been a sliver away. If he had more time and devoured a few more divine bloodlines, he would definitely be able to reach an origin bloodline. Because Zhao Fu's bloodline was too high grade, he did not want to fuse with lower grade races' bloodlines. As such, he did not fuse with other races' bloodlines, and gradually, the first evil celestial bloodline was ignored by Zhao Fu. If it was not for the fact that the first evil celestial bloodline had taken the initiative to absorb it, Zhao Fu might have completely ignored it. Zhao Fu started to wonder if he should raise the first evil celestial bloodline. Erisina asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Fu told her about this. Erisina said, "That's up to you. You have too many powers, and all of them are quite high grade. It doesn't matter if you have one more or one less. Moreover, you're mainly developing in the card world and alchemy world, you don't have time to stay in the outer world." After thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that this was true. If he fused with other bloodlines, it might affect his source bloodline. Even though the first evil celestial bloodline was very powerful, he did not lack powerful powers. The first evil celestial bloodline was quite pitiful, it had always trusted Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu did not plan to develop it. Book 1, Zhao Fu, Feng Xianxia suddenly said, "Zhao Fu, haven't you been fusing with the powers of the various races to awaken 7 races Emperor Stars? The outer world should also have Emperor Stars. Do you want to try and awaken a Supreme Emperor Star for the outer world? If you have an outer world Emperor Star, you will have many benefits and conveniences in the outer world. Even though you won't be mainly developing in the outer world, it is still one of the 3 worlds that Qin has developed." After hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it. With his current strength, it was possible for him to awaken a Supreme Emperor Star for the outer world. After all, Zhao Fu already had the number 1 evil celestial bloodline and fate, and he had broken through the restrictions of that world's laws. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible. Zhao Fu was quite interested in awakening a Supreme Emperor Star for the outer world. After all, Supreme Emperor Stars not only represented supreme potential but also boundless fate and supreme power. The more Supreme Emperor Stars one had, the more powerful one would be. His goal had been to awaken 8 Supreme Emperor Stars in the Heaven Awakened world, and adding on his Fate Emperor Star, he would have 9 Supreme Emperor Stars in total. Now that he thought about it, he could also awaken the Supreme Emperor Stars of the outer world, the Supreme Emperor Stars of the card world, and the Supreme Emperor Stars of the alchemy world. Adding on the 3 Emperor Stars, he now had a total of 12. 12 Supreme Emperor Stars giving off a heaven-suppressing aura as they floated in the air and countless creatures knelt before them. Just thinking about it made Zhao Fu feel quite excited. In the end, Zhao Fu changed his mind and decided to upgrade the number 1 evil celestial bloodline. This was not only for himself but also for the outer world's Supreme Emperor Star. In the future, it would be easier for him to conquer outer worlds and make it easier for the outer world people to submit to him. Zhao Fu said, "Wait for me here, there's a Sandworm King in this danger zone. I need to subdue it and turn this danger zone into Qin's territory. I also need to refine its bloodline." Even though Zhao Fu had fused with a Sandworm bloodline, there were differences between bloodlines of the same race. The Sandworm King's bloodline in the danger zone would definitely be of a much higher grade than ordinary sandworms' bloodlines. With Zhao Fu's personality, he naturally wanted to fuse a higher grade bloodline. Erisina nodded. "Then hurry up." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before turning into a ray of light and flying towards the depths of the danger zone. The sandworms here were all at stage 2, and the Sandworm King's strength was at the world realm. Zhao Fu was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, so it was naturally quite easy for him to deal with a world realm sandworm. Of course, the premise was that it wouldn't summon countless sandworms to attack Zhao Fu at the same time. That would be a very troublesome thing. After coming to the depths of the forbidden area, Zhao Fu immediately saw a 1,000-meter-long bloated sandworm sleeping within a large crater. It gave off a powerful aura, but it had not reached the world realm yet. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and saw that Zhao Fu was in a daze. Boom, Zhao Fu took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure spread out, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. The massive might caused the Sandworm King to wake up, and the countless sandworms below the ground sensed Zhao Fu's aura and crawled out. They covered the ground, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. Insect beasts were not terrifying because of their power but because of their numbers. The Sandworm King raised its head to the sky and gave off a massive hiss, and countless sandworms flooded towards Zhao Fu like a black tide, giving off a destructive aura. However, in the next second, another hiss sounded out, and the countless sandworms retreated. This was because this hiss had come from Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu's body had become a sandworm. Normally, creatures of the same species would not attack creatures of the same species and would instead attack creatures of different species. Now that Zhao Fu was a sandworm, he was the same as them. What was more, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was even more powerful than the Sandworm King's, so the sandworms did not dare to attack Zhao Fu. The Sandworm King's intelligence was quite high, and looking at the retreating sandworms, it furiously roared, wanting to force the countless sandworms to attack Zhao Fu. Otherwise, it would not be able to defeat the person in front of it. In actuality, it felt quite strange. How could a person suddenly become like it? Hearing the Sandworm King's furious roar, the sandworms hesitated in fear and slowly crawled towards Zhao Fu. They did not have the destructive aura that they had before. Roar! Zhao Fu gave an even louder hiss, and a corporeal soundwave spread out, scaring the sandworms into turning and running. They retreated 1,000 meters away, not daring to come close. Boom! At that moment, the Sandworm King suddenly attacked. Its body leapt, causing the ground to crack, and it bit towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu did not move at all as he flew in the air. He opened his mouth and countless terrifying powers gathered. Even though Zhao Fu had become a sandworm and could use the Sandworm King's abilities, he could still use his own powers. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a black beam of light shot out from Zhao Fu's mouth, sending the Sandworm King flying. The Sandworm King's massive body flew through the air for thousands of meters before crashing to the ground, smashing open a massive crater. Within the crater, the Sandworm King's body was covered with yellow liquid, and it looked quite weak. In actuality, Zhao Fu had held back, as it still had a use for it. Otherwise, Zhao Fu could have killed it with a single attack. Seeing that the Sandworm King had been heavily injured by Zhao Fu, the countless sandworms lowered their heads in fear and were willing to submit to Zhao Fu. This was how things worked: the weak were prey to the strong, and since Zhao Fu had defeated the Sandworm King, he had become the new Sandworm King. Zhao Fu flew over to the Sandworm King and said, "Submit to me and I won't kill you." Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, the Sandworm King did not think much and said in a boy's voice, "I'm willing to submit to you." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and his body returned to its original state. The sandworms no longer dared to attack, and Zhao Fu's sandworm aura was still there. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of energy spread out as a blood-red rune entered the Sandworm King's head. A golden liquid flowed out, and the Sandworm King looked a bit weaker, but its life was not in danger. The golden liquid that was extracted was the Sandworm King's bloodline and essence, which then fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu only needed a portion of the creature's bloodline and essence to refine the creature's bloodline, so he didn't have to kill it to get all of it. Zhao Fu had extracted some of the Sandworm King's bloodline, and at the same time, a bloodline restriction had been formed. It was a restriction of the 8 forbidden blood art. Zhao Fu could use it to control the Sandworm King, and he didn't need to set up any other restrictions. After easily subduing the belly Sandworm King, Zhao Fu tossed him a bottle of medicinal pills and told him to recover from his injuries before leaving. Book 1, Zhao Fu was in control of this forbidden area. Now that he had controlled the Sandworm King, he had more or less control over this forbidden area. In the future, he would send people to build a large number of teleportation channels and have the Sandworm King personally guard them. That way, it would be very difficult for the teleportation channels to be destroyed, and if he needed them, he could have the Sandworm King order countless sandworms to enter the teleportation channels. This would solve many problems, and Zhao Fu planned to do the same in the future. He would first control the Den Lords and also refine their bloodlines. After returning to where he was, Zhao Fu said, "Do you two want to go back first? I'm going to head to the various insect dens." Aracena said bitterly, "I don't want to go back. It wasn't easy for you to stay in the outer world for such a long time, who knows when you'll be able to come back again." Zhao Fu gave an apologetic smile, "I have a lot of things to do, so I'll try to come and see you two in the future." Aracena lightly nodded and went up to hug Zhao Fu. Xianxia did not have any objections and looked at Zhao Fu and Aracena. She did not have a deep relationship with Zhao Fu and only acknowledged Zhao Fu for now. Following this, Zhao Fu went to an insect den. This was not the insect den from before but an ordinary insect den, and there was a type of double-tailed scorpion living there. This double-tailed scorpion was green and was 3 or 4 meters long. It looked like a normal scorpion but had 2 tails. It was slightly weaker than the sandworms from before, but it was still a stage 2 insect beast. Just like before, Zhao Fu grabbed an ordinary double-tailed scorpion and fused its bloodline into the first evil celestial bloodline before turning into a double-tailed scorpion and crawling towards the depths of the Denver. Even though he encountered countless double-tailed scorpions on the way, none of them dared to stop him, and they all fearfully made way for him, allowing Zhao Fu to easily reach the depths of the Denver. On a rock deep within the insect den, there was a 1,000-meter-long scorpion. Apart from how big it was, it had 3 tails and gave off a great Earth Realm aura. This was the double-tailed Scorpion King. Zhao Fu swaggered in, and the twin-tailed Scorpion King immediately sensed Zhao Fu and felt that its position was being challenged. It turned its huge body, raised its pincers, and smashed them towards Zhao Fu. The double-tailed Scorpion King's 1,000-meter body was compared to Zhao Fu's 5-meter body. There was still a huge gap between them. The pincers smashed down like a small mountain. Some of the double-tailed scorpions thought to themselves, this damned fellow actually dares to challenge the king's authority. Just wait to be smashed into minced meat. Boom, a massive sound rang out, and the many double-tailed scorpions looked dumbfounded. They saw that the hill-like pincers were easily caught by Zhao Fu's small pincers, and Zhao Fu was not harmed at all. The twin-tailed Scorpion King also looked dumbfounded, and after coming to its senses, it wanted to raise its pincers. However, it found that it could not, and its expression became grim. Swish! Swish! 2 sounds rang out as Zhao Fu's 2 scorpion tails gave off a sharp aura as they shot towards the twin-tailed Scorpion King. The twin-tailed Scorpion King panicked and tried to dodge, but its pincers were caught by Zhao Fu, and it could not dodge at all. The 2 scorpion tails easily pierced through the twin-tailed Scorpion King's body, and the intense pain caused the twin-tailed Scorpion King to howl in pain. Its body vigorously struggled, wanting to break free from Zhao Fu's bindings, but it could not break free no matter how much it struggled. The surrounding twin-tailed scorpions scattered in all directions, not daring to stay. Zhao Fu said, "Submit to me." The pained twin-tailed Scorpion King did not hesitate, and it directly chose to submit to Zhao Fu. Its voice was like that of an old woman, and it was somewhat hoarse. Zhao Fu let go of the twin-tailed Scorpion King, and he retracted his 2 tails, and his body returned to human form. The twin-tailed Scorpion King was shocked. It had never thought that a twin-tailed scorpion that looked exactly like it would turn into a human. Zhao Fu did not care about the twin-tailed Scorpion King's expression, and he stretched out a hand and extracted her bloodline and essence, fusing it with the first evil immortal bloodline within his body. He then threw a bottle of medicinal pills to her and left. Following this, Zhao Fu went to a few more insect lairs, extracted the insect beast king's bloodline, and fused it with the first evil immortal bloodline. At the same time, he controlled the insect beast kings there. Now, the insect beasts that ran on the ground had already been fused with Zhao Fu's bloodline. The first evil immortal bloodline needed to smelt countless bloodlines, and of course, it could not only fuse with the insect beasts that ran on the ground, but it also had to fuse with the insect beasts that flew in the sky, even though the insect beasts that flew in the sky were not very useful to Qin. Apart from these insect-shaped insect beasts, Zhao Fu also had to fuse with other beast-shaped insect beasts, bird-shaped insect beasts, and water-shaped insect beasts. A few hours later, Zhao Fu came to a bird-shaped insect lair. The insect beasts that lived here looked like pigeons, but their feathers were blue, and their eyes were white. Each of them was about the size of a sheep, and they looked very pretty. They were called blue feather pigeons. Their lair was on a cliff, and just like before, Zhao Fu grabbed an ordinary blue feather pigeon and extracted its bloodline before fusing it with his body, turning it into a blue feather pigeon and flying towards the depths of the insect lair. The blue feather pigeon's body was 1,000 meters long, and its nest was at the top of the cliff, and it was now lying elegantly in its nest. Seeing Zhao Fu fly towards it, the blue feather pigeon king said in a youthful voice, "Little fellow, what do you want?" Zhao Fu said, "I want you to submit to me." The blue feather pigeon king looked quite surprised. It had never thought that Zhao Fu could speak, and it was also surprised that Zhao Fu wanted it to submit to him. The blue feather pigeon king lightly laughed as it said, "Little fellow, I'm not angry yet, so hurry up and leave, or else you'll be injured." However, Zhao Fu did not hold back and vigorously flapped his wings, gathering terrifying power. Countless traces of blue water vapor quickly gathered, forming blue water arrows that gave off a massive aura. Swish, 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 Zhao Fu vigorously flapped his wings, and the sound of the air being torn could be heard as water arrows containing immense power shot towards the blue feather pigeon king. The water arrows were incredibly dense, and the blue feather pigeon king was quite careless. It hurriedly gave off a blue light, forming a massive blue defensive barrier that covered its body. However, the blue defensive barrier was unable to stop them at all, and the water arrows shattered the blue defensive barrier. The water arrows pierced into the blue feather pigeon king's body, opening up bloody holes and causing blue liquid to flow out. The blue feather pigeon king was heavily injured before it could even retaliate, and it weakly asked, "Who are you?" Even though Zhao Fu was the same as the blue feather pigeon, he did not believe that a blue feather pigeon would suddenly have such power. It was most likely someone controlling a blue feather pigeon or using some other method. Zhao Fu directly turned into his human form, causing the blue feather pigeon king to look quite shocked. It had never thought that the blue feather pigeon in front of it would be a person. Scroll 1, Divine Beast King Zhao Fu did not reply and said calmly, "I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to submit to me? If you're not willing, I'll immediately kill you and choose a new blue feather pigeon king." The blue feather pigeon king did not know who Zhao Fu was, but with its strength, it was not a match for Zhao Fu. It was not stupid enough to seek death, so it said, "Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stretched out a hand, and a blood-red rune once again appeared. Zhao Fu extracted the blue feather pigeon king's bloodline and fused it into his body before tossing a bottle of medicine to it and heading to the next insect denver. A few days later, Zhao Fu felt quite tired and returned to the Alliance City. Everyone in the Alliance City felt quite strange and felt that the insect beasts nearby had changed. They were no longer as ferocious and would kill anyone they saw, and they were instead more orderly. What was going on? Everyone could not understand and did not know if it was because of Zhao Fu, but they passionately discussed it. Zhao Fu was within a room, and Aracena and Feng Xianxia were within Zhao Fu's embrace. Over the past few days, Zhao Fu had been to various insect dens, regardless of whether they were big or small. He had extracted the Insect Beast King's bloodline and taken control of the Insect Beast King. He had been busy doing these things, so Zhao Fu felt quite tired and wanted to rest. Because these insect beasts were something that Zhao Fu had prepared in case Qin encountered any danger in the future, to avoid unnecessary injuries, he had set up some simple rules. Over the past few days, Zhao Fu had fused with 100 or so insect beast bloodlines, and all of them were Insect Beast King's bloodlines. To Zhao Fu's surprise, the power of the first evil immortal bloodline and the 8 forbidden blood technique were increasing rapidly. Not only that, but Zhao Fu had also obtained the ability of the King of Insects. This sort of ability would allow Zhao Fu to feel a bloodline suppression no matter what insect beast he met in the future, as long as their bloodline grade was lower than Zhao Fu's, they would feel a trace of fear towards Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu did not have any power and stood in a group of insect beasts, none of them dared to attack him. This ability was mainly because Zhao Fu had integrated over 100 types of Insect Beast King bloodlines. If he had integrated ordinary Insect Beast bloodlines, there might not have been such an effect. Apart from the abilities of the King of Insects, Zhao Fu had also gathered the luck of countless insects. That fate was no ordinary fate either, it was the fate of an Insect Beast King. However, it was much more powerful than ordinary fate. Zhao Fu already had a plan that would allow Zhao Fu to awaken a Supreme Emperor star in the outer world. The Supreme Emperor star that he would awaken would not be an ordinary Emperor star. The outer world was not any smaller than the Heaven-awakened world, and there were countless races within it. There were at least 10 million of them. Right now, Zhao Fu had only fused with 100 or so insect beast bloodlines, and the first evil immortal bloodline and 8 forbidden blood techniques' power had increased by 10 or so times. He had also obtained the King of Insects abilities and fate. If Zhao Fu fused with thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of insect beast bloodlines, just how powerful would the first evil immortal bloodline and 8 forbidden blood technique be? How terrifying would the King of Insects abilities be? And how much fate would it have? It would be a shocking number. This allowed Zhao Fu to fulfill the requirements for awakening an Emperor star in the outer world. He had a massive amount of chaos fate and a terrifying chaos bloodline. After fusing with so many insect beast bloodlines, would awakening an Emperor star be simple? The answer was that it would definitely not be simple, and it would be even more terrifying than an ordinary Supreme Emperor star. Apart from the insect beast bloodlines, Jiaofu could also fuse with the Chaos Race's bloodline. As long as it was an outer world bloodline, no matter how high or low it was, Jiaofu could fuse with it. There were 8 types of Chaos Race bloodlines in total, and Jiaofu only needed the Chaos Royal bloodline. He wondered if fusing with countless Chaos Royal bloodlines would give him the same abilities and fate as the King of Insects. No matter what, Jiaofu would fuse with the Chaos Royal bloodline because only then would his bloodline be perfect. After all, the first evil immortal was from the Chaos Race and not an insect beast. However, it would be very difficult for Jiaofu to collect countless Chaos Royal bloodlines by himself, and it would take a very long time. It was evident that Jiaofu did not have that much time in the outer world, so Jiaofu had to use other methods to obtain many Chaos Royal bloodlines. The best way was to have money to buy them. The Insect Beast King's blood was a high-grade material and had all sorts of effects. The other Chaos Race would most likely collect them, and Jiaofu only needed to buy them from them. Using the Insect Beast King's blood to obtain a bloodline was not as good as using Jiaofu's own blood. If Jiaofu did that, he would be able to guarantee the purity of the bloodline, making it less pure, and the bloodline's power would be weaker. Back then, the first evil immortal had chosen to personally extract the bloodline to guarantee the purity of the bloodline, but it had taken him hundreds of years. Jiaofu could not afford to spend hundreds of years on this, so he could only use blood to obtain a bloodline. Most of the Insect Beast King's blood that he bought were low-grade Insect Beast King's blood. He would not be able to buy high-grade Insect Beast King's blood with money. However, he did not care about high-grade Insect Beast King's blood for now. He would collect low-grade Insect Beast King's blood first. This was Jiaofu's plan. Jiaofu told Aracena and Feng Xianxia about his plan. Aracena said worriedly, "Jiaofu, awakening a race's Supreme Emperor star is an incredibly important matter to the entire world. Even though you've obtained the Chaos Race's fate and bloodline, you're still someone from the Heaven Awakened world. I'm worried that something might happen to you." Hearing Aracena's words, Jiaofu felt that she was right. There were indeed hidden dangers. No matter how much Chaos World fate and bloodline he obtained, Jiaofu was still someone from the Heaven Awakened world, and awakening a Supreme Emperor star was not a small matter. Feng Xianxia looked at Jiaofu. No matter what Jiaofu decided, she would not object. Jiaofu thought about it and thought about the benefits of awakening a Chaos Emperor star, so he decided to take the risk. Following this, Jiaofu brought the two of them out of the room and went to a shop in the Alliance City, where he asked a few shop assistants. The shop had Insect Beast King's blood, but there were not many of them. Most of them were ordinary Insect Beast King's blood, and they did not have any Chaos Royal bloodline. Even though Chaos Royal bloodlines were high-grade materials, they were much rarer than Insect Beast King's blood, and it was impossible for ordinary shops to have them. Jiaofu asked the shop assistant to take out a few types of Insect Beast King's blood, and he found that he already had them. It seemed that he would have to go to a higher-grade Alliance City. Jiaofu threw a bag of coins to the shop assistant as a reward for answering his questions. Following this, Jiaofu brought Aracena and Feng Xianxia out of the Alliance City and quickly headed to a higher-grade Alliance City. Book 1, Chapter 56 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micur. In the past, the outer chaos world was dominated by the Alliance. The Alliance was the largest faction in the outer chaos world, and all sorts of factions would join the Alliance. Each region would have a Level 1 Alliance Center, and the Alliance Center was basically a city, so it was called a Level 1 Alliance City. 10 regions would have a Level 2 Alliance City, and 100 regions would have a Level 3 Alliance City. There were thousands of regions in a world, and there would be a few Level 4 Alliance cities and one Level 5 Alliance City. However, this was not enough to satisfy Jiaofu's needs. Jiaofu needed a massive amount of Insect Beast King bloodlines, so he needed to go to a Level 7 Alliance City. However, there was only one Level 7 Alliance City in 100 worlds. Even though he used teleportation channels, it took Jiaofu 2 days to reach a Level 7 Alliance City. This was the central region of the outer chaos world, and the insect beasts and primal chaos people were much more powerful. At the same time, Level 7 Alliance City was much more bustling, and the streets were bustling with people. There were countless shops, and it was incredibly noisy. Jiaofu brought Aracena and Feng Xianxia to a tall building. Zhao Fu planned to buy from the largest merchant association there. That would make things much easier, and he would not have to go through so much trouble. After walking into the shop, Zhao Fu found that the shop was 1,000 square meters wide, and there were many long counters filled with all sorts of items. Many people were buying and inspecting these items, and their clothes were not ordinary. This was the best shop in a level 7 Alliance city, so the people who came here to buy things were naturally not ordinary. A delicate-looking young man smiled as he came over and asked, "Sir, is there anything you would like?" Zhao Fu nodded. "How much Insect Beast King bloodline does your shop have?" The delicate-looking young man smiled as he said, "There's a lot, but I'm not sure." "What kind of Insect Beast King bloodline do you need?" "Not only do we have ordinary Insect Beast King bloodline, but we also have the even more precious King class Insect Beast King bloodline." Although that was the case for ordinary Bug Beast Kings, these Bug Beast Kings were considered overlords at most. They were not true King class bugs. A true King class Bug Beast was like a human monarch. Their bloodline was a monarch's bloodline, which was stronger than ordinary Bug Beasts' bloodlines. Apart from King class Insect Beasts, there were also Emperor class Insect Beasts, Emperor class Insect Beasts, and Saint class Insect Beasts. As for Essence Insectoid bloodlines, they only existed in ancient legends of the Chaos world. When Zhao Fu heard that not only was there a lot of Insect Beast King blood, but there was even King class Insect Beast blood, he was pleasantly surprised. "I want them all." The young man's expression froze for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised and said even more politely, "Esteemed guest, please wait for a moment in the private room." Zhao Fu nodded and followed the youth into a room. After a while, a tall, thin, red-haired old man walked in with a smile. Beside him was a young man carrying a wooden tray with 2 items on it. One was a storage bracelet, and the other was a glass bottle. The old man said, "Esteemed guest, I am the manager of this shop. This is the Insect Beast King blood that you need. There are a total of 456 types, and each type has a different value due to their different powers. In total, you will need 53 million Alliance gold coins. This bottle is Winqin Biox King blood. The price is 3.5 million Alliance gold coins." Alliance gold coins were gold coins produced by the Alliance. Most factions only recognized this currency, and they used this currency to buy all sorts of things. Zhao Fu's expression became quite awkward. He had obtained most of the Alliance gold coins from destroying Chaos cities, but he had not destroyed many Chaos cities, so he only had around 2 million Alliance gold coins. The most awkward thing was that he did not have many valuable things from the Chaos world. He had many valuable things from the Heaven Awakened world, but because of the laws, the Chaos race could not use them. The old man asked curiously, "Esteemed guest, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the price? I've already taken some off for you." As the manager of the Chaos World base, Aracena understood what was going on and lightly smiled as she said to Zhao Fu, "You don't have that much money, yet you're still boasting like that. Are you used to spending money?" Right now, Zhao Fu indeed did not have much of a concept of money. When his faction had been weak, Zhao Fu had valued money quite a bit. However, as Qin had continuously become stronger and obtained countless riches, Zhao Fu no longer valued money, and some valuable things could not be bought with money. Zhao Fu said awkwardly, "I don't have that much Alliance gold coins, but I have a few treasures from the Heaven Awakened world. Would you like them?" The Chaos world and Heaven Awakened world had been fighting for a long time, so it was not strange for the Chaos world to have Heaven Awakened world treasures. The old man's expression did not change, but he refused, saying, "Apologies, guest, our shop does not accept Heaven Awakened world treasures." Because of the rules, almost all Heaven Awakened world treasures could not be used by people from the Chaos world. Of course, this shop would not accept them, as no matter how precious they were useless to them. This made things quite difficult for Zhao Fu. "Where can I obtain so much Alliance gold coins?" The old man could tell that Zhao Fu was feeling quite awkward, and from Zhao Fu's tone of voice, he could tell that Zhao Fu was not an ordinary person. The old man said, "Guest, perhaps you can complete some Alliance quests to obtain Alliance gold coins. Some advanced Alliance quests give millions of Alliance gold coins." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, Thank you. Please leave some for me." The old man smiled as he said, "No problem. Following this, Zhao Fu left the shop and went to the place where the Alliance gave out quests. Anyone could accept quests here, and there were no restrictions. This allowed Zhao Fu to let out a sigh of relief, and he looked at the advanced quest stone wall. Found God Sky Flame. Reward, 1 million Alliance gold coins. Killed Green Third Master. Reward, 3 million Alliance gold coins. Killed an ordinary king in the Heaven Awaken world. Reward, 2 million Alliance gold coins. Caught a peerless beauty in the Heaven Awaken world. Reward, 5 million Alliance gold coins. Obtained Dragon Eye Insect Egg. Reward, 5 million Alliance gold coins. Zhao Fu looked at these quests and found that most of them were given out by others and not by the Alliance. There were quests for capturing a peerless beauty in the Heaven Awaken world, and the rewards were quite good. The advanced quests all gave at least 1 million Alliance gold coins. Zhao Fu was not interested in these quests, as buying the Insect Beast King's blood would cost roughly 60 million Alliance gold coins. There were many quests that were worth millions or even tens of millions of Alliance gold coins. Zhao Fu continuously looked through the quests, and he found that there was a quest that was quite suitable for him. This quest was to obtain the essence blood of a flying waterbug queen, which gave 5 million Alliance gold coins per vial. The flying waterbug queen was a king-class insect beast, and its strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, it would not have been able to obtain 5 million Alliance gold coins per vial. The flying waterbug queen's location also had some. Book 1, Chapter 57 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu directly accepted this quest and brought Aracina and Feng Xianxia to that place. It was a massive lake that was as calm as a mirror and was surrounded by lush greenery. It did not seem dangerous at all. This waterfly queen was a solitary king-class insect beast, and it was most likely at the bottom of the lake. Boom! Zhao Fu flew above the lake and gave off a terrifying might as he blasted towards the calm lake, causing countless waves to fly up. This was because the waterfly queen was a solitary king-class insect beast, so the method of absorbing ordinary insect beast blood would not work. Swish, 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 the massive shockwaves immediately drew the waterfly queen's attention. Massive transparent tentacles shot out from the water and gave off immense power as they slammed towards Zhao Fu. There were many of them and they came from all directions, and each of them was 1 meter thick. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and a terrifying power spread out, forming a black energy orb that covered his body. The black energy orb gave off immense power as it blasted outwards. Chi, 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 the transparent tentacles were torn apart by that terrifying power, and countless pieces shot out in all directions, causing massive waves to appear on the surface of the lake. Roar! A pained roar sounded out from the bottom of the lake, and a terrifying aura erupted out like a fountain, causing the surroundings to become quite oppressive. A transparent creature rose up from the water. This creature was transparent and looked like it was frozen. It was oval-shaped and was 10,000 meters long. It gave off an aura that was about to reach the Emperor Heaven Realm. It was the Waterfly Queen. The Waterfly Queen opened its eyes and furiously glared at Zhao Fu as it said in a woman's voice, "Who are you? Why are you disturbing my rest?" The Waterfly Queen did not dare to directly attack because she felt that this person was incredibly dangerous. Zhao Fu said calmly, "Someone in the Alliance City has issued a quest that requires a vial of your essence blood and the reward is 5 million gold coins. Do you want to give up your essence blood? Or do you want me to kill you and take it?" The Waterfly Queen angrily called out, "Don't be too arrogant, I'm not afraid of you." Boom, the Waterfly Mother Queen released a powerful aura that spread out like a tidal wave, causing the surroundings to fall into silence. Aracina lightly laughed as she said, "It's best if you give up your essence blood. With your strength, you're not a match for him, don't ask for trouble." Feng Xianxia also said, "Ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts are not a match for him, and you're just a peak extreme Divine Realm King class insect. It's best to quickly admit defeat, or else you'll die a horrible death." She knew that Zhao Fu was very scary. She wanted to use all of her power to scare Zhao Fu and the other two. However, Zhao Fu and the other two looked very relaxed. They did not put her in their eyes at all. However, through their words, the Flying Water Mother Queen could roughly guess at Zhao Fu's cultivation. It was likely that he was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and he was even more powerful than ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. After thinking for a while, the Waterfly Queen decided to take a step back and bear with it for now. She said, "All right. I can give you a bottle of essence blood, but you must immediately leave after receiving it." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I don't just want a bottle of essence blood." The Waterfly Mother Queen frowned as she asked, "How much essence blood do you want?" Xiaofu said, "I need at least 12 bottles. A bottle of essence blood was 5 million gold coins, so 12 bottles would be 60 million gold coins. This was enough for Xiaofu to buy the insect beast king's blood. The Waterfly Mother Queen angrily called out, "What? 12 bottles? Do you know how much essence blood I have? I can't take so much." Xiaofu looked at the Water Queen's massive body and said, "With your massive body, you should be able to condense 30 bottles of essence blood. It's only 12 bottles of essence blood, so you should be able to take out that much. Without this much essence blood, you'll at most be heavily injured but not die." Essence blood was not ordinary blood but the essence of blood. The Waterfly Mother Queen was at the bottom of the lake and was about to break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. If she suddenly lost so much essence blood, not only would she become incredibly weak, but her cultivation would also greatly fall. She did not know when she would be able to break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. The Waterfly Mother Queen felt quite troubled. She did not want to hand over so much essence blood, but if she did not, she would not be able to defeat this man in front of her. Xiaofu urged, "Have you thought about it? If you don't agree, I'm going to attack. Killing you will give me 30 bottles of essence blood and even more gold coins." The Waterfly Mother Queen said angrily, "You bastard, I agree." Xiaofu smiled and threw the 12 bottles to the Waterfly Mother Queen, telling her to condense the essence blood herself. Xiaofu could not be bothered to do it himself. The Waterfly Mother Queen grew 10 or so transparent tentacles and grabbed the bottles before stretching the tentacles into the bottles, and transparent liquid started to drip into the bottles. The Waterfly Mother Queen felt incredibly angry and decided to take revenge on Xiaofu after breaking through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. She wanted to give Xiaofu a good beating. In actuality, the Waterfly Mother Queen was not weak at all. She had extreme divine realm cultivation and a royal bloodline, so she could fight against ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. It was a pity that she had met a monster like Xiaofu. Ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts were just trash in front of him. At that moment, Xiaofu asked, "You seem quite weak, why is your essence blood so valuable?" The Waterfly Mother Queen felt incredibly humiliated and hatefully glared at Xiaofu. "Of course my essence blood is valuable. My essence blood has miraculous effects and can allow Emperor Heaven Realm experts to regrow their limbs, making them almost as good as before." Xiaofu understood. It turned out that it could allow Emperor Heaven Realm experts to regrow their limbs, which was quite good. Emperor Heaven Realm experts were the most powerful realms in the central region, and ordinary treasures were useless against them. By now, the Waterfly Mother Queen had already filled up the 12 bottles and threw them to Xiaofu as she said angrily, "Take the bottles and leave, I don't want to see you again." Xiaofu caught the 12 bottles and smiled as he put them away. He looked at the Waterfly Mother Queen and said, "I've changed my mind, I want you to submit to me." The Waterfly Mother Queen could not take it anymore and furiously roared, "Bastard! I'll fight you to the death." Swish, 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 massive transparent tentacles grew out of the Waterfly Mother Queen's body, giving off terrifying power as they shot towards Xiaofu, giving off shocking sounds. Boom, Xiaofu used all of his strength and stretched out a hand and pressed against the air, causing a massive power to weigh down on the Waterfly Mother Queen's body. The Waterfly Mother Queen's body sank, and the countless tentacles shooting towards Xiaofu powerlessly fell to the ground. The Waterfly Mother Queen looked incredibly shocked. She had never thought that Xiaofu would be so terrifying. Let alone an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, he was even more terrifying than ordinary Void Realm experts. Book 1, Chapter 58 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Meiker. Xiaofu stretched out his hand towards the Mother Watercraft Queen and a blood-red rune appeared. Facing Xiaofu's immense power, the Mother Watercraft Queen was unable to resist at all and could only look at the blood-red rune within her body. The first thing she felt was that the blood-red rune had turned into countless threads and fused into her body, causing her to feel an intense sense of terror. This terror came not only from her body and mind but also from her bloodline. Xiao Fu grabbed out with his hand and a transparent liquid was drawn out and fused into Xiao Fu's body. A powerful bloodline power spread out within Xiao Fu's body. This king-class insect-beast bloodline was much more powerful than other insect-beast-king bloodlines, and fusing with a single bloodline was more powerful than fusing with 100 bloodlines. However, the number 1 evil immortal not only required great power but also numbers. More bloodlines would allow the number 1 evil immortal bloodline to become more varied. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a satisfied smile as he looked at the weakened Mother Watercraft Queen and said, "Now that you're restricted by the bloodline restrictions, obediently submit to me and I'll give you a massive opportunity." The Mother Watercraft Queen was filled with resentment as she looked at Xiao Fu and said, "What opportunity?" Xiao Fu smiled as he slit his index finger with his thumb, causing a trace of crystalline blood to flow out. The surroundings were covered by holy light and an intoxicating fragrance spread out. The Mother Watercraft Queen looked quite confused as massive waves crashed in her heart. What kind of bloodline was this? In front of this drop of blood, the Mother Watercraft Queen felt as weak as an ant and could not resist at all. Even when facing a sovereign bloodline, she did not feel like this. Xiao Fu lightly flicked his finger and the drop of blood flew towards the Mother Watercraft Queen and entered her forehead. Boom! The Mother Watercraft Queen felt as if her mind had exploded and her mind went blank as a massive power spread out within her body. The Mother Watercraft Queen's body gave off boundless light and a powerful aura. Under this massive power, her body started to go through changes. Her bloodline, power, and body all seemed to rise as an even more powerful power slowly flowed out. With the help of this drop of blood, the Mother Watercraft Queen broke through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. After a while, the Mother Watercraft Queen's aura gradually decreased and she no longer looked as weak as before. She said happily, "Who are you? How can a drop of blood contain such immense power? You're definitely the legendary Holy Sun, right?" Aracena lightly laughed as she said, "Holy Sun? You're looking down on him too much." The Mother Sword, Fu, and edited by Bob and the Flame Demon. Thinking about that, the Mother Queen looked at Xiao Fu in shock and said, "Then you're the origin child with an origin bloodline?" Xiao Fu smiled and said, "Aracena and Jiao, and Hao, one by Chen, and Chen, the godlike Fu, how the Fu, one, water. Now that she knew how terrifying Xiao Fu's identity was, acknowledging Xiao Fu as her master was a massive opportunity. She would never be able to meet someone like Xiao Fu in her entire life. The Mother Watercraft Queen's body continuously shrank until she became a beautiful woman with long, transparent hair, a slim figure, and a transparent body. Following this, Xiao Fu brought the 3 of them back to the Level 7 Alliance City and handed the 12 bottles to the Alliance, immediately obtaining 60 million Alliance gold coins. After coming to the shop, the young man looked quite surprised. He had never thought that Xiao Fu would return so quickly. He immediately invited Xiao Fu to a private room and told the elder about this. After hearing about this, the elder felt quite shocked. It had not even been half a day and this person had already obtained 50 million Alliance gold coins. He was not simple at all, and he hurriedly went to the private room. Xiao Fu handed a spatial ring to the elder and said, "There are 60 million Alliance gold coins in here, please count them." The elder smiled and looked through the spatial ring before taking out the spatial bracelet and the glass bottle and handing them to Xiao Fu. He also took out a spatial ring and gave some gold coins to Xiao Fu, as the items that Xiao Fu had bought had only cost 50 million gold coins. Xiao Fu smiled as he received the items from the elder and said, "I need more Insect Beast King's bloodline, as well as other King-class insect beasts and above. I also need some Primal Chaos Royal bloodline, and each one is different." The elder felt quite startled. He had never thought that Xiao Fu would want more Insect Beast King's bloodline after buying so many Insect Beast King's bloodlines, as well as Primal Chaos Royal bloodlines. This was Xiao Fu's secret, so the elderly man could not ask. However, he was sure that this person's identity was quite terrifying. The elderly man gave an apologetic smile as he said, "Esteemed guest, if you need countless Insect Beast King's blood or Primal Chaos Royal race's blood, our store might not be able to satisfy your needs. However, I can recommend you to the Mingyao Financial Group. The Mingyao Financial Group is one of the largest financial groups in the Primal Chaos world and should be able to satisfy your needs." Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded, thank you. The elder smiled as he said, you're welcome. That's right, the Alliance City is preparing an auction, and the Mingyao Financial Group is hosting it. There will be countless treasures, so you shouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about an auction. He had never seen one before, so perhaps there would be things he needed. As such, he smiled and nodded. The elder had Zhao Fu wait for a moment before bringing over a powerful-looking green-haired young man and introducing him. This is the Mingyao Financial Group's manager, LV Nan. I've told him about your situation, and he can help you collect many insect beast king's bloodlines and even some sovereign's bloodlines. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. This meant that he would not have to go through so much trouble to collect them. He smiled as he said, just help me collect insect beast king's bloodlines, I'll buy them at any price. LV Nan looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, no problem, the Mingyao Financial Group will satisfy your needs. How should I address you? Hearing Zhao Fu's tone, LV Nan looked at Zhao Fu and felt that Zhao Fu's identity was quite prestigious. He wondered which faction in the primal chaos world was the young master of, so he wanted to know some information about Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, you can call me Mo Yi. LV Nan thought about it but could not guess Zhao Fu's identity. He was afraid of making Zhao Fu displeased, so he did not continue asking and smiled as he said, the financial group is currently collecting insect beast king's bloodlines from all over the world. There are thousands of them, 10 or so insect beast king's bloodlines, and tens of primal chaos royal bloodlines. Zhao Fu said, no problem, I'll take them all. Also, isn't the Mingyao Financial Group one of the largest financial groups in the primal chaos world? Why is there so little? Don't you also have primal chaos royal bloodlines? Book 1, Chapter 59, Chaos. LV Nan and the elder looked quite confused. They had never thought that thousands of insect beast king's blood would not be enough to satisfy Zhao Fu. What shocked them even more was that Zhao Fu really wanted to buy the Chaos Emperor's blood. In the era where primal chaos saints did not appear, the Chaos Emperor's blood was the most top-tier bloodline in the outer world. The Yaoming Financial Group had Chaos Emperor's blood, but it could not be bought with money. Moreover, he could not make the decision for such a big matter. LV Nan said awkwardly, I'm just collecting the insect beast king's blood in the nearby regions. If you want more, I can send people further away. As for the Chaos Emperor's blood, you'll need to go to the financial group's headquarters to obtain it. Zhao Fu did not feel too surprised and replied, I understand. LV Nan continued to say, the insect beast king's blood and the Chaos Emperor's blood will cost 600 million gold coins. Sir, are you prepared? The elder had told LV Nan about Zhao Fu's lack of money, so LV Nan reminded Zhao Fu. Hearing about money, Zhao Fu felt a headache and said, I don't have that much money right now, so I'll try to obtain the money as soon as possible. Don't worry about me going back on my word, just help me collect the insect beast king's blood. LV Nan did not doubt Zhao Fu's abilities and smiled as he said, no problem. At that moment, Shui Mu, the Waterfly Mother Queen, suddenly said, Master, he has my essence blood. He has my essence blood. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at LV Nan, understanding that he was the person who had given out the quest. LV Nan also felt quite surprised and looked at Zhao Fu, understanding that Zhao Fu was the person who had completed the quest. What made him even more shocked was that he had not noticed that the Waterfly Mother Queen's main body was here. It was this person who had subdued the Waterfly Mother Queen. This person was very powerful and was most likely an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. According to the reports, the Waterfly Mother Queen had extreme divine realm cultivation, and only an Emperor Heaven Realm expert could subdue her. LV Nan said, Sir, are you willing to sell this Waterfly Mother Queen? I'm willing to buy it for 2 billion Alliance gold coins. Zhao Fu turned his head and looked at Shui Mu. He didn't expect her to be so valuable. Shui Mu was worried in her heart. She was afraid that Zhao Fu would really sell her because Zhao Fu was short of money. She also cursed herself for being an idiot. Why did she say such a thing? Seeing that Zhao Fu was interested, LV Nan immediately continued, Sir, I can add another 300 million Alliance gold coins for a total of 5 billion Alliance gold coins for this Waterfly Queen. Shui Mu looked at Zhao Fu pitifully. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I won't sell her. I'll take care of the money. LV Nan felt quite disappointed. A subdued flying water queen was very valuable, and he needed its blood to refine a type of spirit liquid that could increase his chances of breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm. Shuemu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had only just started following Zhao Fu and didn't know what kind of person Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu wasn't someone who would sell out his subordinates for some benefits, even though he was short of money. Following this, LV Nan left. It would take a few days to collect the insect beast king's blood, and that was just enough time for Zhao Fu to prepare money. Money was a big headache for Zhao Fu. Apart from buying the thousands of insect beast king's blood, he also had to prepare money for the auction and continue to buy insect beast king's blood in the future. This was simply too much money. If it was in the Heaven Awakened world, it would be fine, but in the outer world, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Alliance quests could give him so much money, but he had to do many quests, and Zhao Fu didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. However, apart from alliance quests, Zhao Fu didn't know any other way to obtain so much money. In the end, Zhao Fu could only go to the place where the alliance quests were issued. The highest reward there was only 200 million alliance gold coins. If he wanted to accept higher-level alliance quests, he would most likely have to go to higher-level alliance cities. Seeing Zhao Fu's headache, Shuemu said guiltily, "Master, I heard that there's a treasure trove nearby. I heard that there's a treasure nearby. If you can find it, you won't be short of money." Zhao Fu turned to look at her and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shuemu replied, "Because I only heard about it and wasn't sure if there was such a treasure trove." Zhao Fu asked, "What kind of treasure trove is it?" Shuemu thought for a moment before replying, "It's a treasure trove left behind by a very powerful spirit realm expert. It contains all sorts of treasures that he collected throughout his life. I also heard that he snuck into the Heaven Awakened world and escaped after being heavily injured. Before he died, he left behind such a treasure trove. These Heaven Awakened world people are too despicable, we must kill them all." Zhao Fu raised his hand and hit Shuemu's head. Shuemu held her head in pain and said pitifully, "Master, why did you hit me? Isn't that the case? Aren't people from the Heaven Awakened world all that bad?" Feng Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite stupid, you still don't know his identity?" Shuemu started to wonder, and a light suddenly flashed in her mind as she guessed Zhao Fu's identity. She looked incredibly shocked. Her master was someone from the Heaven Awakened world? How could someone from the Heaven Awakened world give off such a pure chaos aura? Even though she couldn't figure it out, looking at Zhao Fu and the others, she understood that they were indeed people from the Heaven Awakened world. Thinking about what she had just said, Shuemu immediately apologized, "Sorry master, I didn't say that you weren't a good person." Zhao Fu did not mind too much and asked, "What else do you know about this treasure trove?" Now, Zhao Fu was quite interested in this treasure trove. If it was really as Shuemu said, as long as he could obtain this treasure trove, he would not lack money for a while. Shuemu replied, "I don't know about that." Zhao Fu was speechless. He had only heard about this rumor. How was Zhao Fu supposed to find it? Thinking about how the shopkeeper had been here for many years and knew many things, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to trouble him. After returning to the shop, the shopkeeper asked, "Dear customer, is there anything else?" Zhao Fu told him about the rumor about the treasure trove. The shopkeeper smiled as he said, "I happen to know some information. If you want to find the location of the treasure trove, you first need to find the command medallion left behind by that expert. This command medallion has disappeared for countless years, and no one has been able to find the treasure trove, which is why it has become a legend." Zhao Fu frowned. Even though he knew how to find the treasure trove, where could he find the command medallion? Zhao Fu then asked the shopkeeper if he had any information about the command medallion, but the shopkeeper did not know either. However, he told him what the command medallion looked like, and it was made from precious spirit wood. It was hexagonal and had a flower engraved on it, and it gave off a sweet fragrance. Hearing this, Shuemu quietly whispered into Zhao Fu's ear, "Master, I found the command medallion." Zhao Fu looked at Shuemu in surprise. He had just been wondering where to find it, and now she had found it? He asked, "You're not lying to me, right?" Book 1, Chapter 60 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Shuemu nodded. Zhao Fu turned and said to the elder, "Thank you very much, we still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first." The elder smiled and said, "It's all right, if you need anything in the future, just come find me." It was evident that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple, so the elder wanted to befriend Zhao Fu. Perhaps it would be of great help to Zhao Fu in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others left the shop and walked on the streets. Zhao Fu asked, "Do you have that command medallion?" Shuemu grinned and said, "Master, do you remember the lake I was at? I found that command medallion at the bottom of the lake. At that time, I didn't know what it was, but it seemed to be a treasure, so I kept it." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. "Do you still have that command medallion?" Shuemu smiled as he replied, I'll give it to you now." As he spoke, Shuemu took out the command medallion and handed it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the command medallion and found that it was exactly as the elder had said. He put it away and went to a wasteland far away from the Alliance City. Even though the command medallion was exactly as the elder had said, he could not guarantee that it was the right one. As such, he needed to see if the command medallion could help him find the treasure trove. Zhao Fu sent a powerful wave of power into the command medallion, causing it to float in his palm and quickly spin. It gave off a white light and a map appeared in the air. This map was the topographic map of this region, but it did not mark the location of the treasure trove. Could it be that he needed something else? Just as he was feeling quite confused, a wave of power from within Zhao Fu's body flowed into the command medallion. This was the flower's power within Zhao Fu's body. After the flower's power flowed into the map, a small flower bloomed, which was most likely the location of the treasure trove. This made Zhao Fu feel quite curious. How could the flower's power show the location of the treasure trove? He thought that this spirit realm expert might have something to do with flowers, so his treasure could only be found by someone related to flowers. Zhao Fu put the command medallion away and brought the three of them to a secluded valley. Zhao Fu took out the command medallion and once again sent some power into it. The command medallion shot out a ray of light into the air and an exquisitely carved wooden door appeared. Shuemu asked curiously, "Is this the treasure of the spirit realm expert?" Zhao Fu looked at the wooden door and replied, I wonder what treasures are inside. Also, do you want to stay outside or go in with me?" Shuemu said worriedly, "Master, is it dangerous inside?" "That's a treasure left behind by a spirit realm expert." Feng Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "You're underestimating this fella too much. He even obtained an immortal's legacy before, so the treasures left behind by a spirit realm expert are nothing." Shuemu's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Fu. This man in front of her had given her too much of an impact. Zhao Fu did not say anything and walked towards the wooden door with the three others following behind him. After walking to the door, Zhao Fu lightly pushed it and countless rays of light shot out from behind the door, accompanied by a dense fragrance of flowers. Zhao Fu and the others walked in and came to a valley of flowers. There were all sorts of flowers growing everywhere, and the sky was blue and the sunlight was warm. There was a gentle breeze and birds flew and butterflies danced. It was like a beautiful painting, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Indeed, that spirit realm expert was related to flowers. Looking at the flowers that filled the valley, that expert was most likely someone who loved flowers. Everyone looked around and continued to walk forward. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the countless flowers gave off light and their petals floated up. They quickly gathered and formed warriors formed from flowers, giving off powerful auras. Facing so many flower warriors, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. After all, secret realms with treasures like these would definitely have powerful guards. The flower warriors looked at Zhao Fu and the others and dragged the long sabers formed from flowers as they quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu and the others, leaving behind many flower petals. These flower warriors were not weak and were all at the extreme divine realm. Facing so many flower warriors rushing at him, Zhao Fu did not panic at all. He stretched out a hand and a massive wave of flower power flowed out, spreading out like rainbow-colored waves of light. The countless flower warriors were hit by the waves of light, and their bodies instantly turned into countless flower petals without stopping at all. It was not that Zhao Fu was powerful enough to instantly destroy all of the flower warriors, but the waves of light did not cause any damage to them. Instead, they sensed that the flower power had automatically dissipated. Zhao Fu thought to himself, this treasure was a person who loved flower power, and the command medallion could only be used by people with flower power. If one used flower power, it would be very effective, and Zhao Fu had not expected that these flower warriors would collapse upon meeting flower power. Shuemu happily smiled as she said, "Master, you're so amazing." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and led everyone onwards. After walking for a while, they finally came to a pavilion. This pavilion had 3 floors and covered a large area. The main body was made of wood and had some exquisite carvings. The pavilion looked beautiful and classical, and it was now protected by a powerful barrier. In front of the pavilion, there was a flower that was 2 meters tall. It looked like a sunflower and was golden. There were golden buds at the center of the flower, and its branches were slender and long. Its leaves were relatively small. The flower gave off a golden light, and the powerful barrier protecting the pavilion was released by this flower. Zhao Fu came before the flower and stretched out a hand, sending a massive amount of power into it. The flower absorbed Zhao Fu's power and gave off an even more intense golden light, but the barrier became even firmer and did not disappear. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, and he continued to send large amounts of flower power into it. The barrier did not continue to change, but the flower took the initiative to devour the flower power within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he immediately tried to pull back his hand. However, the flower gave off a powerful suction force and grabbed onto Zhao Fu's hand, devouring the flower power within Zhao Fu's body even more ferociously. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a cold intent and he exploded out with a powerful aura, wanting to break free. "Wait, I need your power to heal my injuries," a woman's voice sounded out from within the pavilion. Zhao Fu looked quite confused. She needed power to heal her injuries? That spirit realm expert had not died yet? Had she left this treasure trove to find someone with flower power to heal her injuries? After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu did not stop sending power into the flower. Instead, he sent more power into the flower and stealthily sent some 6 desires demonic chi into it. The flower continuously absorbed Zhao Fu's power, and everyone within the pavilion was quite shocked. The flower power within Zhao Fu's body was simply too great, and its power was of an extremely high grade. Book 1, Chapter 61 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. After an hour or so, the flower did not continue to absorb Zhao Fu's power and instead shrunk before sinking into the ground. The powerful barrier protecting the pavilion had also disappeared. The doors opened and a beautiful woman with a mature figure and dark blue hair walked out. She gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Thank you for your help, sir. Please come in." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "No need to be so polite." The group walked into the building. The mature woman was called Painted Eyebrows, and she sat at the top and smiled as she said, "Since you've helped me, what do you want in return? I can do my best to satisfy you and repay you for your kindness." Zhao Fu sat on a chair next to her and said rudely, "Then hand over everything you have." Painted Eyebrows frowned as she said, "Sir, even though you've helped me, aren't you going too far?" Painted Eyebrows had mostly recovered from her injuries in this secret realm, and after absorbing Zhao Fu's massive flower power, her injuries had recovered by half. She planned to give some precious treasures to Zhao Fu to repay Zhao Fu for helping her. However, Zhao Fu wanted her to hand over everything, which she could not accept. Before, she had been grateful to Zhao Fu, but now that Zhao Fu was so greedy, she felt quite disgusted. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What's wrong with going too far? I helped you, so you're mine. Your things are naturally mine. Is it too much for me to take my things?" Boom! Painted Eyebrows angrily glared at Zhao Fu as she gave off a massive aura. However, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and instead smiled as he said, "Even though you were a spirit realm expert before, you're just an Emperor Heaven realm expert now. What do you want to do to me?" Painted Eyebrows said coldly, "I don't want to attack you. I can give you a few treasures as repayment, but after taking them, please leave. We don't welcome you here." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I already said that you're mine and this place is mine. Why are you chasing me away?" Painted Eyebrows angrily glared at Zhao Fu. She had never seen such a shameless and domineering person. She said, "If you keep acting like this, don't blame me." Seeing how angry Painted Eyebrows was, Shuemu thought that Zhao Fu was not only like this to her but to others as well. He loved to bully women. Ericina looked at Painted Eyebrows and did not know what was going on. Even though she was not sure what had happened, she knew that Painted Eyebrows' painting, she could not help but feel. Xianxia did not feel any fear and looked at painted eyebrows and looked with interest. Xiaofu smiled as he stood up and walked towards Skeletal Beauty. Skeletal Painting could not take it anymore and raised a hand. The countless flower petals formed an air current that blasted towards Xiaofu with terrifying power. Xiaofu didn't have the slightest intention of defending or evading. He walked directly towards Skeletal Beauty. Just as the airflow was about to attack Xiaofu, Huagumei's face turned red, and his body fell to the ground powerlessly. The airflow dissipated, and it didn't hurt Xiaofu at all. Skeletal Painting's expression was ugly as he said, "What did you do to me?" Xiaofu said with a smile, "I already said that you are my person. Do you think that I would be so kind as to help you?" Skeletal Painting said angrily, "You're really despicable." Xiaofu chuckled and ignored Skeletal Beauty. He stretched out a hand and took off the storage ring on her finger. Now, Xiaofu was even more interested in her storage ring because his goal this time was for money. He used his power to erase the power that painted skeleton eyebrows had left on the storage ring, and his consciousness entered the storage ring. Skeletal Beauty could only watch and feel extremely angry. She now hated Xiaofu, that despicable and shameless fellow. Xiaofu's consciousness entered the storage ring and he smiled. Apart from a large amount of Alliance gold coins, there were also many materials and treasures. They were incredibly valuable and would be enough for Xiaofu to use for a while. Xiaofu put Skeletal Beauty's storage ring into his cloak and smiled as he looked at Skeletal Beauty. "Apart from the things in the storage ring, do you have any other treasures? Hand them all over." Skeletal Beauty said angrily, "Stop dreaming." Xiaofu looked at Skeletal Beauty, and Xiaofu didn't say anything. He looked towards the second level of the building. This building had 3 levels, and Xiaofu was quite curious about what treasures the other 2 levels had. As such, he walked forwards. Skeletal Beauty immediately cried out in panic, "Bastard! I can give you everything in the storage ring, but don't go up." Hearing her words, Xiaofu became even more interested. He walked to the front of the stairs and saw that there was a barrier protecting them. Boom! Xiaofu stretched out a hand and slammed it against the barrier with shocking power. The barrier was directly shattered by Xiaofu, and Xiaofu walked up the stairs to the second level. After coming to the second level, Xiaofu found that there were many things inside. There was a magic formation on the ground that gave off a powerful aura, and there were seeds in the air covered by the magic formation's barrier. There were roughly 10,000 or so seeds, and all of them gave off a spirit light. They were not ordinary seeds at all. Xiaofu looked at Xiaofu, and his eyes lit up. Xiaofu stretched out his hand and grabbed a light barrier. He looked at the seeds within and found that they were spirit flower seeds. These seeds were most likely flower seeds. He had thought that there would be something good, but they were all flower seeds. Xiaofu felt quite disappointed because they were useless to Xiaofu. At that moment, Skeletal Beauty's face was bright red as she walked up to the second level with great difficulty. Seeing that Xiaofu had not destroyed the seeds, she let out a sigh of relief. Xiaofu turned to look at Skeletal Beauty and asked, "Why are there flower seeds on the second level? Are there any other treasures?" Skeletal Beauty lightly harumphed, "I spent my entire life collecting these seeds, and they're my most precious treasures. Also, you bastard, you don't like flowers, so how do you have such a massive amount of flower energy?" Xiaofu smiled as he said, "I'll tell you when I have time." "What's on the third level? Don't tell me it's also flower seeds?" Skeletal Beauty coldly said, "That's right, the third level also contains flower seeds, and they're from the Heaven Awakened world. They're useless to you." Heaven Awakened world flower seeds? Hearing this, Xiaofu thought of the rumors about her. She had escaped from the Heaven Awakened world with heavy injuries and left behind such a treasure trove. Xiaofu smiled in surprise as he said, "You're quite daring to come to the Heaven Awakened world to collect flowers?" Skeletal Beauty angrily said, "None of your business." Xiaofu smiled as he walked towards the stairs leading to the third level. Skeletal Beauty said, "I already said that the third level also contains flower seeds, and they're from the Heaven Awakened world. They're useless to you, so why are you going up?" Xiaofu replied, "I'm just looking around." Xiaofu went up to the third level just to see if it was as Skeletal Beauty had said. If it was flower seeds, Xiaofu would not be interested at all. The Lord's Armament Conquers the World chapter will continue to be updated on the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the hand-fighting bar. Lord's armament conquers the world, please collect. Lord's armament conquers the heavens, go fighting bar. Book 1, Chapter 62. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Modlals 123. After breaking through the third barrier, Zhao Fu arrived at the third level. This level was quite similar to the second level. There was a magic formation on the ground, and there were seeds covered by barriers in the air. There were only 1,000 or so of them. These were all flower seeds, and they gave off spirit light. They were not ordinary flower seeds, and the aura they gave off was the aura of the Heaven Awaken world. It was just as Skeletal Beauty had said, they were all Heaven Awaken world seeds. Zhao Fu immediately lost interest, and Zhao Fu looked at the seed at the center of the magic formation. This seed was as big as a bottle cap and was shaped like a water droplet. It was transparent and gave off boundless spirit light. It was incredibly beautiful and seemed to be a precious treasure. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, wanting to see what kind of seed it was. Skeletal Beauty hurriedly said, "Don't touch my seed." Zhao Fu stopped and looked at Skeletal Beauty, "Then tell me what kind of seed it is." Skeletal Beauty said, "This is a Heaven Awaken world wondrous celestial realm spirit flower, and it's my most precious flower seed. I was heavily injured because of it, and it's useless to you, so don't touch it." Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. Skeletal Beauty frowned, "What are you laughing at? Have you finished looking at these things? You can take my spatial ring and leave." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I want this seed." Skeletal Beauty cried out in confusion, "What? Why do you want a Heaven Awaken world seed? This seed is my most precious seed, I definitely won't give it to you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're mine, so that seed should be mine. Who told you that Heaven Awaken world seeds are useless to me?" Skeletal Beauty said angrily, "Heaven Awaken world seeds can't be planted in the outer world, nor can they be used. Why do you want it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Did I say I was from the outer world?" Skeletal Beauty looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He gave off such a pure primal chaos aura, so he was definitely not from the outer world. Shui Mu happily laughed as she said, "Our master is the Heaven Awaken world's origin child, his status is incredibly prestigious." Hearing this, Skeletal Beauty was even more shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu was from the Heaven Awaken world and was an origin child. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Even though I don't like flowers as much as you do, I'm also developing a flower domain. This flower domain not only has countless flowers, but it also has 5 wondrous flowers from the Heaven Awaken world. Come with me to the Heaven Awaken world, it'll be very suitable for you." Skeletal Beauty was so shocked that she could not speak. She had only obtained a flower seed after heaven, but she had obtained a flower realm. Now, she finally understood why Zhao Fu did not love flowers that much but had such a massive amount of flower power. She did not know that Zhao Fu's flower domain had a flower celestial. However, no matter how outstanding Zhao Fu was and how he was the origin child and had 5 flowers, this did not change her impression of Zhao Fu. Such a despicable, shameless, and domineering person definitely would not be happy following him. Skeletal Beauty said resolutely, "I won't submit to you, and you can't take away this celestial realm spirit flower." Zhao Fu had to obtain this celestial realm spirit flower. He had been collecting the Heaven Awaken world's 8 great flowers for 10 or so years, and all of them had powerful powers that could help flower fairies recover their power. How could Zhao Fu miss out on this opportunity? Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Skeletal Beauty. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Skeletal Beauty could faintly sense that Zhao Fu did not have good intentions. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out, covering Skeletal Beauty Flower's body. A day or so later, the women's faces were red as they sat by the side. Aracina and Feng Xianxia both had faint smiles on their faces, and Shui Mu looked quite happy as she looked at Zhao Fu. In the end, Skeletal Beauty felt quite resentful as she put away her things. That bastard was even more despicable and domineering than she had expected, he had taken her just like that. Even though she was quite unwilling, she could not resist against Zhao Fu. Now that the celestial realm spirit flower had been put away by Zhao Fu had only taken this seed. The other seeds were useless to Zhao Fu, so he did not take them. Last time, when he had gone to the spirit realm, Zhao Fu had paid attention to the spirit realm flower but had not found anything. There had been very little information about the spirit realm flower, but Zhao Fu had never thought that he would obtain this spirit realm flower in the outer world. This was a pleasant surprise. Of the heaven awaken 8 great wondrous flowers, world flower, dark night flower, evil spirit abyss flower, otherworld golden flower, and soul tree flower had already been obtained by Zhao Fu. Adding on this celestial realm spirit flower, he had 6 in total, leaving only 2 wondrous flowers. This celestial realm spirit flower was still a seed, so he did not know what it looked like or what power it had. He could only wait until he returned to Qin City and planted it. Skeletal Eyebrows was still putting away his things when Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that he had not used the large amount of insect beast king blood he had bought. As such, he went outside and waved his hand, causing countless glass bottles to appear around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not want to go through the trouble of fusing them into his body one by one. He planned to fuse hundreds of bloodlines into his body at once. If it was before, Zhao Fu would not have been able to do this at all. If he fused so many bloodlines at once, an ordinary person's body would most likely explode. However, Zhao Fu now had an origin bloodline. Not only could he easily fuse many bloodlines, but he could also fuse them very quickly. Compared to the first evil celestial, Zhao Fu had a massive advantage. The first evil celestial had an ordinary person's bloodline and relied on devouring various bloodlines to grow, while Zhao Fu had an origin bloodline and devoured low-grade bloodlines to grow. As such, his advantage was much greater. Bang! Bang! The glass bottles shattered and countless amounts of blood, controlled by a formless power, turned into streams and flew towards Zhao Fu. Skeletal Eyebrows walked out and looked at the scene in front of him as he asked in confusion, "What is he doing?" Shuemu also looked at Ericina curiously. She still did not understand why Zhao Fu wanted to collect and devour so many bloodlines. Ericina said softly, "He obtained the primal chaos world's first evil celestial's legacy and needs to refine countless bloodlines." Hearing this, Shuemu and Skeletal Eyebrows, who were creatures of the primal chaos world, were so scared that their faces turned pale and they instinctively took a step back. They had heard how terrifying the first evil celestial was. Shuemu and Skeletal Eyebrows now knew why Zhao Fu and the other 2 were giving off pure primal chaos aura. It turned out that he was using the first evil celestial's 8 forbidden blood technique. Skeletal Eyebrows looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, "The first evil celestial's perverted, twisted, and evil legacy was obtained by this bastard?" Book 1, Chapter 63 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Ericina looked at Skeletal Beauty and asked, "You know about the number 1 evil celestial?" Skeletal Beauty nodded, "Of course I do. The number 1 evil celestial was the most ferocious person in ancient times and was the most terrifying person in history. He was extremely twisted and evil, and he caused a catastrophe in the outer world, causing countless lives to die. Back then, no matter if it was the insects or the chaos race, no matter if they had high or low statuses, they all feared him. It could be said that he alone threatened the entire outer world, and in the end, all of the peerless experts allied together to kill him." A trace of a smile appeared on Ericina's face as she said, "This legacy is quite powerful, but I feel a bit disgusted." Skeletal Beauty asked seriously, "How did that bastard obtain such a terrifying legacy? Also, how could someone from the Heaven Awakened world obtain the outer world's legacy?" Ericina lightly laughed as she said, "What's so strange about that? You'll understand once you stay by his side. This is all very normal." Skeletal Beauty looked quite confused as she said, "This is normal?" At the same time, Skeletal Beauty felt quite worried. If the number 1 evil celestial's legacy was obtained by someone from the Heaven Awakened world, what kind of damage would that cause? Would it be like the first evil celestial's catastrophe? If that happened, the outer world would be doomed. Shuemu asked out of curiosity, "Just who is the owner?" Ericina said, "In actuality, you should have heard of him." Shuemu and Skeletal Beauty looked quite confused. When had they heard of Zhao Fu? Was Zhao Fu that famous? Xianxia smiled as she said, "He's the number 1 person in the Heaven Awakened world, the person who has 8 Supreme Emperor stars." Hearing this, Shuemu and Skeletal Beauty felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow, and their minds went blank. The person who had shaken a few worlds and caused countless creatures to feel fear was the person in front of them, Skeletal Beauty, who had felt quite resentful towards Zhao Fu, felt a sense of helplessness towards Zhao Fu's terrifying identity. By now, Zhao Fu had absorbed the countless bloodlines into his body. After the bloodlines entered Zhao Fu's body, they changed into different shapes. Some looked like a beetle, some looked like a fat pig with wings, some looked like a fish with sharp horns, some looked like a tiger with 2 heads, and some looked like a caterpillar with spikes all over its body. Countless insect beast bloodlines entered Zhao Fu's body and exploded out with powerful bloodline power, furiously wanting to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu observed the changes in his body without any expression on his face. His consciousness entered and formed a body. When the countless insect beasts saw Zhao Fu appear, they charged towards Zhao Fu ferociously. Zhao Fu did not just stand there and coldly looked at the incoming insect beasts. He half-crouched in the air and pressed down with his hand, causing a massive blood-red lake to appear below the insect beasts, giving off an evil, crazy, twisted, and perverted aura. Swish swish swish, thin, blood-red hands stretched out from the blood-red lake, grabbing the insect beasts and pulling them into the blood-red lake. The insect beasts struggled in terror, but facing the blood-red hands, they could not break free at all. The insect beasts were dragged into the blood-red lake, and it was as if they had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. They frantically struggled and screamed. Gradually, their struggles weakened, and their bodies slowly dissolved, fusing into the blood-red lake. In the end, all of the insect beasts dissolved in the blood-red lake, and a powerful bloodline power spread out. Outside, Zhao Fu's body suddenly exploded out with terrifying power. Countless blood-red lights shone out, and a perverted, evil, and twisted aura flooded out. Aracena and the other women's expressions fell, and they immediately retreated far away. Boom! Countless primal chaos world's power quickly flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body gave off countless blood vessels as he slowly started to go through changes. A wave of pure primal chaos bloodline power continuously spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and images of insect beasts appeared around Zhao Fu. These images were the bloodlines that Zhao Fu had fused into, and they were all different. They madly and savagely howled, giving off shocking sounds. Sensing this aura, the people in the distance felt their hair stand on end, and they felt terror. This was the first time they had truly felt the power of the number 1 evil immortal's bloodline, and it was just as terrifying as the legends said. Shuemu said worriedly, "This power is too evil and terrifying, we advise Master to stop devouring bloodlines." Skeletal Beauty nodded, "If the number 1 evil immortal's bloodline continues to develop, it will definitely harm countless lives. This kind of power cannot be used at all." Xianxia said, "Don't think too much about it, he might be able to use the number 1 evil immortal's power and awaken your primal chaos world's supreme emperor star." Shuemu and Skeletal Beauty looked at Xianxia in shock. Zhao Fu, a person from the Heaven Awaken world, wanted to awaken the primal chaos world's supreme emperor star? This was simply too unbelievable. If it was anyone else, they definitely would not be able to do it. However, this person was Zhao Fu, someone who had 8 Supreme Emperor stars, and it was possible for him to awaken a Primal Chaos Emperor star. Boom! A massive explosion interrupted their thoughts as the insect beasts around Zhao Fu instantly fused into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to give off a blinding blood-red light. Time gradually passed, and the blood-red light weakened, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he sensed the changes within his body. After devouring so many insect bloodlines, the number 1 evil immortal bloodline had reached the first stage, causing Zhao Fu's primal chaos bloodline to become even purer. The number 1 evil immortal bloodline's power and the 8 forbidden blood arts power had also greatly increased. Zhao Fu lowered his head and stretched out a hand. A wave of power gathered on his arm, and his hand continuously changed into various shapes. Some looked like pincers, some looked like claws, some looked like hooves, and some looked like tentacles. Now, Zhao Fu had obtained an ability that could fuse the power and abilities of countless insect beasts, obtaining even greater power and abilities. There were all sorts of attributes for insect beasts, and this went without saying. However, the various abilities of insect beasts had to be explained. Some insect beasts could suck blood, some insect beasts could sense, some insect beasts had a keen sense of smell, some insect beasts were incredibly powerful, some insect beasts were incredibly fast, some insect beasts could release poisonous gas, and some insect beasts could release sound waves. Zhao Fu had all of these insect beasts' different abilities, and he did not need to transform into a certain type of insect beast to obtain that type of insect beast's ability. Moreover, this ability would be greatly strengthened. It could be said that Xiaofu could suck blood like insect beasts, had the insect beasts' keen sense of smell, and could release poisonous gas like insect beasts and release sound waves. Book 1, Chapter 64 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micur. Moreover, Xiaofu's body could instantly turn into hundreds of insect beasts. These hundreds of insect beasts all had Xiaofu's source power, so if one insect beast escaped, Xiaofu would be able to quickly recover his power. This was one of the first evil immortal's life-saving methods. He would use this when he was in danger, making it very difficult for others to kill him. Xiaofu now had another life-saving method. Apart from the first evil immortal's bloodline becoming much stronger, the terrifying 8 forbidden blood art had also changed greatly. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and numerous insect beasts flowed out of Xiaofu's palm. Those insect beasts were not inanimate, and they wriggled as if they were alive. Their gazes were savage as they waved their pincers and bit their mouths. They looked incredibly evil and twisted, making people feel quite afraid. Xiaofu grabbed out with his hand, and the countless insect beasts wriggled and transformed into a sword formed from the insect beasts. This sword was 3 meters wide, and the sword looked as if it had been formed from the fusion of many insect beasts. The insect beasts' eyes ferociously stared at the people looking at it, and they gave off traces of blood-red aura. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Xiaofu swung the sword in his hand, and a massive blood-red sword energy slashed out. The ground, trees, and flowers in front of him were instantly gnawed clean, and a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared. There were teeth marks all around it. This was the 8 forbidden blood art's true power. It relied on the first evil immortal's bloodline to continuously become more and more powerful, becoming more and more twisted and evil. Otherwise, it would not have been called the Primal Chaos World's #1 forbidden blood art. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face, and he was quite satisfied with the 8 forbidden blood art's power. Looking at this power, Skeletal Beauty and Shuemu felt a trace of fear in their hearts, while Feng Xianxia and Aracina's expressions remained normal. Xiaofu retracted his power and stood up from the ground. He looked at Skeletal Beauty and the others and said, "Have you packed your things? Let's leave this place." Skeletal Beauty looked at Xiaofu with a complicated expression and nodded. After that, Xiaofu and the others returned to the store. The old man looked at Xiaofu and the others in astonishment. How come Xiaofu had returned so soon? Moreover, he had such a beautiful woman by his side. Xiaofu said with a smile, "Old manager, please inform them that I already have the money." The old man asked in surprise, "You managed to get 600 million gold coins so quickly?" Xiaofu said with a chuckle, "It's just some money. It's nothing to me. I can easily get it." Huagu looked at Xiaofu with hidden bitterness. The money was snatched from her by Xiaofu. The old man valued Xiaofu even more, as he said with a smile, "You wait here, I'll immediately send someone to inform LV Nan." Xiaofu nodded and waited in the room. Half an hour later, LV Nan came to the room. He felt quite shocked that Xiaofu had suddenly obtained so much money. 600 million gold coins was not a small sum, and killing an Emperor Heaven Realm expert for high-level alliance quests was only 1 billion gold coins. Xiaofu asked, "Have you prepared the things I need?" LV Nan smiled as he said, "Sir, they have. We've collected 4,300 types of insect beast king blood, 103 types of king grade insect beast blood, and 36 types of chaos king grade insect beast blood, for a total of 674 million gold coins. Since you're our esteemed guest, I'll give you a discount, so you only need to pay 670 million gold coins." After saying this, LV Nan handed over a spatial ring. Xiaofu took the spatial ring and looked through it with his consciousness. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with the amount of ordinary insect beast king blood, and 100 or so types of king-grade insect beast blood was not too bad. However, Xiaofu was not satisfied with Chaos king-grade insect beast blood, and there were only 30 or so types of Chaos king-grade insect beast blood. Xiaofu thought about it, there were not many people from the Chaos race in the outer world, so there were naturally not many kings. Moreover, they all had prestigious statuses, so they would not sell their essence blood. However, Xiaofu not only needed insect beast blood but also chaos race blood. Because most of the insect beast blood had fused with insect beast bloodlines, Zhao Fu's number one evil celestial bloodline was mainly insect beast. Looking at Zhao Fu's expression, LV Nan asked, "What is it?" "Sir, are you not satisfied?" Zhao Fu nodded, "There's two little Chaos King grade insect beast blood." LV Nan explained, "Sir, I'm sure you understand that these are pure-blooded royal bloodlines, not weak royal bloodlines, so they are naturally quite rare." Zhao Fu said, "Right now, I need both royal and weak royal bloodlines, and I also need some special chaos race blood, even if it's not from the royal bloodline." LV Nan asked in shock, "Sir, are you saying that you will continue to buy this blood in the future?" Zhao Fu replied, and as long as it's not blood that I bought before, I'll buy as much as you can." LV Nan and the elderly man became curious, just what did Zhao Fu need so much blood for? There were already a few thousand types, but he was still not satisfied. LV Nan could not help but smile as she asked, "Sir, what do you need so much blood for? Perhaps I can help you." Zhao Fu said softly, "It's nothing." Seeing that Zhao Fu was unwilling to say, LV Nan did not continue asking, and she smiled as she said, "We'll do our best to help you collect this blood." "Sir, don't worry." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." LV Nan said courteously, "No problem." Zhao Fu's subordinate, LV Nan, had given him a storage ring. With this much blood, it should be enough for the first evil immortal's bloodline to advance to the second stage. This made things much easier for Zhao Fu. If he had to find a few thousand types, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Fu took out a storage ring filled with money and handed it to LV Nan. LV Nan took the storage ring and checked the number of gold coins within. After seeing that there were no problems, she smiled as she put it away. She smiled as she said to Zhao Fu, "That's right. Sir, I heard that you're also going to participate in tomorrow's auction?" Zhao Fu nodded, I heard that there will be many good things." LV Nan smiled as she said, "There will be many good things at the auction, and among them are 2 types of Emperor-class blood essence." "Sir, you won't give it up, right?" Although Zhao Fu wanted to obtain 2 types of Emperor-class blood essence, he did not feel that strongly. Right now, the only thing that could move Zhao Fu was the primal chaos holy blood, which was definitely not here. Hopefully, there would be something else that would surprise him. Zhao Fu nodded. LV Nan stretched out her hand and handed a jade pendant to Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "Sir, this is our Mingyao Financial Group's VIP certificate. You can take this to the auction, and someone will personally receive you. Moreover, you can use it anywhere in the Mingyao Financial Group." Zhao Fu accepted the jade pendant and thanked her. Following this, LV Nan left to continue helping Zhao Fu collect various types of blood from various places. Zhao Fu bade farewell to the old man and found an inn to rest. Zhao Fu did not want to immediately fuse the few thousand types of insect beast blood he had just obtained into his body. He was worried that the first evil immortal's bloodline advancing to the second stage would cause some abnormal signs. As such, it was better to wait until the auction was over before finding a secluded place to fuse with it. Book 1, Zhao Fu. When the auction began, Zhao Fu brought Aracena and the others to the auction hall. The Outer Worlds auction hall was different to the Heaven Awakened Worlds auction hall. It was a stone building that was open air. It looked like a coliseum and was split into levels. Zhao Fu had VIP status, so he could sit at the top level. However, apart from a platform, a stone table, and a few stone stools, there was nothing else there. There was nothing to hide it, so everyone could see it. This was quite different to the Heaven Awakened Worlds auction hall, so Zhao Fu did not mind too much and sat on a stone stool to wait. Time gradually passed, and more people came to the auction hall. At a glance, it was filled with people. This auction was held by the Yao Ming Financial Group, and it attracted many people's gazes. Zhao Fu looked at the people sitting at the top level with interest. They were also the Yao Ming Financial Group's VIP and had prestigious statuses and powerful auras. What interested Zhao Fu was their bloodlines. Even the weakest of their bloodlines was a royal bloodline, and there were other powerful bloodlines. Zhao Fu's number 1 evil celestial bloodline could sense the strength of each person's bloodline. Ordinary concealment abilities were useless against Zhao Fu, and this ability made it easier for the number 1 evil celestial to devour other bloodlines. At that moment, the auction officially began. A young man walked up to the stone stage at the center and pushed out a cage covered with a white cloth. The young man smiled as he said, "My name is Xianxia, and I am honored to host this auction. Now, let me introduce the first auction item." As Xianxia spoke, he pulled down the white cloth. Within the cage was a small cow that was completely violet and had 3 eyes. Its horns gave off violet arcs of lightning. This is a lightning-tied cow calf, and it has massive lightning power. When it explodes out with its full power, it can form a lightning tide. Its aptitude is quite good, and the starting price is 100,000 gold coins. As expected from the Yao Ming Financial Group, the first auction item was already so good. Sensing the lightning power that could cause people's hairs to stand on end, everyone became incredibly excited and started to bid. 200,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins, 650,000 gold coins. In the end, this thunder-tied bull was sold for 1 million gold coins, and it was won by a well-built man. 1 million gold coins was already quite high, and the Advanced Alliance quests were only worth 1 million gold coins. None of the Advanced Alliance quests were simple. Zhao Fu and the upper echelons were definitely not interested. The lightning power of the thunder-tied bull was not weak, but it was a little weak to them. The second item was pushed out. It was a very large insect egg that was about 1 meter long. It gave off a white light and a powerful aura of life. Xianxia said, "One valley white worm egg. It can be fused into your body and can save your life at a critical moment. The starting price is 250,000 gold coins." This kind of valley white insect egg had a very powerful life force and could be fused into one's body. When one was injured, one could consume this insect egg to obtain a powerful life force, allowing one's injuries to quickly recover. At a critical moment, it could indeed save one's life. 300,000 gold coins. To everyone, this was a life-saving treasure, and they did not want to miss out on it. Soon, people started bidding. Zhao Fu was still not interested because it had fused with the Valley White Worm King bloodline and had the Valley White Worm's abilities. Now that Zhao Fu had fused with so many bloodlines, he could sense all races with the same bloodline. In the end, this Valley White Worm egg was won by a middle-aged woman, and the price was 1.5 million gold coins. Following this, the third item was quickly brought up. It was a piece of ore that was as big as a watermelon. It was dark gray and gave off a cold deathly aura. Xianxia explained, "Soul Death Iron, an exquisite material for forging deathly attribute weapons. The starting price is 280,000 gold coins." This was also a rare material, and those with deathly attributes immediately started bidding. 400,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins. In the end, the third item was won by a cold-looking young man. The starting price was 1.7 million gold coins, which was a bit more than the second item. Following this was the fourth, fifth, and sixth item. Everyone started bidding, and the scene was quite lively. The seventh item was a flower seed called the October Rose Flower. It was a very rare flower that could strengthen one's body, and the starting price was 800,000 gold coins. This was also a body-strengthening treasure, and everyone wanted it as well. Just as they were about to start bidding. Just as they were about to bid, a voice sounded out from the top, 5 million gold coins. Everyone looked up and looked at the beautiful and mature woman. They felt quite surprised that there were higher-ups bidding at this time, and they all knew that none of these higher-ups had prestigious statuses or were powerful. The other people sitting in the higher-ups felt quite surprised as they looked at Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu also looked at Skeletal Beauty and did not look surprised. With her personality, she definitely would not let go of such a rare high-grade spirit flower. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Skeletal Beauty said in a pleasing tone, "I'll buy this one." Now that her money and valuable items were all in Zhao Fu's hands, Skeletal Beauty did not have that much money, and she was afraid that Zhao Fu would not buy it for her. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as she said, "You can buy as much as you want." Skeletal Beauty let out a sigh of relief and gave a trace of a smile. She had a slightly favorable impression of Zhao Fu, but she felt that it was quite strange. After all, this money had been taken by Zhao Fu from Skeletal Beauty, and now, as the owner, Skeletal Beauty had to ask for Zhao Fu's permission. This flower's price was at most 3 million gold coins, and Skeletal Beauty directly bid 5 million. No one wanted to compete with Skeletal Beauty, and they understood that they could not outbid her. As such, they did not bid, and this flower was successfully won by Skeletal Beauty. After obtaining this flower, Skeletal Beauty became quite happy. To her, the most meaningful thing in her life was to collect all of the flowers in the world. Following this, more and more items were brought up, and their prices became higher and higher. The 29th item was a medicinal bottle. Xianxia introduced, this is an insect life pill, which can cure the insect transformation disease. The starting price is 3 million gold coins. The insect transformation disease was a terrifying disease in the outer world. One's body would gradually become an insect, and those who contracted this disease would die in pain. This disease was incredibly difficult to cure, and even ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators would not be able to cure it. This pill that could treat the insect transformation disease could be said to be extremely precious, so there were a lot of people bidding for it. 3, 5 million, 4 million. 4, 2 million. Book 1, Chapter 66 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. At that moment, a skinny man pleaded, everyone, my little brother is suffering from the insect transformation disease and his life is in danger. Please give this insect life pill to me, I only have 4 million gold coins. Everyone looked at each other. Baishu looked around and seeing that no one else was bidding, he reminded, this person bids 4 million gold coins, is there anyone else? If no one else bids, this insect life pill will belong to this guest. A tall and slender woman said, apologies, I also need this pill. I also need this medicinal pill. I bid 6 million gold coins. Hearing this, the skinny man's face became pale. That woman had not only bid, but she had also added 600,000 gold coins. He did not have that many gold coins. With this woman taking the lead, others also bid. An elderly man called out 2 million gold coins, causing no one else to bid. The skinny youth hung his head in grief. He had heard that there was a pill that could save his little brother in this auction. He had sold off all his valuables and finally managed to gather more than 5 million gold coins. He wanted to bid for that pill to save his little brother. However, many people wanted this rare pill, and he did not have that much money to bid. Thinking about how he was about to lose his little brother, the skinny young man felt incredibly pained. Baishu called out, 2 million gold coins, is there anyone else? Painted Eyebrows looked at the skinny young man before looking at Zhao Fu. She wanted to help the skinny young man, but the money was with Zhao Fu, and she had said that she would only buy one thing. Zhao Fu called out, 8 million gold coins. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Painted Eyebrows looked quite surprised. She understood that Zhao Fu was not interested in this pill, so why would he bid? Could it be? Zhao Fu turned to look at Painted Eyebrows and smiled as he said, I'll bid for you. A trace of a smile appeared on Painted Eyebrows' face and she felt warmth in her heart. She felt that this fellow Zhao Fu was not bad. Baishu called out, 8 million gold coins, is there anyone else? After reaching this high price, everyone stopped bidding. After all, an insect life-living pill's price was around 6 million gold coins, and 8 million gold coins was already much higher. Seeing that there was no bid, Baishu smiled and said, then this insect life pill belongs to this customer. Zhao Fu said to the skinny youth, come and get this pill later. Now there was an uproar. They didn't expect Zhao Fu to offer such a high price for the skinny youth. Who was this person? They were truly rich and overbearing. The skinny young man looked quite confused. He had already given up all hope, and he had never thought that such a pleasant surprise would fall on him. He came back to his senses and gratefully knelt on the ground, saying, many thanks, sir. I will definitely return these 8 million gold coins to you in the future. Zhao Fu had long lost interest in money, so he said flatly, no need. Painted Eyebrows said, after you obtain this pill, hurry and save your little brother. If this is a lie, I'll kill you. Painted Eyebrows was very happy to help others, but she also hated people who used such things to deceive others. If this youth was lying to obtain the pill, Painted Eyebrows would not hesitate to kill the skinny youth. The skinny youth said, I definitely won't lie to you, my little brother really has this disease. I can use my life to guarantee that if I lie to you, I'll be willing to be killed by you. Painted Eyebrows did not say anything else. Following this, the next auction item was brought out. It was a large red axe that gave off a searing aura. Xiaofu was not interested, so he sat by the side and did not bid. As the auction reached its final stages, some extremely precious items were brought up. The people sitting in the lower levels did not have a chance to bid, and they could only watch from the side. The 81st item was brought up. It was a bottle of azure blood that gave off a faint might. Xianxia introduced, this is the Emperor-class Wind Eclipse Bird's Essence Blood. The starting price is 10 million gold coins. Finally, it was something that Xiaofu was interested in. Xiaofu did not hesitate and directly said, 1,500 million gold coins. Emperor-class Insect Essence Blood was more than 10 times stronger than King-class Insect Essence Blood, and it could suppress some King-class Insect Essence Blood. It was even rarer, and LV Nan had not directly sold it to Xiaofu. Instead, it had been put up for auction, so its price was naturally not low. A luxuriously dressed youth immediately said, 17 million gold coins. The price instantly surpassed Xiaofu's. Another person called out, 18 million gold coins. Xiaofu did not hesitate and raised the price to 20 million gold coins. This price caused some people to stop bidding, while the luxuriously dressed youth directly called out, 25 million gold coins. Xiaofu frowned and shouted, 30 million gold coins. This price was enough to buy a bottle of Emperor-class Insect Essence Blood. The luxuriously dressed youth lightly laughed and did not back down at all as he directly called out, 32 million gold coins. Xiaofu looked at the luxuriously dressed youth and shouted, 35 million gold coins. Facing Xiaofu's gaze, the luxuriously dressed youth gave a proud smile as he said, 40 million gold coins, do you still want to continue? Hearing this provocation, Xiaofu's expression became cold as he said, 50 million gold coins. The luxuriously dressed youth proudly laughed and immediately said, 55 million gold coins. The higher-ups looked at the two people bidding with interest. Only Xiaofu and the luxuriously dressed youth were bidding at such a high price. Xiaofu said, 60 million gold coins. The luxuriously dressed youth once again called out, 65 million gold coins. Xiaofu felt quite displeased as he coldly looked at the luxuriously dressed youth and said, 70 million gold coins. The luxuriously dressed youth did not care about Xiaofu's gaze at all and said, 75 million gold coins. This price of Emperor-class Essence Blood was already quite high, and the people sitting in the lower levels looked quite shocked. Seeing these people spend so much money, they felt quite excited and looked at Xiaofu, waiting for Xiaofu to continue bidding. Xiaofu did not continue bidding. Sure, you said, this guest has bid 75 million gold coins, is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? After no one said anything, sure you announced, this bottle of Emperor-class Essence Blood belongs to this guest. A young man next to the luxuriously dressed youth looked at Xiaofu and lightly harumphed, at least you're tactful and know not to fight with our prince. Hearing this, everyone looked at the luxuriously dressed youth. To them, this prince was a very prestigious person, and it was no wonder why he was so confident. Everyone started to pay attention to the luxuriously dressed youth, he would be a powerful competitor. Skeletal Painting asked somewhat angrily, why aren't you bidding anymore? Don't you need a lot of blood? Don't tell me you're afraid of him? Book 1, Chapter 67 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Micur Aracena could not help but lightly laugh as she said, do you think that Xiaofu would be afraid of him? This person is going to be in trouble soon. Painted Eyebrows looked at Xiaofu in confusion and did not know what was going to happen next. He asked, what are you going to do next? Xiaofu smiled as he said, I'm not going to do anything. Painted Eyebrows looked at Xiaofu strangely and did not say anything. He then looked angrily at the gorgeous-looking young man. The next item was brought out. It was another glass bottle that contained black blood and gave off a terrifying aura. Xianxia introduced, Primal Chaos Emperor's Essence Blood, starting price of 12 million gold coins. This was the second bottle of Primal Chaos Emperor's Essence Blood that LV Nan had mentioned. This bottle of Essence Blood belonged to the Primal Chaos Emperor's family, and the aura it gave off was slightly more powerful than the first bottle of Primal Chaos Emperor's Essence Blood. Xiaofu looked at the gorgeous-looking young man and called out, 80 million gold coins. Hearing this price, everyone chose to give up and did not continue bidding. The young man next to the gorgeous-looking young man said in dissatisfaction, "Are you provoking our prince? I'll show you later." Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the gorgeous-looking young man lightly smiled as he said, 90 million gold coins. Zhao Fu did not say anything else. The young man gave a satisfied smile as he said proudly. The young man gave a satisfied smile as he said proudly to Zhao Fu. When the others heard this, they were somewhat displeased. This little follower's words were a bit too arrogant. The gorgeous-looking young man calmly smiled as he called out, "Citizen." The young man understood and did not continue to speak. He stood next to the gorgeous-looking young man, but the arrogant smile on his face did not diminish. The gorgeous-looking young man smiled as he said, "Apologies. My follower doesn't understand the rules." Everyone gave calm smiles and did not continue to pay attention to this matter. The gorgeous-looking young man had a noble status, and they did not want to offend him. Shui Mu and painted eyebrows angrily looked at the gorgeous-looking young man. This little follower had dared to speak so arrogantly to them, and they wanted to properly teach him a lesson. Aracena calmly smiled as she looked at the gorgeous-looking young man and the young man. Feng Xianxia looked at the two as if they were courting death. They knew Zhao Fu better and understood that these two people were dead for sure. There was almost no surprise. Not many people dared to talk to him like this. Shiraishi called out, "Are there any other bids?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu didn't say anything. Shiraishi announced that the bottle of blood belonged to the gorgeous youth. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhao Fu with disdain and disdain. If they were the ones being treated like this, they would definitely not endure it like this. Not even venting their anger was too weak. However, there were also some who expressed their understanding. After all, the gorgeous young man had a distinguished status. Zhao Fu smiled faintly, but still didn't do anything. The next item was pushed out. It was a red piece of skin that was a few meters long and had many scales on it. It gave off a faint red light and a ferocious aura. Baishu introduced the skin of the Emperor Heaven Realm insect beast swimming foam. It's an excellent defensive material, and the starting price is 15 million gold coins. Zhao Fu wasn't interested in these materials, so he didn't make any bids. In the end, this material was won by a woman with fiery red hair for 40 million gold coins. She was one of the higher-ups in the auction hall. The next item was brought out. It was a fruit that was as big as a fist and was covered with spikes. It was shaped like a heart and gave off a faint stench. Baishu introduced, the cordyceps fruit has the powerful effect of improving the insect beast's constitution. The starting price is 16 million gold coins. Shuemu looked at Zhao Fu beside him and said, "Master, I'm not sure if you're willing." "I want this." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure," before calling out, 20 million gold coins. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man called out, 24 million gold coins. The red-haired woman who had bought Swimming Fing's skin called out, 25 million gold coins. Zhao Fu directly called out, 30 million gold coins. The middle-aged man thought about it and didn't continue bidding. The red-haired woman looked at Zhao Fu and called out, 32 million gold coins. Zhao Fu immediately called out, 35 million gold coins. The red-haired woman frowned, and there was a woman with short silver hair sitting next to her. She looked at the red-haired woman and said unhappily to Zhao Fu, "Hey, you should know your place. You'd better know your place. She's the young master of Seas Valley. She's not someone you can offend." Hearing this, everyone looked at the red-haired woman. Snatching Valley was not any weaker than an imperial kingdom, and it was quite surprising that two major figures had come to the auction. Facing everyone's gazes, the red-haired woman calmly called out, 40 million gold coins. Everyone then looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again didn't say anything, causing everyone's gazes to become even more disdainful. It wasn't just the higher-ups who felt this way, some of the lower-ranked people felt the same way, and they thought to themselves, this person is too trash. He was bullied twice and acted as if nothing had happened. If it was them, even if they couldn't beat him, they would at least curse at him. Baishu called out, 40 million gold coins, is there anyone else? Shuemu pitifully looked at Zhao Fu and called out, "Master." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, this thing will be yours." Hearing this, Shuemu felt at ease and smiled. She greatly trusted Zhao Fu. Huagu looked at Zhao Fu with hidden bitterness. She didn't want to sit here and be bullied. She couldn't understand why Zhao Fu was like this. He clearly had so much money, but he wasn't bidding. However, looking at Zhao Fu's expression, she understood that Zhao Fu definitely wasn't afraid of these people. Zhao Fu had an origin bloodline, and even holy sons were a level lower than him, let alone these princes who weren't even imperial princes. Seeing that there were no more bids, Bai Shiyu announced that the item was won by the red-haired woman. The silver-haired woman looked at Zhao Fu and lightly laughed. As expected, he's a coward. After saying who we are, he doesn't dare to bid anymore. The red-haired woman said, Ziyan, it's better to be low-key. I don't like to use my status to suppress others. They're afraid of the factions behind us, not us. The woman called Ziyan didn't mind and smiled as she said, Hong Yan, that's your problem. Our factions are our advantages, so why wouldn't we use them? Also, with Duogu's power, who would dare to offend us? Also, that coward can act pretentiously in front of ordinary people. I thought his status wasn't simple, but he didn't even dare to retaliate after being bullied like that. Those people only have a bit more money and are useless in other areas. Even I feel disgusted looking at them. Hong Yan looked at Zhao Fu and didn't say anything. She looked down on such a man. Book 1, Chapter 68. The next auction item was brought out. It was a coarse-looking jade pot, but it gave off a terrifying aura. Bai Shiyu introduced, this is a bug refining pot, a treasure that can refine king-class bug beasts. The starting bid is 20 million gold coins. Many people were interested in this item and began to bid for it. 21 million, 22 million, 24 million. Zhao Fu was not interested in this. Now that he had the first-rank evil immortal bloodline, he could even refine source insect beasts, let alone insect kings. In the end, the bug refining pot was won by a black-cloaked youth and sold for 47 million gold coins. Following that, a few more items were brought out. Zhao Fu did not participate in the bidding. Another auction item was brought out. It was a jade bottle. It was unknown what was inside, but it did not emit any aura. Shiraishi opened the jade bottle, and a rich fragrance spread out, making people feel like they were in a dream. The 1,000-year-old flower fragrance has all kinds of magical effects. The starting price is 23 million gold coins. When Painted Eyebrows saw this, he revealed a surprised smile. I didn't expect there to be such a rare thing. This bottle of 1,000-year flower fragrance fluid could not only help her heal her injuries, but it could also save all kinds of spiritual flowers. In the past, she had collected some, but she had used them all. Painted Eyebrows looked at Zhao Fu and said softly, Zhao Fu, I want this thing. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he shouted, 30 million gold coins. Many people wanted this bottle of floral fragrance. Soon, someone shouted 32 million gold coins, then 35 million gold coins, then 38 million gold coins. Finally, the gorgeous-looking young man shouted, 60 million gold coins. Now, the price had increased by more than 20 million, causing everyone to feel quite shocked. They also admired the young man, but he was a prince, so this amount of money was nothing to him. No one made a bid. Zhao Fu smiled and shouted, 70 million. Countless people looked at Zhao Fu in astonishment. They hadn't expected that Zhao Fu would still dare to bid at this time. Who gave him the courage? The young man shouted angrily, bastard. If it wasn't for the auction, you would have been dead by now. The gorgeous-looking young man did not mind and calmly smiled as he said, 80 million gold coins. Zhao Fu once again did not make a bid. Painted Eyebrows angrily looked at the gorgeous-looking young man and called out, Zhao Fu, what do you want? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, nothing. Leave it with him for now. I'll get it back for you after the auction. Skeletal Painter suddenly understood Zhao Fu's intentions and gave a trace of a smile. He was no longer angry and thought to himself, this fellow is indeed a bastard. No wonder he had to fight with them. Seeing that there were no more bids, he said that the floral would be. The young man smiled and could not help but say mockingly, why don't you take a look at who you are? Can you compete with our prince? Zhao Su, how, is 111 yen. Zhao Fu. However, others thought that Zhao Fu was afraid of the gorgeous-looking young man and did not dare to speak after being mocked like this. He was simply too weak and a coward. Moreover, if he did not dare to compete with others, he would not have been humiliated like this. The skinny young man could not bear to watch this any longer. Zhao Fu had done him a great favor, but with his strength and status, he could not help Zhao Fu at all. Following this, a few more items were brought up, and they were won by different people. At that moment, another item was brought up. It was 1 meter long and as thick as an arm. It looked like a worm but did not seem to have a corporeal body, and it was covered by a glass cover. Shiraishi, you introduced it. This is an extremely rare space-time worm. It has the power of time and space, and catching it is incredibly difficult. I won't say much about its value. The starting price is 30 million gold coins. Space-time worms were indeed incredibly rare insect beasts, and they had all sorts of uses, such as fusing into one's body and controlling time and space power. They could also fuse into weapons, causing weapons to receive massive improvements. Soon, someone called out, 35 million gold coins. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this rare insect beast. Even though it was not an insect beast king's bloodline, it could be fused into one's body and obtain the space-time worm's bloodline. As such, he also joined in the bidding. In the end, the price reached 60 million gold coins. A big man with a big beard called out, 62 million gold coins. Zhao Fu called out, 63 million gold coins. The big man once again called out, 64 million gold coins. Zhao Fu called out, 65 million gold coins. At that moment, the big man angrily cursed, dog thing. You dare to compete with me? Do you know who I am? Zhao Fu did not get angry and calmly smiled as he looked at the big man. May I ask who you are? The big man said, I'm from the largest faction nearby, Wu City. You know who I am, yet you still dare to compete with me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death later. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he calmly said, I won't dare to compete with Sir for this treasure. Now that Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, others could not see Zhao Fu's expression and thought that Zhao Fu had given in and was begging the big man for mercy. The big man gave a satisfied smile and raised the price to 66 million gold coins. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu with even more disdain. It was the first time they had seen such a trashy person. A young man looked at Zhao Fu mockingly. Ziyan, the silver-haired woman, looked at Zhao Fu and the others with disgust. Sure you called out, is there anyone else? No one made a sound, and sure you announced that the space-time worm would belong to the big man. The big man gave a satisfied and carefree smile as he looked at Shui Mu and Hua Gumei beside Zhao Fu and said, you two are so beautiful, it's a pity that you followed this fellow. How about you follow me? There will definitely be benefits for you. At this moment, Zhao Fu, Feng Xianxia, and Aracena were wearing cloaks, while Hua Gumei and Shui Mu were not. Shui Mu looked at Zhao Fu somewhat angrily. However, Hua Gumei was not angry, and he had a trace of a smile on his face as he said, stop dreaming. It's impossible for us to follow you. The big man said somewhat angrily, why? I'm 100 times better than this boy, it's definitely better for him to follow me. Aracena took off the cloak that covered her face, revealing her beautiful, goddess-like appearance. The auction hall fell silent, and everyone stared at Aracena. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman. Aracena was already very beautiful, and with the nourishment of all sorts of things, ordinary beauties could only look up to her and could not compare to her at all. Her beauty was ranked near the top in Qin City, which showed how beautiful she was. Book 1, Book 2, Book 3. Facing everyone's gazes, Aracena gave a playful smile as she said, what do you think of my looks? Am I very beautiful? Do you want me? Seeing this, the big man smiled and said happily, of course I do, I want all of you. The gorgeous-looking young man looked at Aracena and felt quite tempted. Seeing the young man's expression, the young man understood what he was thinking and immediately said, it's too much of a pity for a beauty like you to be with him, it's better to follow our prince, you can get whatever you want. The big man frowned. With his qualifications, he indeed could not compete with the gorgeous-looking young man, but he did not want to give up on such a beauty. He said, so what if you're a prince? Our faction is the most powerful here, I can help you get whatever you want. Boom, at that moment, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying emperor's aura spread out. Everyone's expressions fell as they looked down and saw a handsome-looking young man in green. The handsome-looking young man smiled as he said, "This lowly one is called Qinghuayi, and I'm an imperial prince. I've never seen someone as beautiful as you in an empire. No one here is worthy of you, only I am." Hearing his words, everyone looked quite shocked. They had never thought that this handsome-looking young man was an imperial prince. Imperial princes rarely came to this place, and with his status as an imperial prince, no one here could compare to him. The big man and the young man did not say anything because they did not dare to offend an empire. Now, everyone's gazes fell on Arsina. If it was an ordinary woman, she would have happily agreed because following by an imperial prince's side would bring her countless benefits. Arsina did something that no one would have expected. She intimately sat on Zhao Fu's body and lightly smiled as she said, "It's very easy to obtain me. Whoever takes me from him will have me, anyone can do it." Hearing this, everyone felt quite panicked and felt an urge to rush over and fight with Zhao Fu. Baishu Yu looked quite awkward as he said loudly, "Everyone, please abide by the auction's rules. We'll settle this after the auction, our Yao Ming Financial Group will not interfere." This was the Yao Ming Financial Group's territory, so no one dared to do anything. They could only endure for now and come back to take Arsina away later. Another auction item was quickly brought up. It was another piece of equipment with a starting price of 33 million gold coins. Everyone started bidding fiercely. Arsina smiled in Zhao Fu's arms and said, "Shouldn't you thank me? I did you a favor." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It doesn't matter whether you help or not. I already have a plan." Arsina said unhappily, "All right. Then I won't help you anymore." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "I'll thank you later, all right?" Arsina smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Feng Xianxia stood on the side without any expression. Shuemu looked at Arsina enviously. Painted bone eyebrow felt a little complicated. Time passed quickly, and one item after another was auctioned off. The best item was the finale of this auction, and everyone became excited. The first item was pushed out. It was a 2-meter-long rhombus-shaped blue crystal stone, and it gave off a massive insect beast's aura as well as a massive emperor's might. Baishu Yu gave a trace of a smile and said excitedly, "This is a somewhat damaged emperor insect Denver. The starting price is 80 million gold coins. If it was a complete emperor-grade hive, it would be impossible to buy it with money." This was because not only could an emperor-grade hive nurture countless insects, but it could also nurture emperor-grade insects. It could even develop an existence comparable to an emperor-grade faction. Its value was unimaginable. However, this was a broken den crystal, so it did not have such terrifying effects. However, it was still quite precious, so it was one of the finale items. A bald elder directly called out, 100 million gold coins. Everyone started to feel quite excited as they looked ahead. This was the first time something had reached the price of 100 million gold coins, and they would never be able to obtain so much money in their lifetimes. Another middle-aged man immediately called out, 150 million gold coins. This increase of 50 million gold coins caused everyone to feel quite shocked, but someone quickly made an even higher bid. Zhao Fu looked at the insect den and wanted to obtain it. This was the first time he had seen an insect den, and the highest he had seen before was a king-grade insect den. Zhao Fu wanted to see if he could repair this insect den, and if he could not, he could nurture a massive emperor-grade wyvern. Looking at the intense bidding, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to participate. After a while, there were fewer people bidding, and the insect den's price reached 500 million gold coins. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from a yellow-haired elder's body, causing the air to become incredibly heavy. Some people with lower cultivations found it difficult to breathe. Everyone looked at the yellow-haired elder in shock. The aura he gave off was that of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. The yellow-haired elder looked around warningly and called out, 510 million gold coins. Facing the yellow-haired elder's aura, everyone else started to hesitate. The Emperor Heaven Realm was the highest cultivation here, and looking at the yellow-haired elder, anyone who bid would offend him, which was equivalent to offending an Emperor Heaven Realm existence. The handsome-looking young man, Qinghuayi, called out, 530 million gold coins. Everyone feared the yellow-haired elder, but with Qinghuiye's status as an imperial prince, he did not fear him at all. Hearing Qinghuiye bid, the yellow-haired elder looked quite furious and glared at Qinghuiye. At that moment, a square-faced middle-aged man next to Qinghuiye gave off a massive aura, causing everyone around him to feel their bodies sink. This was another Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and everyone instinctively retreated, opening up an empty space. The yellow-haired elder looked away and called out with a serious expression, 600 million gold coins. This was the highest price he could offer. If someone offered a higher price, he could only give up. Qinghuiye calmly called out, 610 million gold coins. The yellow-haired elder looked at Qinghuiye and decided not to bid anymore. There was nothing he could do to Qinghuiye, as not only did Qinghuiye have a prestigious status, but he also had the protection of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. If it wasn't for this, he would have already attacked Qinghuiye. Baishiyu looked around and called out, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid? If there is no one else, this emperor-grade den will belong to this imperial prince." At that moment, Zhao Fu called out, 620 million gold coins. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. They had never thought that a cowardly trash like Zhao Fu would dare to bid at a time like this. Was he not afraid of death? Book 1, Chapter 70 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 Qinghuiye felt quite surprised and called out, 650 million. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately called out, 660 million. Qinghuiye slightly frowned and called out, 700 million gold coins. Zhao Fu did not look like he was going to give up and continued to call out, 710 million gold coins. Everyone felt quite surprised and could not understand where Zhao Fu had gotten his courage to bid against an imperial prince. If it was before, he would have long since given up. Qinghuiye felt quite angry and called out, 800 million gold coins. Just like that, he increased the bid by 90 million gold coins, causing everyone to look at Qinghuiye in shock. However, Zhao Fu did not give up and called out, 810 million gold coins. Ziyan could not help but say, "Are you an idiot? That's an imperial prince, don't blame others for not warning you." Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, I know." Ziyan felt quite confused and could not understand why a coward like Zhao Fu dared to compete with an imperial prince. Could it be that he really wanted this thing? Qinghuiye asked, "Do you think I'm easier to bully than others?" Qinghuiye felt quite angry. This person had been afraid that others would not dare to bid, yet he dared to bid against him. This was evidently looking down on him. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "That's not what I meant, this thing goes to the highest bidder." Just as Qinghuiye was about to continue bidding, the Emperor Heaven Realm expert next to him said softly, "Young master, forget about it. I can sense that this person is not an ordinary person." Hearing this, Qinghuiye felt quite startled and did not bid. Seeing this, everyone looked quite confused. This imperial prince was not bidding anymore. What was going on? Baishiyu called out, "Is there anyone else bidding? If there is no one else, this item will belong to this guest." There was still no one else bidding, and in the end, this insect den was obtained by Zhao Fu. The yellow-haired old man looked at Zhao Fu with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Previously, he didn't bid because of the extreme green huapage, but he wasn't afraid of Zhao Fu. Moreover, he didn't plan to spend a single cent and snatch the item after the auction ended. The second item was brought out. It was a 3-finger-sized, irregularly shaped stone. It gave off a faint light, but it was unclear what it was. Baishiyu smiled as he introduced, "This stone contains the top-notch cultivation technique, Elephant Divine Cage. This is a cultivation technique that can be cultivated to become a supreme being, so everyone should understand its value. The starting price is 100 million gold coins." The power of a top-notch cultivation technique caused everyone present to be moved. Although the starting price was 100 million gold coins, no one retreated. Someone immediately shouted, 110 million. Zhao Fu was not interested in this cultivation method. He had already cultivated the 6 desires demonic scripture and Qin's cultivation method. Now, he also had to cultivate the 8 forbidden blood technique of the first evil immortal. He was not in the mood to cultivate other cultivation methods. 150 million gold coins, 200 million gold coins, 300 million gold coins. The price of the top-notch cultivation technique became higher and higher, and after it reached 500 million gold coins, the number of people competing decreased. Hong Yan and the opulent young man both wanted this top-notch cultivation technique, so they were also competing. The opulent young man cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, I bid 700 million gold coins. Can you give me some face?" Hearing this, everyone else fell silent. Some people feared the opulent young man's identity. Some people were not afraid of the opulent young man, and a short middle-aged man said, "Imperial kingdoms like you don't lack this, so don't fight with us. I bid 710 million gold coins." The opulent young man frowned, looking quite angry. With someone taking the lead, others quickly joined in. In the end, the price of the cultivation technique reached 800 million gold coins, and there were only two people left. One was the opulent young man, while the other was the short middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man obtained the cultivation technique in the end, and the price of the cultivation technique reached 900 million gold coins. Following this, another item was brought out. It was a two-handed sword that was purplish-black. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long, and there were scenes of people fighting engraved on it. The handguard was like 2 short blades, and the hilt was made of metal. The end of the sword was pointed, and it gave off an extremely powerful battle aura. This sword's quality was quite high, and it gave off a trace of battle intent. It was quite suitable for people who liked to fight. Bai Shiyu looked at Hong Yan and smiled as he said, "This sword is called the Do Ling sword, and it was once the sword of Do Valley's #1 expert. Its quality is quite high, and it has a powerful battle intent. The starting price is 110 million gold coins." Everyone looked at Hong Yan. Do Valley was a terrifying imperial faction, and this sword was the sword of Do Valley's #1 expert. Just thinking about it made one feel that this sword was quite extraordinary. Only large merchant groups like Yao Ming would dare to auction such an item. Ordinary merchant groups would have long since been destroyed by Do Valley. Many people felt quite interested, but they also hesitated. Hong Yan had evidently come for this sword, so could they have it? Everyone fell silent, and no one made a bid. At that moment, Hong Yan calmly called out, 120 million gold coins. Everyone else thought for a moment before joining in, and the price of the sword continuously rose. Zhao Fu had been watching others from the side. He had many swords, so he was not very interested in this sword. However, when he thought about how his swords were all from the Heaven-Awakened world and did not have any weapons from the outer world, in order to make things easier for him in the future, Zhao Fu decided to make a bid. With this sword's quality, Zhao Fu would be able to use it. Soon, the price of the Do Ling sword reached 600 million gold coins. Hong Yan said, "This Do Ling sword is an important item to Do Valley, and we will not let it fall into anyone else's hands. Please think this through." These words caused everyone's expressions to become serious. What Hong Yan meant was that this sword was something important to them, and they would definitely obtain it. If anyone obtained this sword, Do Valley's people would definitely come to take it from them. Now, everyone started to hesitate. Obtaining this sword required a large amount of gold coins, and it could be taken away in the future. As such, everyone decided to give up. There was no need to put themselves in danger. At that moment, Zhao Fu spoke, 610 million gold coins. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in confusion. What was wrong with this person? Hong Yan had already threatened him, so why did he still dare to make a bid? This person was really stupid, wasn't he? Hong Yan also looked quite confused. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would make a bid at a time like this. Just as she was about to say something, Ziyan said, "Leave this fellow to me." Hong Yan thought about it and nodded. Ziyan looked at Zhao Fu and said angrily, "Do you have a bad memory? You still dare to compete with us? I can tell you that not only will you not be able to beat us, but even if you obtain this sword, we will immediately take it from you. Don't make things difficult for yourself, just take your women and scram." Climax. Book 1, Chapter 71 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Feng Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "Do you know what you're doing?" Ziyan coldly replied, "Of course I do." Feng Xianxia smiled as she said, "Then do you know who you're saying this to?" Ziyan said disdainfully, "I don't know your identities, but I know that he's a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As a man, he doesn't have any backbone at all. I'm curious why someone as beautiful as you would follow such a person. Feng Xianxia did not answer Ziyan's question and lightly laughed as she said, I hope you won't regret it. Ziyan looked quite confused, not knowing what Feng Xianxia was talking about. Xiaofu smiled as he said, yes, I'm trash, so I don't dare to compete with you. Hearing this, no one wanted to look at him because such a person was not worthy of them looking at him. Just looking at him made them feel ashamed. Was there really such a trash? Not only had he been humiliated like this, but he had also admitted that he was trash. What was going on with the women by his side? Why were they following such a person? It was such a pity. Xiaofu did not continue to bid, nor did anyone else. In the end, the sword was obtained by Han Yen for 620 million gold coins. After successfully bidding for the sword, Han Yen finally felt relieved. Her mission this time was to obtain this sword. Following this, an item was brought out. It was a rusty piece of bronze with some dirt on it. It did not give off any aura, and it felt like a very ordinary item. Baisher, you introduced it. This bronze piece was obtained by our merchant group by accident. Don't look down on it because it looks ordinary, even Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators are unable to destroy it. I don't know what material was used to make it, but it's extremely tough and has existed for a long time. The starting bid is 150 million gold coins. No one immediately called out a bid because they did not know what it was for or what use it had. No one was willing to spend so much money on a piece of trash. Xiaofu's expression became serious and was no longer as relaxed as before. Sitting in his embrace, Aracena sensed Xiaofu's change and asked softly, what is it? Xiaofu did not answer. Instead, he looked around and saw that no one was bidding. He then shouted, 160 million. Hearing that someone had finally made a bid, Baisher Yu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He looked around, hoping that someone else would make a bid. This item had already been auctioned once and no one wanted it, so he did not want to bid again. Seeing Xiaofu bid, Qing Huiyi thought for a moment before calling out, 200 million gold coins. Xiaofu immediately shouted, 300 million gold coins. Qing Huiyi called out, 350 million gold coins. Xiaofu glanced at him and didn't bid again. Qing Huiyi was a little confused. Why did Xiaofu stop bidding? Although he felt that this item was very ordinary, he thought that there was something special about the bronze shard when he saw Xiaofu bidding. He did not expect that Xiaofu would give up so quickly. A smile appeared on Shiraishiyu's face. Are there any other bids? If not, this bronze fragment will belong to this prince. At that moment, Xiaofu slowly said, 360 million gold coins. Seeing Xiaofu start bidding again, Qing Huiyi started to hesitate and wondered if he should continue bidding. At that moment, Xiaofu said, if you bid 1 billion gold coins, I'll let you have this item. Hearing this, Qing Huiyi gave up on bidding. He was not stupid enough to spend 1 billion gold coins on a piece of trash. Hearing this, no one else made a bid. They did not want to spend 1 billion gold coins. In the end, the bronze fragment was obtained by Xiaofu. Aracena looked at Xiaofu and did not say anything as she lay in Xiaofu's embrace. Following this, another item was pushed onto the stage. It was 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide, and it looked like many mountain peaks. It gave off an incredibly powerful and heavy aura. Shiraishiyu once again smiled as he introduced it. This is a top-grade lofty mountain jade. Even a small piece of ordinary lofty mountain jade is worth 1 million gold coins, and such a large piece of top-grade lofty mountain jade is incredibly rare. Everyone, don't miss out on it. The starting price is 200 million gold coins. Lofty mountain jade was a rare material for forging defensive equipment. With so much lofty mountain jade, they could forge a set of defensive equipment. 220 million gold coins, 300 million gold coins, 340 million gold coins. No matter what the price was, Xiaofu was not interested at all and silently sat there. Aracena could not help but ask, what is that bronze fragment? Xiaofu replied, I'm not sure, but I sensed a trace of source energy from that bronze fragment. Even though it was very weak, it was indeed source energy. If I didn't have an origin bloodline, I would not have been able to sense it. Moreover, the source energy from the bronze fragment is the primal chaos world source energy. Aracena felt quite startled. She had never thought that it would be related to an origin item. No matter what, anything related to origin was definitely not ordinary, and she understood why Zhao Fu had become so serious. Right now, Zhao Fu did not know what use this bronze shard had, and he could only confirm that it had a trace of source energy. Perhaps he had indeed bought a piece of trash, but he would have to wait until he obtained the shard to find out. Zhao Fu was not interested in anything else, and he was waiting for the auction to end so that he could obtain that bronze fragment. Everyone naturally did not mind Zhao Fu's changes and continued to bid. In the end, the massive lofty mountain jade was obtained by a handsome-looking young man. The next item was quickly brought over. It was an icy eyeball that was the size of a fist. It had many small icy tentacles, and it floated above the wooden plate. It was covered by an energy barrier, and it gave off a terrifying chill. Baisher you introduced, this is the Emperor Heaven Realm's Ice Demon Winter Eye. It can be fused into one's own eye and can freeze the heavens and earth. The starting price is 300 million gold coins. Everyone could feel the bone-chilling coldness. If they fused it into their eyes, they would be able to freeze everything they saw. Just thinking about it was terrifying, so they started to bid again. Even Qing Huiyi was tempted by such a treasure and joined in the bidding. Zhao Fu now had many eyes. His left eye had 13 pupils, and it had even more terrifying power than the ice demon. Freezing eye. Naturally, he did not want to fuse it into his own eye. In the end, the ice demon frost eye was obtained by Qinghua Page, and it was sold for an astonishing 800 million gold coins. Then another object was pushed out. Zhao Fu was not interested in these things. Fortunately, the auction was already in its late stages. After bidding for another item, the auction was finally about to end. Those who didn't get anything walked out of the auction hall, while those who got something walked into a room on the side. Zhao Fu exhaled. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Book 1, Chapter 72 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. The skinny young man came to Zhao Fu's place. He wanted to use the insect life pill to save his little brother, and when he saw Zhao Fu and painted brows, he was very grateful. Zhao Fu did not mind him and allowed him to follow behind him. They came to a room, and Zhao Fu recognized the person inside. It was LV Nan. There were 3 items on the table beside him. One was a bottle of medicinal pills, one was a bronze fragment, and one was a storage ring. The insect lair most likely contained the Emperor-grade insect lair because the insect lair was simply too big. LV Nan smiled as he said, "Sir, these are the things you bought, you can check them." Zhao Fu threw a spatial ring containing gold coins to LV Nan and said, "There's no need." Zhao Fu had other things to do, so he did not waste any more time. LV Nan caught the spatial ring and sent his consciousness into it to take a look. He smiled as he handed the 3 items on the table to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the 3 items and put them away. LV Nan said, "Sir, I've already sent people to collect the insect beast blood and chaos blood that you wanted. It will probably take a few more days." Zhao Fu nodded and led the others out of the room and outside the auction hall. After waiting for a while, the yellow-haired elder gave a sinister smile. However, he did not do anything because this was the Alliance city and he had to take the Alliance into consideration. As such, he did not do anything and planned to wait for Zhao Fu to come outside. Then, no matter what he did, no one would care. Apart from him, there were a few people who also stayed behind. Some of them wantonly looked at Ericina. They still remembered that as long as they could snatch her water, she would belong to whoever. Such a rare beauty in this world made them feel extremely moved. There were also some people who gave off powerful auras. Their target was most likely not Zhao Fu but someone else who had bought something. Zhao Fu ignored these people and stood outside to wait. This caused everyone to be stunned. They were waiting for Zhao Fu to leave the Alliance city so that they could make their move. Why was he stopping here now? At this time, the bearded man also walked out from inside. Looking at Zhao Fu waiting outside, he said with a contemptuous smile, "I was going to look for you, but I didn't expect you to wait for me outside. Are you going to give the woman to me? If you're so sensible, I'll let you off." Zhao Fu ignored him and continued to look at the door. The bearded man was infuriated. "You dog, I'm talking to you, yet you dare to treat me like this? You're going to die today. It's useless even if you beg for mercy." The skinny young man could not help but advise, "Sir, Yuwu City is the strongest force in this area. We should leave as soon as possible and not cause any trouble. Zhao Fu handed him the bottle of pills and said, you don't have to worry about this. Take this pill and save your brother. The skinny young man took the pill, his face full of worry. Sir, you really should leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, something will happen. Skeletal Painting Eyebrows smiled and said, you'd better leave quickly. You don't have to worry about us. The skinny young man hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll be leaving then. Sir, you must ensure my safety. I'll definitely repay you if I have the chance in the future. After thanking Zhao Fu once again, the skinny young man turned and prepared to leave. The bearded man said furiously, stop right there. You're related to him now, so if you want to leave, you need your elder's permission. The skinny young man stood up, his expression quite unsightly. The others who had been about to leave felt that something was about to happen, so they all stopped and wanted to see how things would develop. They knew about the conflict between the people at the auction. At that moment, some other people walked out. A young man next to the gorgeous-looking young man said mockingly, you deserve it. Why don't you take a look at who you are and dare to offend everyone? Killing you will be stained by our prince's hands. The gorgeous-looking young man looked at Aracena and said softly, give her to me, and I'll guarantee that you'll leave safely. The bearded big man felt quite angry, but facing a prince, he could only endure it for now because he could not afford to offend a prince. Hong Yan and Zi Yan also walked out and were not surprised by this scene. Hong Yan wanted to immediately leave, but Zi Yan pulled her and smiled as she said, let's see what happens first. Hong Yan stayed, she could roughly guess what would happen next. Either they would kill Zhao Fu or Zhao Fu would hand over his woman. There was nothing to see, so she was not interested. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not reply, the gorgeous-looking young man slightly frowned. The young man said angrily, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our prince talking to you? If you don't beg our prince, you'll all die. King Yi also walked out and wanted to stay and watch. However, the expert beside him felt uneasy and reminded him, Emperor, let's hurry up and leave. King Yi thought about it and glanced at Aracena. He also planned to leave. Although he was a bit moved by Aracena, he did mind that she was already another man's woman. Hearing what was happening outside, LV Nan also walked out. Seeing this scene, he felt a headache. At that moment, Zhao Fu spoke not to the gorgeous-looking young man but to King Yi, hand over your essence blood and I'll let you leave. The scene was sent into an uproar, no one had thought that Zhao Fu would dare to say such a thing. LV Nan was also startled. Although he knew that Zhao Fu was not simple and needed all kinds of essence blood, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would directly ask for essence blood from a prince without any politeness. King Yi was somewhat angry and asked, you want essence blood from me? Zhao Fu calmly said, yes, hand over your essence blood and you can leave. I don't want to kill you. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock and felt that Zhao Fu had gone mad. He dared to ask for essence blood from an imperial prince. Did he know who an imperial prince was? King Yi looked furious and was about to speak. However, the middle-aged man blocked in front of King Yi and said seriously, Sir, there is no enmity between us, don't go too far. Everyone looked quite confused, they understood that the middle-aged man was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Since that person dared to speak to an imperial prince like this, shouldn't he have just killed him? With an imperial prince's status, if he killed a person in the Alliance City, the Alliance City would not make things difficult for him. Why was this expert afraid of that person? What could a cowardly person who was afraid of death do to an Emperor Heaven Realm expert? Everyone felt quite confused. The young man disdainfully laughed as he said, an imperial prince's follower is afraid of such a person? If word of this got out, it would be a joke. Zhao Fu glanced at the young man and a massive formless energy sent the young man flying back. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded. Out as the young man flew back and crashed against a wall, blood splattering everywhere. The young man powerlessly fell to the ground, lifeless. Book 1, Chapter 73 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123 The gorgeous-looking young man looked furious, Zhao Fu had dared to kill his people. Everything had happened too quickly, and everyone had not been able to react. They looked at the scene in shock and could not understand how Zhao Fu had killed the young man. Everyone felt that the situation was not good, those who dared to kill people in the Alliance City were not people to be trifled with, so they wanted to leave. Zhao Fu spoke with a domineering and arrogant tone, "Leave behind your essence blood or all of you will die here." Everyone felt quite startled and did not have the mood to watch the show. Their expressions were quite unsightly, and they felt that this was too domineering and arrogant. Most importantly, they did not have a trace of courage to refuse. The bearded big man threatened, "Yuwu City is the largest faction here, if you dare to touch me, I'll try." Zhao Fu looked at the bearded big man and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of power turned into a formless hand that grabbed the bearded big man's body. The big man looked terrified. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would really dare to attack, and he had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so strong. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Fu gripped his hand. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the big man's body exploded. Blood flew everywhere, creating a rain of blood. Zhao Fu retracted his hand, and a formless suction force sucked in traces of blood qi and condensed them into a ball of pure essence blood. The bearded big man's blood was of a very high grade, so Zhao Fu did not waste it. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in terror. The bearded big man was a world realm expert, and he had been instantly killed by a single hand without being able to resist at all. Just how terrifying was this person's power? The scene fell into deathly silence, and no one dared to make a sound. Erisina smiled. This was the Zhao Fu that she liked. Shui Mu and Hua Gumei were quite startled facing the current Zhao Fu. This was the first time they had seen this side of Zhao Fu. However, they also let out a sigh of relief. Back then, they had been bullied quite a bit. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Emperor's son, you leave first." Asking an imperial prince to hand over his essence blood was simply too shameful. The middle-aged man naturally would not agree, so he told Qing Huiyi to leave first. At this moment, Qing Huiyi also understood why the middle-aged man was so afraid of Zhao Fu. He responded and was about to leave. Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Qing Huiyi. A massive power surged out from his finger, transforming into a terrifying black dragon that charged at Qing Huiyi. The middle-aged man's expression fell and his palm gave off an azure light as he slapped out with mountain-crushing power. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a shockwave rippled out. The middle-aged man's body flew backwards and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was slightly injured. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. That middle-aged man was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. How could he not be able to stop a casual finger from that person? Everyone felt an intense sense of terror. This person was simply too terrifying. Even an Emperor Heaven Realm expert was not a match for him. They would not be able to resist at all. The yellow-haired elder felt quite afraid. He had wanted to kill Zhao Fu to take his things, but fortunately he had not done so, or else he would have been the one to die. Hong Yan, Zi Yan, and the gorgeous-looking young man were all quite shocked. They had never thought that the person who had not dared to offend them before would have such terrifying strength. Thinking about what had just happened, their expressions became quite unsightly. LV Nan was also quite shocked. He knew that Zhao Fu was very powerful, but he had never thought that he would be this powerful. No wonder he was not afraid of an imperial prince and dared to ask for essence blood. Zhao Fu looked at Qing Huiyi and said, "I've already given you a chance. If you don't hand over your essence blood, don't blame me." Qing Huiyi's expression was quite unsightly and he thought for a moment before looking at the middle-aged man. If he did not hand over his essence blood, he would definitely die. Even though it was quite shameful, his life was more important. Moreover, losing some essence blood would not affect him too much. "I can give you some of my essence blood." Qing Huiyi took out a sword and cut his palm. A faint pressure flowed out, and under his control, it formed a ball of blood. Hearing this, the others also cut their own hands and released their essence blood. Even an imperial prince had been forced to release his blood, so they did not have the courage to resist. They could only choose to release their blood to preserve their lives. Qing Huiyi threw the ball of blood at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu caught it and put it in his spatial ring. Right now, he did not have time to refine this imperial prince's blood. Qing Huiyi coldly said, "Can I leave now?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You can leave." "Thanks." Qing Huiyi coldly snorted and left with the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the others also tossed out their blood orbs, and they all flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and put them all away. He smiled and said, "You can all leave now." Everyone let out a sigh of relief and immediately left, not daring to stay any longer. After giving his blood ball to Zhao Fu, the gorgeous-looking young man wanted to leave with the others. Zhao Fu said, "Stop right there." The gorgeous-looking young man's face became pale as he said, "What else do you want?" Zhao Fu said, "Leave your spatial ring behind and I'll let you go. You can choose not to hand it over." The gorgeous-looking young man hesitated. Even though there were many treasures and gold coins in his spatial ring, they were not as important as his life. He had been quite unlucky to have met such a terrifying person today. The gorgeous-looking young man admitted defeat and threw the spatial ring to Zhao Fu before angrily walking away. Zhao Fu smiled as he accepted the spatial ring and did not stop the gorgeous-looking young man from leaving. Hong Yan and Zi Yan also wanted to leave, but Zhao Fu stopped them. Hong Yan's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "We can give you our spatial rings, but we'll only keep one thing." Zhao Fu asked, "Is it that sword?" Hong Yan nodded, "That sword is very important to us, we have to bring it back." Zhao Fu said, "No." Hong Yan's heart sank. That sword was the most important to them, and it was the reason why they had come here. If they gave it to Zhao Fu, they did not know if they would be able to get it back in the future. Hong Yan said unwillingly, "We can use other more valuable treasures to exchange for it. Please don't take that sword." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "Do you need more valuable treasures?" Hong Yan explained, "We have a few extremely precious treasures in our storage rings. Their combined value will definitely surpass that sword. We can use them to exchange for that sword." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "What about your spatial rings?" "That's my spatial ring now." Hong Yan said, "Then can you let us go back? We'll give you some treasures to exchange for it. How about it?" Just as Zhao Fu was about to speak, a few terrifying auras shot towards him. Apex Book 1, Chapter 74 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. Zhao Fu looked up at the sky and said, "Aracina, you can leave first." "That's right, take those too." "With you." Aracina lightly nodded. Everyone present could sense these terrifying auras, and because these terrifying auras were released without any restrictions, the sky quickly changed. No one was surprised by these auras because they knew who was giving off such terrifying auras. Aracina looked at Hong Yan and Zi Yan and said, "Let's go." Hong Yan and Zi Yan did not want to leave with Aracina because it was evidently not something good. They could only wait for an opportunity to escape. Aracina frowned and stretched out a hand. There was a black rune on her palm, and a powerful energy spread out. Two fallen angels appeared behind Hong Yan and Zi Yan, grabbing them. Hong Yan and Zi Yan vigorously struggled, but they were still taken away by Aracina. Just as they left, a few powerful auras descended. They were 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts, 3 men and 2 women, and they looked down at Zhao Fu. A powerful-looking man with short blue hair said, "Who are you? You dare to kill people in the Alliance City?" Zhao Fu replied calmly, "I just killed a few people." Everyone looked quite confused. The Alliance City's people had come, and they were 5 very powerful Emperor Heaven Realm experts. However, this person did not show any fear and spoke to the Alliance City's people like this. Even an imperial prince who killed people in the Alliance City would not dare to act like this. After all, the Alliance controlled the outer world. The short-haired man looked furious. "The Alliance City forbids killing people. This is our Alliance City's rule. If you don't tell us who you are, we'll attack." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You should just obediently leave, I'm not interested in attacking you." Everyone gasped and thought to themselves that this person was simply too arrogant. He had killed people in the Alliance City, yet he was telling the Alliance City's people to be obedient. Moreover, he was facing 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Just how powerful was this person? The short-haired man directly attacked. His hand formed a claw and gave off a powerful aura as he grabbed towards Zhao Fu, giving off shocking sounds. Zhao Fu did not move at all, and a black dragon inscription barrier appeared, covering Zhao Fu's body. Bang, a loud sound rang out, and a gust of wind blew in all directions. The terrifying strength claw landed on the energy barrier, but it did not break it. Seeing this, the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts' expressions became serious and they flew in different directions to surround Zhao Fu. Now, they understood that Zhao Fu was terrifyingly strong, and this matter would not be resolved so easily. Zhao Fu gave a condescending smile as he said, Zhao Fu, I will accompany you, boom. The Alliance City was covered by this terrifying ore, and everyone felt Zhao, and Fu, and Chen and Chen, and Fu, everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Fortunately, they had not fought against him, or else they would not even know how they had died. The 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts' expressions fell. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. The short-haired man called out, activate the alliance formation, or else we won't be a match for him. The 4 others did not hesitate and raised their hands. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Alliance City gave off boundless light. A massive magic formation appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless might and causing the surrounding thousands of kilometers to sink. After activating the alliance formation, the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts were able to relax. A valiant-looking young man said coldly, now that the alliance formation has been activated, even if you're a Void Realm expert, you won't be able to escape. You'd better obediently surrender, or else we'll kill you regardless of your identity. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, are you that confident? The short-haired man furiously laughed as he said, you can try and see why we're so confident. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the ground cracked and Zhao Fu's body turned into a black ray of light as he shot towards the massive black magic formation in the sky. Seeing that Zhao Fu still dared to face the magic formation head-on, the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts did not hold back and immediately controlled the alliance formation to unleash its massive power. The massive magic formation gave off a powerful light and an extremely terrifying might that seemed to be able to destroy everything rushed towards Zhao Fu. The space around it twisted, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Fu looked at the massive magic formation and saw that the magic formation was extremely powerful. Zhao Fu, who was flying upwards, felt his body suddenly sink, and he quickly descended. Seeing that Zhao Fu was being suppressed, the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts smiled. Now this person understood how powerful the alliance formation was. Would he still dare to be so arrogant? Seeing Zhao Fu quickly descend, everyone felt quite pleased. They had just been bullied by Zhao Fu and had not dared to resist, so they naturally felt quite angry. At that moment, Zhao Fu immediately wanted to activate his Yin-Yang immortal mode, but if he used this power, his identity would be easily exposed. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he could only use the number 1 evil immortal's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as boundless blood-red aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. A blood-red shockwave instantly spread out with an aura that seemed to be able to sweep through the heavens and earth, and that evil, crazily twisting power covered the entire region. The terrifying might that the alliance formation was giving off was blocked by that evil, crazily twisting power. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Sensing this power, their bodies started to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first time they had felt such terrifying power. Boom, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and countless insect beasts surged out from his arm, charging towards the alliance formation like a wave of insect beasts. They gave off a shocking and unstoppable aura. Bang, the countless insect beasts slammed into the alliance formation, causing it to tremble. The insect beasts started to madly gnaw at the alliance formation, causing many holes to appear on the alliance formation. In just a few moments, the alliance formation would be completely devoured by the countless insect beasts. The 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts panicked as they controlled the alliance formation. The alliance formation slowly spun and an even more terrifying might spread out, crushing some insect beasts' bodies like a millstone. The crushed insect beasts turned into countless traces of blood-red aura and dissipated. Zhao Fu released even more insect beasts to gnaw at the alliance formation. The 2 terrifying powers faced off against each other. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite curious about how Zhao Fu had such terrifying power. It was the first time they had seen such power. Book 1, Chapter 75, Battle Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Zhao Fu looked at the 2 opposing powers and could not decide a victor. Zhao Fu did not want to continue like this, and an even more terrifying power spread out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body turned into countless insects, green praying mantises, blue ants, white jellyfish, strange flying birds, black scorpions, long red centipedes, massive spiders, countless insect beasts were like a massive wave of insect beasts, bringing with them the power to destroy everything as they charged towards the Alliance formation. Bang! A massive sound rang out as a hole was blasted open in the Alliance magic formation by the countless insects. Countless insects flooded out of the hole, and the Alliance magic formation started to collapse. The 5 experts were hit by a backlash and were forced back a step. A trace of blood leaked out of their lips, and their faces became pale. They had never thought that this person would be so powerful to be able to destroy the Alliance magic formation. The people on the ground looked at the countless insects in the sky in shock and gulped. They decided that they definitely could not offend such a terrifying person. Qing Huiyi, who had not left the Alliance city, also looked at the insects in the sky in shock. That person seemed quite young, and even as a high and mighty imperial prince, facing such a person, he felt powerless. He could not compare to him, and this made Qing Huiyi feel quite discouraged. The middle-aged man next to him said, "Young master, we should leave as soon as possible in case anything unexpected happens. We should leave this place as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. That person's status might surpass yours." Qing Huiyi nodded. "Since that person doesn't fear my status as an imperial prince, he might be an imperial prince from the central region. However, I've never heard of such a person before, and I suspect that he might be the legendary Primal Chaos Holy Sun." The middle-aged man thought about it and said, "That's indeed possible. Even though he has Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, I feel that even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to defeat him." Aracena, who had just left the Alliance city, stopped and looked at the countless insects above the Alliance city. They understood that this was the power released by Zhao Fu. Hong Yan and Ziyan looked incredibly shocked. They felt that even if they had not been forcefully taken away, they would not have been able to escape. That man's power was simply too terrifying. Hong Yan thought about it and made a decision. She said to Arasna, "We can give you our spatial rings and give up our swords. Please let us off this time." Now that she knew how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was, Hong Yan knew that she couldn't keep these things. She might as well give them up and save her own life. Even the somewhat domineering Ziyan didn't object at this time. Right now, she was also very afraid of that man. Feng Xianxia lightly laughed. "You still want to leave?" "That's impossible." Hong Yan frowned and said doubtfully, "Didn't you say that we could leave after handing over our essence blood and storage rings? Why are you going back on your words now?" Feng Xianxia smiled as she said, "Do you remember what I told you before? I hope you won't regret it. It's impossible for you to escape now. You'd better be obedient and wait for him to come back." "What?" Hong Yan and Ziyan were startled. Thinking of being together with such a terrifying man, they wanted to agree. Ziyan asked, "Can we refuse?" Feng Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "Do you think that's possible? You've all seen how domineering that fellow is. I was forcefully taken by him before, and you don't have the ability to refuse." Hong Yan and Ziyan's faces became pale. Arasna said softly, "Don't worry, he treats his women quite well, or else we wouldn't be following him. Moreover, his identity is incredibly prestigious, and you'll receive many unimaginable benefits." Hearing this, Hong Yan felt quite curious and asked, "Just what is his identity?" Xue Mu looked at the two of them and thought of herself before smiling as she said, "Our master is the origin child and the #1 person in the Heaven Awakened world. He has 8 Supreme Emperor stars." Hearing this, Hong Yan and Ziyan felt as if their minds had exploded and went blank. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's background would be so terrifying. Before, they had foolishly thought that he was a coward and had looked down on him. Now that they thought about it, they felt incredibly embarrassed. Above the Alliance city, countless insects started to gather and turned back into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu looked at the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts and said domineeringly and condescendingly, "I've destroyed your alliance's magic formation." The 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts' expressions were quite unsightly and they did not reply to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "Can I leave now? Do you want to try and stop me again?" The short-haired man said, "You can leave. We're not a match for you." A slim woman asked, "Just who are you? Why didn't you tell us who you were? If we knew you had such terrifying power, we wouldn't have bothered with this. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's best if you don't know who I am, or it will be very disadvantageous to you." Hearing this, the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts' expressions became serious, and they understood that Zhao Fu's identity was quite terrifying. LV Nan and the Elder looked at Zhao Fu from different places. They had interacted with Zhao Fu first and had some understanding of Zhao Fu. However, they had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. In the future, they would have to be even more courteous to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and turned into a ray of light and flew to the side. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to kill the Alliance's people. After all, the Alliance's people were spread throughout the outer world, and killing their experts would bring about great trouble. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not have much enmity with them, and if they were seeking death, he would not show any courtesy. Following his senses, Zhao Fu found Aracina and the others. Hong Yan and Zi Yan looked at him in shock. Zhao Fu understood that they knew who he was and did not mind. Hong Yan said, "We can be your women, but can you not take that sword?" Zhao Fu looked at her and lightly laughed, "It's just that I don't have a suitable weapon in the outer world. You can take that sword or not, but if it's that important to you, you can keep it and I'll find another one." Hong Yan breathed a sigh of relief. They could not resist becoming Zhao Fu's women, and they would feel much better if they could keep the sword and complete the mission. Zi Yan said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry before, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I never thought that you would have such a terrifying identity." Zhao Fu did not mind this and said, "Let's leave this place first." Right now, Zhao Fu had many things to do. Apart from finding a place to fuse with the insect blood, there was also the bronze fragment that Zhao Fu cared about the most. Even though the bronze fragment was incredibly damaged, it still had a trace of source energy. Book 1, Chapter 76 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Zhao Fu and the others came to a quiet forest. Zhao Fu sat on the ground and took out the bronze shard and looked at it. The bronze shard was 1 finger long and 3 fingers wide. It was covered in rust, and there was some soil stuck to it. If the soil was removed, it would only be 2 centimeters thick. There were no patterns or marks on it, and it looked very ordinary. It did not give off any aura. Aracina asked curiously, "Just what is this?" The others also looked at Zhao Fu curiously, especially Hong Yan and Zi Yan. They had thought that this bronze shard was not important and had never thought that Zhao Fu would take it so seriously. Zhao Fu shook his head, he could not see anything with his eyes. If he did not sense a trace of source energy, he would have thought that it was an ordinary shard. After saying this, he sent a trace of source energy into it. This trace of source energy was fused with the first evil celestial's power, as the heaven-awakened world's source energy could not be sent into the outer world. The shard gave off a faint golden light and slowly floated up from Zhao Fu's palm. Boom, an explosion sounded out as an ancient, chaotic energy exploded out from the shard, spreading out like a formless barrier. Shui Mu, Hua, Gumei, and the others from the primal chaos world felt an immense pressure. This pressure made their bloodlines, power, and souls feel an intense fear. They powerlessly lay on the ground, their bodies trembling. Aracina and Feng Xianxia also felt an immense might, but it was not as intense as Hua Mei and the others, as they were from the heaven-awakened world. As for Zhao Fu, he was not affected at all, as Zhao Fu had the same level of source energy. Zhao Fu looked at the bronze shard floating in front of him and continuously sent source energy into it. The bronze shard continuously trembled, and terrifying waves of chaotic source energy flooded out. Countless creatures in the surroundings fell to the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. As the bronze shard trembled, some of the dirt and rust fell off, allowing Zhao Fu to see that it was a shard of a bronze mirror. At this moment, the bronze shard released a suction force, wanting to obtain even more origin energy. Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment before pouring even more origin energy into it. The bronze fragment constantly absorbed energy, as if it was repairing itself. Some of the marks and gaps on its surface disappeared. The time lasted for a while. Boom! The bronze shard gave off a massive suction force. Not only did it absorb Zhao Fu's power, but it also devoured the power of the people around him, as well as the life force in the area. The leaves started to fall, and the grass became withered. Aracina and the others' expressions changed. Zhao Fu said, "You guys leave this place first." Now, only Zhao Fu could stay here. If anyone else stayed here, they would definitely be sucked dry by the bronze shard and die. Aracena and the others nodded and quickly left the area. Aracena and the others came out of the forest and saw that the entire forest was quickly dying. Countless leaves fell, trees withered, flowers and grass withered, and the ground seemed lifeless. The suction force became stronger and stronger, and soon, it reached the outside of the forest. This forced Aracena and the others to retreat even further away. Now, this power continuously flowed into the bronze shard like a flood. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he continued to send power into the bronze shard. He could still resist this suction force. After absorbing so much power, the bronze shard gave off a dazzling golden light, and the chaos origin energy became more and more powerful. After absorbing such a massive amount of power, the bronze shard did not seem to have absorbed enough. Instead, it became even hungrier as it devoured the surrounding power. Zhao Fu's expression fell. He definitely could not continue absorbing like this. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before using a dagger to cut his wrist. Crystalline blood flowed out from Zhao Fu's wound, giving off an intoxicating fragrance. Right now, Zhao Fu's origin blood was even more precious than a celestial pill. Sensing Zhao Fu's origin blood, the bronze shard became abnormally excited and quickly absorbed Zhao Fu's blood. The blood that flowed out from the wound formed a ribbon that was continuously absorbed by the bronze shard. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as an even greater suction force exploded out. Trees started to sway like a wild gale, and some sand and pebbles were blown into the sky. The clouds also quickly surged over. Aracena and the others' expressions became serious, and they could only retreat even further away. At that moment, the expressions of the people from the Alliance city nearby changed as they looked in Zhao Fu's direction. They could all clearly sense the massive ripples. The 5 Alliance city leaders had felt quite depressed because of what had happened to Zhao Fu. They had encountered such a terrifying person, and now, they had sensed such powerful ripples. They looked at each other and decided to go and see what was going on. It was not just the Alliance city's experts, some of the weaker people also wanted to go and see what was going on because they were quite close. Everyone flew in that direction. Boom, before they could get close, they heard another massive explosion. A golden wave of light containing power that seemed to be able to sweep away everything spread out, and everyone hurriedly used their power to block this wave of light. Before they could heave a sigh of relief after blocking the wave of light, they sensed a massive wave of power surging towards them like a tsunami. When they sensed this wave of power, everyone revealed astonished expressions. Their bloodlines, their power. Even their souls started to tremble. This is the power of origin. An old man shouted in shock. Everyone understood that this was origin energy, a power that surpassed saint energy and was of the same origin as the world. Today was the first time they had sensed it. In the past, they had only heard of this origin energy from some ancient legends. However, why would origin energy appear in this place? Everyone was very confused. They had stayed in this region for a very long time, but they had never heard of anything related to origin energy. The short-haired man looked at the others. Are we still going to take a look? The valiant-looking young man said with certainty, of course we have to go and take a look. This is origin energy that has disappeared from the chaos world for countless years. If news of this gets out, it will definitely shock the entire alliance. The tall and slender woman said, I wonder what happened up ahead. We haven't even gotten close, but we can already sense such a terrifying origin energy. Will it be dangerous for us to go over like this? When they heard this, everyone stopped. Even though they were the strongest people in this region, when faced with this massive wave of origin energy, they seemed very powerless and weak. The short-haired man said, we have to go and take a look at such a huge matter. Everyone, be careful from now on. If there's any danger, just run. Book 1, Chapter 77. Everyone nodded solemnly and continued flying in that direction. As the countless people drew closer, they could sense the origin energy grow stronger and stronger. They instinctively became more and more afraid, but they still wanted to know what was going on, so they persisted and continued onwards. In the end, everyone came to a relatively close position. They could no longer move forward. Their bodies and minds had reached a limit. If they continued to move forward, they might collapse to the ground without any strength. However, they also knew what had happened. They saw a person sitting cross-legged at the center of the countless golden lights. Because the light was too strong, they could not see who that person was at first. After squinting their eyes and looking closely, they finally saw who that person was. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. They had not expected this person to be the one who had broken the alliance formation. This vast amount of origin energy seemed to be emanating from his body. Was he the primal chaos world's child of origin? Are there really children of the origin in the chaos world? A huge wave was set off in everyone's heart, and it took a long time for them to calm down. The 5 stewards of the Alliance City finally understood why Zhao Fu had said that it was best not to know his identity, and why Zhao Fu had been unwilling to reveal his identity. It turned out that he was the origin child of the chaos world. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In the center of the countless golden lights, Zhao Fu also sensed the arrival of many experts. At this time, his face was a little pale because he had lost too much blood. The bronze fragment in front of him was still absorbing Zhao Fu's blood and the surrounding worldly powers. The appearance of the fragment had changed greatly. It no longer looked as ancient as it did before. Instead, it looked brand new and had a metallic luster to it. Because the bronze shard had absorbed a great deal of Zhao Fu's blood, Zhao Fu tried to use his own blood to control the bronze shard. At first, he could only control a small amount. Now, as his blood continued to pour into the shard, the area he could control became larger and larger. However, the fragment suddenly lost control of Zhao Fu and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out as countless dazzling golden lights shone out. It was an ancient, chaotic, and desolate power that suppressed the heavens and earth. The countless people present were filled with shock as they powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Terror came from the depths of their bodies, and none of them dared to look at the bronze shard in the sky. The 5 Alliance town security officers found that the bronze shard was the bronze shard that they had auctioned off, and they felt quite complicated and regretful. If they had known that the bronze shard was related to the origin race, they definitely would not have auctioned it. However, without the bronze shard, they wouldn't be able to draw out the child of essence. Moreover, it seemed that the shard would only be useful if it fell into the hands of the child of essence. After all, they had studied the bronze shard for a long time, but they hadn't been able to find any use for it. The golden light weakened, and the terrifying primal chaos power also weakened. The bronze shard floating in the air turned into a golden ray of light and shot into Zhao Fu's body. Only now did everyone recover some of their strength, and they looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Because the bronze shard had flown into Zhao Fu's body, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was the aura of primal chaos. Zhao Fu ignored these gazes and closed his eyes as he looked at the bronze shard within his body. Right now, the bronze shard was silently sitting within his body without doing anything. Zhao Fu tried to control the bronze shard, and luckily it was still under his control. Otherwise, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't allow something that he couldn't control to remain within his body. This shard was most likely a shard of a bronze mirror, and that bronze mirror was most likely an origin armament. In other words, it was a powerful item that contained primal chaos essence. Zhao Fu had no idea what had shattered the bronze mirror. If he collected all of the shards, perhaps he would be able to use his bloodline's power to repair it. It was a pity that the bronze mirror had shattered into many pieces, and with how big the primal world was, it would be very difficult to find other shards. However, he had an advantage, which was that this bronze shard could sense other shards. Perhaps he could use this bronze shard to find other shards. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and stood up, planning to leave this place. We greet Origin Child. At that moment, countless people came to Zhao Fu's side and respectfully and excitedly bowed to Zhao Fu. They had never even seen a holy son before, let alone an even rarer Origin Child. Zhao Fu lightly nodded. The short-haired man said, "Origin Child, we were in the wrong in the past, and we sincerely apologize to you." The more the 5 managers thought about it, the more afraid they became. They had offended a Origin Child, someone they could not afford to offend. This explained why Zhao Fu was so much more powerful than them despite being in the Emperor Heaven realm. Zhao Fu said calmly, "It's fine." The short-haired man said, "Origin Child, we'd like to invite you to the Alliance City as a guest. We'll treat you well and apologize. Would you be willing to come?" A tall young man said flatteringly, "Origin Child, we'd like to invite you to our faction as a guest. We'll prepare the best wine and women for you to enjoy. Another beautiful middle-aged woman said flirtatiously, Origin child, you can come to our faction, we'll do our best to treat you well and ensure that you'll be satisfied. Everyone else also started to invite Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was the son of Origin, and if they could form some sort of relationship with the son of Origin, they would receive massive fortuitous encounters. How could they not feel excited? Even though there were many of them, they did not have any thoughts of making a move against Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was like heaven to them, and they just wanted to get on good terms with Zhao Fu and curry favor with Zhao Fu. It would be best if they could obtain Zhao Fu's appreciation. Zhao Fu understood his identity. Because he had the bronze shard, they thought that he was the outer world's origin child. They did not know that he was the heaven-awakened world's origin child, and if this matter was spread, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Fu was determined to refuse them, and he said, apologies, I'll be leaving first. Hearing Zhao Fu refuse, everyone felt quite disappointed, but they did not dare to refuse. They smiled as they sent him off, saying, it's alright, if Origin Child has time to go, we'll welcome you at any time. Zhao Fu nodded and turned into a ray of light as he shot over the horizon. Everyone looked in the direction that Zhao Fu had disappeared in, and before they could calm down, a piece of news about the primal chaos Origin Child shaking the entire outer world. Book 1, Chapter 78 Northern Alliance. The 5 administrators of the Alliance City were kneeling nervously in a large hall. There were 12 chairs in front of them, and there were 12 people sitting on them. There were men and women, old and young, and the auras they gave off were all very powerful. They were the 12 Alliance Masters of the Alliance, and they were the most powerful people in the outer world. Even though the 5 leaders knew that this matter would cause a massive commotion, they had never thought that it would cause such a commotion that the 12 Alliance Masters would personally summon them. Sitting at the center was a rough-looking middle-aged man, and he asked, are you sure this is true? Did you see it for yourself? The short-haired man said with certainty, Alliance Master, we're certain that he's the Origin Child. That sort of power that reigns above saints is something that we can never forget. It's not just us who saw it, countless people in the Alliance City have seen it. An elderly woman frowned. That's strange. The primordial race disappeared from the Chaos World countless years ago. I've only heard about them from ancient legends. I've never seen a primordial child of the Chaos World either. A young man with braided hair said, what's so strange about that? Don't forget that someone with 8 Emperor stars has appeared in the heaven-awakened world. When someone like that grows up, he'll be truly terrifying. The gentle-looking man sitting by the side thought for a moment before saying, I feel that this Origin Child that suddenly appeared might have something to do with that person with 8 Emperor stars. After all, there hasn't been any news about the Origin Child for so many years, so why did news of the Origin Child suddenly appear? An elderly man with jet-black hair said, I feel that the Origin race is doing this on purpose. They know that such a terrifying person has appeared in the heaven-awakened world and that no one in the outer world can compare to him, so they sent out an Origin Child to train him and also to have him represent the outer world to resist the heaven-awakened sun. The gentle-looking man said, that's what I think as well. Otherwise, this Origin Child's appearance would be too coincidental. A beautiful woman said with a smile, if that's the case, that's great. That way, our primordial world will have someone who can fight against the children of the heaven awaken. With the power of the primordial essence race, I believe that the children of the primordial essence have the ability to do so. The gentle man sighed. It's a pity that the news has spread too far. The other great worlds might already know about the appearance of the Son of Chaos. Otherwise, we could use him as a weapon against the Xianxia children. Also, it seems that the Alliance is not interested in him. A fair-skinned young man said, as the Son of Chaos, it's understandable that he has no interest in our Alliance. After all, he's an existence of that level. Also, now that we know of his existence, our Alliance must be careful in the future. We must not offend him. The black-haired old man nodded. You're right. Facing such a child of chaos will bring us endless trouble. Everyone should be more careful in the future. Southern Alliance. The 12 people sat on chairs and also gave off terrifying auras. They were the 12 Alliance Masters of the Southern Alliance. A handsome young man said seriously, I heard that a child of chaos has appeared in the Northern Alliance. A young and beautiful woman nodded. It's true. Countless people here have personally seen this child of chaos, it definitely isn't fake. A bald young man smiled as he said, I'm quite interested in this child of chaos. I've never seen someone from the Essence race before, and I didn't know that he was someone like that. A skinny middle-aged man said, I'm quite curious as to why a child of chaos would suddenly appear. I'm worried that this child of chaos will cause some sort of shocking event. The young woman said, for a person like that to appear, he must have his own mission, and he will definitely cause some sort of shocking event. I think we must treat this matter with extreme caution. If we aren't careful, our lives might be in danger. The handsome young man said, we must be careful. Since he's in the north, let him stay there. It's best if we don't do anything. A middle-aged woman in white said, I also feel that we shouldn't do anything. Even if we personally find him, he won't be very interested in us. I think his mission in this world is to deal with that heaven-awakened child. Since the heaven-awakened world has given birth to such a terrifying person, our outer world should also have such a person. The handsome young man said, everyone, make your decisions and pass down your orders. Make sure to keep a low profile, this is a special situation. The Western Alliance's 12 people also sat at the top of the hall. A mature and beautiful woman smiled as she said, I never thought that I would have the chance to personally see the child of chaos in my lifetime. I wonder what kind of person he is. I don't mind becoming his woman. A young woman with 2 braids smiled as she said, if that person is old, ugly, and has a violent personality, would you mind? The mature woman rolled her eyes as she said, I don't believe that the child of chaos is such a person. Haven't you read those books? People like him who appear in times of crisis are definitely peerless heroes who turn the tide and save the masses. The young woman said, I think you've read too much, I don't believe that he's such a person. A gentle-looking woman said, even though I don't know if he's a peerless hero or not, as the child of chaos, he's destined to be extraordinary. Moreover, his appearance means that something big is going to happen in the outer world. A delicate and pretty woman asked, what do you think we should do? The mature woman said, of course we should go find him. If we can find him, we'll satisfy all of his requests. Even if I don't become his woman, as long as the Western Alliance has a good relationship with him, we'll be able to obtain countless unimaginable benefits. A cold-looking woman said, I think that's a good idea. With that child of chaos identity and power, whoever obtains him will have a great advantage. The key is that no one dares to offend him. A flirtatious-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, I also want to go find him, I'm also quite interested in that bastard's son. As the child of chaos, he's definitely not ordinary. The young woman said helplessly, if you want to go find him, go ahead. Do whatever you want, I'm not too interested. Instead, I'm more interested in the heaven-awakened son. It's a pity that the heaven-awakened son is too mysterious, and there's no way to find him. The mature woman said, don't sneak into the heaven-awakened world by yourself, or else we won't be able to save you if you encounter danger. The young woman said, I know, which is why I didn't go. Book 1, Chapter 79 Eastern Alliance. 12 people sat at the top of the hall, giving off a massive aura that caused everyone to feel a sense of fear. A white-haired elder sitting in the middle said seriously, the various factions in the primal chaos world should know that a primal chaos child has appeared. What do you all think we should do about this? A cold-looking young man said, I want to find that primal chaos child. If I can obtain his essence blood, I'll be able to easily raise my bloodline to the divine grade. This caused everyone's expressions to fall, and a black-clothed middle-aged man immediately said, you'd best not have that idea. Also, he's a primal chaos child, if you dare to touch him, even the Eastern Alliance won't be able to protect you. In fact, you might even be heavily injured. A monkey-faced young man immediately said, that's right. Don't drag us into this if you want to die. We don't even want to offend ordinary divine-grade factions, let alone an origin race that has existed since creation. A pretty-looking woman said, stop arguing. I heard that this primal chaos child was exposed because of an abnormal sign caused by a bronze shard. That primal chaos child is most likely collecting that bronze shard. Do you know what that shard is? An ugly-looking woman said, I'm not sure, but that primal chaos child is collecting the bronze shard. It should be something related to the origin race. Perhaps we can use those bronze shards to find him. A fat man said, let him be. so what if we find him? You don't dare to offend him, and you're treating him like an ancestor. I don't want to have anything to do with him. A handsome-looking young man breathed out and said coldly, I really have to hand it to you people. One wants to obtain essence blood while the other doesn't want to have anything to do with the primal chaos child. No wonder our Eastern Alliance is becoming weaker and weaker. An elderly man sighed, our Eastern Alliance used to be the most powerful of the 4 alliances, but after what happened with the number 1 evil immortal, we've become weaker and weaker. A gentle-looking young man next to him said, let's not talk about these things anymore. Everyone has their own ideas, so let's just do what we want. Remember, if anything happens, don't implicate others. Also, don't be greedy for any benefits. The handsome-looking young man said, since that's the case, there's no need for this meeting to continue. I'll be leaving now. After the handsome young man left, the others also left. In the end, there were only 5 people left in the hall. The ugly woman said, I also want to collect that bronze shard. Even if it's useless to me, it can still attract that son of chaos. I don't need to explain how important that son of chaos is. Who's willing to join me? The pretty-looking woman said, I'll join. This might affect the Chaos World's fate. How can we not participate? The others also chimed in. Other than the 4 alliances that controlled the Alliance world, the other big and small forces were discussing this matter and made different decisions. It could be said that the entire primal chaos world was discussing Zhao Fu. Most people were in a state of shock, they had never thought that such a terrifying person would appear in the primal chaos world. Zhao Fu had caused such a huge commotion. However, they didn't know that Zhao Fu wasn't the son of chaos, but the son of apocalypse. Currently, Zhao Fu was within a mountain cave, which was quite far away from that region. Zhao Fu understood how big of a commotion the source energy would cause, so he had to stay far away from that region, or else Zhao Fu would be in great danger. As for the insect beast king blood that LV Nan had collected, he could only give up on that. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to go to that region, and LV Nan most likely knew who he was. Currently, LV Nan was kneeling in a hall, telling everyone about Zhao Fu in detail. The people sitting above were the Yao Ming Financial Group's managers. After hearing LV Nan's words, the managers had LV Nan leave and immediately inform them if Zhao Fu was looking for him. LV Nan relaxed and immediately left the hall. This time, he didn't know what to say. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. Also, the managers didn't blame LV Nan for the bronze shard. After LV Nan left, the managers began to discuss. They had far more information than anyone else. Not only did they know that Zhao Fu was collecting bronze shards, but they also knew that Zhao Fu was collecting countless amounts of blood. Both the insects and the chaos race needed it. They guessed that the bronze shard was related to the origin race, so no one was surprised that Zhao Fu was collecting it. However, they didn't understand why Zhao Fu was collecting so much blood. What kind of item, what kind of technique, and what kind of person would need so much blood, they didn't understand either. They also wanted to befriend Zhao Fu, the son of chaos, so they ordered people to inform them immediately if they saw Zhao Fu in the future. They could also satisfy all of Zhao Fu's requests. If they received the support of the Son of Chaos, they might become the Chaos World's top financial group. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and took out blood orbs and glass bottles, planning to absorb these bloodlines. Aracena and the other women rested by the side with red faces. Ziyan was a bit bolder, but Hong Yan was quite shy. Bang, bang. Bang, countless glass bottles shattered as countless amounts of blood and orbs flew into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu started to refine the insects and chaos race bloodlines, and the most powerful was naturally Qinghua Page's sovereign bloodline. Within Zhao Fu's body, the insects' bloodlines turned into different insects, and the chaos race bloodlines turned into different people. Ordinary insects and people were only a few meters tall, while Qinghua Page's bloodline was 100 meters tall. It was also a person, a green-haired elder wearing long robes. This green-haired elder was most likely someone with an early-stage sovereign bloodline, and he was Qinghua Page's ancestor. All of the bloodlines would revert to their ancestors, as their bloodline power came from their ancestors. Boom, the green-haired elder was the first to attack Zhao Fu. His palm gave off an azure energy as it ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. Sensing the emperor's aura from the green-haired elder's body, the other insects and people retreated to the side, not daring to interfere. Facing this measly sovereign bloodline power, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and vigorously punched out. A thin fist energy shot out, instantly shattering the massive azure energy. It turned into a shockwave and sent the green-haired elder flying back. The green-haired elder roared, and the countless insects and people in the surroundings charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and once again summoned a blood lake. Countless blood-red hands stretched out from the blood lake, dragging the insects and beasts into the blood lake. With the advantage of an origin bloodline, Zhao Fu could easily refine many bloodlines, including that sovereign bloodline. Book 1, Book 18, boom, rumbling rang out as countless rays of blood-colored light shot out. An evil, twisted energy filled the cave. Feng Xianxia and the others were already used to it, but Hong Yan and Ziyan's expressions changed. They instinctively felt fear of this energy. The two of them were curious as to what this terrifying power of Zhao Fu's was, but they didn't dare to ask. Thinking about it, they didn't find it strange. After all, Zhao Fu was a member of the source race. That was a level that they couldn't compare to. Chi-chi-chi, countless screeches rang out. Numerous eyes appeared in the air, densely packed together. There were bug eyes, beast eyes, human eyes, and all sorts of other eyes. Each of them radiated a crazed and cruel gaze, twisting and turning in the air as they stared at the surroundings. Facing so many terrifying eyes, Aracena and the others felt their hair stand on end. After a while, those eyes slowly faded into the air. The blood-colored light and power also slowly faded. Zhao Fu opened his eyes. After refining this many bloodlines, Zhao Fu had successfully reached the second stage of the evil immortal bloodline. He had grasped another ability. This ability was related to the eyes that had appeared before. Zhao Fu could attach his eyes to any object, such as ordinary rocks, trees, flowers, birds, beasts, and even humans. Those things that were fused into his eyes would become evil eye creatures. These creatures would have different forms, depending on what they were fused with. If it was fused with a stone, the stone would be given life and become a stone monster. If it was fused with a tree, the tree would also become a tree-related monster. If it was fused with a blade, it would also become a blade-related monster. Although these monsters looked different, they all had one thing in common: they only had one eye. That eye was the source of their power, but it was also their weakness. Destroying that eye could kill them. Furthermore, they were living things and could grow. They even had their own emotions and memories. The strongest aspect of the evil immortal bloodline was that it could create life. That was something that not many cultivation techniques could do. Even the 6 desires immortal art that Zhao Fu cultivated was unable to do so. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and looked at the women as he smiled and said, "Let's go." Right now, Zhao Fu had 2 things to do. The first was to continue collecting essence blood, and the second was to collect bronze shards. This was quite difficult, so Zhao Fu wanted to ask around to see if there was any information about bronze shards. Right now, Zhao Fu only knew that it was an origin armament, but he didn't know anything else. Hong Yan said, "I want to send the Sword of Snatching leader out." Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "No problem. What's the use of this sword? Why do you value it so much?" Hong Yan explained, "This sword hides a huge secret. Our people have been searching for it." Zhao Fu asked with some interest, "What secret?" Hong Yan replied, "This sword contains the final level of our legacy art, and it also contains the cultivation experiences of our number 1 expert. It's also the key to opening the treasure left behind by that number 1 expert." Zhao Fu wasn't very interested in their legacy art or cultivation experiences, but he was interested in the treasure. He asked, "How high was your number 1 expert's cultivation back then?" Hong Yan replied, "Higher being realm." Zhao Fu thought about it and asked, "Where is the treasure?" Hong Yan felt quite confused as she replied, "It's in our faction." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Since we don't have anywhere to go, how about we go to your faction? You can also bring the sword back to your faction." Hong Yan started to feel quite confused as to why Zhao Fu cared about the treasure. After all, a high and mighty chaos child like him shouldn't be interested in such things. However, after hearing this, she understood that Zhao Fu was quite interested in the treasure. Hong Yan started to feel quite worried. She was worried that Zhao Fu would do something detrimental to her faction. Zhao Fu could tell that she was worried and smiled as he said, "Since you've become my woman, I won't do anything to harm your faction. Also, I'll only take some things that are useful to me and won't touch anything else." Hong Yan thought about it and nodded, Following this, Zhao Fu led his group to Do Valley. Do Valley was quite far away from this region, and it would take some time to get there. On a grassy plain, a skinny young man carried a young man on his back as he ran. The skinny young man was the one from the auction, and he was called Lan Qingyuan. The young man on his back was 17 or 18 years old, and half of his face was covered with something that looked like an insect's carapace. It also flowed with mucus, making him look quite terrifying and disgusting. He was Lan Qingyuan's little brother, Lan Banyuan, and his current appearance was due to the insect disease. Back then, when Zhao Fu told Aracina and the others to leave, Lan Qingyuan also left the Alliance City with them. Because he needed medicinal pills to save his little brother, he hurried back to his residence. However, just as he separated from Aracina and the others, he was targeted by some people with ill intentions. These people didn't dare to attack Aracina and the others, but they didn't care about Lan Qingyuan at all. Lan Qingyuan's insect life pill was worth a few million gold coins. Adding on to the 5 million gold coins that he originally had, he had more than 10 million gold coins, which was very tempting to them. When Lan Qingyuan went to a secluded area, they attacked and tried to kill her. Lan Qingyuan wasn't weak, and after suffering some injuries, she ran back. She didn't have time to heal her little brother, and she just ran away with her little brother. These people didn't want to let them go, so they continued to chase them until now. Lan Banyuan said weakly, "Big brother, don't worry about me. Throw me down and run." Lan Qingyuan was covered in sweat as he comforted him, "Little brother, Big brother has already obtained the insect life pill. As long as we can find a safe place, I can save you. You won't have to suffer from this disease anymore. At that time, Big brother will take you to all sorts of places to play and eat all sorts of delicious food." Lan Banyuan said weakly, "Big brother, I can't hold on for much longer. Give that medicinal pill to someone who needs it." Lan Banyuan's situation was very serious. Just as Lan Qingyuan had said, his little brother's insect disease had reached the late stage and he was about to die. Hearing this, Lan Qingyuan's nose turned sour and he couldn't help but cry, "Little brother, you have to hold on. That medicinal pill can definitely save you. Big brother only has you, so Big brother definitely won't let you die." Lan Banyuan's pale face revealed a trace of a smile as he hugged Lan Qingyuan's neck, "Big brother, I really like you and am very happy to be your little brother. However, I really don't need to keep causing trouble for you." Lan Qingyuan shook his head and comforted him, "This is what Big brother should do, don't feel sorry." Book 1, Chapter 81. Inch there right in front of us, chase after them. A group of people appeared behind Lan Qingyuan as one of them yelled at Lan Qingyuan. Lan Qingyuan's expression fell and he hurriedly ran forwards. Those people also quickly chased after him. After running for a while, Lan Qingyuan started to slow down. He had used up too much power and was almost out of strength. The group of people did not slow down and continued to chase after Lan Qingyuan, and the distance between them became smaller and smaller. "Big bro. Give up on me. I don't want you to die," Lan Banyuan said weakly, feeling guilty. Lan Qingyuan said resolutely, "Big bro won't give up on you, we've depended on each other since we were young. At most, Big bro will die with you today." Xing, those people had already caught up, and a sharp saber light slashed towards Lan Qingyuan from behind. Lan Qingyuan hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. However, a powerful force hit Lan Qingyuan, sending both Lan Qingyuan and Lan Banyuan flying backwards. Lan Banyuan crashed to the ground and fainted, while Lan Qingyuan hurriedly ran to his little brother's side and took out a sword. The group of people surrounded the two of them, and a ferocious-looking big man laughed as he said, "Boy, you're quite good at running, I've had to chase you for so long. Why don't you keep running?" Lan Qingyuan thought about it. He did not have much strength left and was surrounded by people, so it was impossible for him to escape. As such, he said, "If I'm willing to hand over all of my things, can you let me and my little brother go?" The big man savagely laughed as he said, "If you want to keep dreaming, then stop dreaming. Today, you and your little brother must die here. Your elder doesn't want to waste words with you, let's kill him together and split the money." Lan Qingyuan immediately took out a medicinal bottle and said, "This is an insect life pill, it's worth a few million gold coins. If you dare to come up, I'll destroy it." This caused the group of people to stop. That insect life pill could be sold for 7 or 8 million gold coins at the auction house, and they were chasing after Lan Qingyuan for money. They naturally did not want to see such a valuable item destroyed. The big man thought for a moment before saying, "We can let you go, but you must hand over everything on you." The big man did not want to let Lan Qingyuan go, and he planned to wait for Lan Qingyuan to hand over everything before killing him. Lan Qingyuan replied, "I agree." The burly man laughed and said, "Then hurry up and hand over everything." Lan Qingyuan said coldly, "I won't hand it over so easily. I'll put it somewhere. You guys go somewhere far away and wait for us to leave." The burly man snorted, "No, what if you run away?" Lan Qingyuan said, "We can set up a spirit formation. I will put the item in the spirit formation." The burly man thought for a moment. "Sure." Afterward, Lan Qing set up a 10-meter wide magic formation on the ground, placed a storage ring in the center, and placed a medicine bottle on top. At this moment, the big man opened his mouth and said, "Open the medicine bottle and let us have a look. Also, take out all the money." The burly man did not trust Lan Qingyuan. Lan Qingyuan's expression changed. He wanted to exchange the bottle. He could give up the money, but this pill was his brother's life. He definitely didn't want to give it up. Facing this sort of situation, if he did not hand it over, he and his little brother would both die here. As such, Lan Qingyuan made up his mind and opened the bottle of medicine and took out all of his money. A large amount of gold coins piled up into a small mountain, giving off a golden light. Now, they could only hand over these things. As long as they could keep their lives, they would still have a chance in the future. Lan Qingyuan said angrily, "Is it okay now?" Seeing that there were no problems with the pill and money, the big man smiled in satisfaction and said, "It's okay now, you can go." Lan Qingyuan carried the unconscious Lan Banyuan and walked to the side. The others did not do anything to Lan Qingyuan because this magic formation was controlled by Lan Qingyuan. If they attacked, Lan Qingyuan would destroy everything. After walking for a while, Lan Qingyuan suddenly ran to the side and activated the magic formation. As the magic formation activated, a terrifying power spread out. The big man hurriedly pressed a hand against the ground and a massive wave of power spread out, stopping the magic formation. He let out a sigh of relief. Luckily he had been prepared. A young man said, "Big bro, should we continue chasing?" The big man looked in the direction that Lan Qingyuan had disappeared and said, "Don't chase. Now that we've obtained the item, let's not waste our energy." Lan Qingyuan carried his little brother on his back, worried that the big man and the others would catch up, so he quickly ran and did not dare to rest. A few hours later, after confirming that no one was chasing them, Lan Qingyuan stopped to rest. Looking at the unconscious Lan Banyuan, Lan Qingyuan said, "Little bro, now that we've escaped, Big bro will definitely help you obtain an insect life pill." Suddenly, Lan Banyuan cried out in pain as something started to grow on the other side of his face. His life force became weaker and weaker. Lan Qingyuan felt quite startled and sent some power into Lan Banyuan's body, wanting to stop that thing from growing. If that thing grew, his little brother would definitely die. However, his power was completely useless. An insect shell grew on the other side of Lan Banyuan's face and some mucus flowed out, causing Lan Banyuan's aura to become weaker. Lan Qingyuan powerlessly hugged his little brother in pain and despair and started to cry. He did not want his little brother to die, he really did not want his little brother to die. However, he was powerless to change anything and could only watch as his little brother died. He hated those people for stealing his things and hated himself for not having enough power. Why couldn't he be a bit stronger? That way, he would have been able to keep the insect life pill. "Why are you here?" A voice sounded out, causing Lan Qingyuan to feel quite startled. He hurriedly looked to the side and saw Zhao Fu and the others appear in front of him. The person who had spoken was Skeletal Beauty. A trace of hope appeared in Lan Qingyuan's heart. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Sir, please save my little brother." Zhao Fu and the others were just passing by, and Skeletal Beauty said that they had heard Lan Qingyuan's voice, so they had come to take a look. Skeletal Beauty said in confusion, "Didn't I give you the pill? Why didn't you save your little brother?" Lan Qingyuan told everyone about what had just happened. Skeletal Beauty felt quite angry and looked at Zhao Fu. She could not do anything about the insect transformation disease, but perhaps Zhao Fu had the ability. Zhao Fu was much more powerful than her. Zhao Fu looked at Lan Banyuan, who had a weak aura, and said, "I can try, but I don't have the confidence to save him." Lan Qingyuan said gratefully, "No problem. No matter what the outcome is, I will be grateful to Sir." Zhao Fu walked over to Lan Banyuan's side and looked at the insect shell growing on his body. Apart from his face, there were insect shells everywhere else. It was the first time that Zhao Fu had encountered such an illness. Book 1, Chapter 82 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of power flowed into Lan Banyuan's body. This was Zhao Fu's source energy, one of the top-tier powers in the world. With the help of this source energy, Lan Banyuan's body gave off traces of black aura and his aura gradually became stronger. Zhao Fu frowned. Source energy could save Lan Banyuan, but the insect disease was not so easy to get rid of. Seeing that her little brother's aura had become stronger, Lan Qingyuan's face became ready, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu retracted his hand and said, "Don't thank me yet. Even though your little brother is fine now, the insect disease has not been cured, and I need some time to examine him." Lan Qingyuan said gratefully, "I understand, but I still want to thank Sir." Zhao Fu carefully examined Lan Banyuan's body. This insect disease felt quite strange and had fused with Lan Banyuan's life source energy. If he forcefully removed it, he might die. Painted Eyebrows looked at Zhao Fu squatting on the ground, earnestly saving people, and said softly, "I like the way you're helping others. It would be good if you could be like this normally, you wouldn't be so domineering and cold-blooded, always bullying women." Zhao Fu looked up at her and said, "Do I not treat you well normally?" Skeletal Eyebrows shook her head and said, "No, I'm saying that you're more attractive like this and that women will like you more." Zhao Fu did not mind and said, "I don't need it." Skeletal Eyebrows pouted and felt a trace of displeasure but did not say anything. Shuemu smiled as she said, "No matter what, I'll like master." Feng Xianxia looked at the two of them and understood that their hearts had been subdued by Zhao Fu. However, she would not be subdued so easily, even if she often received Zhao Fu's favor. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of a method, which was to use the 8 forbidden blood art to extract the insect disease from Lan Banyuan's body. Zhao Fu placed a hand on Lan Banyuan's chest, and 8 different blood-colored runes appeared, releasing faint blood vessels, and slowly fused into Lan Banyuan's chest. What happened next surprised Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't even use the 8 forbidden blood technique to extract the zeroization sickness. The zeroization sickness surged towards Zhao Fu's palm. Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment and did not stop the insect transformation sickness. Instead, he allowed the insect transformation sickness to enter his body. The insect shell growing on Lan Banyuan's body disappeared, but Zhao Fu's body began to grow insect shells. The first was the hand that was pressing down on Lan Banyuan's chest. The crowd was shocked to see this. Aracena was the first to speak, saying anxiously, "Zhao Fu, stop." Everyone else had never thought that Zhao Fu would infuse the zeroization sickness into his body for Lan Banyuan. Huagume's eyes became moist. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so selfless. Lan Qingyuan knelt on the ground in gratitude and guilt. Was Zhao Fu that great? Was he doing this for someone he did not know? The answer was definitely not. Zhao Fu said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The insect shell growing on Zhao Fu's body quickly disappeared. In actuality, even without the zeroization sickness, Zhao Fu could have made his body grow insect shells. The zeroization sickness did not affect Zhao Fu at all. Instead, it gave Zhao Fu an additional ability. After the zeroization sickness entered Zhao Fu's body, it turned into a small beetle. Zhao Fu could use this zeroization sickness to infect others. Anyone who was injured by Zhao Fu would also be affected by the zeroization sickness. Moreover, this ability could grow. Zhao Fu could turn himself into a source of infection and infect everyone in an area, causing them to be affected by the zeroization sickness. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and Lan Banyuan's body returned to normal. With the help of the source energy, Lan Banyuan gradually woke up. Looking at Zhao Fu, Lan Banyuan looked quite confused. Lan Qingyuan smiled as she said, "First, hurry and thank Sir, he saved you and cured your sickness." Hearing this, Lan Banyuan said weakly, "Thanks Sir for saving my life." Zhao Fu lightly nodded and got up from the ground before walking towards Aracina and the other women. Lan Qingyuan picked up her little brother and examined Lan Banyuan's body. Zhao Fu said, "His sickness has been cured, let's go." The women all nodded. "Sir, wait." Lan Qingyuan called out when she saw that Zhao Fu was about to leave. Zhao Fu turned and looked at her as he asked, "Is there anything else?" Lan Qingyuan said, "I don't know if Sir is collecting those bronze shards. I remember that I have one at home, but I'm not sure if it's the one you're looking for. However, that one is abnormally tough, and even with my full power, I was unable to destroy it." Zhao Fu looked quite confused and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he asked, "Where is it?" Lan Qingyuan replied, "It's at where I lived before. I left in a hurry and left it by the side, so I did not keep it with me. Sir, let me remind you that I really don't know if it's the one you're looking for, but I feel that it's quite similar." Zhao Fu gave a slight smile as he said, I know. Take me to where you are." Lan Qingyuan looked at her little brother and said, "Sir, can you wait for a while and let my little brother recover some strength before going?" Zhao Fu threw a bottle of medicinal pills to Lan Qingyuan and said, "Sure, this medicinal pill can help your little brother recover." Lan Qingyuan accepted the medicinal pill and thanked him gratefully before feeding it to her little brother. With the help of the medicinal pill, Lan Banyuan's body quickly recovered. Zhao Fu and the others sat by the side and waited. 2 hours later, Lan Banyuan's identity was restored. Looking at Aracina and the other women's peerlessly beautiful appearances, he looked quite shy. After personally kneeling to thank Zhao Fu, he obediently stayed by his big brother's side. Zhao Fu and the others flew towards that region. That region was most likely quite dangerous because Zhao Fu had appeared there. All of the factions were searching for Zhao Fu. Luckily, Lan Qingyuan's place was quite remote, so there should not be too much of a problem. Half a day later, Zhao Fu and the others came to a small courtyard. This was where Lan Qingyuan had lived. Lan Qingyuan had Zhao Fu wait for a while before walking into a storeroom and starting to search. 10 or so minutes later, she came out and handed a 2-inch-long bronze shard to Zhao Fu. "Sir, take a look and see if this is the bronze shard you're looking for." Zhao Fu took the shard. It was said that the bronze shard that Zhao Fu had refined could sense other bronze shards. If there was a reaction, it would be the bronze shard that Zhao Fu needed. If there was no reaction, it would not be what Zhao Fu was looking for. Zhao Fu controlled the bronze shard within his body to give off a primal chaos aura. Book 1, Chapter 83. The bronze shard within Zhao Fu's body gave off traces of golden aura, and everyone looked at the 2-inch bronze shard in Zhao Fu's hand. The shard lightly trembled and gave off an incredibly weak golden light. It was even weaker than the light that Zhao Fu's bronze shard gave off. However, since it was reacting, it meant that it was the origin armament that Zhao Fu was looking for. Moreover, this bronze shard had the ability to automatically repair itself, so it required a large amount of origin power. Zhao Fu smiled and put it away. It was not convenient to repair this place, so Zhao Fu would only repair it later. Aracina smiled as she asked, "Is this the bronze shard you're looking for?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Everyone else smiled, and Lan Qingyuan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu had done him a great favor, and he wanted to repay Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's leave this place." Zhao Fu and the others had planned to go to the valley, but they had never thought that they would meet Lan Qingyuan and obtain a bronze shard. Now that they had obtained it, it was time to continue to the valley. Aracina suddenly said, "Zhao Fu, since there are 2 bronze shards here, I wonder if there are 3. Should we stay and look for them?" Hearing her say this, Zhao Fu realized that he had not expected this. Since there were 2 bronze shards here, perhaps there would be a 3rd, 4th, or even all of the bronze mirror shards here. If he went somewhere else, he would never be able to obtain them. Zhao Fu looked at Lan Qingyuan and asked, how did you obtain this bronze shard? Lan Qingyuan said, I'm not sure, this bronze shard was something that my little brother brought back when he was young. Everyone turned to look at Lan Banyuan. Lan Banyuan thought about it before replying, I was playing at the foot of a mountain and found this bronze shard, so I brought it back. Zhao Fu asked, where is that mountain? Lan Banyuan replied, it's a small mountain nearby. I can bring you there. Zhao Fu nodded, if you can help me find the third bronze fragment, I will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Lan Banyuan smiled and said, there's no need. My lord saved my life, so this is what I should do. Painted Eyebrows looked at Lan Banyuan with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she said, you're quite grateful, I didn't waste my energy to save you. Lan Banyuan blushed in the face of Skeletal Beauty's gaze. The group soon arrived at the foot of the small mountain. The small mountain was only a few dozen meters tall, and there were some small trees and weeds. It looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Lan Banyuan said, this is where I found the bronze shard. Zhao Fu walked up and looked at the small mountain. Zhao Fu did not want to search bit by bit, so he half squatted down and pressed a hand against the ground. The bronze shard within his body gave off an intense light as a wave of chaos essence energy flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and a golden wave of light spread out. There was no reaction from the surroundings. Zhao Fu frowned and another wave of golden light spread out, but there was still no reaction. Zhao Fu once again controlled the bronze shard and a wave of chaos essence energy spread out. A golden wave of light spread out, but there was still no reaction. There most likely was no bronze shard here, if there was, there would definitely be a reaction. If there was no one within a 10-kilometer radius, then he would try within a few hundred kilometers. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive wave of source energy flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm. Countless golden tubes spread out, and golden waves of light rippled out, giving off a shocking aura. In the end, there was still no reaction, and Zhao Fu sighed, there most likely were no bronze shards here. Zhao Fu said, there's none here, let's go somewhere else. Zhao Fu had already searched this place, and he wanted to go somewhere else. Perhaps there were other places, but Zhao Fu could not openly search like this. If others sensed this chaos essence energy, Zhao Fu's position would be exposed. Seeing that Zhao Fu and the others were about to leave, Lan Qingyuan felt a bit hesitant, but he still said, Sir, we brothers have nowhere to go, can we follow you? Zhao Fu started to think, even though these two brothers were quite good, they were men and he had too many women by his side, so it would not be convenient to bring them along. Aracena said, bring them along. We can't return to the Alliance City, but we can have them go in and ask around. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, all right. You two brothers can follow me. Lan Qingyuan had long since known that Zhao Fu was the son of Essence. Following such a person was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, and he said happily and excitedly, thank you, sir. We'll definitely be loyal to sir and won't disappoint sir. Lan Banyuan also looked at Skeletal Beauty happily. He had unknowingly developed a good impression of Skeletal Beauty, and perhaps he had fallen in love with her. However, Skeletal Beauty's beautiful eyes were focused on Zhao Fu as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu stayed at the place where Lan Qingyuan and his brothers lived, while Lan Qingyuan and his brothers went to the Alliance City to gather information. They mainly wanted to find any strange places or things that had happened there, as there might be bronze shards. Lan Qingyuan brought back many pieces of information, and Zhao Fu looked through them one by one. The first place was the most likely place, as it was said that a terrifying battle had happened there between a few experts, which had caused massive destruction. That place was now completely desolate and did not seem to have any signs of life. Zhao Fu wondered if those experts had anything to do with the bronze shards, so he chose to go there first. In the end, they did not. The second place was a valley. It was said that there were many treasures hidden there, and people had found many good things in the past. Zhao Fu went there, but there was not a single treasure hunter there. The ground was filled with holes, and Zhao Fu looked around. There was indeed nothing there, and it was most likely that the treasures had been taken by the people in the past. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the third place, which was near a river. It was said that there was a terrifying monster there, and Zhao Fu went there as well. He killed the water monster there, which looked like a catfish. It had 2 arms and a pair of legs, and it was at the world realm. Zhao Fu's harvest from this trip was the water monster's bloodline, and there was nothing else. Afterwards, Zhao Fu went to all sorts of places and confirmed that there would not be a third bronze shard in this region, so he could only go to other places to search. Zhao Fu and his group followed their original plan and flew towards Do Valley. Not long after, a massive aura descended in front of Zhao Fu and his group. Book 1, Chapter 84th Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. There were 3 beautiful women, one had long silver hair and looked quite similar to Ziyan, one wore a red dress and looked quite similar to Hong Yan, and one had long icy hair and a graceful figure. The moment they arrived, they looked at Ziyan and Hong Yan. Seeing the 3 beautiful women, Ziyan and Hong Yan walked up and happily called out, "Mother." Zhao Fu was not surprised by their identities, as he already knew who they were. The red-dressed woman was called Hong Qian, and she smiled as she said, "So you're fine. You made us worry for nothing." Hong Yan and Ziyan looked at the 3 beautiful women in confusion. The silver-haired woman was called Ziyu, and she smiled as she said, "We heard that something shocking had happened in this region, and we were worried that you would be in danger, so we hurried over to find you." Hong Yan looked at Zhao Fu. The thing that Ziyu was talking about was the appearance of a primal chaos child, and Zhao Fu was that primal chaos child. The ice-haired woman was called Bing Qingqing, and she asked, "Did you obtain that sword?" Hong Qian and Ziyu looked at Hong Yan and Ziyu. Hong Yan nodded her head and took out the sword of snatching collar. "This is the sword." Hong Qian took the sword and looked at it carefully. "Indeed, this is the sword of the #1 expert from back then. With it, we can cultivate the final level of the cultivation technique and open the treasury." Ziyu smiled as she said, "Since we've obtained the sword, let's go back." At that moment, Bing Qingqing looked at Zhao Fu and the others and asked, "Who are they?" Hong Qian and Ziyu realized that there were other people. Just then, they had been completely focused on their daughter and had not paid attention to Zhao Fu and the others. Hong Yan said shyly, "That's our man, the others are his women, and the other 2 men are his followers." Hong Qian looked quite confused. "He's your man?" Hong Yan shyly nodded. Ziyu looked at her daughter. Ziyan said, "He's also my man, and we're all his women." Ziyu frowned, "What's going on? Why did you find a man after going out?" Hong Yan and Ziyan looked at Zhao Fu. They could not say that Zhao Fu had forcefully taken them, nor did they dare to say who Zhao Fu was. The 3 beautiful women coldly looked at Zhao Fu. Their intuition told them that Zhao Fu had done something to their daughters, or else their daughters would not have found a man. Facing the 3 women's gazes, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all. The 3 women only had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, and he smiled as he said, "Your 2 daughters like me, so they became my women." Zhao Fu was incredibly shameless. Not only did he forcefully take Hong Yan and Ziyan, but he also said that they liked him, even though they were willing to become his women. Zhao Qingqing, Zichen said, "True. Editor, if he dares to bully you, I'll take care of him for you right now." Hong Yan did not want to fight with her mother and Zhao Fu, so she hurriedly said, "He's very good to us and did not do anything to us." Only then did Ziyu feel at ease and looked at Zhao Fu. "Who are you? Do you know who my daughter is?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm just a minor figure." "I also know who your daughter is." Ziyu coldly harumphed, "You're just a minor figure. Not only are you not worthy of my daughter, but you also have so many women. I hope you can give me an answer." Zhao Fu asked, "What answer?" Ziyu said coldly, "First, give up on your other women and marry into our family, and we'll give you riches. Second, obediently leave and don't disturb our daughter in the future." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "What if I don't choose?" Ziyu said coldly, "Then don't blame us for being impolite to you. Don't think that just because you're my daughter's man, I won't act against you. Someone like you is not worthy of being my daughter's man." Ziyan knew about Zhao Fu's identity and she hurriedly said, "Mother, don't say that, I'm not worthy of him." Hearing her daughter's shameless words, Ziyu felt quite angry. "Do you know who you are? How can you say such a thing?" Hong Yan said, "We clearly know who we are, but with our status, we are indeed not worthy of him." Even though Hong Yan and Ziyan were from an emperor-level faction, so what if they were from an emperor-level faction? Those words caused Hong Yan and the other 2 women to feel quite startled. They looked at Zhao Fu and Bing Qingqing said, "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You want to know?" If you become my woman, I'll tell you. Bing Qingqing said furiously, impudent. Boom, Bing Qingqing slammed out with her palm, and a wave of energy mixed with wind and snow ferociously slammed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he slashed out with his finger, sending out a black sword light that slashed apart that wave of energy, causing it to turn into two streams of cold light that dissipated. Bing Qingqing and the other two women's expressions fell as they cried out, "You're also at the Emperor Heaven Realm." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and gave off a trace of domineeringness as he said, you didn't expect this, did you? I'll give you two choices, either voluntarily become my woman and serve me, or passively become my woman and serve me. Bing Qingqing looked furious as she said, "Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you're at the Emperor Heaven Realm. The three of us will attack together and teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." Hong Qian and Ziyu also looked quite angry. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to say such a thing to them. Ziyan and Han Yan hurriedly tried to stop him, but the three women had already started to attack Zhao Fu from three different directions towards Zhao Fu. Aracena rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. She knew about Zhao Fu's hobbies. Everyone else retreated to the side. Zhao Fu gave a faint smile and stood where he was, not moving at all. Bing Qingqing's palm gave off an icy aura as it slammed towards Zhao Fu from the front. Zhao Fu leaned to the side and easily dodged this attack, while Hong Qian grabbed at Zhao Fu from the left. Zhao Fu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace as he hugged Hong Qian, causing her face to become red. Seeing this, Ziyu was infuriated and attacked with her full strength. Her fist brought with it a powerful gale as it punched towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as that terrifying fist was easily caught by Zhao Fu with a single hand, causing Ziyu to look quite confused. Whoosh! The temperature in the surroundings plummeted as Bing Qingqing vigorously attacked towards Zhao Fu from behind. She had only wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson, but she used all of her strength as her palm brought with it a massive icy wind as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not dodge and instead gave off a powerful aura, forming a black dragon inscription barrier that blocked that icy wind. Book 1, Chapter 855 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Zhao Fu grabbed Ziyu's fist and pulled her into his embrace. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. At the same time, the golden pupil in his left eye spun, and many chains shot out from the air, lightly binding Bing. In just a few moments, the three women were captured by Zhao Fu. The difference in power between them was just that great. Ziyu furiously struggled and said, "Bastard! Let go of me." Zhao Fu ignored her and a wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out and entered the three women's bodies. Hong Yan and Ziyu begged, "Don't harm their mothers." However, Zhao Fu did not harm them. After staying here for half a day, Zhao Fu prepared to leave. Bing Qingqing and the three women's faces were red as they hatefully glared at Zhao Fu. Hong Yan and Ziyan were quite embarrassed. They had never thought that something like this would happen. The other women's expressions did not change, while the Lan brothers watched from afar. Zhao Fu looked at the three women and smiled as he said, "Pack up, we're going to your Steel Valley." Bing Qingqing said coldly, "Why are you going to our Steel Valley?" Hong Yan said softly, "Husband wants to see if there's anything he needs in the Steel Valley. He has no other goal." Ziyu said angrily, "That scum also treated the two of you like this, right? How could you really treat that scum as your man?" Hong Yan said embarrassedly, "Auntie Z, husband is so perfect and has such a noble status. My husband is so perfect, and his status is even more noble. Moreover, we are very happy staying by his side. You can't resist, so you might as well submit to him. It's useless even if you insist. Think about how you were just now." Ziyu's face became red and she glared at Zhao Fu. Hong Qian looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Can you tell us who you are now?" Ziyan smiled as she said, "He's the primal chaos child." Hearing this, the three women were shocked. This bastard was the primal chaos child who had shaken the entire primal chaos world, Bing Qing said seriously. "Are you sure?" Ziyan smiled. "When he caused those fluctuations, we were right beside him. The others only arrived later, so of course we can confirm his identity." I said coldly, "I heard that the child of primordial chaos is the savior of the primordial chaos world, and that he will lead the primordial chaos world to prosperity. I never thought that he would be such a person." Calling him the son of bastards is more appropriate. Zhao Fu said with a smile, call me whatever you want. I like all three of you very much. Follow me from now on. I said softly, stop dreaming. We all have husbands. Don't think that we'll submit to you just because you're the son of chaos. Zhao Fu did not mind and said with a smile, it's up to you. It's getting late, so let's hurry up. I still need to collect bronze fragments and insect blood. Bing Qingqing could not help but ask, why are you collecting so many things? Ziyan smiled and said, he's not just the child of chaos. He's also the successor of the first evil immortal, and the bronze shard he collected is an origin weapon. Bing Qingqing and the others once again looked shocked. They knew about the legend of the first evil immortal, but how terrifying would the first evil immortal and the origin race be? The result would be unimaginable. Following this, the women packed up, and Zhao Fu called Lan Qingyuan and Zhao Fu back before flying towards Do Valley. After a day or so, Zhao Fu and the others arrived at Do Valley. As an emperor-class faction, Do Valley was indeed quite powerful. It was as big as 30 or so worlds, and its basic forces were at stage 4. It also nurtured a type of insect and had a few peak-stage Dao realm experts. Zhao Fu found out that Bing Qingqing and the others were Do Valley's elders. Their statuses were quite high, but they were not the ones in charge of Do Valley. After entering Do Valley, Zhao Fu asked, where is the treasure trove? Zhao Fu's goal here was the treasure trove, he was not interested in anything else. Ziyu glared at Zhao Fu and said, why are you in such a hurry? The treasure trove is not as easy to open as you think. Zhao Fu asked, tell me the specifics of the treasure trove. Ziyu said, the treasure trove was left behind by the number 1 expert back then, and it's at the center of Do Valley. In order to open the treasure trove, someone with the snatching sword must break through 3 barriers. Only then can the treasure trove be opened. Zhao Fu frowned and said, it's that complicated? What's inside the treasure trove? If there's nothing too precious, I'll be leaving. Hearing that it was quite complicated, Zhao Fu did not want to waste any more time here. Moreover, after opening the treasure trove, there might not be anything that Zhao Fu wanted, and Zhao Fu had many things to do. Bing lightly harumphed and said, hurry up and leave. I'll also tell you that the person with the snatching sword must be someone from the younger generation and must be very powerful. Otherwise, if they cannot break through the 3 barriers, they will not be able to open the number 1 expert's treasure trove. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased, and he lightly pulled Bing into his embrace and bullied her. Bing's face was slightly red as she said softly, we don't know what's inside, but there should be a legacy left behind by the number 1 expert. However, it won't be of much use to you. Zhao Fu was not interested at all and said, then go back and pack up, and come with me. Hong Yan said, husband, do you really not want to open the treasure trove? Back then, the number 1 expert in Do Valley collected many treasures, and perhaps the origin weapon you're looking for is among them. Apart from the origin weapon, you might be able to obtain other useful things. Hearing this, Zhao Fu started to think and made a decision, alright, I'll stay here for a while and see if your treasure trove can be opened. Ziyan smiled as she said, then you'll have to watch our performance. Following this, the group continued onwards and came to a mountain. There was a stage here, and there were many stone pillars with diagrams of battles engraved on them. There was also a 3-meter tall, 2-meter wide stone door on the stage. This was the door to the treasure trove. Apart from these things, there were also many soldiers giving off powerful auras standing guard, all of them looking serious and resolute. When Zhao Fu and the others came to the stage, they were stopped by these soldiers. The leader of the soldiers asked Bing Qing and the others, elders, what have you come here for? This place is off limits to everyone. Bing Qing said, we've obtained the Do Ling sword, and we're about to open the number 1 expert's treasure trove. The soldier said, elders, please wait here. This is a major matter, and we can't make the decision on our own. We need to report this to the higher-ups. Bing Qing lightly nodded. The soldier immediately left, and after a while, the soldier said, elders, the other elders want you to go over and hold a meeting. Bing Qing and the others thought for a moment before replying, we understand. Following this, Bing Qing and the others went to attend the meeting, while Hong Yan brought Zhao Fu and the others to where they were staying. Book 1, Chapter 86 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. An hour later, Bing Qingqing, Ziyu, and Hong Qian returned. Apart from them, there were 3 middle-aged men walking beside them. One was tall and skinny, and he was called Bai Lang. One was dressed in purple, and he was called Honghe. Bing Qingqing had said that they all had men, and she had not lied to Zhao Fu. The 3 men were their husbands. Bai Lang walked into the room and looked at Zhao Fu and the others as he asked, "Who are you?" In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Fu said, "We're Hong Yan's friends." Bai Lang smiled as he said, "If you're Hong Yan's friends, then stay in Dou Valley for a few more days and see the local customs." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Bing Qingqing bitterly glared at Zhao Fu. Honghe looked at skeletal eyebrows and the other women and gave an interested smile, but he did not say anything because Hong Qian was by his side. Hong Yan turned her face away, not daring to look at Zhao Fu. They only treated Zhao Fu and the others as Hong Yan's friends and did not pay much attention to Zhao Fu and the others as they left. Zhao Fu and the others temporarily stayed there. At night, the 12 moons gave off a bright moonlight, and there were a few wisps of clouds in the deep blue sky. 3 beautiful women lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, their faces rosy and beautiful, while the other women were on the other side. Zhao Fu looked at them and asked, "Why are you holding a meeting?" Bing Qingqing said, "Opening the treasure trove is a big event for Dou Valley, so we need to prepare for a few days and gather all of the younger generation to open the treasure trove." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "Is it that difficult to open the treasure trove?" Bing Qingqing replied, "Of course, it's the treasure trove left behind by Dou Valley's #1 expert, and it contains his legacy. Ordinary geniuses won't be able to open it." Zhao Fu frowned, "Is it possible that the treasure trove can't be opened? Also, with so many people gathered here, how am I supposed to take anything from the treasure?" Now, things had developed beyond Zhao Fu's expectations. Not only was it possible that the treasure trove could not be opened, but it was also possible that even if it was opened, Zhao Fu would not be able to enter with so many people present. It was even more impossible for him to force his way in. This was someone else's territory, and doing so would be courting death. Hong Yan said softly, "Husband, if I open the treasury, I will bring out what you need." Ziyan also said, "Don't look down on us. Although we can't compare to you, we are still famous geniuses in this region." Zhao Fu chuckled. "I'll leave it to you then." Right now, there didn't seem to be any other way. He could only ask Ziyan and Hong Yan to see if there was anything Zhao Fu needed. If there wasn't, then he would have wasted so much time. Hong Qian said softly, "You haven't told me what to do with our relationship from now on. It's not good to continue like this." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "What's wrong with this?" Bing Qingqing said angrily, "You're a scoundrel." Ziyu said coquettishly, "You scoundrel, we're already your people, yet you still bully us. If you don't resolve this matter, don't even think about seeing us again." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "What can we do? After this matter is resolved, you can leave with me." Bing Qingqing said somewhat reluctantly, "We've been in Dou Valley for so many years, and we've long since gotten used to this place. Our family and friends are also here." Hong Yan said, "If we leave like this, won't we be letting down our husband? In the past, they treated us very well, and we were their wives. However, we were harmed by you, and I also want to scold you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I will do my best to make it up to them, and I promise that you won't feel sad after leaving with me." Hearing Zhao Fu's promise, the 3 beautiful women felt at ease. On the 3rd day, Dou Valley was quite lively. Everyone in Dou Valley knew about the treasure trove, and some people from other factions had come to join in on the fun. It was said that anyone who obtained the legacy from the treasure trove could become the next lord of Dou Valley. This caused the countless people in Dou Valley to feel incredibly excited, and they all wanted to open the treasure trove and become the next lord of Dou Valley. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on opening the treasure trove. Anyone with a certain amount of talent and power could participate. It seemed that the higher-ups of Dou Valley were worried that no one would be able to open it, which was why the requirements were so relaxed. Zhao Fu, Hong Yan, Ziyan, and the others walked towards the stage. "Hong Yan, I heard that you brought the Lord of Dou sword back. It's a pity that you can't open the treasure trove. You've helped me greatly." "Thank you." A woman with long black hair and a haughty aura appeared in front of everyone and said mockingly. Hong Yan frowned as she said, "Hey Lon Air, I don't want to talk to you." I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Zhao Fu looked at the woman in front of him and asked, who is she? Ziyan explained somewhat angrily, she's the daughter of an elder and has some enmity with us. She goes around opposing us, she's so annoying. Hearing this, He Lan coldly snorted, if I become the next lord of Dou Valley, I'll show you how powerful I am. Ziyan did not back down as she said, then when we become the next lord of Dou Valley, you'll be in trouble. Humph. Don't even think about becoming the next lord of Dou Valley, a muscular man with blood-red hair walked over arrogantly. Ziyan and the others' expressions changed. The blood-red-haired man was called Xue Chongkong, and he was the strongest and most talented person in Dou Valley. His status was also extremely noble, and he was viewed as the most suitable candidate to become the next lord of Dou Valley. Ziyan coldly snorted, Xue Chongkong, don't think that the lord of Dou Valley will be yours. You'll know once you try. Xue Chongkong domineeringly laughed as he said, who else can become the lord of Dou Valley apart from me? Once I become the lord of Dou Valley, I want all of you to come and serve me. The three women were infuriated and glared at Xue Chongkong. At that moment, Zhao Fu indifferently said, you might be disappointed, but the two of them are now my women. Originally, Zhao Fu did not want to cause any trouble, but when he heard Xue Chongkong's words, he could not help it. Hong Yan and Zi Yan were now his women, and this person dared to bully them in such a domineering manner. Everyone present was flabbergasted. Hong Yan and Zi Yan had noble statuses in Dou Valley, so how did they become his women? Zi Yan smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and said with a complacent and provocative smile, Xue Chongkong, let me tell you, even though your talent in Dou Valley was not bad, you're nothing compared to my husband. Hearing those words, Xue Chongkong was infuriated, then tell me who he is. The others also looked curiously at Zhao Fu. From Zi Yan's tone, they could tell that Zhao Fu's identity was most likely very terrifying. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you don't have the qualifications to know. Everyone was startled, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would be even more arrogant than Xue Chongkong, daring to say such words to him. Book 1, Chapter 877 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Xue Chongkong was about to attack when the people beside him hurriedly said, young master, the event is about to start. Let's deal with them after it's over, the legacy is more important. Hearing this, Xue Chongkong thought about it and coldly harumphed, I'll look for you later. After saying this, Xue Chongkong led his group and left. He Lan said, I never thought that you two would find a man so quickly, what a pity. Ziyan smiled as she said, what's there to feel pity about? We're quite happy right now, do you want to try being our husband's woman? He Lan lightly harumphed, don't even think about it, I'm not a casual woman. After saying this, He Lan walked forwards. Zhao Fu said, let's go as well. The group also walked forwards and came to the stage. There were countless people gathered here, and it was impossible to see how many of them there were. Bing Qingqing found Zhao Fu and the others and smiled as she said, Hong Yan and Zi Yan, you two go to the front to participate in the event. Zhao Fu, you two come with me to the viewing platform. Zhao Fu nodded. Zi Yan and Hong Yan went to the open space in front of them. They did not need to register to participate in this event, those who were qualified could stand in the open space in front of them. People continuously walked up, and there were already thousands of people. Zhao Fu followed Bing Qingqing to a specially built viewing platform. When Ziyu and Hong Yan saw Zhao Fu, they gave happy smiles and went up to greet him. Hong He frowned and felt quite displeased, the viewing platform has limited space, just let them watch from below, why do they have to come up? Perhaps it was because of his intuition, but Hong He did not like Zhao Fu. Bing Qingqing said rudely, there's enough space, don't worry about that. Hong He felt quite angry and turned to Bai Lang and said, control your woman, she's being so intimate with that boy. Otherwise, others will think that she's having an affair with him. Bai Lang dryly laughed and looked at Bing Qingqing. He felt that Bing Qingqing was indeed being too intimate with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was only Hong Yan's friend, so it was fine for her to be polite. However, there was no need to be so intimate, right? Also, why did he feel that his wife was becoming more and more beautiful and moving? Facing Bai Lang's gaze, Bing Qingqing felt quite guilty. Hong He was right, they had betrayed her husband and had been together with Zhao Fu for the past few days. Zhao Fu suddenly smiled and said, since there's no more space, we'll have a look from below. Hong he said, Bing Qingqing, Bing Yen, Bing, Zhao Tu Bing 2, 2, and Bing Zhao Fu, 2, and 1, and Zhao Hao Hao Bing, Bing 2, 1, 1, Zhao, 1, and 1, 1, 1, Zhao. A trace of a smile appeared on Hong He's face as he looked at Aracena and the other women playfully. Over the past few days, he had seen how beautiful these women were and was extremely tempted. It was a pity that he had not had the chance to get his hands on them. Hongha to X how Hongha how to Hongha Hongha, Hongha, Hongha Hong 10, red. Chong Bing 2. With X. 2. Bing he. Bai Lang smiled awkwardly and said, wife, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry. I said coldly, you don't need to apologize, I'm not angry. Bai Lang felt awkward and did not say anything else. Zhao Fu and the others came to the front of the platform. At this time, there were already more than 10,000 people gathered in the open space in front of them. There were also hundreds of thousands of people watching. Some people couldn't even get on the platform and could only watch from afar. A yellow-robed old man holding a sword walked up to the stone door and shouted, is there anyone else who wants to participate in the treasure opening event? No one answered, and no one stepped forward. The yellow-robed old man glanced around, then stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. Clang, a massive sword hum rang out and countless sword-light insects shot out from the sword. The entire platform started to shine with light and the surrounding heaven and earth power quickly gathered. Kill 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 kill, countless battle cries sounded out, and a massive battle aura spread out from the stone door. Transparent figures rushed out from the stone door, some holding swords, some holding sabers, some holding spears, some holding axes, some holding spears. After these transparent figures appeared, they quickly rushed towards the people standing in the open space in front of them. The people in the open space also took out various kinds of weapons. Clang clang clang, both sides fought, and the scene descended into chaos. Cold light shot out and clanging sounds continuously rang out. Powerful auras spread out. Ziyan took out a saber and vigorously swung it, sending out a sharp saber light that destroyed a few of the transparent figures. With her power, dealing with these transparent figures was not a problem. However, there were some people who were unable to defeat the transparent figures and were sent flying. Those people who were sent flying lay on the ground without being attacked by the transparent figures. However, they still lost the right to continue participating. This was only the initial trial, and it was not the 3 barriers. Only those who could last until the end would have the right to use their swords to break the barriers. Those who could not last until the end did not even have the right to use their swords. Boom, Shuechong Kong was worthy of being the number 1 person in the valley. He directly unleashed a blood-colored aura flame, forming a blood-colored lion that slaughtered those transparent figures. He also received countless people's attention. Shuechong Kong also enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Hong Yan and Ziyan's performance was also not bad. Their weapons unleashed rays of cold light that killed large swathes of the transparent figures. In truth, those who took the trial only needed to kill 20 transparent figures to not be attacked. However, killing more transparent figures also had an advantage. That was that they would be able to use their swords to break the barriers earlier. This was also very important. If the difference in strength wasn't very great, then if one person obtained a sword to open the treasury first, that person would win. Even if the second person's strength was about the same as the first person's, they wouldn't have a second chance. Countless transparent figures continued to pour out of the stone gates. The people on the stage continued to fight them, and the number of people on the stage gradually decreased. Some of the people who had lost their qualifications also retreated from the stage. After half a day, no more transparent figures came out of the stone gates. However, there were only around 500 people left. Originally, there had been around 10,000 people participating in the trial. Now, that number had dropped to around 500. This number was truly shocking. The people left on the field were more or less injured, and some of them looked exhausted. Fortunately, the next trial did not immediately begin, giving some people some time to rest and recover some of their strength. After 10 minutes, a wave of shouts once again sounded out as countless transparent figures flowed out of the stone gates. This time, not only were there more transparent figures, but they were also more powerful than last time. They gave off ferocious auras as they charged towards those who remained on the stage. Those who remained on the stage earnestly continued to fight. Even though others watched with great interest and excitement, Jiaofu felt that it was quite boring. If it was him, he would be able to kill countless figures with a single slash of his sword. Book 1, 88. After this wave of attacks from the transparent figures, the original 500 or so people were now only left with 30 or so. The Dogu higher-ups on the viewing platforms frowned. With so many people dying, it would be even more difficult to open the treasure trove. After giving Xue Changkong and the others some time to rest, the final test began. This time, there were no sounds of fighting. Instead, a huge wave of battle intent surged out like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become oppressive. More than 30 transparent figures slowly walked out from the stone door, staring coldly at Xue Changkong and the others. The expressions of Xue Changkong and the others became quite serious. These 30 or so transparent figures were more dangerous than the countless transparent figures from before. Swish, swish. Swish, the 30 or so transparent figures wielded weapons and quickly charged at Xue Changkong and the others. They hurriedly used their weapons to defend, and the two sides clashed intensely. This time, Xue Changkong and the others did not have it so easy, and the situation became quite difficult. Even the strongest Xue Changkong was suppressed by the attacks of a transparent figure. Xing, one of the transparent figures, sent a wave of power into the saber in his hand, causing a saber hum to ring out. A saber image that was tens of meters long was formed, and it slashed out with berserk power, sending a young man flying far away. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood before fainting. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. This transparent figure was truly powerful. Boom, boom. Boom, as this transparent figure unleashed all of his power, the other transparent figures also exploded out with all of their power. Powerful auras spread out, causing wild gales to blow out. Xue Changkong and the others also used all of their power, causing their bodies to burn with aura flames, giving off terrifying power. Bang, bang. Bang, the two sides clashed intensely, causing loud sounds to continuously ring out. Waves of energy continuously blasted out, causing the ground to crack and some rocks to fly out. The most eye-catching was still Xue Changkong. His body gave off a blood-red aura flame, and he held a blood-red saber as he hacked at another transparent figure in the air. Saber chi swept out, creating an intense scene. Hong Yan's body gave off a red aura flame as she slashed out with her sword, causing countless sword lights to rain down on the transparent figure. The transparent figure blocked with his saber, blocking the countless sword lights and swinging his hand backwards. A terrifying saber energy slashed towards Hong Yan, causing a deep ravine to appear on the ground. Hong Yan raised her sword and slashed out. A sharp sword light slashed out and collided with the saber energy, resulting in an intense explosion. Sword light shot out in all directions and the energy scattered in all directions. Hei Lan Er held a long sword and turned into a black ray of light as she quickly rushed towards a transparent figure. The transparent figure did not show any fear and slammed towards Hei Lan Er with great power. Bang, an explosion rang out as the two powerful forces collided, causing light to shoot out in all directions. Rocks were sent flying and a large crater appeared on the ground. The two of them were at the center of the pit, their swords intertwined. The people around them also looked at the intense battle in front of them nervously and solemnly. None of them turned their heads to talk. After an hour, the winner was finally decided. In the end, only 6 people managed to defeat the invisible figure. The first was Xue Changkong, the second was Hong Yan, the third was Zi Yan, the fourth was Hei Lan Er, the fifth was an ordinary-looking youth, and the sixth was a cold-looking youth. Everyone else left, and those who had fainted were carried away. Only Xue Changkong and the others were left. Now, only the 6 of them had the qualifications to break through the barrier. Xue Changkong looked at the other 5 people, who were all slightly injured, and he smiled confidently as he said, "I'll give you all a chance. I'll let you go and grab your swords first." According to the rules, Xue Changkong had killed the most invisible figures, so he was the first person to go up. Hong Yan and Zi Yan looked at each other and did not say anything. The youth smiled as he said, "Don't regret it after I open the treasury." The youth walked up and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pulling it out from the ground. He then looked at the sword in his hand with some excitement. After looking at the sword, the youth looked at the stone door and sent a wave of power into the sword in his hand as he vigorously slashed out. Bang! Before the sword could hit the stone door, a massive wave of energy flowed out from the stone door, sending the youth flying 100 meters away. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and the sword was also sent flying. Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that out of the 6 people they had chosen, the first one would fail just like that. The remaining 5 people's expressions became grave. Even though they had passed the test, these 3 barriers would definitely be very difficult to break. No one said anything, and the scene was quite quiet. The cold-looking youth said, "Let me try." The cold-looking youth picked up the sword and solemnly walked in front of the stone door. He held the sword horizontally, and he was not as careless and rash as before. He continuously sent his power into the sword in his hand. The sword gave off countless rays of sword light, and a shocking sword aura spread out, covering the surroundings. Boom! The cold-looking youth slashed out, and a terrifying ray of sword light containing enough power to destroy everything slashed towards the stone door, causing the ground to instantly crack. At that moment, a massive wave of power surged into the stone door, and it collided with the sword light. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and a shockwave spread out. Rubble flew everywhere, blocking everyone's line of sight. No one knew what had happened, or whether or not the cold-looking youth had broken the stone door's barrier. When the dust settled, the cold-looking youth was half squatting on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, while the stone door was completely fine. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful attack hadn't even been able to break the first barrier. Was the barrier's power really that terrifying? The people in the viewing platforms were also a bit flabbergasted. Although they didn't think the cold-looking youth would be able to break the 3rd barrier, they felt that breaking one shouldn't be a problem. But if he couldn't even break the 1st barrier, then the power of the stone door's barrier surpassed their imaginations. The cold-looking youth stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and stood up, retreating to the side. He knew that with his power, he wouldn't be able to break the barrier, so he didn't continue trying. Xian said, "I also want to try." Xian pulled out the sword and solemnly looked at the stone gate. A powerful energy poured into the sword in her hand, and it began to emit countless strands of silver sword chi. Countless strands of sword chi revolved around Xian, and a sharp aura that seemed like it could cut through skin spread out. This wasn't the end. Xian continued to pour more sword chi into the sword. The sword chi whirlpool grew larger and larger, releasing an even more terrifying sword aura. Sword marks appeared on the ground. Boom! Zhao Fu swung the Xian sword, and a massive vortex of sword chi ferociously slashed towards the stone door. The ground was continuously shattered by the sword chi, and countless ear-piercing sounds rang out. Volume 1, Zhang Tai. At this moment, a huge wave of energy once more surged out of the stone gate. This time, that energy chose to defend, forming a transparent barrier around the stone gate. Clang, 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 sword chi slashed onto the transparent barrier, causing loud sounds to ring out. Countless sharp sword chi were unable to cut through the barrier, not leaving even the slightest mark. Its defensive power was a bit frightening. In the end, the sword chi vortex dissipated, but it was unable to break through the barrier. Xian wanted to try again. "There's no need to try. You won't be able to break that barrier." Xian coldly snorted and threw the sword in her hand to He Lan'er. "Why don't you try and see if you can break it?" He Lan'er caught the sword with a solemn expression. She looked at the stone gate in front of her. She did not have much confidence in breaking the barrier, but she would try with her full power. He Lan'er threw the sword into the sky and raised a hand. A wave of black energy surged out of it. The sword in the sky seemed to be held up by some sort of power, and it floated in the sky. He Lan'er's power continuously flowed out, and the sword gave off countless black sword lights. A massive black snake appeared in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Boom! He Lan'er's hand fell, and the huge black serpent let out a hiss. It gave off a powerful aura as it smashed towards the stone gate. It seemed like it could smash apart a mountain. This time, the power that surged out of the stone gate formed an energy barrier. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the black serpent smashed into the energy barrier. A wild gale blew out, but the black serpent was unable to break the barrier. There was not even the slightest crack on the barrier. The black serpent's power gradually disappeared, and in the end, it turned back into the sword that stabbed into the ground. Ziyan laughed mockingly. And here I was wondering how powerful you were. In the end, aren't you the same as me? He Lan coldly said, this barrier isn't something we can break. Of course I can't break it. Everyone looked at Hong Yan and Shui Chongkong. Originally, they had chosen 6 people, but now, only the 2 of them were left. They were also the last hope. If the 2 of them could not break through the barrier, then this event would have to be declared a failure. However, even if there was still hope, everyone's expressions did not look good. That was because there were 3 layers to the barrier. Since the first layer, the weakest barrier, had not been broken, how could the other 2 layers be broken? Hong Yan pulled out the sword and retreated more than 10 meters. She looked at the stone door with a serious expression. She loosened her grip on the sword and formed a sword with her fingers. The sword was controlled by an invisible force and floated to the left of Hong Yan. Power continued to flow out from Hong Yan's sword fingers, and the sword also gave off sword light. As power continued to flow out, the sword trembled, and the sword light it gave off became even more dazzling. A sharp sword chi filled the surroundings, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Everyone could feel that this power was stronger than He Lan's, but could it break through the barrier? Everyone became nervous. Hong Yan raised her sword and pointed at the stone door. Clang, a massive sword hum sounded out as the sword brought with it an intense sword light and shot out like a massive beam of light. It was extremely fast. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sword slammed into the barrier, causing a massive destructive power to ripple out. The ground around the stone door cracked, and the massive force caused the sword to pierce into the barrier. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Finally, someone could break through the barrier. Hong Yan's expression was serious as she pointed her sword at the stone door. Her sword gave off an intense sword light and continued to stab forward with terrifying power. The tip of the sword moved forward bit by bit, but then it stopped and could not go any further. Hong Yan could not hold on any longer, and her body loosened as her power dissipated, causing the sword to powerlessly fall to the ground. Seeing this, everyone felt quite disappointed. They had thought that Hong Yan would be able to break through the barrier, but she had still failed in the end. Bai Lang said to Bing softly, "Wife, do you think anyone else can break through the barrier and open the treasure trove?" Bing Qingqing looked quite worried as she said, "I don't know." Bing Qingqing was quite worried that no one would be able to open the treasure trove. If that happened, Zhao Fu would be wasting his time here, and their plan would fail. Originally, it had been Hong Yan and Ziyan who had broken through the barrier to open the treasure trove and obtain what Zhao Fu needed. However, no one had broken through the first barrier, so who could open the treasure trove? Their only hope was Shui Chongkong. As the first person to take the valley, he had some hope of opening the treasure trove. Zi Xiaonong sighed as he said, "It might be difficult. Shui Chongkong is quite powerful, but he can at most break through the first barrier. There are still 2 barriers left." Ziyu frowned as she said, "Are the youths this year so weak? If Shui Chongkong can't do it, I'll go and try later." Zi Xiaonong looked at Ziyu and asked in confusion, "Wife, why do you still want to go and try?" Ziyu rolled her eyes as she said, "It's none of your business." Zi Xiaonong felt quite displeased as he said, "It's useless even if you go. Only the youths can open the treasure trove. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be in danger." Hong Yan was also worried that the treasure trove could not be opened. Aside from them, the few emptiness realm experts sitting in the middle of the spectator stands also frowned. They were rather disappointed with the younger generation of this year's competition. Up until now, none of them had managed to break a layer of the barrier. If Shui Chongkong was also unable to defeat them, then this competition would be a joke. The guests from the other factions wore faint smiles as they looked down. They also understood that this grand and lively event was going to end in failure. They thought it was quite funny. Originally, they had hoped that someone would break through the 3rd barrier and obtain the inheritance of the strongest expert of the valley. Then, they would be chosen as the next master of the valley. However, the youths of the valley were so useless that they could not even break through the first barrier. It was quite embarrassing. It was a pity that the treasure trove could only be opened with the bloodline of the valley's owner. Otherwise, they could have sent their own people to try. If they could open the treasure trove, then it would be even more interesting. Actually, no one would know if they had not tried. It was not that the youths of the valley were too weak. It was just that the barrier was too strong. Ordinary geniuses would not be able to break it. The barrier left behind by the strongest expert of the valley could only be broken by an absolute genius. He would not be interested in the top geniuses. Only the absolute geniuses were qualified to obtain his inheritance. Countless people stared at Xue Chongkong. Hong Yan and the others stared back at him. Xue Chongkong was not as relaxed as before. He felt a great pressure. However, no matter what, he had to try his best. Book 1, Chapter 90, Destruction. Xue Chongkong stood in front of the stone door with a sword in his hand and raised the sword in his other hand. Boom, a massive explosion rang out as Xue Chongkong poured all of his power into the sword, causing it to give off strands of blood-red sword qi. It gave off a power that seemed to be able to massacre the world, causing countless people to feel terror in their hearts. Everyone held their breaths and felt incredibly nervous because Xue Chongkong was the last person who could break through the barrier. Xing, Xue Chongkong slashed down, and a blood-red sword light formed a river that contained world-destroying power and ferociously surged forward. Nothing could stop it, and the ground crumbled, creating a massive ravine. Bang, the blood-red river of sword light slammed against the stone door's defensive barrier, resulting in a massive sound. The indestructible defensive barrier was now covered with countless cracks, and the river of sword light continued to slam against the barrier until it shattered. Countless people could not help but cry out, someone had finally broken through the first barrier. Hong Yan and the others looked shocked. They had never thought that Xue Chongkong would be so powerful. The spectators on the viewing platforms let out sighs of relief. Fortunately, only the first barrier had been broken, or else it would have been too embarrassing if they had not broken through a single barrier. Seeing that he had broken through the first barrier, Xue Chongkong let out a sigh of relief, and hearing the cheers around him, he gave a trace of a smile. After a while, Xue Chongkong recovered his strength and once again raised his sword, continuously sending all of his power into it. The sword once again gave off traces of blood-red sword qi, and the world-destroying power spread out. Countless people stared with wide eyes, excitedly waiting for this scene. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as a river of blood-red sword light surged towards the stone door with terrifying power. It gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Boom, a massive wave of power flowed out from the stone doors, turning into a ray of sword qi that contained incredibly sharp power as it shot out incredibly quickly. The ferocious river of sword light was instantly slashed apart by the ray of sword qi, and the blood-red river of sword light was split in half as the sword qi continued towards Xue Chongkong. Xue Chongkong felt quite startled and blocked with his sword. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as Xue Chongkong was sent flying, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand flew out and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the crowd sighed. Xue Chongkong was only able to break the first barrier, and the second barrier. It was impossible to break the third barrier. The spectators in the stands were not too surprised, because they had already expected this to happen. The treasure hunt had ended in failure. The old man sitting in the middle of the grandstand said in disappointment, "It seems that we still have to wait for the next generation of the younger generation to break the barrier. This generation has already failed." An old woman said, "It wasn't easy to find the snatching sword. I also thought that the treasure would be opened, but I was happy for nothing." The middle-aged man next to him said unhappily, "I didn't expect the younger generation to be so weak. They only broke the first barrier, and will be laughed at by the other factions. Let's end the meeting as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here anymore." Everyone nodded. Now, all the people who were qualified to hold the sword had failed, and no one was qualified anymore. Bing Qingqing and the others were disappointed. It seemed that Zhao Fu had wasted so much time, but he had not been able to open the treasure, let alone obtain what was inside. Everyone present was very disappointed. They had all come for the person who could break the barrier, obtain the number 1 expert's inheritance, and become the next snatching master. They had never thought that this would happen, and they were not interested in staying here anymore. The yellow-haired old man went up and was about to announce the end of the event. "I want to give it a try." A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone followed the voice and looked at a young man wearing a cloak. "Who is this person?" everyone asked curiously. The other people in Duo Gu shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Zhao Fu before. Shui Chongkong and the others also looked at Zhao Fu. Shui Chongkong did not believe that Zhao Fu could break the barrier, while Hong Yan and Bai Lang smiled in pleasant surprise. Bai Lang reminded, as Hong Yan's friend, "You might not know this, but this barrier can only be opened with the bloodline of Duo Gu." Hong He sneered, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Bing Qingqing, Ziyu, and Hong Yan looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly say such a thing. Hearing that Zhao Fu was not the person who had come to Duo Gu, the surrounding people could not help but laugh. A youth with a black mole on his face laughed as he said, "If it wasn't for the bloodline restriction, I would also want to try. After all, I have nothing to lose." Another person also said, "Everyone wants to give it a try." Zhao Fu ignored these people and walked forwards. The people around him made way for him, and Zhao Fu came to an empty space in front of him and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Xing, the sword that had fallen to the side, gave off a sword hum and flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, it became incredibly excited as if it had met its true master. Even though Zhao Fu was not the person who had come to Duo Gu, it could not be forgotten that Zhao Fu had absorbed Hong Yan and Zi Yan's bloodline, so he could also be counted as the person who had come to Duo Gu. This was why the sword was so excited when it sensed the primal chaos source energy within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu did not want to do this, but since no one else could break the barrier, he could only do it himself. The scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. What was going on? A few people had taken out swords before, but none of them had such a reaction. Zhao Fu sent some of his power into the sword, and it no longer trembled. Zhao Fu walked towards the stone door. The yellow-haired elder went up, wanting to stop Zhao Fu. The elder sitting in the middle had a solemn expression as he said, "Let him try." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. It was obvious that Zhao Fu was not simple. Shui Chongkong and He Lan'er's expressions also became solemn, and they no longer dared to look down on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slowly walked up to the stone door. The stone door seemed to sense great danger, and it gave off countless rays of light that formed a firm energy barrier. Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand and sent some of his power into it. The sword gave off a faint black light, and he slashed forward quickly. Boom, the sword slashed down on the barrier, causing a huge explosion. The barrier seemed to have been hit by an unimaginable power and instantly shattered. A strong wind blew out in all directions, causing everyone's hair to be blown back and their clothes to flutter. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to break through the first barrier so easily. Even Shui Chongkong had not been able to do it so easily. Just who is this person? His power is too terrifying. Although they did not know who was behind Zhao Fu, they were certain that it was someone who had come to Duo Gu. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified to go up, let alone break through the barrier. Book 1, Chapter 91, Battle. The experts on the viewing platforms looked quite serious and could not help but ask, "Who is he?" Bai Lang and Red Core looked at Bing Qingqing. They felt that Bing Qingqing was familiar with Zhao Fu and most likely knew who Zhao Fu was. They now felt that Zhao Fu was not as simple as Hong Yan's friend. Bing Qingqing did not know about Zhao Fu's #1 evil celestial bloodline's power, so she did not know how Zhao Fu could go up. As for Zhao Fu having such terrifying power, they were not too surprised, as they had been defeated by Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The stone door gave off an even greater power, forming an even stronger defensive barrier. Zhao Fu once again raised his sword and sent a massive wave of power into it, causing it to give off boundless black light and a destructive power to spread out. Everyone in the surroundings felt a massive might and felt a trace of terror. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword gave off a destructive power as it slashed against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier trembled and many cracks appeared on it before it completely shattered with a bang. The second barrier, which seemed to be unbreakable, was once again easily shattered by Zhao Fu. Everyone could not help but cry out. They felt that this person was incredibly powerful and was an unimaginably powerful existence. Shui Chongkong looked quite confused and felt quite discouraged. He had not been able to break through the second barrier, while this person had done it so easily. The expressions of the other factions who had come to watch the show became serious. When had such a terrifying person appeared in Snatching Valley? The experts sitting at the center could not take it anymore and called Bing Qingqing and the others over as they asked, "Just who is he?" Bing Qingqing did not tell them who Zhao Fu was and only told them that Zhao Fu was Hong Yan's friend. She also told them that she had obtained the Snatching Valley sword from Zhao Fu. Hearing Bing Qingqing's words, the others' expressions became even more serious. They all felt that Zhao Fu had something to do with Snatching Valley, or else the Snatching Valley sword would not have fallen into his hands. They would not have been so excited as if they had seen their owner. But who was this person? They had never seen such a person before. Could it be? Suddenly, they realized that the person in front of them might be related to the number one expert. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the current situation. He Lan'er looked at Zhao Fu's back with shock and asked Ziyan, "Who is he?" Ziyan smiled proudly. "I won't tell you." He Lan'er snorted, "Why tell me? His identity is not simple, right?" Shui Chongkong was also looking at Ziyan. He was also very curious about Zhao Fu. Ziyan smiled. "Of course. To be able to be our man, how could he be ordinary?" He Lan'er said unhappily, "Can't you just reveal some information about him?" Ziyan lightly smiled and said, "All right. Let me tell you one thing. He is someone we cannot afford to offend." He Lan'er was not too surprised as she stared at Zhao Fu. Shui Chongkong was startled. He had almost clashed with Zhao Fu previously. Now that he had personally witnessed Zhao Fu's strength and heard about Zhao Fu's identity, he felt a little afraid. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as an even greater power flowed out, forming an even firmer barrier. It gave off a massive might, and everyone in the surroundings felt a great pressure. Countless people looked at Zhao Fu, hoping that Zhao Fu would be able to break through the third barrier. Zhao Fu looked at the barrier in front of him and slowly raised his sword, sending a massive amount of power into it. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as the sword shot out a black sword into the sky, forming a slender black sword pillar. A massive sword wind blew out, and sensing this terrifying power, the heavens and earth started to go through changes. Boom, Zhao Fu raised his sword and slashed downwards. The black sword pillar gave off a power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it slashed forwards, and nothing could stop it. Bang, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the black pillar of light slashed against the sturdy energy barrier. The barrier gave off a powerful resistance, but it only lasted for a moment before collapsing, and a shockwave blasted the surrounding rocks away. The third barrier had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, and everyone excitedly cried out. They had thought that this event had failed and that no one would be able to break through the third barrier. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to do it. The person in front of them was simply too powerful, and he was much more powerful than Shui Chongkong. The other factions felt incredibly shocked, and they felt that Zhao Fu was a peerless genius. If he became the Valley Lord, they would be in a dangerous situation. They did not know that Zhao Fu was not a peerless genius, but an existence that reigned above all other peerless geniuses. The experts on the viewing platforms all had complicated expressions. They should have been happy that someone had broken through the third barrier, but Zhao Fu's identity was too mysterious and they could not be sure. Hong Yan walked over to Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Congratulations, husband." Ziyan also smiled as she said, "Husband, you're so powerful." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before raising the sword in his hand and smiling at Hong Yan as he said, "You tried your best to protect this sword, but now it seems to have recognized me as its master." Hong Yan said embarrassedly, "That's because I didn't know how powerful husband was. If I had known, I would have given the sword to you immediately." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I'm going in now." Hong Yan smiled as she said, "Be careful, husband." Zhao Fu stabbed the surrounding swords into the cracks in the stone door, causing it to shine with boundless light and a massive ripple to spread out. The stone door slowly opened, and light shined from within, making it impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Fu walked in and disappeared, and the others could not enter and could only watch from the outside. Looking at Zhao Fu's disappearing figure, Shui Chongkong felt a bit lonely. He understood that he could not compare to Zhao Fu. Everyone was discussing Zhao Fu's identity, wondering if he would obtain the number one expert's inheritance and become the next master. Most people supported Zhao Fu because they had seen how powerful Zhao Fu was. The elder sitting in the middle said solemnly, "Now that he's entered the treasury, we have to figure out his identity when he comes out." The middle-aged man nodded. "This person is too mysterious, and I can sense that he's not simple. I hope that he'll be beneficial to us in seizing the valley." Bing Qing watched as Zhao Fu walked in and smiled. Zhao Fu's plan had succeeded, and he had not wasted any time. Moreover, he was not worried about Zhao Fu being in danger. If it came down to it, he could just tell everyone that Zhao Fu was the primal chaos child, and no one would dare to harm such an existence. Book 1, Zhao Fu. After passing through the stone doors, Zhao Fu came to a very large stone cave. There were all sorts of gold, silver, and jewels all around him, giving off brilliant lights and making people feel incredibly moved. At the center was a stone stage that was 3 meters tall, and there was a sword groove at the center. Zhao Fu was not interested in those treasures, and he curiously walked to the stage. He had heard that there was a legacy left behind by the number one expert in the valley. This stage was most likely the place to obtain the legacy. A higher being's legacy was not important to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu mainly wanted to obtain the primal chaos fate from the legacy. Zhao Fu could fuse with all sorts of bloodlines in the outer world, but if he wanted to awaken the outer world's supreme emperor star, he would need a massive amount of fate. Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the sword groove on the stage, and boundless blood-red sword light shined out. The magic formations on the stage were activated, and a shocking aura spread out. A figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was a woman with long, blood-red hair and a well-built figure, and she gave off a powerful battle intent. Zhao Fu looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Are you a sword spirit or the number one expert from back then?" Right now, Zhao Fu was not sure who this woman was. She looked like the sword spirit of the seizing sword, but the aura she gave off was similar to that of the number one expert from back then. The woman gave off a wave of battle intent as she smiled and said, "If you want to know, defeat me. Show me your power as a child of primal chaos." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You're not a match for me, don't seek trouble for yourself." The woman gripped the seizing sword with both hands and smiled as she said, "I'll give it a try then." Xing, the woman drew the sword, and a terrifying sword energy spread out. The sword's power fused with the woman's power, and a massive might spread out from the woman's body. Seeing that the woman wanted to fight, Zhao Fu did as she wished and used his primal chaos origin energy. The bronze shard within his body trembled as Zhao Fu slapped towards the woman, and a massive amount of primal chaos origin energy flowed towards the woman like a river. Sensing the massive amount of primal chaos origin energy, the woman smiled and cried out, "All right." Clang, the woman raised her sword and slashed down, sending out a blood-red sword light that contained shocking power to slash apart the aura river and continue towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, which gave off a golden light. The blood-red sword light was blocked by a formless power. The woman smiled and sheathed her sword. Then, she slashed out a few more times with all her might. A few blood-red sword beams slashed towards Zhao Fu ferociously. Zhao Fu's expression was calm. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. The blood-colored sword lights that were slashing towards him were crushed by a huge force. The primal chaos essence power was one of the most powerful powers in the primal chaos world. Now, Zhao Fu could use it to deal with the woman with ease because the primal chaos essence power could suppress other powers. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and slapped out, causing the woman to be slammed towards her by a formless energy. The woman immediately blocked with her sword, and a muffled explosion sounded out as she was forced back a few steps. The woman cried out excitedly, "Is this the power of the primal chaos source? It's so powerful." Zhao Fu's body seemed to be covered by golden energy, and his body instantly twisted and disappeared. The woman did not sense where Zhao Fu was, and she sent a massive wave of power into her sword. She stabbed it into the ground, and a blood-red shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to instantly crumble. Suddenly, Zhao Fu appeared behind the woman and hugged her. The woman tried to struggle free, but Zhao Fu sent his 6 desires demonic chi into her body. The woman's expression fell as she cried out, "You're the child of primal chaos. How can you use such despicable power?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? Do you think you can fight me just because you want to?" The massive six desires demonic chi controlled the woman's body, and Zhao Fu let go of her and asked, "Can you tell me your identity now?" The woman breathed out, "Even though you used such a despicable power, you've still defeated me. I'll tell you now, I was the #1 expert who took over the valley back then." Zhao Fu was not too surprised and asked, "What's your name?" The woman replied, "I'm called Blood Flying Fish." Zhao Fu took out the bronze shard that he had not refined yet and said, "Do you have a bronze shard like this?" Blood Flying Fish felt quite startled. "Isn't this the bronze shard that I lost back then?" Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He had wanted to ask Blood Flying Fish if he had a bronze shard like this, but he had never thought that this bronze shard was what Blood Flying Fish had lost. "What's going on?" Blood Flying Fish said, "Back then, I fought with a few experts and lost a bronze shard like this. I still have 2 bronze shards like this." Zhao Fu smiled in delight as he said, "Where are the other 2 bronze shards?" Blood Flying Fish stretched out a hand and made a grabbing motion, causing a wooden box to fly out from the pile of treasures. Blood Flying Fish grabbed the wooden box and handed it to Zhao Fu. "What are they used for?" "I only sensed that they weren't ordinary items when I obtained them in the past, but I didn't know their information." Zhao Fu opened the wooden box and found that there were indeed 2 bronze shards inside. Zhao Fu used the shards within his body to sense them and found that the 2 bronze shards had a reaction. They were the bronze shards that Zhao Fu had been looking for. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "These 2 are shards of an origin armament." Blood Flying Fish said in shock, "These are shards of an origin armament? How come I didn't discover them?" Zhao Fu replied, "These shards can only be sensed with origin energy." "Also, where did you obtain these shards?" Blood Flying Fish thought for a moment before saying, "I obtained these 3 bronze shards from different places, some were in a historical remnant and some were from others." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. He had thought that he would be able to obtain information about the other shards from Blood Flying Fish. Zhao Fu put the 3 bronze shards away. Refining them required a large amount of origin energy and heaven and earth power, and he needed a secluded place to refine them. As such, Zhao Fu did not plan to refine them for now. Zhao Fu looked at Blood Flying Fish and said, "Now, give me your legacy." Blood Flying Fish asked curiously, "You're a child of chaos and you're more powerful than me, why do you want my legacy?" Zhao Fu said, "Since you've become my woman, Blood Flying Fish cut off Zhao Fu's words, "Wait, when did I become your woman? I didn't agree to anything." Zhao Fu did not mind as he said, "You don't have the ability to resist. I need your legacy fate to awaken the Supreme Emperor Star in the outer world." Hearing the first half of Zhao Fu's words, Blood Flying Fish felt quite angry, and hearing the latter half, she asked curiously, "Even though Emperor Stars are rare, as a child of chaos, it should be easy for you to awaken one. Why do you need other legacy fate?" Book 1, Chapter 93. Before Zhao Fu could reply, Flying Bloodfish thought of something and asked in shock, "The awakened Emperor Star you're talking about is the outer world's Supreme Emperor Star?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I don't care about ordinary Emperor Stars, what I want is the Supreme Emperor Star of the outer world, an Emperor Star that no one can compare to. A unique Emperor Star that reigns above everything else, only then can it match my status." The Flying Bloodfish thought about it and said, "You're right. You're the Primal Chaos Child, so you naturally need the Primal Chaos World's Supreme Emperor Star." Boom, the Flying Bloodfish extended a hand and a massive legacy power surged out, pouring into Zhao Fu's body. After a while, Zhao Fu easily absorbed the Blood Flying Fish's inheritance. Zhao Fu smiled, "Come with me and leave this place. Right now, I am in a soul state. I do not have a real body. My body was damaged during the battle back then, so I cannot leave this place." Zhao Fu said, "Then how about you fuse with the Xiaoling sword and become a sword spirit?" Blood Flying Fish refused, saying, "I don't want to be bound by swords and become a sword spirit." Zhao Fu said, "Then I'll help you reconstruct a body." After saying that, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand. 8 runes appeared, and Zhao Fu pressed them into the Flying Bloodfish's body. Blood Flying Fish's expression changed. "You're also the inheritor of the first evil immortal?" Zhao Fu calmly nodded and sent the 8 forbidden blood arts power into the Flying Bloodfish's body. Countless traces of blood appeared in the surrounding void and gathered towards the Flying Bloodfish, forming a human-shaped ball of blood that continuously condensed. In the end, Flying Bloodfish obtained a brand new body. However, this body did not have much power, and Flying Bloodfish's cultivation was only around the world realm. When Flying Bloodfish sensed the changes in his body, he smiled in delight and said, "The 8 forbidden blood art is indeed powerful. Even ordinary higher beings would not be able to create such a powerful body so easily." Xiaofu had used the Flying Bloodfish's bloodline as a foundation and infused chaotic force into this body. This body was exactly the same as the Flying Bloodfish's original body. There was no rejection or difference, and this body was a chaotic spirit body. A chaos spirit constitution was a constitution that could easily absorb the power of the primordial world. It was a constitution that could allow one to become a genius, and Zhao Fu had easily created it. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fu collected all the treasures into his storage ring. Originally, Zhao Fu had only planned on taking the bronze shards and not taking anything else. After all, this was someone else's territory. If he were to take everything, he would definitely be unwilling. However, things were different now. With the Flying Bloodfish, the people fighting for the valley would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, this treasure trove belonged to the Flying Bloodfish in the first place. Zhao Fu said, "Let's go." The Flying Bloodfish held the snatching collar sword and smiled as he followed behind Zhao Fu. The snatching collar sword was returned to its owner, and Zhao Fu did not take it. Zhao Fu did not plan on looking for life weapons either, as he found that whether it was the first evil immortal's power or the primordial shard's power, they were not suitable for using weapons. Everyone looked at the stone door, waiting for Zhao Fu to come out. When Zhao Fu walked out with the Flying Bloodfish, everyone felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would bring out a blood-red-haired woman. Everyone else felt quite confused, but the experts sitting at the center of the viewing platforms looked quite confused as they hurriedly flew over to the Flying Bloodfish and paid their respects as they called out, "Blood Sovereign." Hearing their voices, everyone looked quite shocked and understood that this woman was the #1 expert from back then. Hadn't this woman gone missing? Why had she appeared here? The Dogu people on the viewing platforms came to their senses and flew down and paid their respects to the Flying Bloodfish. The countless ordinary Dogu people also paid their respects to the #1 expert from back then and called out respectfully, "Blood Sovereign." The people from the other factions looked quite serious. Not only did Dogu have such a terrifying legatee, but the #1 expert from back then had also appeared. In the future, Dogu would become even more powerful. Facing everyone's bows, the Flying Bloodfish calmly smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." The elder smiled as he said, "Congratulations on your revival, Blood Sovereign. We'll immediately notify the other sovereigns." The Flying Bloodfish thought about it and nodded. Zhao Fu said, "I'll be leaving now." The elder immediately said, "Wait, you can't leave yet. Please tell us who you are." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu curiously. What they were most curious about was Zhao Fu's identity. The Flying Bloodfish said, "You don't need to worry about him, and don't know who he is. Dogu cannot afford to offend him." Hearing the #1 expert from back then say such a thing, everyone felt incredibly shocked. Just what was Zhao Fu's identity? Zhao Fu gave a faint smile and walked away under everyone's respectful gazes. Hong Yan and Zi Yan happily followed behind Zhao Fu. He Lan Er said, "You're qualified to be my man, I can be your woman." Zi Yan said with a mocking smile, "What did you say before?" He Lan Er said, "Things are different now. Now that he has obtained the legacy, he can become the next Dogu master. My man must have this kind of potential. Also, are you afraid that you can't compete with me? It's evident that I'm more outstanding than you." Zi Yan said unhappily, "Who can't compete with you? What a joke." He Lan Er went up and said, "Then let's see who he likes more." Zhao Fu looked at her and lightly laughed, and they left together. Following this, news quickly spread that not only had a powerful legatee appeared in Dogu, but the #1 expert from back then had also revived. Everyone was shocked, and some people immediately prepared gifts to congratulate Dogu. In the future, Dogu would definitely become even more powerful. After a long time, Flying Bloodfish came to Zhao Fu's room, and seeing this scene, her face became red. Zhao Fu said, "Why did they find you?" Flying Bloodfish rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "They said that they would help me quickly recover my cultivation and let me become the new Dogu master. They also asked about your identity." Zhao Fu bullied He Lan Er and asked, "What did you say?" Flying Bloodfish replied, "What could I do? I couldn't resist and could only leave with you, so I refused and didn't tell them your identity. However, I wasn't interested in leading Dogu in the first place." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Leaving with me will definitely be better than staying in Dogu. I won't mistreat you." Flying Bloodfish helplessly nodded. Xiaofu then asked, "Oh, that's right. Do you know where I can obtain more bronze shards? Or, do you know who has such bronze shards? I've already obtained 4, so I'm only a dozen or so away from repairing that origin artifact." Book 1, Xiaofu, Xiaofu. Flying Bloodfish thought for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure who has it, but someone might." Xiaofu asked in delight, "Who is that?" Flying Bloodfish said, "That person's name is Long Quanin, and he once explored a historical remnant with me. I obtained a bronze shard there, and he might have obtained one as well. However, so much time has passed, and I'm not sure where he is." Xiaofu thought about it and said, "Then we can only go and ask around about him." Flying Bloodfish asked, "When are you leaving?" "I'm tired of staying in Duo Valley and want to go out and get some fresh air." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Come over here." Flying Bloodfish glared at Xiaofu and said, "I'm not going over." In the end, Flying Bloodfish was dragged over by Xiaofu, and an hour later, they left Duo Valley. Xiaofu's main goal in Duo Valley was to see if there were any bronze shards. He had never thought that he would obtain 2 bronze shards and obtain information about the next one. Xiaofu felt that collecting all of the bronze shards would not be too difficult. Xiaofu's current plan was to find an alliance city to ask around for information about Long Quanin while buying a large amount of insect beast king blood. Xiaofu had just arrived in this region, so there were most likely many bloodlines that he had not fused with yet. A few days later, Xiaofu and the others arrived at a level 7 alliance city. During those days, Xiaofu refined the 3 bronze shards that he had obtained. With his first experience and the help of the first shard, Xiaofu was able to easily refine the 3 bronze shards without causing as much of a commotion as before. The 4 shards were located in different locations, and they were scattered throughout Xiaofu's body. The chaos source energy within Xiaofu's body had become much more powerful. Xiaofu spent hundreds of millions of gold coins in the alliance city to buy thousands of bloodlines. If he wanted to raise his first stage bloodline to the 3rd stage, he would need tens of thousands of bloodlines. Xiaofu had already heard about the Dragon Spring Inn. It was said that the Dragon Spring Inn's owner had disappeared, but he had left behind a legatee. Now, it was up to his legatee to see if he had this bronze shard. That successor's name was Long Baihe. He was now a member of an emperor-level force. His status was not low, and his cultivation had reached the emptiness realm. It took them a few more days to reach the emperor-class faction. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Xiaofu was able to easily see that Long Baihe. This Long Baihe had already transformed into a fair-skinned middle-aged man. Long Baihe smiled and bowed to Xuefeiyu. "I didn't expect Senior to still be alive. Master often mentions you." The reason Xiaofu had been able to meet Long Baihe so easily was because he had used Flying Bloodfish's identity. Back then, Flying Bloodfish had had a good relationship with the Dragon Spring Inn, or else they would not have gone to explore the historical remnant together. Flying Bloodfish nodded. "Where's your master now?" Long Baihe replied with a smile, "Master has already left for the Boundless Void." The Boundless Void was a place outside of the Primal Chaos world. When Xiaofu was searching for the half-immortal world, he had gone there before. It was extremely dangerous and everything was unknown. He could encounter all sorts of things, and he could even meet the legendary immortals. Since the Dragon Spring Inn had left for the Boundless Void, Xiaofu would definitely not be able to contact him. Flying Bloodfish asked curiously, "What is your master's cultivation now?" Back then, the Dragon Spring Inn and Flying Bloodfish's cultivation had been similar. Now that so much time had passed, the Dragon Spring Inn's cultivation should be very high. The Dragon Spring Inn itself should be very powerful. Long Baihe smiled and said, "When Master left the Primal Chaos world, he was already at the peak of the Almighty Realm. Now that so many years have passed, he should have the half-immortal mirror world." Flying Bloodfish felt slightly envious. "If I had not fought with those people back then, my cultivation would have been the same as your master's. Now that my cultivation has fallen to the world realm, I don't even know when I will recover to the Almighty Realm." Long Baihe smiled and said, with Senior's extraordinary talent, you should be able to recover to the almighty realm very quickly. Zhao Fu looked at Flying Bloodfish and asked, did your master leave you a bronze shard? Now, Zhao Fu was quite worried. Even though he did not know if the Dragon Spring Inn had a bronze shard, even if it did, it had already left for the boundless void. It would be impossible for Zhao Fu to find it. Long Baihe thought about it and said, what does the bronze shard look like? Zhao Fu said, it's a shard of a bronze mirror. It's very ancient and rough, and it doesn't give off any aura. However, it's indestructible. Long Baihe replied, Master did not leave me a bronze shard like that. Zhao Fu's heart sank and he continued to ask, did your master have a bronze shard like that? Long Baihe thought about it and said, I don't think master has a bronze shard like that. At this moment, Zhao Fu did not know whether to be happy or disappointed. He was happy that the Dragon Spring Inn had not taken the bronze shard to the boundless void, but he was disappointed that it would be a waste of time. Long Baihe asked curiously, why are you looking for this bronze shard? Zhao Fu did not tell Long Baihe and only said, it's something very important to me. Long Baihe said, I've heard of someone who has this item before. However, it'll be very difficult for you to obtain it. Zhao Fu smiled in pleasant surprise and hurriedly said, who is that person? Long Baihe said, that person is Blade Venerable, who I'm currently part of. His cultivation is at the almighty realm, and he's arrogant and overbearing. It'll be very difficult to obtain this bronze shard from him. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to deal with the almighty realm cultivator. Without other methods, it would indeed be very difficult to obtain the bronze shard from him. If Zhao Fu directly asked Blade Venerable for it, he might be killed without any resistance. However, Zhao Fu had to obtain the bronze shard. It was a primal chaos origin artifact, and if he could obtain a complete origin artifact, it would be possible for him to obtain true primal chaos origin energy. It would be best if he could invite a almighty realm cultivator to talk to Blade Venerable and exchange for the bronze shard. However, where would Zhao Fu find a almighty realm cultivator to help him? Zhao Fu said gratefully to Long Baihe, many thanks. Long Baihe smiled and said, you're welcome. Since you're Senior's friends, you're also my friends. Flying Bloodfish looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what do you plan to do now? Zhao Fu said what he was thinking, I want to find a almighty realm cultivator to exchange for the bronze shard. Flying Bloodfish frowned and said, I might not be able to help you with this. Although I knew many almighty realm cultivators in the past, I don't know where they are or how they are now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to ask them for help. Long Baihe thought for a moment and said, I can introduce you to an almighty realm cultivator, but whether she can help you or not depends on you. I don't have the ability to ask her to help you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, many thanks, I'll have to trouble you. Book 1, Chapter 95 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Not only did Long Baihe tell Zhao Fu so much information, but he was also willing to introduce a higher being to Zhao Fu. Following this, the group followed Long Baihe to a courtyard. The higher being that Long Baihe introduced was a sovereign from this emperor-level faction. She was called Yuzan Kaori and was respectfully called Sovereign Reign. After walking to the courtyard, two female attendants wearing blue dresses stopped Zhao Fu and the others and asked, what do you want? Long Baihe said, please tell Sovereign Reign that I'm looking for her. The female attendants had Zhao Fu and the others wait before entering the courtyard. A while later, they came out and had Zhao Fu and the others enter. After coming to the guest hall, Zhao Fu and the others saw a beautiful and gentle woman wearing a blue palace dress. She was Yuzan Kaori. Seeing Zhao Fu and the others come in, Yuzan Kaori softly asked Long Baihe, what is it? Even though Long Baihe's cultivation was at the Void Realm, he had a master who might be a half-step celestial, so Yuzan Kaori was quite courteous to him. Long Baihe bowed and said, Sovereign Reign, I'm here to introduce a few people to you. This person has something to ask of you. Yuzan Kaori looked quite confused and looked at Zhao Fu, not knowing why this little Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator was looking for her. Zhao Fu also bowed and said, I want to ask Senior to help us exchange something from Blade Venerable. Yuzan Kaori could not help but lightly laugh. This was the first time someone had asked her for help. Moreover, what could an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator exchange for with a higher being? Yuzan Kaori was quite curious about this. Even though she did not like Blade Venerable, she did not refuse and asked, what do you want to exchange for? Zhao Fu replied, a bronze shard that is useless to him. Yuzhen Kaori looked at Zhao Fu and said, what is that bronze shard? It shouldn't be an ordinary item. Also, how do you know that it is useless to others? Zhao Fu was not surprised by Yuzhen Kaori's question and replied, this is my family's weapon, no one else can use it. Yuzhen Kaori asked again, what's your family name? Zhao Fu said, I can't tell revered Rain about this. This was a lie that Zhao Fu had told. Even if Zhao Fu said that his family would not be able to say it. Yuzhen Kaori smiled and said, you're still hiding this from me, so why should I help you? Zhao Fu said, if revered Rain can help me, I will. Definitely have a generous gift to express my gratitude. Yumi Kaori smiled and said, then what will you use to exchange with him? He won't trade for ordinary things. Hearing this, Zhao Fu waved his hand and took out 3 items. One was an ore called Bright Lanthanum ore, which was quite valuable and was quite attractive to higher beings. One was an animal hide that gave off a terrifying aura. The last item was a medicinal pill that gave off a dense medicinal fragrance. This medicinal pill could increase a higher being's cultivation. None of these items belonged to Zhao Fu, they were items from the Flying Bloodfish treasury. Why did Zhao Fu feel that he had become a pretty boy? Before, he had taken skeletal eyebrows items to buy things, and now, he was using the Flying Bloodfish's treasures to exchange for things. Yuzhen Kaori looked quite confused, she understood the value of these items. To be able to take out these items, it seemed that Zhao Fu's family was quite powerful. Yuzhen Kaori asked curiously, why don't you ask your family's higher being to exchange with him? Zhao Fu replied, I want to use my own abilities to collect the shards of my family's weapon. Yuzhen Kaori thought about it and said, I can help you once, but I can't guarantee that he'll be willing to exchange with you. Zhao Fu bowed and said, thank you, revered Rain, for your help. Following this, everyone left the courtyard and came to a large hall. There was a fierce-looking big man sitting at the head of the hall. He was Blade Venerable, and he gave off a very powerful aura. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Blade Venerable smiled and said, what's the matter? Yuzhen Kaori said, I brought someone to exchange with you. Blade Venerable laughed and said, you want to exchange with me? Did I hear that right? Yuzhen Kaori frowned and pointed at Zhao Fu. That's right, he's the one who wants to exchange with you. Blade Venerable looked at Zhao Fu with disdain and said, what do you want from me, boy? Zhao Fu bowed and said, I wonder if Blade Venerable has a special bronze shard. Blade Venerable thought about it and took out a bronze shard that was a few inches wide. He said, are you talking about this one? Zhao Fu carefully sensed it and found the aura of the origin on it. It should be the bronze shard that Zhao Fu was looking for. He nodded with a smile and said, this is what I'm looking for. Blade Venerable smiled contemptuously and said, I'm not exchanging. It took me a lot of effort to get this thing, and I can't see what it is. How can I exchange it with you? Zhao Fu said, this is my family's weapon. It's useless for you to keep it, so I'm willing to exchange it with you. Zhao Fu then took out the 3 items from before. Blade Venerable looked at the 3 items and said, I'm not exchanging. Also, which family are you from? Blade Venerable was very difficult to deal with, so it should be worth it to exchange 1 useless item for 3 useful items. However, Blade Venerable refused to exchange it. Zhao Fu said, my family can't tell you. Are you not satisfied with these items? What do you need to exchange it with me? Blade Venerable looked at Zhao Fu fiercely and said, if you don't tell me who your family is, I can't guarantee that you can leave safely. Yuzhen Kaori said, I brought them here, so I won't let you do anything to them. Zhao Fu and the others' expressions changed. Fortunately, they didn't come looking for Blade Venerable alone. If it wasn't for Yuzhen Kaori, she might have killed Zhao Fu directly. Blade Venerable laughed and said, Rain Venerable. Are the 2 of us going to compete again? Yuzhen Kaori said seriously, I'm not interested in competing with you. Since you don't want to exchange, I'll take them away. Blade Venerable was slightly stronger than Yuzhen Kaori, and Yuzhen Kaori didn't really want to fight Blade Venerable. It was best for her to take Zhao Fu and the others away. Blade Venerable said with a smile, you can leave, but he has to tell me who he is. Also, what is this bronze shard? Yuzhen Kaori said coldly, don't go too far. Blade Venerable said with a smile, I'm not going too far. I don't think you know who he is or about this bronze shard, right? Hearing this, Yuzun Kaori was startled. She indeed didn't know who Zhao Fu was, but she didn't know anything about the bronze shard. She only knew that it was the family weapon that Zhao Fu had mentioned. Blade Venerable looked at Yuzun Kaori's expression and said, "Let me tell you, I can't destroy this bronze shard even with my full strength. Do you know how tough this thing is? If I can't destroy it with my powerful strength, I suspect that this bronze shard is a shard of a holy weapon. This kid wants to exchange these things for something that might be a holy weapon shard? Do you think I'll give it to him?" Yuzun Kaori looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. Now, Zhao Fu was in a dangerous situation. Book 1, Chapter 96 Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Fu knew that his life would be in danger if he didn't handle this well. Zhao Fu chuckled. He didn't have his previous humble and gentle look. Instead, he was full of disdain and dominance. "I wanted to use a gentle way to obtain the fragment, but you threatened me. Hand over the bronze fragment now. Otherwise, I'll make sure that not even a blade of grass grows in your faction." Venerable the Blade and Yuzun Kaori looked at Zhao Fu, who seemed to have changed into a different person. They were startled. Venerable the Blade smiled fiercely. "Brat, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Are you really not afraid of death?" Zhao Fu looked at Venerable the Blade in disdain. "You think you can do that? You're not qualified." Venerable the Blade couldn't stand it anymore. A murderous intent emerged in his heart. A terrifying aura erupted and he was about to attack Zhao Fu. Yuzun Kaori didn't have any intention of stopping him. Long Baihe hurriedly said, "Venerable the Blade, please give me some face. He's a friend that I brought here." Venerable the Blade was also afraid of Long Baihe's identity. He snorted coldly. "This brat is courting death. He even dared to say such words in front of me. He will die here even if he reveals his identity." Long Baihe wanted to say something. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. A chaotic and desolate power erupted and enveloped the hall like a heavenly might. The surroundings seemed to be sealed by this power. Venerable the Blade and Yuzun Kaori were stunned. Their bloodline power and souls felt a sense of fear. This is the origin power of chaos. Zhao Fu said faintly, "Don't you want to know my identity? Let me tell you now. I'm the son of chaos of the origin race." Venerable the Blade was shocked. In front of him was the son of chaos who had shaken the entire chaotic world. Everyone in the world was looking for him. They didn't expect him to appear in front of them. They didn't even believe it. However, the power he was emitting was the origin power. Yuzun Kaori knew that Zhao Fu wasn't simple, but she didn't expect Zhao Fu to be the son of chaos. She was extremely shocked. Long Baihe looked at Zhao Fu in astonishment. He did not expect that the person who had been courteous to him earlier would have such a terrifying identity. Venerable the Blade's aura weakened in the face of Zhao Fu's origin energy. Although he had the ability to kill Zhao Fu, he was afraid of the origin race behind Zhao Fu. Moreover, he might not be able to kill Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu was the son of chaos. He must have a way to protect himself. He might even be able to ask an immortal to help him. Venerable the Saber fully believed that Zhao Fu had the ability to destroy this emperor-level force. Even if he did not use his family's power. And only said that he wanted to destroy them, experts from all sides would not mind destroying them in order to please Zhao Fu. Boom. Boom. Boom, this power alerted the other three higher being existences, and they hurriedly flew over. They were a bearded middle-aged man, an elder with short azure hair, and a young woman in a purple dress. They looked at Zhao Fu, who was emitting origin energy. They were extremely shocked and understood Zhao Fu's identity. The elder was the most powerful person in this force. He said politely, "Son of Chaos, what happened?" Zhao Fu was still very nervous. He was not the real son of chaos and did not have any immortals or half-immortals to protect him. If these people really wanted to kill him, he could only use the first evil immortal's ability to escape. However, he could not lose in terms of momentum. Zhao Fu said coldly, "Ask him. He just said that he wanted me dead." The three people's expressions changed. Was Venerable the Saber crazy to want the son of chaos dead? Even if he wanted to die, he did not want to drag the entire force down with him. The elder yelled, "Dao Qiong, you dare to kill the son of chaos?" Venerable the ferocious and overbearing saber was also very afraid of Zhao Fu's terrifying identity. He said, "I did not know that he was the son of chaos." The elder smiled as he said to Zhao Fu, "This is a misunderstanding, please don't take it to heart, son of chaos." "Dao Qiong, hurry up and apologize to the son of chaos." Dao Qiong felt quite hesitant. After all, he was a higher being, and apologizing to Zhao Fu would be a loss of face. However, thinking about Zhao Fu's terrifying identity, Dao Qiong said, "Chaos child, I'm sorry, I was too rash and offended you." Zhao Fu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were quite wary of the son of chaos. In actuality, even higher beings did not dare to offend the holy sons of Holy Spirit factions and had to speak politely. Holy Spirit factions had immortals, and the origin race was even more terrifying. Yuzhen Kaori also said, "I'm sorry. I offended you in the past." Now that Yuzhen Kaori did not dare to offend Zhao Fu, she did not want to die like this. It had not been easy for her to become a higher being. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and said, "Give me the shard." Dao Qiong did not hesitate and handed the bronze shard to Zhao Fu. He had thought that this shard might be a saint artifact shard, but it seemed that it was not as simple as that. It was indeed useless to him. Zhao Fu received the shard and warned, "I'll let it go this time, I don't want to go on a killing spree." Dao Qiong squeezed out a smile and said, "Son of chaos, you're very magnanimous." Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and did not reply. The elder smiled as he said, "Son of chaos, since you've come to our faction as an esteemed guest, we'll immediately prepare good food and wine to welcome you." Zhao Fu did not dare to stay here for long. "There's no need, the family has a mission for me." After saying this, Zhao Fu and his people openly walked out. Seeing Zhao Fu and his people leave, the elder inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Sending away this great god was a good thing, they could not afford to offend him at all. Their faction was as weak as a mouse to such an existence and could be easily trampled to death. After everyone left the faction, Blood Flying Fish could not help but say, "Your identity is quite useful, you can obtain anything you want in the primal chaos world, why do you still need to work so hard to collect these bronze shards?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It would be great if I really was the primal chaos world son of chaos, a single word from me would be enough for countless experts to collect shards for me. I don't want to work so hard and go through so much trouble." Blood Flying Fish looked quite confused as she said, "You're not the real son of chaos? How can you have such pure primal chaos source energy?" Painted Skeletal Eyebrows said softly, "He's indeed not the son of chaos, but he's the son of heaven enlightenment." Blood Flying Fish looked quite confused and could not understand what Zhao Fu was saying. She had been in the treasury for too long and did not know anything else. Only after the others explained did Blood Flying Fish find out Zhao Fu's identity, and she was so shocked that she could not say anything. Zhao Fu and his group quickly left this place and did not stay for too long. If their identities were exposed, many experts would definitely hurry over. Book 1, Chapter 97. Everything was just as Zhao Fu had expected. The news of the Son of Chaos appearance spread like wildfire, and countless experts swarmed over. Dao Qiong and the others looked at the sea of experts that had gathered in their faction, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked Zhao Fu. Otherwise, just these experts alone would have been enough to destroy their faction dozens of times over. Countless experts asked Zhao Fu about all sorts of things, and Dao Qiong and the others told them everything. Hearing that Zhao Fu was collecting bronze shards and that he had many women with him, the crowd could guess some things. That bronze shard was most likely an origin weapon that required origin power to be used. If they had such a bronze shard, the Son of Chaos would come to them on his own. Everyone began to rummage through their storage rings to see if they could find such an item. Also, that Son of Chaos had a lot of women around him, so he should also be a playboy. Using stunning beauties would also be a good way to attract him. Both of these methods could be used to find the Son of Chaos, which was a pleasant surprise. Besides, these two methods were definitely better than searching aimlessly. However, those bronze shards were very difficult to obtain. Some people also had some bronze shards, but it was unknown if they were the kind that Zhao Fu wanted. The first method was more difficult, but the second method was much easier. Soon, news spread that countless places had prepared countless beauties to entertain the Son of Chaos. Even the famous beauties of the Chaos world wanted to meet the Son of Chaos. Countless people were envious. At this time, Zhao Fu, who was already in another region, couldn't help but smile when he heard this news. This was indeed very tempting. Blood-flying fish pinched Zhao Fu hard. "Why do you need so many women?" Zhao Fu said with a chuckle, "I won't really go. Right now, it's more important." The matter of the bronze shards had already been leaked. Countless people already knew that Zhao Fu was collecting bronze shards, which made it difficult for Zhao Fu to collect them. Right now, there were thousands of places that claimed to have bronze shards, but there were only a dozen bronze shards in total. How could there be thousands of them? Perhaps some of them were real, but most of them were fake. Zhao Fu decided not to collect the bronze shards for now, and he decided to focus on collecting bloodlines. He had only fused 10,000 or so types of bloodlines, and there were millions or tens of millions of types of bloodlines in the Chaos world. If he wanted the number one evil celestial bloodline to its limits, he would need an ocean of blood. Comparatively, collecting bloodlines was much more important. Zhao Fu wanted to recruit a group of subordinates. Zhao Fu did not lack money at all, but if he went to one place to buy bloodlines, it would be much faster. If he had subordinates go to many places to buy bloodlines, he would be much faster. Zhao Fu wanted to recruit subordinates. Zhao Fu wanted evil. Zhao Fu looked down on those with ordinary cultivation. One had to be at least at the Emperor Heaven realm to be able to go anywhere safely. Otherwise, bringing large sums of money to buy all sorts of bloodstones would be quite dangerous. Zhao Fu could not think of any good ideas, and if he directly recruited people without revealing his identity, no one would be willing to follow him. As such, he had to put this matter aside for now. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not have many people: Lan Qingyuan, Lan Banyuan, Aracena, Feng Xianxia, Huagume, Xue Mu, Ziyan, Hong Yan, Hong Qian, Ziyu, Bing Qingqing, Shuefeiyu, and He Lan Er. However, only 5 of them had reached the Emperor Heaven realm. If Zhao Fu wanted to raise the number one evil celestial bloodline to the 3rd stage, he would need tens of thousands of types of bloodlines. Zhao Fu told them his thoughts and split them into 5 teams. Each team would have an Emperor Heaven realm expert leading them, and they would go to various places to buy blood and meet up here in a few days. Hearing that Zhao Fu was going to split up with them, the women felt quite reluctant. Bing Qingqing said unhappily, "We haven't even been with you for a few days, and you're going to split up again?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's not like we'll be apart for a long time, at most 5 or 6 days. Whoever collects King Bloodline water first can come back first. After raising the number one evil celestial bloodline to the 3rd stage, I'll reward you well." Shuefeiyu lightly harumphed, "I thought there would be benefits from submitting to you, but it turns out I'm just a runner." Zhao Fu gave a playful smile as he said, "What do you mean there aren't any benefits? Don't you feel that your constitution is becoming stronger and stronger?" Shuefeiyu's face became red as she said, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Following this, everyone left this place and flew in different directions. The other 5 teams went to different places, while Zhao Fu went to a region by himself. After traveling for 2 or so days, Zhao Fu came to a level 7 alliance city. Right now, only level 7 alliance cities could satisfy Zhao Fu's needs. Level 6 and 5 alliance cities could not satisfy him at all. After entering this alliance city, the first thing Zhao Fu did was to find a financial group. Only financial group had so many types of blood, ordinary shops would at most have a few hundred types. Zhao Fu first found a financial group and found that the largest financial group in this alliance city was the Yaoming Financial Group. This made Zhao Fu feel somewhat hesitant because he had been in contact with the Yaoming Financial Group before. If he bought a large amount of blood from them, his identity would definitely be exposed. However, if he did not buy from them, it would be very difficult to obtain so much blood, making Zhao Fu feel quite troubled. In the end, Zhao Fu did not go to the Yaoming Financial Group, as he did not want his identity to be exposed and cause a series of problems. Zhao Fu found a small financial group, and the person who received him was a young man with a scholarly aura. Zhao Fu did not waste any words and directly said, "I need a large amount of essence blood. I need both insect beast blood and chaos race blood." The young man felt quite awkward as he said, "Apologies, sir. "Sir, these things have already been monopolized by the Yaoming Financial Group, and we only have a few types of ordinary essence blood." Jiaofu frowned. "This Yaoming Financial Group knows that I need a large amount of essence blood, so they used this method to see me. If I went to the Yaoming Financial Group, I would be able to obtain a large amount of essence blood, and I wouldn't even need to spend any money." However, in the end, Jiaofu still did not go to the Yaoming Financial Group, as he would have to pay a price to go there. Jiaofu did not want to take the risk, so he went to another alliance city. There were so many alliance cities, and it was impossible for the Yaoming Financial Group to monopolize them all. In the end, Jiaofu spent another 3 days, and now he had spent a total of 5 days. Some of the faster people from the other teams should have finished their missions and were already waiting for him at the agreed place. After coming to the new alliance city, even though there was the Yaoming Financial Group here, they did not monopolize all of the essence blood. There was also a financial group in the alliance city that was not any weaker than the Yaoming Financial Group, and it was called the 12 Moons Financial Group. It was said that the 12 Moons Financial Group was managed by 12 experts with special moon blood. This special moon blood was extremely ancient and had been passed down from ancient times. It was also said that this moon blood was related to the 12 moons in the sky. This was the chaos world, where there were 8 suns in the day and 12 moons at night. Book 1, Jiaofu was stunned. The person who received Jiaofu was a woman wearing a silver dress and giving off a holy aura. She smiled as she said, "What do you need, sir?" Jiaofu replied, "I need a large amount of essence blood, both from the insect beasts and the primal chaos race." The woman felt quite startled. She had heard about the Yaoming Financial Group's news that they had to pay attention to everyone who bought large amounts of essence blood. In fact, the Yaoming Financial Group was even willing to monopolize some cities' essence blood, which made the people from the 12 moons feel quite surprised. They could not understand why the Yaoming Financial Group was doing this. Now that she was facing someone who wanted to buy large amounts of essence blood, she was quite concerned about Jiaofu's identity. She smiled as she said, "Sir, how much do you need?" Jiaofu replied, "As much as you have." The woman felt quite surprised and probingly asked, "Sir, what do you need so much essence blood for?" Jiaofu frowned as he asked, "What is it?" Seeing that Jiaofu was a bit displeased, the woman hurriedly smiled apologetically as she said, "Apologies, I was just a bit curious. We have 5,000 or so types of insect beast blood, 200 types of primal chaos race blood, and 34 types of royal grade blood. In total, we need 570 million gold coins." Jiaofu did not want to stay here any longer, so he threw a spatial ring to the woman and said, "I'll take them all." The woman took the spatial ring and looked at it before smiling as she said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll immediately prepare them for you." Jiaofu nodded and sat on a chair to the side as he waited. After the woman left the room, she ordered people to collect essence blood as she sent out information about Jiaofu. She was quite curious about Jiaofu's identity. 10 or so minutes passed. The essence blood had been collected, but the woman did not receive any information about Jiaofu's identity. This made the woman even more curious about Jiaofu. Logically speaking, with their abilities, they should be able to find out some information about Jiaofu. After thinking about it, the woman faintly felt that the Yaoming Financial Group's matter was related to this person, but she could not be sure. She took the collected essence blood back to the room and handed the spatial ring to Jiaofu as she said, "Sir, this is what you need." Jiaofu took the ring and looked at it. He nodded and put it away before preparing to leave. The woman suddenly called out to Jiaofu, "My name is Yu Dancing Cicada, the person in charge of the 12 Moons Financial Group. I would like to meet you." Jiaofu felt quite startled. He had never thought that Moon Dancing Cicada would suddenly say such a thing. He was just passing by and would be leaving after buying some things. He did not want to have anything to do with Moon Dancing Cicada, and he felt that Moon Dancing Cicada had a purpose. Moon Dancing Cicada could tell what Jiaofu was thinking and smiled as she said, "Sir, you most likely need a lot of essence blood, I can help you obtain more. I'm just curious about you." Yu Dancing Cicada smiled as she said, "I don't have an ulterior motive, I'm just curious about you." Jiaofu thought about it and said, "We can be friends. I also need a large amount of different types of essence blood, if you can help me obtain them, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Hearing this, Yu Dancing Cicada lightly smiled and said, "What is your name?" You must have a very prestigious identity, right? Jiao Fu said, I'm called Moyi, but I can't tell you who I am. Yu Dancing Cicada understood that Jiao Fu's identity was definitely very prestigious, and she would not suffer a loss if she became friends with such a prestigious person. As such, she smiled and said, that's fine. Jiao Fu suddenly thought of the 12 Moons legends and could not help but ask, what grade of bloodline is your 12 Moons moon blood? Yu Dancing Cicada lightly smiled as she said, it's a peak emperor class bloodline. If 12 types of bloodlines are fused together, it might become a divine bloodline. Divine bloodline. Hearing this, Jiao Fu's expression became serious. Divine bloodlines were normally only found in the half-immortal world. It was almost impossible to find divine bloodlines in this great world. Jiao Fu asked curiously, can you tell me more about your moon's blood? Yu Dancing Cicada smiled as she said, yes, our 12 Moons financial group's inheritance comes from the ancient 12 Moons immortals. The 12 Moon lords that manage the financial group all have different bloodlines of the 12 Moons immortals. This bloodline contains moon source energy and is extremely powerful. It's one of the top-tier powers in the primal chaos world. Women with this bloodline can ascend to the moon if their moon source energy reaches the limit. Hearing this, Jiao Fu felt incredibly shocked. One could ascend to the moon. Jiao Fu had never thought of this before, nor had he heard of anyone doing this before. He could not help but ask, is this true? When one's moon source energy reaches the limit, one can ascend to the moon. Yu Dancing Cicada smiled as she said, this is definitely true. Is it very strange to ascend to the moon? According to the records of our 12 Moons financial group, 34 people have ascended to the moon. Jiao Fu continued to ask, do you know what the moon looks like? Yu Dancing Cicada replied, only those with very high authority can look at this information, but I heard that it's a very beautiful place. Hearing this, Jiao Fu also wanted to have a chance to ascend to the moon in the future. Yu Dancing Cicada looked at how Jiao Fu was thinking and asked, do you want to know more? Jiao Fu smiled as he said, go ahead, I'm listening. Yu Dancing Cicada continued to say, ascending to the moon is not the end. On the moon lord needs to continue cultivating on the moon and use the moon's power to break through one's limits. This is the moon's moon source energy, which will flow into the moon lord's body. The moon lord's bloodline might rise to the divine bloodline. Jiao Fu thought about Yu Dancing Cicada's words and said, didn't you say that it is possible to reach the divine bloodline by fusing 12 bloodlines? Yu Dancing Cicada explained, this is related to the 12 Moons immortals. Back then, the 12 Moons immortals had a very good relationship, and even though they weren't biological sisters, they were closer than most biological sisters. They obtained the moon source energy together, lived together, and cultivated together. In the end, the 12 bloodlines formed a special relationship and could fuse together to form a bloodline with 12 Moons source energy. At that moment, Jiao Fu interrupted Yu Dancing Cicada and asked, then how did you obtain the moon source energy? Hearing that the moon source energy was so powerful, Jiao Fu felt quite interested and wanted to obtain this kind of power. Yu Dancing Cicada thought for a moment and said, because it happened so long ago, the records are not very clear. It seems that it was obtained from a native who lived on the moon. There are people who live on the moon? Jiao Fu asked in surprise. Yu Dancing Cicada nodded and said, in ancient times, it was said that the moon was inhabited, but not anymore. Jiao Fu asked, then how do you fuse the 12 Moons immortals? Yu Dancing Cicada lightly laughed and said, you're not thinking about obtaining the moon lord's bloodline, are you? I'm telling you that it's impossible, only women can possess this bloodline. Book 1, Chapter 99 Also, the method to fuse the 12 types of moon blood is our secret, so I can't tell you. Also, fusing the 12 types of moon blood is extremely difficult, and only 2 people in history have done it. Those 2 people have already become moon immortals and ascended to the celestial realm. Before coming here, Jiao Fu had heard that the moon blood was very special and powerful. Now that he heard Moon Dancing Cicada's words, he wanted to fuse the moon blood into the first evil immortal's bloodline. The first evil immortal's power would greatly increase. Of course, Jiao Fu did not say this out loud, and he smiled as he said, I'm just very curious about the moon blood. Is there anything else about the moon blood? For example, breaking through to the divine bloodline on the moon. Moon Dancing Cicada said, after a moon lord breaks through to the divine bloodline, his body will go through a qualitative change, and he will obtain a moon body. If nothing unexpected happens, he will basically become a moon immortal. In history, all moon lords who ascended to the moon became moon immortals. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. Wasn't the 12 months merchant group very terrifying? 30 or so immortals had gone to the celestial realm, but Zhao Fu had heard that the 12 months merchant group was not the most powerful faction apart from the alliance. Instead, it was ranked third, and the fourth was the Yao Ming financial group. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu asked, the 12 months merchant group has so many immortals, so it should be very powerful. Why is it like this now? Moon dancing cicada sighed, that was a long time ago. After the moon immortals ascended, we lost contact with the 12 months merchant group. Now, the 12 months merchant group is much weaker than before, and none of the moon lords can ascend to the moon. Otherwise, the 12 months merchant group would be much more powerful. Zhao Fu said, I wonder if I can join the 12 months merchant group. By that time, Zhao Fu had a plan. He would use the 12 months merchant group to help him collect various types of blood and obtain the 12 types of moon blood. Moon dancing cicada could not help but laugh as she said, hee, did I hear wrongly? Zhao Fu said, I'm serious. I want to join the 12 months financial group and work for the 12 financial group. Can you recommend me? First, I don't know who you are. Second, we've only met once. Third, I don't believe that you want to work for the 12 months financial group. I feel like you're after moon blood. You've collected so much essence blood, so you must be very interested in it. Zhao Fu could not refute her words, so he thought about it and said, I do want the moon blood, but I can promise that I won't harm the people from your merchant group. Moreover, I can give you a massive opportunity. Moon dancing cicada said, what do you want to do with moon blood? If you want to fuse it into your own body, then I advise you not to. If moon blood fuses into a man's body, it will be a fatal poison, and ordinary women will not be able to obtain moon origin power through moon blood. She did not know that Zhao Fu had the first evil celestial bloodline and could use it to fuse with moon blood. The first evil celestial bloodline could even fuse with divine bloodlines, so this peak imperial bloodline would definitely not be a problem. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, you don't have to worry about that, you just need to recommend me to the financial group and I'll give you a massive opportunity. Isn't this a fair deal? Moon dancing cicada smiled as she said, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't really trust you right now. I don't even know who you are. Zhao Fu was not surprised by moon dancing cicada's words and said, I'll tell you my identity, I'm actually a holy sun. After saying that, Zhao Fu's body gave off a holy tear power. This power could cause all creatures to submit and reign above the heavens and earth. This was a power that had been changed by the first evil celestial bloodline. It had originally been heaven enlightenment holy tear power, but it had now become primal chaos holy tear power. Sensing the holy tear power that Zhao Fu's body gave off, moon dancing cicada looked quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's background would be so terrifying. This was the first time she had personally seen a holy sun. She did not know that Zhao Fu's background was even more terrifying. It was the primal chaos child, who had caused massive ripples outside. Zhao Fu looked at moon dancing cicada and asked, how about it? Will you agree? Moon dancing cicada thought for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, but I can't. Even though you're a holy sun, I'm worried that you'll harm the 12 months financial group. I can't betray the financial group for some benefits. If you were an ordinary person, I might be able to recommend you, but I never thought that your identity would be so terrifying. Zhao Fu asked with certainty, is it really impossible? Moon dancing cicada nodded and said, I'm truly sorry, holy sun. However, even though I can't recommend you, you can go to the 12 months financial group's headquarters with your identity. The 12 moon lords will welcome you, and you might be able to obtain moon blood from them. This is much easier than joining the financial group. What she said was true, this method was indeed much easier, but Zhao Fu was not a true holy sun and did not have a holy faction supporting him. He did not have any confidence, and even if the 12 moon lords wanted to kill him, he would not have the strength to resist. If he joined through a recommendation, it would be much safer, and he would be able to obtain moon blood stealthily. However, this was quite troublesome and time-consuming. So which method should he choose? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu decided to take the risk and choose moon dancing cicada's method. If something unexpected happened, he could use his identity as the primal chaos child. Even though he could scare them, it would be incredibly dangerous, and it would be best if nothing happened. Another reason was that joining the financial group was too time-consuming, and Zhao Fu could not give up on other things just because of this powerful moon blood. Zhao Fu said, let's do as you say. Yu Dancing Cicada inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She did not want to offend Zhao Fu. She was just a manager, and if Zhao Fu wanted to kill her, because of her identity as a holy sun, the 12th financial group would not say anything. They would not go against a holy faction for her. Now, this was a very good thing. She could introduce a holy sun to their faction as a guest, and the 12th financial group might become friends with a holy faction. This would be of great help to the 12th financial group, and he would be greatly rewarded. Yu Dancing Cicada smiled and said, Holy Sun, please wait a moment, I'll immediately report this matter. Zhao Fu nodded and said, Yu Dancing Cicada smiled and left the room, and she took out a jade medallion and prepared to report this matter to the higher-ups. At that moment, a female attendant hurriedly walked in and said, Manager. We've just received news that that person's identity is quite terrifying. Yu Dancing Cicada happily smiled as she said, I know who he is, and I'll immediately report that he's a holy sun. We've done a great service this time, and we'll all be greatly rewarded if we find a holy sun. The female attendant looked quite worried as she said, He's not a holy sun, he might be the primal chaos child. We've received news that everything the Mingyao Financial Group has done is for the primal chaos child. What? Yu Dancing Cicada looked quite confused. Book 1, Chapter 100, Xianxia. Dancing Cicada was incredibly shocked. She had thought that Zhao Fu being a holy sun was already shocking enough, but she had never thought that Zhao Fu might be a chaos child. This identity was hundreds of times more terrifying than a holy sun. Was he really a chaos child? This matter was simply too important, so Yu Dancing Cicada said, Wait at the door for now, I'll immediately report this to the higher-ups. The female attendant nervously nodded. After the higher-ups of the 12 Moons Financial Group heard about this, they were incredibly shocked and immediately reported this to the 12 Moon Lords. After hearing about this, the 12 Moon Lords were also quite shocked. They had never thought that they would be able to find the Chaos Child. They quickly hurried over to the Alliance City. This was a Chaos Child who controlled Chaos Essence energy. They wanted to obtain the method to strengthen Moon Essence energy from Zhao Fu. As part of the origin race, it would be quite easy for them to do so. The 12 Moon Lords did not want anything else, their only goal was to ascend to Moonstar. Zhao Fu had been waiting in his room, but he sensed that someone was standing guard outside. That person seemed quite nervous, and Zhao Fu felt that something was off. Without hesitating, Zhao Fu's body turned into countless small insects and burrowed into the ground, leaving the 12 Moon Financial Group. Even though he did not know what had happened, he was certain that something had happened. Zhao Fu did not want to stay here, so he immediately left. After hearing that the 12 Moon Lords would personally come, Yu Dancing Cicada felt quite shocked and immediately went to her room to try and stall Zhao Fu, but she could not find him. Where's that person? Yu Dancing Cicada hurriedly asked. The female attendant looked quite confused as she said, I've been standing guard outside and haven't seen him leave. Yu Dancing Cicada said hurriedly, immediately send people to look for him, it's possible that he really is that chaos child. The female attendant hurriedly left the room. A few days later, Zhao Fu returned to the place where he had arranged with the women. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that only one group had returned. Before, Zhao Fu had split them into 5 groups led by 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Now that 8 or 9 days had passed and they had not returned, something must have happened. Bing Qingqing and Blood Flying Fish returned. Zhao Fu asked seriously, why are only you guys back? What happened to the others? Flying Bloodfish said worriedly, we're not sure either. You haven't returned for so long, so we thought something had happened to you. Zhao Fu recalled what had happened when he was buying blood in the Alliance City and asked, did anything happen when you guys were buying blood? Did anyone pay special attention to you? Blood Flying Fish said, we went to a large merchant group to buy essence blood, and we did attract some people's attention. However, to be careful, we only bought a small portion, and then bought some more from some smaller shops. We bought around 4,000 kinds of essence blood. Zhao Fu said solemnly, something must have happened to them. The news of me buying blood essence has been leaked. Many people want to use this method to find me. Bingqing said anxiously. Let's hurry up and find them. Zhaofu nodded. I'll go alone. You guys just wait here. Bingqing and Blood Flying Fish nodded. Zhaofu turned into a ray of light and flew in a direction. This was where Ziyu, Ziyan, and He Lan Er had left. Within a private room, Ziyu and the other two women were sitting, their expressions quite grim. Ziyu said seriously, we need to think of a way to leave this place. It's been so long, and everyone else has long since returned. Ziyan frowned. Mother, this is the city lord's mansion, how are we supposed to leave? He Lan Er lightly harumphed, it's all your fault for looking for trouble. Ziyan angrily yelled, I'm looking for trouble? That bastard was the one who took liberties with me, how could I not retaliate? Oh. I understand now, it's definitely because you like being taken liberties with by others. He Lan Er also said angrily, I'm not that kind of woman, only my husband has touched me. Also, I'm telling the truth, wasn't this caused by you? 2 days ago, Ziyu had brought the two of them to buy Essence blood. Just as they were about to leave the Alliance City, a frivolous-looking man stopped them and said that Ziyan was his woman. Ziyan coldly told him to scram. This angered the man, and he suddenly leapt up, wanting to molest Ziyan. However, he was kicked away by Ziyan. The man was the son of the Alliance City's manager, and he called his father over. Seeing his son being beaten, his father did not hesitate to teach Ziyan a lesson. As Ziyan's mother, she definitely could not watch as her daughter was injured, and a fight erupted between the two of them. Following this, the other Alliance City's managers hurried over. Ziyu was not as strong as Zhaofu, so she was suppressed by the managers. In that dangerous moment, Ziyan cried out, don't hurt my mother, or else you'll all die. This caused the managers to stop and ask about Ziyu and the two women's identities. Ziyu said that she was from Duo Valley and gave a simple explanation of what had just happened. Before, the managers were in the wrong and feared Duo Valley's strength. On one hand, they wanted to confirm their identities and have them send a message to Duo Valley so that they could come and take their people. On the other hand, they wanted to suppress Duo Valley, or else they would lose face as Alliance City's managers. Ziyu did not want this matter to spread to Duo Valley, so when she had left, she had planned to cut off contact with Duo Valley and did not tell anyone else that she had left. In the end, she was kept by the managers in the city hall. The frivolous-looking young man pleaded, Father, I really like that woman, please give her to me. I really like that woman. Just give her to me. It's been 2 days, and I don't think they're from Duo Valley. They dared to make a move in the Alliance City and broke the rules, so they should be punished. The long-faced middle-aged man said, even if they are not the ones who stole the valley, that beautiful woman's cultivation is at the Emperor Heaven Realm. Anyone with such cultivation is not an ordinary person. The frivolous man said, so what? There are many Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Father, you're from the Alliance, so who would dare to go against the Alliance? I've been dead for so long, so why not take that beautiful woman as your woman and I'll take the other 2 women? When the middle-aged man heard this, he thought of Ziyu's beauty and felt a little tempted. The frivolous man laughed as he said, Father, you're the manager of a rank 7 Alliance City, so it should be easy for you to obtain that beautiful woman. Trust me, she'll quickly submit to you. The middle-aged man thought for a moment. All right. I can give it a try, but son, after you get those 2 women, you have to behave yourself and don't go around causing trouble. The frivolous man said with a smile. Got it, Dad. The middle-aged man and the frivolous man came to the room, and the frivolous man said with a smile, it's been 2 days. You don't want to be locked up here forever, right? Book 1, Chapter 101, End of Book 1. Ziyan angrily glared at him, aren't you just spouting nonsense? Who wants to stay here forever? The frivolous man gave a trace of a smile, that's good. Now that you're my woman and my father's woman, you can immediately leave this place. I'm sincere towards you and I promise not to touch other women. Ziyan said in disgust, don't even think about it. The middle-aged man warmly smiled as he said to Ziyu, I apologize for what my son did in the past. I believe that with my current conditions, I won't be too bad. If you become my woman, I'll treat you sincerely. You'll also have the alliance as your backing and won't have to wander around. Ziyu looked quite confused. She had never thought that the middle-aged man would place his attention on her. She coldly laughed. Look at you and your son, do you think you're worthy of my daughter and me? Hearing this, the frivolous man furiously yelled, don't be so shameless, we can deal with you however we want. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying might covered the entire Alliance city, causing the air to become heavy and making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone looked up at the sky in terror and thought to themselves, who dares to act so brazenly in the Alliance city? A black-cloaked man stood in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura as if he was a peerless expert. Sensing this aura, the expressions of the managers fell and they hurriedly rushed out and flew into the sky. Seeing them appear, Zhao Fu said coldly, hurry up and hand over my people. The managers started to feel quite confused, but they immediately understood that Zhao Fu was related to Ziyu. One of the young men said, this is the Alliance city, don't you think sir is going too far? Don't think that you can break the rules just because you're here to steal the valley. Sensing this aura, the middle-aged man flew out with a serious expression. Sensing this massive aura, Ziyu and the other two women looked delighted and walked out of their rooms, calling out in unison, husband. The frivolous man looked quite confused. He had never thought that the woman he liked would already have a man. Moreover, both Ziyu and Ziyan were his women, which made him feel quite envious. Seeing that the three of them were fine, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and said, leave the Alliance city with me. Seeing that he was ignored by Zhao Fu, the youth who had spoken earlier shouted angrily, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Zhao Fu coldly glared at him. His terrifying gaze caused the young man's heart to fill with fear, and he took a step back. Zhao Fu said coldly, it's fine if I don't find trouble with you now, but you still dare to find trouble with me? Boom, an even greater aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. It was a saint's aura that reigned above the heavens and earth, and the managers' bodies sank as they felt an immense pressure. Their expressions changed. They understood that the person in front of them was a holy son, and they indeed did not dare to offend him. Ziyu and the other two girls smiled and flew into the sky, arriving in front of Zhao Fu. Ziyan hugged Zhao Fu. Why did you only come now? We were locked up by these people for 2 days. I was even bullied by the people here. A fearful expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he said, my son was in the wrong, I apologize. He Lan'er said coldly, just an apology? How did you and that son of yours speak to us like that? The middle-aged man's expression became even more unsightly. They had just wanted to force Ziyan to become their woman, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu would come looking for them. Facing a legendary holy son, the middle-aged man felt immense pressure, and he looked at the other managers. The other managers turned their heads away. This was a holy son, and they did not dare to offend him, much less participate in this matter. The middle-aged man turned his head and berated his son. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistakes. The frivolous man's face paled and he knelt on the ground, I was wrong. Holy son, please let me off this time, I definitely won't dare to do it again. Ziyan lightly harumphed, now you regret it? The frivolous man knelt on the ground in fear, I'm sorry, I was too daring to offend you. I know I was wrong. Ziyan wanted to say something, but Zhao Fu said, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Hearing this, Ziyan did not say anything else and nodded in agreement. Everyone spent some time to return to the meeting place, and at that moment, Feng Shenche's group returned. Seeing them return, Zhao Fu inwardly let out a sigh of relief, why did you only return now? Feng Xianxia said, after buying the essence blood, we were planning to return, but we were followed by some people. It took us a few days to shake them off, and we felt that they were from the Yaoming financial group, so we bought the essence blood from them. This matter was mainly related to the Yaoming financial group. They really wanted to see Zhao Fu and were willing to pay such a price. Skeletal Beauty softly asked, why haven't the others returned yet? Did they also encounter something like us? Zhao Fu said, I'm not sure about that, I still have to go take a look. Skeletal Beauty replied, all right. Hurry up and go. Since they haven't returned in such a long time, they must have encountered some danger. Let's go take a look at the other group. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, each group has an Emperor Heaven Realm expert leading them, but they still encountered danger. This means that ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts will not be able to resolve this matter. If you go, you'll be in danger, so I'll go. The other two groups aren't too far away. Skeletal Beauty lightly nodded. Zhao Fu said worriedly, the people who stay here should be careful. If anything unexpected happens, immediately leave and don't wait for me here. The middle-aged man nodded. He had never thought that they would encounter such a thing, and he could only hope that the other two groups were not in danger. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as a sharp saber light cut off Shui Mu's arm, causing transparent blood to continuously flow out. Xing, another saber light containing a sharp power slashed towards Shui Mu's body. Shui Mu immediately reverted to her original form and countless tentacles grew out of her body and lashed out. The tentacles danced chaotically with great power, causing the ground to shatter, rocks to fly everywhere, and turbulence to spread in all directions. After a series of random attacks, it seemed that they had not hit anyone. A saber light suddenly brought with it an enormous gale as it sent Shui Mu's body flying back. A cold-looking young man laughed as he said, who would have thought that it would be a king-level insect beast. If we capture you, we can sell you for a large sum of money. Hong Qian blocked in front of Shui Mu and said furiously, I won't let you succeed. You damned bitch. You can't even protect yourself and you want to protect others? A middle-aged man said condescendingly. Hong Qian coldly glared at the middle-aged man because she was quite familiar with him. Book 1, Chapter 102 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123 This man was Hong He, Hong Qian's husband. When the three women and Zhao Fu had left Dou Valley, Hong He had guessed the relationship between Hong Qian and Zhao Fu, and he felt incredibly furious. However, because of the blood-flying fish, he did not dare to directly chase after Zhao Fu and the others, so he could only endure it for now. However, he had never thought that he would encounter the three women in the Alliance City. Hong He could not endure the fury in his heart and brought two other experts to stop the three women. Hong Yan begged, Father. Please don't be like this. Hong He furiously cursed, Scram. You're a lowly woman just like your mother. Hong Yan felt quite guilty towards her father and felt that she had let him down. Hong Qian said coldly, I remembered our past relationship and gave you many good things from the treasury, but you actually attacked us. If I had known, I would have just let him kill you. Hong He loudly laughed, He can kill me? Hong Qian said, He is Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivation, killing you people will be incredibly easy. Hearing this, Hong He felt quite surprised, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would also be at the Emperor Heaven Realm. However, he did not feel any fear and laughed as he said, So what if he's very powerful? Can he save you? Don't worry, I won't let you die right away. I'll let you know the consequences of betraying me. A bald young man looked at Hong Yan and said evilly, Hong He, I helped you this time, it's not too much for me to take your daughter, right? Hong He lightly laughed as he said, Take her as you please, I no longer see her as my daughter. Just looking at them makes me feel disgusted. The cold-looking young man said, Then I want that king-class insect beast. Hong He laughed as he said, Sure. Xing, a saber hum sounded out as the cold-looking young man turned into a ray of saber light and rushed forwards. Hong Qian swung the whip in her hand, sending out a powerful energy towards the cold-looking young man. The two of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion, and the cold-looking young man was blocked. Hong He threw a punch at Hong Qian with a ferocious gust of wind. Hong Qian swung the whip in his hand forcefully, creating a huge arc of light as it struck at Hong He. At that moment, the gloomy young man disappeared and reappeared beside Hong Qian, slashing at Hong Qian with his saber. Hong Qian didn't have time to react and was sent flying by the saber. A wound appeared on his arm and blood flowed out continuously. A massive tentacle shot out with great power towards the gloomy-looking young man, and the young man coldly laughed as he slashed out with his saber, cutting off the tentacle. Shui Mu roared, and one tentacle after another shot towards the gloomy young man with a powerful force. Enraged, Red Core charged towards Red Light. Hong Yan wanted to help, but the bald young man stopped her and said with a smile, You're mine now. Behave yourself. Hong Yan coldly snorted and slashed out with her sword. A sword light slashed towards the bald youth. The bald youth did not mind and waved his hand, causing a massive wave of power to shatter the sword light. The bald youth laughed as he said, With your strength, you're not a match for me. Hong Yan's expression was cold as she continuously slashed towards the bald youth with her sword. She understood that she was not a match for the bald youth, but by holding him back, she would be able to help the others. The bald youth slapped out with his palms, causing a powerful force to shatter the incoming sword light. He then rushed towards Hong Yan, causing her to hurriedly run backwards. The bald youth teasingly looked at the running Hong Yan and laughed as he said, "Run faster, or else I'll catch up to you." Hong Yan immediately sped up and ran forwards. However, the bald youth quickly caught up to her. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great. Seeing the bald youth continuously close in on her, Hong Yan's expression became quite unsightly. Bang! A terrifying fist energy suddenly blasted out from the side, causing the bald youth to panic and use his hand to block. However, he was still sent flying by the fist energy, heavily crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Blood leaked out of the bald youth's mouth as he angrily looked at the young man in the sky. Looking at the young man who had appeared, Hong Yan immediately gave a happy smile and called out, "Husband." The bald youth looked quite surprised and understood that this young man was the person who had taken his wife and daughter from Hong He. Zhao Fu looked at Hong Yan and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Hong Yan flew over to Zhao Fu's side and smiled as she said, "I'm not injured at all." Now, Hong Yan treated Zhao Fu the same way she treated the bald youth. The bald youth furiously roared and leapt up from the ground, causing the ground to instantly shatter. He gripped his fist and gave off terrifying power as he quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and gripped his fist, causing a black aura flame to cover his fist and give off a shocking aura as he rushed towards the bald youth. Bang! The two people's fists collided, causing a ferocious gale to blast out in all directions. Countless plants were uprooted and rocks were sent flying. In the next moment, the bald youth's body flew backwards like a meteor, smashing open a large crater. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and felt as if one of his hands had been broken. The massive shockwaves caused the other two people to stop and look over. Seeing that Zhao Fu had come, Shui Mu and Hong Qian looked quite delighted and relaxed. With Zhao Fu here, they did not have to be afraid. The two of them flew over to Zhao Fu's side. Hong He looked at the bald young man on the ground and his expression became serious. Indeed, Hong Qian had said that Zhao Fu was very powerful and had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation. The cold-looking youth flew over to Hong He and asked, "Is he that man?" Hong He nodded. Zhao Fu looked at Hong Qian and Shui Mu, who were both quite injured, and said, "Leave this to me, you two go and heal yourselves." Shui Mu and Hong Qian smiled and nodded, landed on the ground, and started to heal their wounds. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Hong He and said, "You two are seeking death." Hong He said furiously, "Trash, do you think your elder fears you? You dare to steal my women? I'll beat you to a pulp." Boom! Hong He exploded out with all of his power, and a red aura flame erupted around his body as terrifying shockwaves rippled out. Bang! Hong He punched out, and a red fist that was hundreds of meters wide gave off a shocking aura as it slammed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a simple black semicircular barrier appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Boom! The terrifying fist slammed against the barrier with shocking power, turning into a wild red gale that blew out, resulting in a massive explosion. However, it did not deal much damage to the barrier. The cold-looking youth suddenly appeared next to Zhao Fu and raised a saber, slashing towards Zhao Fu with enough power to split apart mountains. Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared next to the cold-looking youth. He vigorously kicked out, hitting the cold-looking youth's waist and sending him flying like a rubber ball. Book 1, Chapter 103. Zhao Fu looked at Hong He. Hong He's expression changed. Zhao Fu's body disappeared in an instant. Hong He felt a strong sense of danger and did not dare to attack. He used his hands to block in front of him and defended with all his might. At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of Hong He. His fist gave off a black light and a terrifying power as it landed on Hong He's arms. Hong He roared and used all of his strength, causing the muscles on his arms to bulge. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Hong He was sent flying by that terrifying power. His hands were red and swollen, and blood flowed out. Hong He's expression was unsightly. Now that he had personally experienced Zhao Fu's terrifying power, he knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Even with his full strength, he could not block a single punch from Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a cold smile, "I already said that you're courting death." Bang! Zhao Fu's body disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Hong He. He kicked out forcefully, sending Hong He's body towards the ground. Clang! A loud saber hum sounded out as the cold-looking young man raised the saber in his hand. The saber gave off countless rays of light, forming a saber that was hundreds of meters long. It brought with it the power to split the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Countless saber lights poured out. In that instant, Zhao Fu was drowned by the saber lights. A saber wall formed from saber lights appeared in midair, giving off an extremely sharp aura as if it could cut through skin. However, when the saber lights dissipated, Zhao Fu was not injured at all and stood on the spot. The cold-looking young man looked stunned. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man actually turned and ran. He was afraid and understood that he was not a match for Zhao Fu. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the cold-looking young man was struck down and heavily smashed onto the ground. Countless rocks were sent flying and dust filled the air. The three people who had been so arrogant just now were now lying on the ground in a sorry state. The cold-looking young man begged in fear, "Don't kill me, I'm begging you. I can hand over my treasures." Shui Mu coldly harumphed, "Master, don't let him go. This guy hurt me badly." Zhao Fu's gaze turned cold as he stretched out his hand, which turned into a massive black hand that grabbed towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man became determined and slashed out with his saber with all his strength, causing a massive saber light to slash towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's massive black hand grabbed the saber light and gripped it. The saber light directly shattered, and the black hand continued to slap towards the cold-looking young man. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the gigantic black hand slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The black hand dissipated, and a gigantic palm print appeared on the ground. The cold-looking young man was lying in the center, his body sunk into the ground, no longer breathing. Fu Wen. House of 5, Fu. Li, another. Another, Fu, I Li, of. Finally, Zhao Fu looked at Hong He in terror. Hong He looked at Zhao Fu in terror, and his body slightly trembled. Knowing how monstrous Zhao Fu's power was, even if his woman was taken by Zhao Fu, he would choose to endure it. After all, being alive was better than being dead. It was a pity that there was no point in regretting. It was evident that Zhao Fu would not let him off. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he once again stretched out a hand. Countless traces of black aura flowed out and turned into a massive hand that slapped towards Hong He with immense power. Hong Yan looked at her father and could not help but beg, "Husband, can you let my father off this time?" Zhao Fu stopped and felt quite hesitant. Hong Qian came to Zhao Fu's side and said softly, "Give him one last chance. After all, we were husband and wife, and he's Hong Yan's father. Moreover, we've let him down." Hong He also pleaded, "I was wrong, please let me off this once. I have no objections to Hong Qian becoming your woman. I wish you all the best." Zhao Fu looked at the red core and hesitated. Hong Qian stepped forward, hugged Zhao Fu and said softly, "This is the last time. If he dares to do this again, I won't stop you from killing him." Zhao Fu looked at Hong Qian in his arms and nodded. "Get lost." Hong He heaved a sigh of relief. Afraid that Zhao Fu would go back on his word, he hurriedly ran to the side, looking very disheveled. Hong Yan said with a smile, "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu looked at them and asked, "How are your injuries recovering?" Hong Qian replied, "I've recovered a little." Zhao Fu said, "Then I'll help you guys recover from your injuries. Later on, you guys have to go back on your own. I have other places to go." Hong Qian asked curiously, "What happened?" Zhao Fu said, "There's still a team that hasn't returned, they most likely ran into some danger." Hong Qian said, "Don't help us recover from our injuries, hurry and see what happened to that team." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Be careful." Hong Qian smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu was also worried about the safety of the last team, so he did not waste any time and turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Immediately, Zhao Fu went to an alliance city. However, after carefully sensing around, he could not sense Ericina. Zhao Fu had a powerful sense for all women, and Zhao Fu had used this ability to find them. If Ericina wasn't in this alliance city, then where would she go? On the way back, Zhao Fu sensed around and could not find Ericina's aura. Zhao Fu frowned and planned to go to the alliance city to ask around to see if anyone had seen Ericina and the others. After asking around, Zhao Fu did not find any information about Ericina, but he found out that a historical remnant was about to open and had attracted countless people. Zhao Fu wondered if Ericina had gone to this historical remnant. He heard that this historical remnant was a blood demon historical remnant, and it was related to blood. Ericina most likely wanted to go there to help him obtain a lot of rare blood. After hearing about the historical remnant, Zhao Fu immediately flew in that direction. After spending half a day, Zhao Fu arrived near the historical remnant and carefully sensed around. Indeed, he sensed Ericina and quickly flew towards her. Ericina was standing on an empty area with the Lan Banyuan brothers standing next to her. There were many people standing around them, most likely people who wanted to enter the historical remnant. Seeing that they were fine, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and landed beside them. Ericina looked at Zhao Fu and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Zhao Fu said, "A few teams ran into danger when I went back, and I was worried about you guys, so I came to find you." Ericina smiled and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, you can relax now." Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Because of time constraints, Zhao Fu had only heard about the blood demon historical remnant and did not know anything else. As such, he asked, "How long until the blood demon historical remnant opens?" Ericina said, "It should be opening soon, we've been waiting here for 3 days." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Do you know anything about this blood demon?" Ericina nodded. "This blood demon is a demonic creature that was born from bloodwater and has the power to devour all kinds of blood. With this ability and potential, it became a monstrous expert and became bloodthirsty. In the end, it was killed here by a peerless expert, and this place became the blood demon historical remnant. There are all sorts of monsters related to blood within the blood demon historical remnant, as well as some treasures that the blood demon collected. I heard that there might be divine blood, so I came." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. There might be divine blood, so he felt even more anticipation towards the blood demon historical remnant. A few hours later, boom, a massive explosion sounded out as space continuously twisted and a shocking power spread out. Countless blood-red clouds covered the sky, and a dense bloody smell spread out. A large hole appeared in the sky, and within the hole was a blood-red region. Seeing that the historical remnant had opened, countless people immediately flew up from the ground and flooded into the large hole. Zhao Fu did not rush in with them, and he waited until most of them had gone in before entering with Ericina. As for the Lan brothers, they stayed outside. Their cultivations were too low, and they might cause trouble for them. After flying into the blood-red region and seeing that the sky was blood-red, the ground was blood-red, and there were all sorts of blood-red plants growing all around them, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. He felt that this was a suitable place to cultivate the #1 evil celestial bloodline. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's go and have a look." This was just the outer region of the blood demon historical remnant, and there were not many good things here. Even if there were, they would have been plundered by people before, so Zhao Fu did not waste any time here. After flying for a while, Zhao Fu saw a massive blood-red bug with many fangs and a blood-red eye leap out of the blood water and devour a few people. Those people did not even have time to scream before they died. This place was very dangerous, and the mortality rate was very high. The crimson worm was still not satisfied after eating a few people. It looked at Zhao Fu and the rest coldly, and its huge body flew towards Zhao Fu. The crimson bug came to Zhao Fu's side, opened its mouth, and bit at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. Facing the incoming mouth, Zhao Fu remained calm and unafraid. Just as the bloodworm was about to devour Zhao Fu opened his mouth. In an instant, Zhao Fu's mouth became even bigger than the blood-red bug's body. This caused the blood-red bug's expression to freeze, and before it could react, it was swallowed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's mouth quickly returned to normal, and the blood-red bug that Zhao Fu had swallowed turned into countless traces of blood-red energy that scattered throughout Zhao Fu's body. Ericina rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Don't be such a bad person." Zhao Fu chuckled, "The essence of the bloodworm here can improve the bloodline of the first evil immortal. It is of some use to me." The two of them continued to fly forward and arrived in front of a blood-colored tree. This blood-colored tree was more than 100 meters tall, and its branches were luxuriant. Its trunk was blood-colored, and its leaves were triangular. There were many fruits that looked like blood jades, and they were the size of grapes. The tree was protected by a barrier, and there were many people standing around it. Xiaofu was a little confused. Why were they standing here, and not going forward to break the barrier and obtain the blood fruits? This barrier did not seem very sturdy. After waiting for more than a minute, Xiaofu could not wait any longer, and he flew forward. Seeing Xiaofu fly up, everyone smiled. This tree was called the blood dragon tree, and its fruits were called blood dragon fruits. They could strengthen bloodlines and physiques, and they were very valuable. The blood dragon tree still needed some time to mature, but if Devour had a lot of flesh, it would mature earlier. Everyone had come here a few times, and they knew about this. Usually, newcomers did not know about this, and seeing Xiaofu fly over foolishly, no one stopped him. Whoosh! When Xiaofu approached the blood dragon tree, the tree produced a huge suction force, and the people around felt that their blood was being sucked out of their bodies. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. They felt that this suction force was many times stronger than before. Xiaofu was not affected at all, and this suction force could not absorb the origin blood in Xiaofu's body. Everyone looked quite confused, and seeing that Xiaofu was not affected at all, he continued to fly forwards. Understanding that Xiaofu was not simple, the blood dragon tree gave off an even greater suction force, and it was like a wild gale. The blood-red aura, rocks, and weeds in the surroundings all flew towards it, causing everyone to look serious as they continued to retreat. However, Xiaofu was not affected at all, and he came in front of the blood dragon tree. The massive suction force stopped, and countless blood-red tendrils shot out from the ground, rushing towards Xiaofu like a flood. Xiaofu did not do anything, and the countless roots quickly wrapped around Xiaofu, forming a massive ball of trees. Seeing this, everyone felt quite confused. Why was that person not resisting? A while later, a tall and skinny young man said in shock, "Is that person dead?" A woman in green shook her head, "I don't know, but even Emperor Heaven Realm experts will be in danger if they are bound by the blood dragon tree." An elder said, "Let's hope that the blood dragon tree will be able to mature after absorbing his essence blood." Within the ball of trees, Xiaofu's expression was calm and did not look like he was in danger at all. The many roots wrapped around Xiaofu's body, trying to absorb Xiaofu's blood, but they were unable to absorb any of it. Xiaofu said in boredom, "With your abilities, you won't be able to absorb any of my blood." The blood dragon tree said in a clear female voice, "Who are you? Why can't I absorb any of your blood?" Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Because you can't absorb any of my blood with your power." The blood dragon tree's power was blood energy, which was completely suppressed by Xiaofu's bloodline power. The difference in power was massive, so even if Xiaofu did not defend and allowed the blood dragon tree to absorb his blood, it would not be able to absorb any of it. The blood dragon tree cried out in disbelief, "Impossible, my power comes from Lord Blood Demon's primal chaos demon bloodline. That's an incredibly powerful power, how could I not be able to absorb your blood?" Xiaofu said condescendingly, "What kind of trash power is that? Can it compare to bloodline power?" The blood dragon tree said angrily, "You dare to insult Lord Blood Demon? I'll kill you." The blood dragon tree gave off a massive blood-red chi, and the countless roots wrapped around Xiaofu tightened, wanting to strangle Xiaofu to death. Xiaofu vigorously struggled, and a terrifying force bounced all of the roots away. Book 1, Chapter 105 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. Everyone looked at Xiaofu in confusion, feeling that this person was not ordinary. Boom, the blood dragon tree gave off an even greater power, and its many roots gave off immense power as they shot towards Xiaofu. There were so many roots that it was impossible to count them. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a wave of blood-red chi flowed out from Xiaofu's palm and entered the many roots, causing them to stop. The blood-void tree was horrified to find that she was losing control of her body. The blood-red chi flowed into her body and completely suppressed her body. This power far surpassed anything she could imagine, making it so that she could not resist at all and could only watch as her body was controlled. Xiaofu gave a faint smile and grabbed at the air with his hand. The massive blood-void tree continuously changed and turned into a woman with long, blood-red hair. This woman had long, blood-red hair and a few leaves on her head. She had a delicate and pretty face and a slim figure. Her clothes were also made of leaves. The blood void tree's blood-red eyes angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her as he prepared to leave. The people in the surroundings hurriedly stopped Zhao Fu. They were all waiting for the blood void tree's fruits, so how could they just watch as Zhao Fu took the blood void tree away? Zhao Fu looked at the people surrounding him and said, "What? You want to take it?" A ferocious-looking elder said coldly, "You want to take the blood void tree's main body and leave nothing behind?" Zhao Fu said, "You mean I have to leave something behind?" The ferocious-looking elder coldly replied, "Of course, you can take some of the blood void tree's fruits and leave the main body behind." Zhao Fu asked angrily, "Why? The blood void tree is there, but you don't take it. Why do you want it from me?" The ferocious-looking elder gave off a massive Emperor Heaven Realm aura as he said, "Why? Because of our strength." Boom. Boom, the others also gave off Emperor Heaven Realm auras, causing the air around them to become heavier. Apart from them, everyone else was looking at Zhao Fu with unkind expressions. They wouldn't let Zhao Fu take all the benefits. The blood dragon tree chuckled, "You better behave yourself. With so many people here, you're not their match." Zhao Fu said coldly, "Then there's nothing more to say." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive power erupted from Zhao Fu's body. That evil, twisted, bloody, and perverted power caused everyone's hair to stand on end. An insect beast that was as big as a grasshopper, an insect beast that was as big as a centipede, an insect beast that was as big as a beetle, an insect beast that was as big as an ant, and an insect beast that was as big as a wasp instantly came out of Zhao Fu's body and gave off ferocious power as they flew towards the Emperor Heaven Realm experts. The Emperor Heaven Realm experts hurriedly took out their weapons and gave off powerful energy to defend. Bang! Bang! The Emperor Heaven Realm experts were sent flying back 10 or so meters, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths as their expressions became quite unsightly. Zhao Fu hugged the blood dragon tree with one hand and gave off a terrifying aura as he said domineeringly, "Who else dares to fight over it?" The Elder and the Emperor Heaven Realm experts remained silent. They understood that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than them. Everyone looked at each other, but facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, no one dared to say anything. A short young man called out, "Don't be afraid. We have so many people." Hearing this, everyone made a decision and gathered their power as they charged at Zhao Fu. The blood dragon tree's fruits were already quite precious, and the blood dragon tree itself was even more so. If Zhao Fu took it away, he would not have any more blood dragon tree fruits in the future. Zhao Fu swung out a hand, and countless insect beasts flowed out, turning into a massive arm that he vigorously swung out. Bang, bang. Bang, muffled explosions sounded out as the people charging over were swept away like gravel, unable to resist at all. Zhao Fu's terrifying arm grabbed out, grabbing 10 or so people's bodies. He then vigorously clenched, causing 10 or so people's bodies to explode and blood to fly everywhere. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously waved his hand, and his massive and terrifying arm once again sent the people charging at him flying. Everyone in the surroundings looked terrified as they looked at Zhao Fu's terrifying arm. Just what kind of monster was this? Zhao Fu's voice was incredibly domineering as he said, "Keep going." By now, no one dared to charge up anymore. Just then, so many people had charged over, and most of them had died. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all heavily injured. The Emperor Heaven Realm experts had not dared to charge up before, and now, they did not dare to do so. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and walked to the side with the blood dragon tree. No one dared to stop Zhao Fu and could only watch as Zhao Fu used his power. Seeing Zhao Fu's power, the blood dragon tree felt quite afraid. Ericina gave a faint smile as she followed behind Zhao Fu. She had not done anything before, as she understood that Zhao Fu had the power to deal with this. Zhao Fu brought the two of them to a place, and the blood dragon tree returned to its original tree form. Zhao Fu took all of the blood dragon tree fruits, which were 3,000 or so in total. Zhao Fu tasted one and found that it tasted quite disgusting, as it had a dense taste of blood. It did not improve his bloodline much. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and had the blood dragon tree change back to its human form. Being played around by Zhao Fu, the blood dragon tree angrily said, "What do you want to do to me?" Jiao Fu stretched out a hand and 8 runes appeared, and blood was extracted from the blood dragon tree. As Jiao Fu sucked the blood dragon tree's blood, he replied, "I'm not doing anything." "Tell me what you want to know." The blood dragon tree angrily glared at Jiao Fu. She had wanted to suck Jiao Fu's blood, but now that Jiao Fu was sucking her blood, she could not resist and asked, "What do you want to know?" After fusing the blood dragon tree's blood into the first evil immortal bloodline, the effects were even greater than fusing with a sovereign's bloodline. This caused Jiao Fu to smile in delight. This blood devil historical remnant was quite extraordinary, and it would definitely be of great benefit to Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu said, "Is there anything similar to yours? Are there any other treasures?" The blood dragon tree said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Jiao Fu said, "I won't, but if you don't tell me, I'll make you feel pain." The blood dragon tree angrily harumphed, "I don't know either. Back then, I was just a tree planted by Lord Blood Demon, and after absorbing blood for countless years, I became like this." Jiao Fu thought about it, "Then how much do you know about the Blood Demon?" The blood abyssal tree said worshipfully, "Lord Blood Devil was a very powerful existence, and he treated us very well. However, such a good Lord Blood Devil was killed, and Blood Devil's cultivation has fallen to this state. I will definitely take revenge for Lord Blood Devil." Apex. Book 1, Chapter 106. Jiao Fu was slightly puzzled. Wasn't this blood devil said to be bloodthirsty? Why would it treat the blood dragon tree well? However, thinking about how it might treat its own people well, it might be cruel to others. Jiao Fu was not very concerned about this. He asked, "I only want to know what benefits I can get from you. There's no need to say anything else." The blood dragon tree said angrily, "I have a strong sense in the blood devil realm. I can help you find some good things." Jiao Fu nodded his head in satisfaction. The blood dragon tree probed, "If I help you find treasures, can you let me go?" Jiao Fu smiled. "No." The blood dragon tree stared at Jiao Fu angrily. She did not want to help Jiao Fu, but she was afraid that Jiao Fu would torture her. Jiao Fu let the blood dragon tree sense and followed her to search for treasures. A few hours later, Jiao Fu followed the blood dragon tree to a huge blood lake. It was tens of thousands of miles wide. The lake water was constantly tumbling. In the middle of the lake, there was a pearl that was emitting intense blood light. This pearl was so eye-catching, but no one took it away. This place must be very dangerous. The blood dragon tree said, "That pearl is Lord Blood Devil's treasure, the demonic god blood pearl. It is a powerful blood attribute treasure. However, there are countless terrifying blood worms hidden under the blood lake. They will devour anyone who wants to get close." Jiao Fu nodded his head and walked towards the blood lake. The blood dragon tree and Ericina stood on the spot. As Jiao Fu continued to walk forward, the tumbling blood lake started to boil. Worm beasts popped their heads out from the bottom of the lake. Some looked like lizards, some looked like otters, some looked like crocodiles, some looked like monkeys, and some looked like snakes. Numerous blood-red eyes stared coldly at Jiao Fu. No one dared to get close. A chill ran down their spine. Jiao Fu's lips curled up. He continued to walk towards the blood lake. He also wanted to find so many bloodworms. The bloodworms were stunned. Why wasn't this person afraid when he saw so many of them? Instead, he seemed to be happy. Ga ga ga. At that moment, countless screeches sounded out from within Jiao Fu's body. Jiao Fu's body instantly turned into countless bug beasts. There were ugly spiders, earthworms with teeth, ladybugs with human faces, and huge mosquitoes. All of them ferociously pounced towards the bloodworms in the lake. Countless blood bugs felt a sense of fear and instinctively wanted to escape. However, countless bug beasts leapt into the blood lake and started to devour the blood bugs. A huge earthworm bit off the head of a bloodworm, a mosquito beast pierced its mouth into the body of a bloodworm and sucked it dry. A long centipede coiled around a bloodworm and devoured it savagely. The blood bugs desperately resisted and used all sorts of abilities to attack the insect beasts. The two sides fought intensely, but they were not a match for the insect beasts. This was because the countless insect beasts were transformed from Jiao Fu, and each of them had great power. The blood abyssal tree looked at this chaotic scene in shock. It was a one-sided massacre and could not help but ask, just what kind of monster is this person? A while later, Xiao Fu was able to easily devour all of the blood bugs, and the first evil immortal received a great deal of power. The countless insect beasts once again gathered together and turned into Xiao Fu's appearance. Standing on the surface of the lake, Xiao Fu was about to go up and take the orb. Swish, 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 countless blood-colored vines suddenly shot out from all directions, and a black mass of vines shot towards Xiao Fu, looking incredibly terrifying. This move again? Xiao Fu could not help but laugh and he stopped where he was. Countless vines wrapped around Xiao Fu's body, turning him into a massive ball that stood on the surface of the lake. The blood abyssal tree sighed. She knew that Xiao Fu was not in danger because she had suffered because of this. She wanted to devour Xiao Fu's blood, but she was unable to do so at all. It was the same for the blood-colored vines. After binding up Xiao Fu's body, she wanted to devour Xiao Fu's blood. She had been holding back and attacking Xiao Fu all this time for this opportunity. The blood-colored vines looked quite startled. She was startled to find that she was unable to devour Xiao Fu's blood. This was the first time she had encountered something like this. Xiao Fu lightly laughed and a massive wave of blood qi flowed out from his body, quickly entering the blood-colored vines. The blood-colored vines hurriedly tried to retract the countless vines, but it was too late. She was quickly losing control of her body. In the end, Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the bottom of the lake. A massive wave of power spread out and a woman was caught by Xiao Fu. This woman had a cold expression and blood-colored long hair. She had a graceful figure and there were blood-colored vines wrapped around her body. She was the blood-colored vine's main body. The blood-colored vines vigorously struggled and cried out coldly, ****, let me go. Xiao Fu carried the blood-colored vines and walked over to the orb. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the orb before returning to the surface of the lake. He threw the blood-colored vines to the side and looked at the orb. The orb could release boundless amounts of blood-red water and could change into all sorts of shapes. Xiao Fu could turn it into a blood-red sword, a blood-red chain, a blood-red lake, or even a powerful blood-red beast. It was incredibly powerful. Xiao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at the orb. The blood dragon tree looked at the blood-colored vines on the ground and felt that they were in the same boat. It kindly advised, "Stop struggling and be more obedient." The blood-colored vines coldly said, "I won't submit." Ericina said with a smile, "This is the sentence I've heard the most." The blood dragon tree said, "That fellow is incredibly despicable. It doesn't matter if you submit or not, in the end, you still have to listen to him. Do you have the strength to resist?" Hearing this, the blood-colored vines calmed down. Right now, she indeed did not have the strength to resist Xiao Fu, and doing all of this was useless. Xiao Fu did not use his power to restrain her and smiled as he said, "Be more obedient, or else you'll suffer." The blood-colored vines lightly harumphed and turned her head to the side. Xiao Fu looked at the blood dragon tree and asked, "What other treasures are there in other places?" The blood-colored vines reacted and said angrily, "So it was you who brought him here, how could you do this?" The blood dragon tree said helplessly, "I didn't want to, but I had no choice." Xiao Fu looked at the disobedient blood-colored vines and stretched out a hand. A wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out and quickly entered the blood-colored vine's body. The blood-colored vine's face became red and she angrily glared at Xiao Fu. The blood dragon tree said, "There is another place in front with a treasure." Xiao Fu smiled and brought the 3 of them to that place. It was in ruins and most of the buildings had collapsed, with only a few remaining. The surroundings were filled with rubble and debris. Boom! Before Xiao Fu could get close, an explosion sounded out. Someone had arrived before him. Xiao Fu immediately flew into the depths of the ruins and saw a handsome young man fighting with a woman wearing blood-colored clothes with a flower of blood on her head. Terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out, blowing away the rubble and causing deafening sounds. Volume 1, Chapter 107. The 2 people's strengths were about the same, so it would take some time for a victor to be decided. Because of the appearance of Xiao Fu and the others, the 2 people did not use their full strength, as they were worried that Xiao Fu would attack them. That woman is a blood spirit flower that's thousands of years old. Her blood can allow men and women to maintain their youthful appearances, and it's a very rare treasure. Hearing this, Xiao Fu smiled and said, You did well. I'll reward you later." The blood spirit tree had a bitter expression and did not say anything. Zhao Fu looked at the sky and yelled, "Can't you guys end this battle quickly?" The two people fighting in the sky stopped and the handsome man said, "I'm Long Blood Sect Shui Wuya. May I know your name?" Zhao Fu said, "There's no need to introduce yourself. I want this blood spirit flower. If you don't leave now, we'll fight." Long Blood Sect let out a sigh of relief and said, "My goal is not this blood spirit flower but the blood spirit divine pill on her. I need to take this blood spirit divine pill back to save my big sister. If you can give me this medicinal pill, I'll greatly thank you." Zhao Fu turned to look at the blood spirit tree and asked, "What's the medicinal pill for?" The blood spirit tree said, "The medicinal pill has powerful blood energy and can bring the dead back to life. It can also heal a large amount of blood essence loss." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "That's not a problem." Shui Wuya smiled and said, "Then let's work together. With your help, we should be able to subdue this blood spirit flower quickly." The blood spirit flower coldly harumphed and said, "Despicable and shameless. If you have the ability, then go one by one." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "All of you stand down. I'll do it by myself." Seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, Shui Wuya felt that Zhao Fu was very powerful, so he nodded and retreated to the side. The blood spirit flower's expression became serious, and she understood that Zhao Fu was very powerful. The blood spirit flower decided to attack first. Wielding the sword formed from its petals, it quickly charged at Zhao Fu. It vigorously swung its sword and a blood-red sword arc slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu remained calm. With a wave of his sword fingers, a black sword arc appeared and cut the blood-colored sword arc in half. The blood spirit flower was stunned. She had not expected Zhao Fu to block her attack so easily. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a formless energy flowed out, turning into a large formless hand that grabbed at the blood spirit flower. The blood spirit flower's body transformed into countless petals, dodging Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu looked in another direction, and the blood spirit flower quickly fled in that direction. Now, she understood how strong Zhao Fu was, and she was not his match at all. The blood spirit flower turned and saw that Zhao Fu was still there, and she let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, a hand grabbed her throat, and the blood spirit flower looked at Zhao Fu in terror. How had Zhao Fu appeared in front of her in the next second? The blood spirit flower tried to struggle free from Zhao Fu's grasp. Zhao Fu tightened his grip, and the blood spirit flower immediately felt as if her throat was going to break. She found it difficult to breathe, and her legs kicked wildly. The blood spirit flower felt as if she was going to die. The blood spirit tree hurriedly cried out, "Don't kill her." Zhao Fu loosened his grip on her throat, allowing her to breathe in a few breaths of fresh air. A massive wave of 6 desires demonic qi entered her body, controlling her body, and Zhao Fu let go of her. The blood spirit flower breathed heavily and looked at Zhao Fu in fear. Shui Wuya came in front of Zhao Fu and took out a few treasures as he said, "I'm willing to use these to exchange for the blood spirit divine pill." Zhao Fu said, "I don't want these, I want your essence blood and other essence blood." Shui Wuya's status was quite noble, and his bloodline was an imperial bloodline. If he absorbed the essence blood, he would be able to greatly increase his bloodline's power. Hearing this, Shui Wuya thought about it and gave some of his essence blood and some essence blood from his storage ring to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu put away the essence blood and looked at the blood spirit flower as he said, "Give him the medicinal pill." The blood spirit flower was very afraid of Zhao Fu, so it obediently took out a blood crystal-like medicinal pill and gave it to Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya took the medicinal pill and smiled as he said, "Many thanks. I'll be leaving now. If you pass by the Bloodlong sect in the future, please let me know. I'll properly thank you then." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Shui Wuya turned into a ray of blood-red light and left. Zhao Fu looked at the terrified blood spirit flower and smiled as he hugged her and said softly, "If you're obedient, I won't hurt you." The blood spirit flower was still very nervous and did not dare to resist Zhao Fu. However, she understood that Zhao Fu would not kill her, so she let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu let go of the blood spirit flower and looked at the blood bamboo tree as he asked, "Where else are there treasures?" 2 days later, Zhao Fu went to a few more places and obtained a few more treasures. Zhao Fu did not want to stay in the center of the blood demon ruins any longer and planned to head to the depths of the ruins. After flying for a while, a voice sounded out, "Save me." Zhao Fu and the others stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a cute girl with blood-red hair tied into 2 ponytails and clothes made of grass surrounded by a group of ferocious-looking people. The girl saw that there were many people like her around Zhao Fu and thought that Zhao Fu was a good person, so she asked Zhao Fu for help. Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, and the others looked at him sympathetically. Zhao Fu flew over. A ferocious-looking big man coldly called out, "We found this blood-water grass with great difficulty, so I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The blood-water grass was afraid that Zhao Fu would really leave, so she immediately said, "I know you're a good person and I'm willing to follow you. I don't want to be captured by these people, so please save me." Zhao Fu looked at the big man and lightly laughed as he said, "Did you hear that? She's willing to follow me, so hurry up and leave." The ferocious-looking big man was enraged and leapt up from the ground. He held his saber and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. He quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu and vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu calmly looked at the ferocious-looking big man and waved his fingers, causing a sharp black arc of light to flash out. The ferocious-looking big man's head was chopped off, causing blood to spurt out. His corpse powerlessly fell to the ground, causing some dust to fly up. This scared the others, who had wanted to rush over, to stop. Zhao Fu looked at the others and said, "Who wants to continue? My time is limited, so hurry up." Everyone looked around and no one dared to speak. Zhao Fu was much stronger than them, and even though they felt quite dissatisfied, they could only endure. Zhao Fu looked at the girl and smiled as he said, "Leave with me now and I'll protect you in the future." The girl happily nodded and said, "Thank you, big brother." A voice suddenly sounded out, "You can't take her away." Book 1, Chapter 108 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. You're hearing this voice. Everyone turned and saw a ferocious-looking woman with blood-red hair and clothes made of grass. The blood-water grass happily called out, "Big sis, you're finally here." The blood spirit grass came to the blood-water grass's side and asked caringly, "Are you all right?" The blood-water grass happily shook her head, "I'm fine, it was this kind big brother who saved me." The blood spirit grass said, "Thank you." After saying this, the blood spirit grass took her little sister and left. Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu and did not dare to stop them. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's best if you two follow me, or else it'll be very dangerous with your strength." The blood-water grass pulled on her big sister and said, "Big sis, big brother is right. Big brother is right. If the two of us meet an expert, it will be very dangerous. It's better to follow big brother. Look, there are people like us around him." The blood spirit grass looked at the blood-water grass and the others. Even though they did not know them, as creatures of this world, they could be trusted. Zhao Fu also looked at the blood-water grass. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the blood-water grass said, He's a good person, a very good person. He'll save us creatures of the blood demon world, you can follow him without worry." The blood-water grass smiled as she said, "Big sis, did you hear that? I know big brother is very good." The blood spirit grass thought about it and said, "All right. We sisters are willing to follow Lord." Zhao Fu gave a harmless smile and nodded, "Come with me." They continued to fly deeper into the historical remnant. "Big brother, the depths of the relic are very dangerous. Lord Blood Demon left behind many blood evil spirits that will kill anyone who enters that place." Zhao Fu hugged the young girl and said, "I know, but with my strength, there won't be any danger." The young girl's face became red but she did not resist and nodded shyly. The blood spirit grass looked quite displeased. How could this person take advantage of her little sister? Seeing that her little sister did not seem unhappy, she could not say anything. Soon, they met the so-called evil blood spirits. The evil blood spirits were humanoid and did not have corporeal bodies. There were men and women, old and young, and they gave off a blood-red light. The countless evil blood spirits sensed Zhao Fu and immediately gave off a massive aura as they flooded over. Facing so many evil blood spirits, they all felt quite afraid. Zhao Fu's smile did not change as a massive blood-red aura exploded out from his body and spread out in all directions. Sensing this massive aura, the countless evil blood spirits scattered like a flood. Zhao Fu's bloodline power was like a fish in water here, and it could suppress everything. The spirit grass said, Big brother is so strong. The spirit, evil blood spirit demon, spirit, and flame. 1. 1, evil demon, 1, and 1, 1, 3, 1 and 1, 1, and 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, Zhao Fu, and 2 blood dragon tree said, can you save him? He is a blood warrior serving Sir Blood Demon. Zhao Fu was just about to ask if there were any benefits in saving him when the cute girl in his arms said, Big brother, you're the best, please save that blood warrior, almost all of the blood demon realm blood warriors are dead now. Hearing this, Zhao Fu helplessly smiled as he flew up and shouted, all of you, stop. However, no one listened to him because the people fighting all had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, and they completely ignored Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu cried out awkwardly, sigh. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Everyone continued to fight, ignoring Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned and a blood-red bead appeared in his hand. A large amount of blood flowed out, forming a massive blood-red sword. Zhao Fu vigorously swung out and a massive blood-red sword light slashed towards the 5 cultivators. The 5 people's expressions fell and they hurriedly used their weapons to block, but they were all sent flying by Zhao Fu. The 5 people's expressions became serious, they had never thought that Zhao Fu's power would be so great. A scholarly-looking young man asked, what do you want? Zhao Fu said simply, I want to save him, you can all stop fighting. If an ordinary person said this, they would laugh, but when Zhao Fu said this, they felt immense pressure. The scholarly-looking young man asked, he is a blood demon world creature, why do you want to save him? Zhao Fu asked, then why do you want to attack him? The scholarly-looking young man said, we didn't attack him first, he attacked us first. Could it be that we just let him attack? Zhao Fu looked at the cold-looking young man and said, all right. You don't need to attack them, everyone doesn't need to fight anymore. The cold-looking young man said coldly, anyone who enters this place will die. The scholarly-looking young man lightly harumphed, did you see that? He also lists you as an enemy, it's best that you don't try to be a good person. Zhao Fu said helplessly, you can leave. Leave him to me. The blood dragon tree and the others looked quite confused, they had come to save the cold-looking young man, so why were they helping others? The scholarly-looking young man smiled and said, thanks, I am Xianxia from the blood dragon sect. Can we be friends? Another person from the blood dragon sect? Zhao Fu remembered that he had met a person from the blood dragon sect before, and he had never thought that he would meet people from the blood dragon sect again. He wondered what sort of faction this blood dragon sect was. Zhao Fu smiled and said, sure, I'm called Blood Demon. Xianxia felt quite startled, this name felt quite strange. After all, this was the Blood Demon historical remnant, so why was this person called Blood Demon? However, it was most likely a coincidence, otherwise, this person would not have helped them. Xianxia smiled and said, we'll be leaving first. They continued to fly forwards, and the cold-looking young man took out a blood-red spear and wanted to continue blocking them. A stream of blood chi poured into Zhao Fu's golden eye, and a number of blood-red chains shot out from the void towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man waved his spear and sent the chains flying, but there were too many of them. The cold-looking young man could not resist and was eventually bound by them. Zhao Fu looked at the blood dragon tree and the others, I'll leave him to you now. The blood dragon tree and the others arrived in front of the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man's expression softened when he saw them, you don't need to save me, the blood warrior's duty is to guard this place. The blood spirit flower said, we all worship, respect, and love Sir Blood Demon, but Sir Blood Demon has been dead for so long, we need to think more about ourselves and not act like we did before. The cold-looking young man fell silent. The blood-water grass said, we're now following Big Brother, and he's a very good person. We'll follow him and leave this place. You might as well follow him and become a master in the future, perhaps you can even avenge Sir Blood Demon. Yes. Yes. Book 1, Zhao Fu. The cold-looking young man looked at Zhao Fu by the side. After a while, the cold-looking young man said, who is he? I feel that his bloodline power is dozens of times stronger than Lord Blood Demon's. Hearing this, the Bloodfall Tree and the others looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Even though they had been by Zhao Fu's side, they did not know Zhao Fu's identity and only knew that Zhao Fu was very powerful. The Bloodwater Grass asked curiously, "Big brother, what is your identity?" Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite curious about how terrifying Zhao Fu's identity was. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Guess what my identity is?" The Bloodwater Grass said, "You're at least an imperial prince." The Bloodwater Tree said, "He most likely isn't an imperial prince, I've fought with him before, and his bloodline power is much more terrifying than an imperial prince's." The Bloodwater Grass cried out, "Then Big Brother is a holy sun?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They knew how powerful a holy sun was and how noble his identity was. He was even more noble than Lord Blood Demon, and they did not have the right to come into contact with a holy sun before. Ericina looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You like to keep people in suspense, he's not a holy sun but the son of origin." What? Everyone looked incredibly shocked as their hearts rapidly thumped and could not stop beating. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Hurry up and deal with your matters, I still have things to do." The cold-looking young man knelt down in excitement and said, "Sir, I would like to ask you to become Lord Blood Demon's legatee." Everyone else also knelt down and said, "Sir, please become Lord Blood Demon's legatee." The Blood Demon legacy was very powerful and was very famous in this region. However, compared to Zhao Fu's identity, which could shock even the entire outer world, there was still a great difference. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. This was the first time someone had asked him to become a legatee. Zhao Fu just so happened to lack fate and power, and in order to awaken a Supreme Emperor star, Zhao Fu did not refuse and said, "I agree." The cold-looking youth said excitedly, "Thank you, sir." "Sir, please wait here for a while." The ruthless young man took out a blood-red token and threw it into the sky. The token turned into many streaks of blood-red light that shot out in all directions. Bloodwater Grass and the others also stood up and came to Zhao Fu's side. Bloodwater Grass looked at Zhao Fu with a look of worship, and the Blood Vine and Blood Spirit Flower did not have much conflict with Zhao Fu. Instead, they were much more respectful, as Zhao Fu was about to become the Blood Demon legatee. After 10 or so minutes, 10 or so streaks of blood-red light flew over from different directions and landed beside the ruthless young man. There were 14 people in total, 13 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a blood-red dress and had long blood-red hair. She wore a hat that looked like a mushroom, and she had a beautiful face and a mature temperament. Her name was Shui Gu, and she was the captain of the 10 or so blood warriors. The rest of the blood warriors mostly obeyed her orders. Shuigu came to the ruthless young man and said, 12. Is this true? 12 was the ruthless young man, and he nodded excitedly as he pointed at Zhao Fu and said, "This is the child of origin." Shuigu's beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Apologies. Child of origin, please prove your identity." Boom, a terrifying might exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, locking down the surroundings. That primal chaos, desolation, and chaos power entered everyone's souls, and in front of this power, everyone wanted to submit, not daring to resist at all. Shuigu took the lead and knelt down, and everyone said in unison, "Greetings, child of origin." It was the first time that everyone had felt such terrifying chaotic source power, and they felt both excited and nervous as well as a sense of respect. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and said, "Rise." Shuigu said, "Child of origin, please follow us to the inheritance land. You will become Lord Blood Demon's inheritor and our master." Zhao Fu nodded. Shuigu led the way, and Zhao Fu and the others followed. In front of a blood gate, everyone was fighting fiercely. They were all fighting for the opportunity to enter the blood gate because as long as they could enter, it was possible for them to obtain the Blood Demon's inheritance and treasures of the blood attribute. Xianxia and the others were also among them. The few of them were considered the stronger ones in this group. Aside from them, there was also a young man with hair that spread out in all directions, a cold middle-aged man, and the strongest one was the old man with blood-red hair who looked like a mummy. Boom, the young man swung his large saber and blood-red saber lights slashed out, giving off terrifying power as they slashed out in all directions, seeming to want to destroy everything. The gloomy young man summoned blood-red shadows that quickly attacked the people in the surroundings. Not only were all powerful, but they were also incredibly fast, and if one was not careful, one would be killed by a blood-red shadow. The old man waved his wrinkled hand, bringing out many bloody claws that clawed out in all directions like a violent storm. Claw marks were left on the ground, and strong winds blew, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The scene looked extremely terrifying. Boom! The young man once again slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red saber light that sent a few people flying. The young man then flew towards the blood gate and shouted, "The blood demon's inheritance is mine, anyone who takes a step forward will die." Xianxia coldly harumphed and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over, saying, "You want to obtain the blood demon's inheritance? Let's see if you have the ability." The young man stopped and furiously rushed at Xianxia, and the two of them immediately started to fight. The gloomy middle-aged man looked at the two people fighting and gave a trace of a cold smile before turning into a blood-red shadow and flying towards the blood gate. Boom! A blood-red bone claw containing great power grabbed towards the gloomy middle-aged man. The corpse-like old man attacked the gloomy middle-aged man, and the gloomy middle-aged man had no choice but to fight with the old man. The shockwaves from the four people's battle were incredibly terrifying, causing the ground to continuously crumble. The people in the surroundings did not dare to get close, or else they might die if they were not careful. Boom! A massive aura spread out like a flood, instantly inundating everything. Such a massive aura forced everyone to stop and look in that direction. They saw 10 or so blood warriors giving off terrifying auras leading the way. Behind them was a black-cloaked man, and beside him were a few beautiful blood-red-haired women. Shuigu looked at the people present and said coldly, "You don't need to fight needlessly, this great man behind me is the true inheritor of the blood demon's inheritance." Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body, and they looked quite confused. How had Zhao Fu become the true inheritor of the blood demon's inheritance? Moreover, these blood warriors, who would kill anyone they saw, were leading the way for him. This was simply inconceivable. Volume 1, Chapter 110 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor. Chrissy Xianxia and the others knew Zhao Fu, so when they saw the cold-looking young man, their expressions became strange. Wasn't Zhao Fu the one who had blocked the cold-looking young man for them? Why did this cold-looking young man submit to Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye? The cold-looking middle-aged man frowned. The skinny old man stared at Zhao Fu coldly. The young man with the blood-red hedgehog head shouted angrily, "I refuse to accept this. Why can he directly obtain the bloodline inheritance without going through any tests?" Shuigu coldly said, "Why? You're not qualified to compare yourself with him." The hedgehog-head youth was very angry and felt humiliated, but he alone was not a match for so many blood warriors, so he shouted, "Everyone present, are you just going to watch him obtain the blood demon inheritance?" The cold-looking middle-aged man said, "Of course not. If you have any ability, show it to me. I want to see if you have the qualifications." Shuigu coldly said, "You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Whether he has the qualifications or not is not something you can say." Hearing this, the cold-looking middle-aged man's heart filled with anger, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shuigu swept his eyes around, "Everyone present, please leave immediately. Don't stop this sir from obtaining Sir Blood Demon's inheritance, otherwise we will have no choice but to drive you away." When the people around heard this, they all felt extremely curious. Just what was Zhao Fu's identity? To be treated like this by the blood warriors. Xianxia and the others thought about how Zhao Fu called himself the blood demon. Could he really be related to the blood demon? Shuigu ordered them to leave immediately, but everyone was very unwilling. They didn't want to leave like this. At this time, Zhao Fu said, "Then I'll give you all a chance. As long as anyone can defeat me, I will give this blood demon inheritance to that person." Everyone nodded, this was still acceptable to them. The hedgehog head youth laughed, "Good. Let me defeat you." Asterisk boom. Asterisk the hedgehog head youth gripped his blood-red saber and rushed towards Zhao Fu with a powerful momentum, his speed extremely fast. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, easily dodging the hedgehog head's attack. The young man with the spiky head vigorously slashed out with his blood-red saber, sending out a massive blood-red saber light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body once again disappeared and reappeared elsewhere, and the young man with the spiky head's attack once again missed. This made the young man feel quite furious. He raised his saber and sent a powerful wave of energy into it, causing the saber to burn with a massive blood-red aura flame. It instantly turned into a massive blood-red flame saber that gave off enough power to split mountains as it slashed towards Xiao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive saber aura of flames was caught by Xiao Fu with a single hand, causing everyone present to look incredibly shocked. The young man with the hedgehog head also stared in shock. He had never thought that Xiao Fu would use such a method to receive his full-powered attack. Xiao Fu gave a calm smile as he grabbed the flame blade with his hand, breaking it in half. Xiao Fu then vigorously flung it out, causing the broken flame blade to turn into a blood-red stream of air and flow towards the young man with the hedgehog head. The young man with the hedgehog head felt a wave of terror and hurriedly tried to block it, but it seemed that it was too late. However, the blood-red stream of air did not harm him, and it blew past like a wild gale, causing his clothes to flutter. As the blood-red stream of air blew past, the young man with the hedgehog head was covered with cold sweat as he stood there. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, "I've lost, I'm indeed inferior to you." "I'm convinced." Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try?" After seeing Xiao Fu's terrifying power, everyone else did not say anything. They understood that they were not a match for him. After seeing Xiao Fu's strength, Xianxia shook his head and did not plan on going up. The cold-looking middle-aged man did not say anything. In that instant, the skinny elder disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Xiao Fu, swiping at Xiao Fu with his claw. Xiao Fu dodged to the side and vigorously kicked out, causing the elder to hurriedly leap backwards to avoid this attack. Xiao Fu felt quite surprised that this elder had some strength, and Xiao Fu felt quite interested. He stretched out a hand and countless traces of blood-red aura flowed out, forming a massive blood-red hand that grabbed at the elder. The elder also stretched out a hand, and countless traces of blood-red aura flowed out, forming a massive blood-red claw that swiped at Xiao Fu. Bang! The two of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion, and a powerful gale blew out. Xiao Fu did not take a single step back, but the elder took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Fu seriously. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out. The elder understood that he was not a match for Xiao Fu, so he used all of his strength. His body continuously grew until he was 1,000 meters tall and had silver hair, and he gave off a mountain-like aura. Everyone in the surroundings looked shocked and quickly retreated. The elder's strength far surpassed what they had expected. The elder waved his hand, and the massive corpse-like hand brought with it a ferocious gale as it slammed towards Xiao Fu. A massive sound rang out, and the stone tiles on the ground were blown into the air, creating a terrifying scene. Xiao Fu's expression became slightly serious as he stretched out a hand, and countless traces of blood-red light shot out from his palm, forming a thick blood-red barrier. There were also many insect images moving about on the surface. Bang! The corpse-like hand slammed into Xiao Fu's defensive barrier with terrifying power, and that terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. The sky, ground, trees, and rocks were instantly blasted apart, turning into countless fragments that shot out like rain. The people in the surroundings were shocked as they unleashed defensive barriers, blocking the countless fragments. However, after everything settled, only a few cracks appeared on the barrier and it had not been destroyed. The corpse raised its head and gave off a massive roar. It raised its other hand, and it gave off earth-shattering power as it slammed down towards Xiao Fu. In that moment, Xiao Fu grabbed out with a hand and a blood-red orb appeared in his hand. Blood flowed out and formed a thin blood-red sword. Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive and sharp blood-red sword light slashed out, chopping off the corpse's hand. The mummy let out a blood-curdling screech and hurriedly retreated. Xiao Fu raised the thin blood-red sword with one hand and vigorously slashed down, sending out a straight blood-red sword light towards the corpse. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the ground instantly collapsed. This sword seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Bang! The gigantic mummy was sent flying far away by the sword strike, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater. The mummy did not even have the strength to get up, and its body continuously shrank until it turned back into an old man, lying there heavily injured. Everyone's eyes widened and they gulped. It was the first time they had seen such terrifying power. Was this power something an Emperor Heaven Realm expert could have? Xianxia and the others were also incredibly shocked. They all had prestigious identities, but Zhao Fu was even more powerful than all of the peerless geniuses they had seen before. This sort of power was suffocating. Shui Wuxiu and the others were equally shocked. This was the first time they had seen such terrifying power from Zhao Fu. The blood warriors all wore serious expressions, thinking that even if all of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be Zhao Fu's opponent. Was this the power of a child of the source? Sure enough, it was extraordinary. Countless drops of blood shrank back into the blood beads as Zhao Fu said, "Who else?" The surroundings fell silent. Shuigu walked up to Zhao Fu and bowed, "Sir, please follow us to obtain Sir Blood Demon's inheritance." Zhao Fu nodded. Shuigu and the others walked up to the blood door and stretched out their hands. A wave of blood-colored light spread out and the blood door slowly opened. Shuigu and the others stood to the side, allowing Zhao Fu to enter first. Zhao Fu walked in while the others followed behind Zhao Fu. Inside was a very large, circular room. The walls were made of stone, and there were pillars on the side. The top was also made of stone, and there was a gigantic demon-like passage carved into it. Below the head was a 10-meter-wide blood pool. Shuigu introduced, "Child of the Source, as long as you enter the blood pool, you can obtain Sir Blood Demon's inheritance." Zhao Fu nodded and walked over to the blood pool. Feeling the huge power contained in the blood pool, he was very happy and took out a bottle of blood essence and poured it inside. The blood essence the others had purchased from various places had all been handed over to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu planned to pour all of it into the blood pool. Shuigu and the others didn't understand why Zhao Fu was doing this and asked, "Child of the Source, what are you doing?" Zhao Fu turned his head to look at Shuigu and a huge blood-colored aura poured out from Zhao Fu's body and poured into the bodies of the blood warriors. Although the blood warriors had pledged allegiance to Zhao Fu, if Zhao Fu didn't control them, he wouldn't fully believe them. As the blood-colored aura poured into their bodies, it transformed into a barrier that none of them resisted. Zhao Fu spoke up, "I want to obtain the legacy in one go and upgrade the first evil immortal bloodline to the 3rd stage. Shuigu had a look of astonishment on his face. "The number 1 evil immortal bloodline? You're the successor of the first evil immortal? The person who grasped the most powerful forbidden art in the chaotic world?" Zhao Fu sighed softly. Just as he was about to take off his clothes and enter the blood pool, he looked at the blood mushroom at the side and revealed an interested smile. After a few hours, Zhao Fu stood up with satisfaction and walked towards the blood pool. The women lay on the ground while the other blood warriors stood guard outside. Shuigu's face was red as she stood up from the ground and watched as Zhao Fu walked into the blood pool. What she was looking forward to the most right now was how Zhao Fu would obtain the Blood Devil's legacy. If Lord Blood Devil's legacy was given to Zhao Fu, he would definitely become extremely terrifying and shake the entire world. Bloodwater Grass also stood up shyly. She didn't think that her big brother, Zhao Fu, would treat her like this. Everyone else also stood up. They were also quite concerned about Zhao Fu obtaining the Blood Devil's legacy. As Zhao Fu entered the blood pool started to boil like boiling water. The blood water also became excited because it sensed the aura of Zhao Fu's source blood. After Zhao Fu's body entered the blood pool, countless traces of blood flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Within Zhao Fu's body, countless insects once again appeared, and the blood formed a blood demon. This blood demon had a pair of blood-red wings and a pair of blood-red ox-bone horns. It had 3 blood-red eyes that were cold and emotionless, and its skin was blood-red. It was tall and slender, and it had a tail that gave off a dense bloody smell. In front of Zhao Fu was the blood demon's legacy power. It was far more powerful than the insects that had appeared, and this was the difference between the strong and the weak. This was just the blood demon's legacy power, and it did not have any consciousness. Zhao Fu flew in front of the blood demon, and the blood demon's 3 eyes looked at Zhao Fu as it stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu. The 2 hands touched, and a blood-red magic formation appeared between their hands, giving off shocking ripples. The blood demon's body started to fuse into Zhao Fu's arm like blood water, and Zhao Fu sensed the powerful blood demon legacy power flowing into his body. Aracena and the others watched as countless traces of blood-red water continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and the amount of blood-red water quickly decreased. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body gave off a massive attractive force, and the blood demon's fate flooded into Zhao Fu's body. Seeing the fate continuously gather, the people outside the blood-red door did not feel too surprised, and they understood that Zhao Fu had obtained the blood demon legacy. Xianxia sighed and said, "Let's go." The others nodded. They had come for the blood demon legacy, and now that it had been obtained by Zhao Fu, there was no need for them to stay here. The young man with the spiky hair smiled and left. The skinny elder looked at the blood-red door seriously before dragging his heavily injured body to the side. It was already good enough that Zhao Fu had not killed him, and he did not dare to take revenge for Zhao Fu. Within the blood-red door, Zhao Fu had already absorbed all of the blood pool's water into his body, and massive amounts of fate continuously flowed into him. Zhao Fu's body gave off a faint blood-red light as if he was going through a transformation. Bloodwater Grass looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting at the bottom of the blood pool, excitedly. After Zhao Fu obtained the blood demon legacy, the aura he gave off became much more intimate, and they felt as if Zhao Fu was their family. Bloodwater Grass happily smiled as she asked Arsina, "Just what kind of person is Big Brother?" "You." "Big Sister, can you tell me more about Big Brother?" Arsina looked at Bloodwater Grass's innocent look and lightly laughed as she said, "He treats you like this, do you still like him?" Bloodwater Grass shyly replied, "I did it of my own free will." Arsina smiled as she said, "I can tell you that he's not a good person, he's even more of a scoundrel than you think." Bloodwater Grass also said, "Little sister, he has taken so many of us at once, he's definitely a big scoundrel and has many women by his side." Arsina lightly laughed as she said, "You're right, if you want to know, I don't mind telling you." Following this, Arsina gave a simple explanation of Zhao Fu's true identity. This caused everyone present to feel dumbfounded. Zhao Fu's identity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. In comparison, the fact that Zhao Fu had countless women did not seem too important. Even Bloodwater Grass felt a sense of inferiority as she said, "Will Big Brother abandon us after obtaining us?" Arsina smiled as she said, "You don't have to worry about that. As long as you become his woman, he will treat you well and not let you down." Hearing this, the women all smiled. They were worried that Zhao Fu was the sort of person who would abandon them after playing with them. Boom! By now, a blood-red aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body as he refined the bloodline legacy. However, things were not over yet, and Zhao Fu started to refine the insect beast bloodlines. Book 1, Chapter 112, Bloodline to Countless Insect. Beast bloodlines were quite easy to absorb, and Zhao Fu was able to refine them all in an instant. In the end, the bloodline legacy and the first evil celestial bloodline's third stage were obtained by Zhao Fu. Arsina and the others saw Zhao Fu's body give off boundless blood-red light as heaven and earth power madly flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing massive ripples to spread out. Outside the blood demon historical remnant, countless blood-red clouds gathered, forming a blood-red cloud layer that covered the sky. It gave off a massive might, and the air was filled with the stench of blood, making people feel quite uncomfortable. The people in the surroundings did not know what was going on, and they looked at the sky in shock. Afterwards, they found out from the people in the blood demon historical remnant that the powerful blood demon legacy had been obtained by someone, and it was someone with a terrifying identity. Countless traces of blood power condensed in the sky, forming the blood demon's massive figure, and it gave off a terrifying aura. Roar! The blood demon gave a massive roar, and the sound waves turned into wild gales that spread out, causing a massive wave of power to spread out. Everyone's expressions fell and they felt that the blood within their bodies was about to fly out. They hurriedly used their power to suppress the blood within their bodies as they thought to themselves, for the blood demon legacy to cause such terrifying phenomena, the blood demon's power must have been incredibly shocking back then. As heaven and earth power flowed in, Zhao Fu's transformation was complete. However, there was not much of a change, and there was just an additional bloody aura. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and sensed the power within his body, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The women from the blood demon tree bowed and called out in unison, "Lord Blood Demon." Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the blood demon legacy, he was the new blood demon, and the women treated Zhao Fu as their master. Zhao Fu did not respond to this form of address. He came up from the blood lake, put on his clothes, and asked, "Are there any treasures left behind by the blood demon?" Shuigu said, "Lord Blood Demon, please come with us. That place can only be opened with legacy power." Following this, Zhao Fu followed Shuigu and the others to the stone door. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone door. Countless amounts of blood flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and covered the stone door. After that, the stone door quickly opened. Countless blood-colored lights shot out, filled with all sorts of blood-type treasures. Zhao Fu gave them a cursory glance but did not find any bronze shards. This caused Zhao Fu to feel somewhat disappointed. Stretching out a hand, Zhao Fu made a grabbing motion and a fist-sized, 12-sided blood crystal flew into his hand. Among the many treasures, the aura that this blood crystal gave off was the strongest. It was most likely the most valuable. After examining the blood crystal, Zhao Fu obtained information about it. This was a blood demon nest stone that could nurture a large number of blood attribute monsters. The monsters nurtured had the ability to devour blood. Not only were they powerful, but they were also extremely difficult to kill. Most importantly, they could be nurtured in large quantities using blood. If there was enough blood, it would not be a problem to nurture hundreds of millions of blood demons in a year. Zhao Fu wanted to let the desolate gods use this blood demon nest stone. The desolate gods were godly spirits that had followed Zhao Fu for a long time. They were also godly spirits that stayed in Qin City like the other light goddesses and darkness goddesses. They did not go to the Pantheon Temple and were considered to be the older generation of godly spirits. The other godly spirits in the Pantheon Temple had only been subdued by Zhao Fu when he went to the God realm. The desolate gods themselves were of the blood attribute, and their desolate blood power was extremely powerful. They could also nurture blood god monsters. Those blood god monsters were also terrifying, but because of their numbers, they were not very useful. Zhao Fu was looking forward to what kind of amazing changes would occur when the two powers fused. This was something from the primal chaos world, and Zhao Fu had to change the rules within it before it could be used by the desolate gods. As for the other treasures, Zhao Fu did not look at them and casually put them away. After walking outside, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come with me and leave this place." The women smiled and nodded. Everyone left the blood demon ruins and came outside. The Lan Banyuan brothers looked quite surprised as they saw that not only were there many beautiful women around Zhao Fu, but there were also 10 or so guards giving off powerful auras. The two brothers were quite surprised at Zhao Fu's abilities. Zhao Fu had been worried that Ericina would be in danger and had come to find him. Now that it was time to go back, the others should be quite anxious. Everyone hurried on with their journey, not stopping for even a moment. A day or so later, Zhao Fu returned to his original place. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, the woman relaxed, and painted eyebrows threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace, her eyes wet as she said, "Why were you gone for so long?" "We were worried to death." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Nothing much, I just went to explore a ruin." Feng Xianxia looked at the women from the blood abyssal tree and snorted lightly, "Next time, I won't worry about you." Zhao Fu chuckled and had the blood warriors stand guard outside. A few hours later, everyone lay on the ground and looked at the 12 bright moons in the sky. Feng Xianxia's face was rosy as she lay in Zhao Fu's arms, while painted eyebrows lay on the other side. Feng Xianxia said softly, "I feel that we can't separate like before." Zhao Fu nodded, "I'm quite worried that something will happen to you this time, so I won't let you leave alone in the future." Before, Zhao Fu had a plan, which was to subdue some powerful people and have them buy essence blood from various places. Now, it seemed that he would have to give up on this plan. Zhao Fu did not want anything to happen to his women. Ericina asked, "How do you plan to collect essence blood?" Breaking through to the third stage of the evil immortal bloodline already requires tens of thousands of essence blood. How many essence blood do you need for the 4th stage, 5th stage, and 6th stage? Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Now that we have the blood demon's essence blood, the 4th stage can be reached with just over 10,000 essence blood. Next, we might need 100,000, hundreds of thousands, or even 1,000,000 essence blood. I feel that we won't be able to collect it on our own, and we can only rely on a few very powerful forces in the chaotic world. Let's wait and see if there are any other ways." Ericina replied, "We've been out for a long time this time." Zhao Fu had come to the chaotic world to solve the problem of the insect beasts, but now that they had come to the central region of the chaotic world, it had been a few months. Zhao Fu was not too worried about Qin's affairs because the others would manage it well. Back at Qin's base in the chaotic world, Shuiji called out in dissatisfaction, "Why isn't Master back yet? Didn't he say that he was just going to look for insect beasts?" If I had known, I would have gone with him. Hong Mei nodded with a red face. Sun Hanxiang lightly laughed as she said, let's just obediently guard this place. His Majesty must have something important to do, or else he would have come back long ago. Feng Ji gave a demonic smile as she said, when Master comes back, he'll make it up to us. Book 1, Chapter 113 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Maudlals 123 As the Qin Empire digested the Aeolian Empire, it strengthened its defenses to prevent sudden attacks from other countries. The Pantheon Temple and Yellow Springs were also rapidly expanding. The development of the alchemy world slowed down because it was near a few major factions. Finally, in the card world, Tina Pendragon nurtured elemental knights with all her might, causing the number of elemental knights to reach a certain level. The Two-Way Kingdom was developing even faster and had already controlled 2 worlds worth of territory. Adding on the territory controlled by Qin, there were 4 worlds worth of territory under their control. There were many countries in the card world, but they were unable to resist these 2 terrifying factions. Compared to the cruel Two-Way Kingdom, the people of the card world preferred Qin Kingdom. As long as the Qin Kingdom surrendered, they would not be enslaved. The rapid development of the 2 factions attracted the attention of the surrounding powerful factions. One of them was the Dragon Kingdom that Zhao Fu had been wary of. The Dragon Kingdom controlled the card land that Zhao Fu was interested in. It had shocking wealth and terrifying strength. Its basic force was stage 2 soldiers and 40 million dragon cavalry soldiers. A few 100,000 dragon cavalry soldiers could cause massive destruction, and 40 million dragon cavalry soldiers could sweep the battlefield. Bang, 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 countless boulders fell from the sky, sending the card world soldiers flying like raindrops. Some were even smashed to death by the boulders. The Two-Way Kingdom's general roared, and countless tall Two-Way people rushed towards a city wall. They easily climbed up the city wall and ferociously attacked the card world soldiers above. An Eat-a-Tail soldier swept his arm and pushed several card world soldiers off the wall. An Eat-a-Tail soldier slammed into several card world soldiers and sent them flying. An Eat-a-Tail soldier raised his arm and smashed down, killing a card world soldier. The card world soldiers looked terrified and continuously retreated. They were not a match for these Two-Way people at all. An hour later, the Two-Way people had taken over the city wall. The Two-Way general continued to give orders to attack, killing all who resisted and selling those who surrendered as slaves. All sorts of treasures and resources were plundered. The Two-Way Kingdom had easily conquered another small kingdom in the card world. They could obtain many benefits from this kingdom, and the people of the Two-Way Kingdom all smiled. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's palace, a valiant young man knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, are you just going to watch as our card world's people are killed and humiliated by the Heaven Awakened world's people?" There was a purple-haired woman wearing dragon-shaped armor sitting on a violet throne. She was peerlessly beautiful and tall, and she gave off a noble aura. She was the Dragon Kingdom's queen, and she was called Long Shenyan. She had Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivation. A bespectacled elder wearing robes said, "This matter has nothing to do with us, so it's best not to get involved. According to the information we have, those are 2 royal kingdom factions, so we need to treat them cautiously. Once we start fighting, there will be no turning back." The middle-aged man in armor said confidently, "With our Dragon Kingdom's strength, why would we be afraid of 2 kingdoms? I don't believe that they would send their entire country to fight in the card world." A woman dressed in a palace dress and wearing glasses said, "Your Majesty, it's not a big deal. I want to see what the other factions think. If they also want to attack those 2 Heaven Awakened world factions, we can ally with them to destroy those 2 Heaven Awakened world factions." The armored middle-aged man objected, "Our Dragon Kingdom is the strongest faction here, why would we ally with other factions? That's too shameful." Long Shenyan said, "That's all for now. You can all leave. Yadwa, come down." Hearing this, everyone left the palace. The gentle-looking woman stayed behind. She was called Yadwa, and she was the person Long Shenyan trusted the most. Yadwa asked softly, "Your Majesty, what are your plans?" Long Shenyan said, "Those 2 factions are quickly developing, and sooner or later, they will threaten the Dragon Kingdom's position. We can't allow those 2 factions to continue developing." Yadwa said, "Your Majesty, are you going to attack those 2 factions?" Long Xinyan nodded. However, I'm a bit worried. I don't know much about those two royal kingdom factions, and if they are too powerful, our dragon kingdom will be heavily injured. Yadwa said, then we should ally with the other factions. Long Xinyan said, the other factions are waiting to see what we do, they want to use this opportunity to weaken the dragon kingdom. Yadwa asked, then what should we do, Your Majesty? Long Xinyan thought for a moment before saying, we'll first send people to test the strength of those two royal kingdom factions. If they're only average, we'll destroy them and annex their territory. We'll then destroy the surrounding factions, and then destroy those factions. Yadwa said in surprise, Your Majesty, you're preparing to unify this region? Long Xinyan said seriously, the Dragon Kingdom has patiently developed for 100 years in order to unify this region. Yadwa smiled as she said, then I'll congratulate Your Majesty in advance. Long Xinyan frowned and said, don't be too happy yet, I have a feeling that things aren't so simple. Yadwa asked, Your Majesty, are you worried about the other factions? Long Xinyan shook her head, I already know about those factions, so there's no need to worry about them. What I'm worried about are those two Heaven Awakened World factions, they might become our greatest obstacle in unifying this region. Especially that two-way kingdom, not only does it have shocking defenses, but it also has powerful destructive power. Ordinary people aren't a match for them, and they might become our greatest enemy. As for that Qin, he's much less of a threat. Yadwa asked, then what should we do, Your Majesty? Long Xinyan said, send out the order to attack the two-way kingdom, which poses the greatest threat. If we know how strong they are, there won't be a problem, we don't have to worry about the others. Yadwa nodded and said, I'll immediately send out the order. The Dragon God Empire's army quickly gathered together. Ordinary soldiers wore black armor and held black weapons, and the auras they gave off were not weak at all. These were just ordinary soldiers, the truly powerful ones were the cavalry corps behind them. These cavalry corps all wore purple dragon armor and held dragon spears and sabers. These soldiers also had dragon bloodlines, and their eyes were purple dragon eyes. The mounts they were riding were dragon horses with dragon heads, single horns, purple identity medallions, dragon tails, and hooves. Book 1, Chapter 114. When the surrounding forces heard that Dragon Kingdom was going to attack Two-Way Kingdom, they smiled. They had been waiting for this moment. When the Two-Way Kingdom heard about this, they did not let their guard down because the Dragon Kingdom was the most powerful force in the area. This time, Dragon Kingdom sent 6 billion soldiers to attack Two-Way Kingdom, and Two-Way Kingdom also had about 6 billion soldiers. The number of soldiers was about the same. It was just a matter of whose soldiers were stronger. The two armies faced each other on a flat piece of land and did not say anything. Both sides immediately gave the order to attack. Rumble, the ground trembled as the two armies gave off terrifying flood-like auras as they rushed towards each other. Two-Way Country was the first to launch an attack. Two-Way Country, who was at the front, gathered power in his palm and condensed it into large stones. Then, he threw the stones at the Dragon King's army. Hoo, countless boulders containing immense power howled as they smashed towards the Dragon King's army. The densely packed boulders caused people to feel quite afraid. The soldiers in front of the Dragon King's army threw out cards one by one. The cards turned into streams of black light and flew out. Then, they turned into huge bubbles that floated above the army. Something shocking happened. The floating bubble actually wrapped around the countless falling boulders. The countless boulders didn't fall. Under the control of the Dragon King's army, the bubbles flew towards the Two-Way Kingdom instead. When they arrived above the Two-Way Kingdom, the bubbles burst and countless boulders fell from the sky, smashing towards the Two-Way army below. For this attack, the Dragon King's army was well prepared. They did not blindly attack Two-Way's army. Bang bang bang, facing the falling boulders, the Earthtail soldiers did not panic and waved their hands with great power, shattering the boulders. Shio, countless arrows were shot from the rear of the Dragon King's army, raining down on Two-Way's army. The Two-Way army roared and their bodies emitted countless yellow lights. The arrows that hit the Two-Way soldiers were like hitting hard rocks, making clanging sounds. Many arrows were blocked and flew away. This wave of arrows did not cause many casualties to the Two-Way army. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two armies collided like two world-destroying torrents, causing a shocking aura to spread out. The Earth-tail soldier waved his thick arms and sent one of the Dragon King's soldiers flying. One of the Dragon King's soldiers channeled his power into his spear and stabbed forward, piercing through the Earth-tail soldier's hard chest. Another Earth-tail soldier raised his hand and slapped the Dragon King's soldier to the ground, causing him to vomit blood. The Dragon King's soldiers all swung their sabers, and with a powerful saber energy, they chopped off an Eat-a-tail person's head. An Eat-a-tail person furiously roared as he grabbed a Dragon King soldier's hand and threw him away. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Cries of slaughter and screams rang out incessantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and the number of people who died kept increasing. Both the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the Two-Way Kingdom were very strong. They were far stronger than the soldiers of some small countries. The soldiers of the Two-Way Kingdom did not rely on weapons and equipment. They fought with their strong bodies. The Dragon King's army was well equipped and the soldiers were not weak. The Dragon Kingdom's general, who was the valiant-looking young man from before, looked at the battlefield and said, "It's time to use the strengthening cards." An order was passed down. One by one, cards flew out of the bodies of the Dragon King's soldiers. After the cards flew out, they stuck to the weapons in the hands of the soldiers. Then, they turned into countless spots of light and dissipated. The weapons emitted a sharp, cold light. Kill! The morale of the Dragon King's soldiers rose. They shouted and waved their weapons at the Two-Way army. A soldier of the Dragon King brandished a large sword and easily chopped off the arm of an earth-and-tail soldier. A soldier of the Dragon King swung his large saber and split open the head of an earth-and-tail soldier. A soldier of the Dragon King thrust his spear and simply pierced the abdomen of an earth-and-tail soldier. The tough defense of the Two-Way soldiers seemed to be useless. For a moment, they were suppressed by the Dragon King's army, and many of them died tragically. The card used by the Dragon King's soldiers was a temporary sharpness enhancement card. After use, it could increase the sharpness of the weapon by 2 or 3 times. It was specifically used to break the hard defense of the Earth-tail soldiers. Roar! The Earth-tail soldiers were not easy to bully. They let out loud roars and their bodies emitted a yellow light. Their bodies grew taller and their arms turned into a pair of sharp claws. Their muscles bulged and became extremely hard, making them a little frightening. The weapons of the Dragon King's army were not as sharp as before when they slashed at the Earth-tail soldiers. This was because the strength and defense of the Earth-tail country had been strengthened and had become more terrifying than before. The Earth-tail soldier took a step forward and waved his sharp claws, cutting the body of a Dragon King's soldier into 5 pieces. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. The Earth-tail soldier grabbed the body of a Dragon King soldier and tore it apart. A Earth-tail soldier's sharp claws pierced through the chest of a Dragon King soldier. The sudden burst of power from the Earth-tail army suppressed the Dragon King's army. Their excellent equipment could not withstand the sharp claws of the Earth-tail soldiers, and more soldiers were killed or injured. However, the weakness of the Dragon King's army only lasted for a moment. The Dragon King's army immediately took out cards to strengthen their defense, speed, and strength. When the 3 cards were used together, the strength of the Dragon King's army immediately increased by a lot. The soldiers of both sides continued to fight fiercely. In comparison, the strength of the Dragon King's army was stronger. The Earth-tail soldiers were gradually at a disadvantage and more people died. Croak, 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 loud croaks sounded out as huge yellow toads appeared at the back of the Earth-tail army. Each of them was hundreds of meters long and looked like small mountains. There was a white crystal between their eyebrows and they gave off a massive aura. These were the large creatures that the Earth-tail country had bred. They were called yellow toads. Puff, puff, puff. After the many yellow toads appeared, they puffed out their mouths and a shocking power spread out. They then shot out countless pieces of soil that shot towards the Dragon King's army like raindrops. Bang, 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 countless pieces of soil shot over. Some of the Dragon King's soldiers used their weapons to shatter the soil. Some dodged while others were hit by accident. Their bodies were sent flying more than 10 meters away, causing many casualties to the Dragon King's army. This wave of attacks had an unexpected effect. The Earth-tail country had not used large creatures against some small countries before. The Earth-tail general ordered the yellow toads to attack again. This time, the yellow toads took a deep breath and puffed out their mouths even wider. They gave off a yellow light and a dense power spread out. Book 8 Chapter 115 Puff Puff Puff. The yellow earth toad spat out even more chunks of soil, which contained immense power as they flew towards the Dragon King's army, seeming as if they wanted to destroy everything. The Dragon King's army immediately threw out cards, which floated in the air and gave off boundless violet light. The countless cards formed a massive violet dragon that floated above the Dragon King's army and gave off a boundless might. Roar! The purple dragon gave a massive roar, and a sound wave ferociously spread out. Countless pieces of dirt were sent flying, and some of the dirt turned into dirt and disappeared. The purple divine dragon looked at the two-way army in front of it and opened its huge dragon mouth. Countless rays of purple light gathered in its mouth and a terrifying aura spread out. The two-way army sensed a huge threat. Their bodies emitted countless rays of yellow light, forming a huge yellow energy shield around them. Roar! A deafening dragon roar sounded out as the huge purple dragon spewed out countless purple beams of light. The purple beams filled the sky and shot towards the two-way army with destructive power. It was as if they were going to destroy the world. The scene was extremely shocking. Bang bang bang, countless beams of purple light struck the yellow energy shields, causing explosions. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and terrifying fluctuations spread out. After all the fluctuations dissipated, some of the soil tail people managed to block the attack. Some of them failed to block the attack and their bodies exploded. Some of them suffered serious injuries. Boom! The countless Earth-tail soldiers exploded out with great power and countless traces of yellow aura flowed out of their bodies. The yellow aura gathered together like a flood and continuously condensed, forming a massive yellow toad. Bang! The yellow earth toad spat out a huge chunk of soil that brought with it a powerful gust of wind that sent the purple dragon flying. Croak croak croak, countless yellow soil toads let out loud cries and leaped into the midst of the Dragon King's army. They rammed into many of the Dragon King's soldiers and sent them flying. Then, they kicked out with their legs and sent many of the Dragon King's soldiers flying. Seizing this opportunity, the two-way army shouted and rushed forward to fight with the Dragon King's army, causing great casualties to the Dragon King's army. In order to inflict further damage on the Dragon King's army, some of the two-way soldiers pressed their hands on the ground and injected a huge force into the ground. Swish swish swish, huge earth pillars shot out of the ground with great force, sending the Dragon King's soldiers flying one by one. This caused the Dragon King's army to become even more chaotic. The Dragon King's army did not choose to attack and instead chose to defend. A massive purple energy barrier appeared, enveloping the Dragon King's army. The shield bearers also started to form shield walls, blocking all sorts of attacks. The two-way army watched as the Dragon King's army defended. The situation was very favorable for them. The two-way general breathed a sigh of relief and continued to order the two-way soldiers to attack and defeat the Dragon King's army in one fell swoop. Darvis looked at the constantly attacking two-way army with a solemn expression and ordered the Dragon King's army to continue defending. Time passed. A soldier came over and reported, "General, Your Majesty can say that we can attack with all our might." Davis smiled. This time, their main task was not to destroy two-way country, but to test the strength of two-way country. Now that they had a good understanding of two-way country's strength, they had to go all out. An order was issued. The Dragon King's army made way, and countless cavalrymen rode out on dragon horses, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. The surroundings fell silent. Darvis rode his dragon horse to the front of the cavalry, drew a saber, and shouted, "Charge!" Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless cavalrymen gripped their weapons and gave off a powerful aura as they charged forward. They turned into a purple torrent that seemed to want to destroy everything. The two-way army's expressions fell, and they pressed their hands against the ground, sending powerful waves of power into it. Massive earthen walls rose up, each of them 10 meters thick and 100 meters tall, giving off an indestructible aura. The two-way general understood that the cavalrymen in the card world were incredibly terrifying and had seen them with his own eyes, so he ordered his people to cast another ability. The two-way soldiers took out palm-sized yellow tortoises and pressed them against the ground. Magic formations appeared, and the yellow tortoises fused into the magic formations, causing powerful waves of power to flow towards the earthen walls. The massive earthen walls absorbed the powerful waves of power, and massive tortoises appeared from the earthen walls, giving off even more powerful and firm power. The earthen walls had powerful defenses, and the two-way country had prepared them to deal with the cavalrymen in the card world. Darvis, who was at the front, looked at the thick earthen walls and smiled. Boom, the countless Dragon King cavalrymen gave off countless traces of violet aura. The violet aura was incredibly dense and covered the cavalrymen's bodies. It formed an even more massive violet torrent that surged forwards, causing the ground to tremble. The terrifying power was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Bang, bang. Bang, the sturdy earthen walls were instantly shattered, and shockwaves spread out, forming a wild gale that blew out. Countless rocks were sent flying, and the sound was deafening. The two-way army looked quite confused. They had never thought that such a firm defense would be shattered so easily. At that moment, the massive torrent turned into smaller torrents that rushed towards the massive yellow toads. The yellow toads furiously roared and gave off a massive aura. Layers of earthen armor appeared on their bodies as they ferociously rushed towards the Dragon King army. Their bodies were like small mountains as they charged forwards. Bang, bang. Bang, the two of them quickly and ferociously clashed together, and the yellow toads were sent flying back by a massive force. Some of the yellow toads were in an even worse state. Their bodies were pierced by the violet torrent and torn apart by a ferocious power, causing their flesh to scatter everywhere. The scene was quite terrifying. Countless two-way soldiers looked quite grim. The Dragon Kingdom's cavalrymen were just too powerful. Countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers took out a few more cards and used them. They became even more powerful as they charged towards the two-way army with a powerful aura. After the cavalrymen at the front dealt with the countless yellow toads, they gathered into a single line and fearlessly charged towards the two-way soldiers with terrifying power. The two-way soldiers could not stop them at all, and they were sent flying one by one. With the cavalrymen at the front wreaking havoc, it was much easier for the Dragon King's army at the back to deal with the two-way army. More and more two-way soldiers died, and it was obvious that the two-way army had been defeated. They were powerless to stop the Dragon King's army, and the two-way general's expression became grim. He could only give the order to retreat. Top Book 1, Chapter 116. Standing on a hill, Xianxia looked at the retreating army of two-way country. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Order the other armies to attack together. Take this opportunity to repel two-way country." Xianxia had personally seen the two-way kingdom's strength. Even though it was not a match for the Dragon Kingdom, it was still quite powerful and would cause great trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. Defeating the two-way kingdom was a good opportunity to force it back to the heaven-awakened world and not give it a chance to breathe. Yadwa smiled. Got it. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 troops of the Dragon King's army rushed toward the city wall of two-way country from 3 different directions with a terrible momentum. Each group had 5 billion or so Dragon King soldiers, and the Earth-Tail soldiers' expressions were quite unsightly. They quickly ordered people to send word to the Earth-Tail Kingdom in the Heaven-Awakened world to send more soldiers, or else they would not be able to defend at all. In the Heaven-Awakened world, the two-way kingdom had heard about everything, and many ministers were gathered to discuss whether they should reinforce the base in the card world or withdraw all of their forces. If they were to reinforce the base in the card world, it was unknown how many troops would be lost. If all the troops were withdrawn, then everything before would be in vain and some resources would be wasted. Boom, a massive purple torrent carrying in incomparably terrifying aura smashed into the massive earthen wall of the base like a hot knife through butter. The massive earthen wall collapsed in an instant, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere and smoke and dust to fill the air. With the unstoppable cavalry charging forward, countless soldiers of the Dragon King easily poured in like a tide. In addition, there were not many defenders in two-way country, so the Dragon King's army easily conquered this area. It was the same for the other directions. In the end, two-way country decided to evacuate because the Dragon Kingdom was determined to destroy them. With the Dragon Kingdom's power, two-way country had to use all its power to resist. Two-way country did not want to lose so many resources. It was not worth it. The Dragon King's army occupied the territory of the two-way kingdom as fast as lightning, which was extremely shocking. Tina Pendragon sat in a palace and frowned. Hilary and Eileen also sat beside her, and there were many panicked ministers. The Dragon Kingdom's strength was simply too shocking, and it had instantly chased the powerful Two-Way Kingdom out of the card world. There were only two Heaven Awakened world factions here, one was the Two-Way Kingdom, and the other was the Qin Kingdom. After repelling the Two-Way Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom's next target would be them. These ministers were Qin Kingdom's ministers who had destroyed many small kingdoms, and they were incredibly terrified of the Dragon Kingdom's strength. Tina Pendragon said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. With Great Qin's current strength, we do not fear the Dragon Kingdom, nor will we retreat. I can guarantee this." Pendragon Qin Kingdom, Qin Kingdom Qin, and Chen, Pendragon Long Tian, Qin Empire, Chen, 66 Chen, 1 Qin, and Qin Dynasty, 1 Chen, 1 Kingdom, 1 Chen Fu Chen, 1 Chen, 2, everyone Chen, country, 1 Chen, kingdom, Qin, Shen, 1 Tian Chen, and for 2 Chen. Hearing Tina Pendragon's words, the ministers felt more at ease. They now feared the mysterious Qin Empire even more. Eileen asked, "Does His Majesty know about this?" Tina Pendragon replied, "He hasn't returned from the Chaos World yet. I've already reported this matter to Qin, and General Bai and the other ministers should be discussing how to deal with this matter. All we can do now is wait and strengthen the defenses here." Hillary sighed, "It's a pity that I haven't established my Emperor Cavalry Corps yet, or else it would be even stronger than the Dragon Kingdom's Cavalry Corps. The greatest weapon in the card world is the Cavalry Corps." This time, it was the Dragon King's cavalry regiment that turned the tide of the battle between the Dragon King's army and the Earthtail army. They had defeated the Earthtail army without using their full strength, and there were only a few million cavalrymen. If it had been all the cavalrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, they would have been able to sweep the entire battlefield. Elena nodded. "Our elemental cavalry regiment has just been established. We're no match for the Dragon King's cavalry regiment in terms of strength and numbers. But given some time, the elemental cavalry regiment won't lose out to them." Qin also decided to send reinforcements to the card world. At the same time, he continued to gather information on the various kingdoms, as they could attack at any moment. Right now, Qin's greatest enemy in the Heaven Awakened world was them, or else Qin would be able to destroy that alliance. His gaze returned to Long Shenyan. Yado bowed. "Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty." Long Shenyan revealed a faint smile. "I'm also a little surprised that the Two-Way Kingdom was defeated so smoothly this time." Yadwa said, "Your Majesty, why don't we attack the nearby Qin Empire in one fell swoop and eliminate the two Qianxia forces here?" Long Shenyan said, "Let's take control of the Two-Way Kingdom's territory first. The war has just ended, and the situation is still unstable. The Qin Empire's strength is average, so don't worry too much about it. I'm interested in that Prince Qin. I feel that he's a bit special." Yadwa smiled as she said, "Your Majesty is rarely interested in men, this is Prince Qin's honor." Long Shenyan lightly laughed, "You're thinking too much." Yadwa asked, "Your Majesty, now that we've defeated the Two-Way Kingdom and eliminated this greatest obstacle to unifying this place, what should we do next?" Long Shenyan said, "Let's see if there are any changes to the situation. If there aren't, I want to use that Qin to stall some of those factions' forces. When that time comes, we'll destroy those factions and unify this place." Even though none of these factions were at the Royal Kingdom level, they had 5 or 6 worlds and were not weak. It would be quite difficult to destroy them all at once. Finally, his gaze returned to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not know about the card world, and he was thinking about where to go next. There were 2 main quests: collect various types of essence blood and collect bronze shards. Both of these things were quite difficult to deal with. He could not buy essence blood from other places, as it would be easy for his identity to be exposed. Where could he obtain large amounts of essence blood? As for bronze shards, there was no information at all, and he did not know where to find them. Zhao Fu decided to walk around and see if there were any changes. A few days later, Zhao Fu brought everyone to a city. Zhao Fu did not have any purpose for coming here, and he just wanted to walk around. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Shui Wuya smiled as he walked up to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised, and he gave a trace of a smile. "I'm just walking around." Shui Wuya smiled as he said, "I've heard about you. Your Majesty is indeed different from ordinary people. Congratulations on obtaining the blood demon inheritance. Jiaofu smiled as he said, "You're too polite." Shui Wuya smiled as he said, "Since your Majesty is here, please come to my place and treat you well." Volume 1, Chapter 117. Hearing this, Jiaofu thought about it and realized that he had nowhere to go, so he nodded. They followed Shui Wuya to the Bloodlong Gate. This Bloodlong Gate surprised Jiaofu. It was an extremely powerful emperor-class power, and it had 10 supreme experts. Furthermore, it was a gathering of geniuses. Its foundation was so powerful that no one dared to provoke it. The Bloodlong Gate's inheritance had been passed down since ancient times. It was divided into 8 gates, and Shui Wuya was a direct descendant of one of them. Because Jiaofu had so many people, Shui Wuya ordered people to prepare several tables of food. Shui Wuya continuously toasted Jiaofu, thanking Jiaofu for his help. At the same time, he knew that Jiaofu's potential was astonishing, and he would definitely become a peerless expert in the future. So he wanted to befriend Jiaofu. Jiaofu also politely returned the toast. At this moment, a mature woman in blood-red clothes walked in. She had a beautiful face and a refined temperament. Shui Wuya smiled. "Big sister, you've come." The person who had come was Shui Wuya's big sister, Shui Yurua. Shui Yurua looked at Jiaofu and asked, "Is he the person you were talking about?" Shui Wuya smiled. "Yes." Shui Yurua smiled and bowed to Jiaofu. "Many thanks for saving my life," said Jiaofu. "No need to be polite." Shui Yurua sat down on the table and raised her cup of wine. "Let me toast you." Jiaofu also raised his cup, and the two of them downed it in one gulp. Shui Yurua's gaze swept over the women and blood warriors beside Jiaofu. These are all people in the blood devil realm? Not only do they have powerful blood force, but they also have blood devil spirit bodies. Jiaofu smiled as he nodded. Shui Yurua curiously asked, "Since you've obtained the blood devil inheritance, you should have the ability to transform blood devil spirit bodies, right?" Jiaofu smiled and said, "Well, do you also want to obtain the blood demon spirit body?" Shui Yurua smiled and nodded. "My sect is called the Blood Martial Gate. We rely on blood to fight, and we lose a great deal of essence blood. Last time, I was heavily injured because I lost too much essence blood. Fortunately, my little brother brought back medicinal pills that allowed me to recover so quickly. The blood demon spirit body itself is a type of high-grade physique created by the blood demon in the past. It can absorb a large amount of blood essence and transform it into its own blood essence. If I can obtain this physique, then I can make up for the shortcomings of my cultivation method." Jiaofu smiled and said, "If you want, I can give you the blood demon spirit body right now. Transforming this kind of spirit body is very easy for me." Shui Yurua smiled. "Many thanks. Is there anything that you would like to have? Or something he wanted to do? I also want to help you." Shui Wuya also said with a smile, "Yes. I also want to repay you." Jiaofu thought about it. "How many kinds of essence blood do you have?" Shui Wuya said, "Because of our cultivation method, we need a large amount of essence blood. Basically, human essence blood." "How much do you need?" "All of it was human blood essence?" Jiaofu thought about it and agreed. "I want as much as you have." Shui Wuya smiled. "No problem. I'll immediately have people prepare it for you. Is there anything else you want?" Jiaofu asked, "Then have you heard any news about the bronze fragments?" "Bronze fragments?" Shui Wuya smiled. Jiaofu saw that Shui Yurua might know about the bronze fragments. He was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, do you know anything about them?" Shui Wuya shook his head. "It seems that many people have been gathering information about them. I heard they have something to do with the child of primal chaos." Jiaofu was disappointed. He had thought that Shui Wuya would know. Jiaofu said, "Prepare yourselves. I'll help you transform into a blood demon spirit body." Shui Yurua smiled and nodded. Transforming into a blood demon spirit body didn't just require Jiaofu's power, but also a large amount of essence blood. Shui Yurua didn't lack that, and she quickly finished her preparations. Within an exquisite room, Shui Yurua looked expectantly at Jiaofu. Right now, there were only the two of them in the room. The others were waiting outside. There were blood bottles around them. There were over 1,000 of them, and they were all filled with high-grade essence blood. Transforming into a blood demon spirit body required a large amount of blood. A single drop of essence blood was equivalent to a large amount of ordinary blood. Jiaofu said, "Take off your clothes." Shui Yorua blushed. Thinking about it, she felt that Jiaofu wasn't a bad person. Most likely, this was what was needed to transform into a blood demon spirit body. So she did as Jiaofu said. Jiaofu was truly like a gentleman. His expression didn't change, and he extended a hand. Blood-colored energy surged out, shattering the bottles. Blood began to revolve around Shui Yorua's body. A 3-meter-tall blood devil with a pair of wings and a bull's horn appeared behind Jiaofu. It emitted a dense blood qi. Jiaofu's hand pressed down, and a powerful blood-colored aura surged out of his palm and quickly entered Shui Yorua's body. The surrounding blood also entered Shui Yorua's body, and Shui Yorua's body began to shine with blood-colored light. Shui Yorua felt her body rapidly change under the influence of the blood-colored energy. She was even stronger than before, and she was extremely happy. Her blood martial gates cultivation technique and the blood devil spirit body allowed her to use forbidden energy without any misgivings. Her combat power would multiply by several times, and she would be much more confident in the next trial. Within the blood-colored light, a blood devil imprint appeared on Shui Yorua's back. A shocking blood qi came from her body, and her temperament also changed slightly. It now contained a trace of evil aura. Shui Yorua had obtained the blood devil spirit body, and the light she was emitting faded. Jiaofu smiled. "How do you feel about this energy now?" Shui Yorua happily said, "Very strong." "Thank you." Jiaofu examined Shui Yorua. "No need to be courteous." Seeing that Jiaofu was looking at her, Shui Yorua came back to her senses and blushed. Just as she was about to put on her clothes, Jiaofu went up and hugged her. Shui Wuya and the others were waiting outside. Shui Wuya also wanted to obtain the blood devil spirit body, and he was wondering what it would be like. An hour later, Shui Yorua glared at Jiaofu and began to put on her clothes. Jiaofu smiled. When he had told Shui Wuya some information about him, Jiaofu didn't want his identity to be exposed, so he had to control them. The door opened, and Shui Wuya looked at his rosy big sister, who looked like a completely different person. He happily asked, "Big sister, how does it feel to obtain the blood devil spirit body?" Shui Yorua turned to glare at Jiaofu and angrily said, "Ask him." Shui Wuya was puzzled. Why had his big sister been so polite to Jiaofu before? Why had she become like this now? Jiaofu felt quite awkward and smiled as he said, "You'll know once you obtain the blood demon spirit body." Book 1, Chapter 118. Aracena looked at Shui Yorua's rosy face and also glared at Jiaofu. They both understood what was going on. 10 minutes later, Shui Wuya walked out with a smile on his face. Now that he had the support of the blood demon spirit body, his strength had increased a lot. At that moment, an attendant handed a spatial ring to Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya took the spatial ring and looked at it as he smiled and said, "Blood demon. There are more than 10,000 types of blood essence in here for you. I'm really grateful to you this time." Jiaofu chuckled. "You're welcome." Shui Yorua snorted. "There's no need to thank me. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you." Shui Wuya said discontentedly, "Sister. The blood demon has helped us so much, we should have kept him for a few more days and properly entertained him. How dare you let him go?" Shui Yorua angrily glared at her little brother. She had been forcefully taken by Jiaofu, and it wasn't good for her little brother to see that he was a beast with a human face. On the surface, he looked like a good gentleman, but in truth, he was extremely evil. "Brother blood demon." A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Everyone saw Xianxia walking over with a smile on his face. Xianxia belonged to the blood crowd sect in the blood sect. This sect had a large number of people, and they liked to recruit people from different places and personalities. Therefore, there were all kinds of people in the sect. There were good people, evil people, ghosts, idiots, and so on. Therefore, they had different names, and their bloodlines were very complicated. The blood martial sect maintained the purity of their bloodline, and they also used Shui as their surname. The relationship between each faction was also hard to say. Although they were all from the same faction, there were still some grudges between them. The relationship between Xianxia and Shui Wuyao was very ordinary. There was no grudge between them. Zhao Fu replied with a smile, Brother Shi. Xianxia said with a smile, why didn't you inform me that you were coming to the Bloodlong Gate? I would have properly entertained your brother. Zhao Fu didn't think too much about it and said with a smile, sorry. I was careless. Xianxia said, it's okay. Come to my place. I'll order someone to prepare some good food and wine. Shui Yorua frowned. Zhao Fu was a guest her little brother had invited, and now he was being pulled away by Xianxia. Shui Wuyao also felt a little uncomfortable and said, Xianxia, this is my guest. Isn't it inappropriate to pull him to your side? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, sorry, I was too excited. Many people are talking about Brother Blood Demon now. I'm so happy to see him. Shui Wuyao said with a smile, it's okay. It depends on whether Brother Blood Devil is willing to go or not. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought that there was nothing for him to do in the Bloodlong sect, and he had collected more than 10,000 types of essence blood, so he said, let's go next time. Xianxia did not insist and said with a smile, it's alright. By the way, why did Brother Blood Demon come to our vicinity? Zhao Fu said, nothing much, just strolling around. I didn't expect to come so close to the Blood Dragon Gate. Xianxia said in surprise, Brother Blood Demon, you obtained such a powerful Blood Demon inheritance. Shouldn't you have your own force? Why are you just strolling around? Zhao Fu replied, I don't have any force, and I don't have a place to go, so I just strolled around. Xianxia was surprised. He thought that Zhao Fu's identity was extremely noble, and he must be the young master of some powerful force. He didn't expect that Zhao Fu didn't have any force. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and said, Brother Blood Demon, why don't you join our Bloodlong sect? Zhao Fu had obtained such a powerful Blood Demon inheritance. Even if he didn't have any identity, he would definitely be regarded as a peerless genius in the Bloodlong sect. Xianxia knew that Zhao Fu was much stronger than him. If Zhao Fu joined the Bloodlong sect, he would definitely become the sect master in the future. Shui Wuyao also didn't expect that Zhao Fu didn't have any force. If Zhao Fu joined the Bloodlong sect and transformed the others into blood demon spirit bodies, the Bloodlong sect's strength would increase by a lot. Zhao Fu was also very important to the Bloodlong sect. Shui Wuyao smiled and said, Brother Blood Demon, I think you should join our Bloodlong sect. Our Bloodlong sect is better than the Bloodlong sect in all aspects. The Bloodlong sect is a mix of good and bad people. It's not suitable for you. Xianxia heard this and said angrily, what do you mean the Bloodlong sect can't compare to your Bloodlong sect? We have more eccentrics than your Bloodlong sect. Shui Wuyao lightly smiled and said, you're right. Your Bloodlong sect has more eccentrics, but our Bloodlong sect is much stronger than yours. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed and said, then why don't we compete? Shui Wuyao had just obtained the Blood Demon spirit body and wanted to test its power. He didn't have any fear and said with a smile, sure. Zhao Fu's expression became awkward. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, he hastily said, don't argue about this. I still haven't thought about what power I want to join. Xianxia thought about it and said, Brother Bloodline, your blood demon inheritance is blood attribute. Our Bloodlong sect is also blood attribute, and our power isn't weak in the primal chaos world. I think it's very suitable for you. If you join our Bloodlong sect, I think the position of sect master will definitely be yours. Shui Wuyao and Shui Yorua were startled. Although they had thought that Zhao Fu had great potential, they hadn't expected Xianxia to place such importance on Zhao Fu. The Bloodlong sect only had 8 sect masters. Even if you became a supreme expert, you wouldn't have the qualifications to become one of the sect masters. Zhao Fu seriously thought about it and said, let me think about this matter. Xianxia smiled and said, no problem. As long as Brother Blood Demon wants to join the Bloodlong sect, I welcome you at any time. Zhao Fu nodded. Xianxia brought his people away. It didn't take long for people from other sects to find Zhao Fu. The news of the blood demon's inheritor coming to the Bloodlong sect had already spread. Because of how powerful the blood demon inheritance was, many people wanted Zhao Fu to join their sect. There were a total of 4 sects that had come. The first was the blood poison sect. Because of their cultivation technique, their blood contained a powerful poison that could easily poison a person to death. But because of the poison accumulating in their bodies, their people were all very ugly. The person who came to see Zhao Fu was an ugly-looking young man called Xianxia. The second was the blood beast sect. This sect's combat power was also very high. They could transform their blood qi into all kinds of wild beasts that possessed immense destructive power. The person who came to see Zhao Fu was a powerful youth called Shui Hidden Dragon. The third was the blood tool sect. This sect could use all kinds of blood to create all kinds of weapons, so they had different abilities and were very difficult to deal with. The person who came to see Zhao Fu was a skinny youth called Shui Bai Qi. The fourth was the blood demon sect. This sect could use blood to create all kinds of illusions that could affect people's minds. They could even control people unknowingly. Their cultivation technique also had a type of bewitching power. The blood demon sect was mostly made up of women, so the women from the blood demon sect all looked like bewitching blood demons. The person who came to see Zhao Fu was a woman with a fiery figure and a beautiful face. She was called Shui Meili. Adding on Shui Wuya's blood martial sect and Shi Qianhe's blood crowd sect, there were a total of 6 sects that had come to see Zhao Fu. There were 2 other sects that had not sent anyone, as if they were not very interested in Zhao Fu. The remaining 2 sects were stronger than the others, and one of them had even given birth to the blood poison sect's sect master. As such, they had the confidence to not come to see Zhao Fu. Shui Sandu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I've heard about you. Our blood poison sect welcomes you at any time. Even though our appearance is flawed because of our cultivation technique, you will obtain great power. Only with power will you be able to survive in this world." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I'll think about it." In actuality, when Zhao Fu saw Shui Sandu's ugly appearance, he had already decided that he would not join the blood poison sect. Zhao Fu did not want to become so ugly. Shui Fulong smiled and said, "I'm very interested in you and want to have an opportunity to fight with you. If you can join our blood beast sect, that would be for the best." Seeing how warlike Shui Fulong was, Zhao Fu had heard that the blood beast sect's people were very warlike and barbaric. There would often be all kinds of battles, and their region was very chaotic. This made Zhao Fu not want to join the blood beast sect, so he eliminated them. End of chapter 2656. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.